Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Dell with you here for the next few minutes. Anyway, we think Lance will be in pretty soon. He had an alarm, a technological problem, but we never have technical problems, Dell. I don't know how this happened. I'm not sure how, but Lance is on his way in, and he will be here shortly. In the meantime, did you see the Texans' injury? Am I supposed to be worried that Will Anderson isn't playing? He hasn't practiced the last two practices. Am I supposed to be worried about this? No one
Possibly.
told me I was supposed to worry about this.
I think you should.
I think he missed, when you miss a Wednesday practice, you go, that's all right. He'll be back on the. He didn't practice yesterday either. I don't need this in my life. I don't need this right now.
It wasn't just him.
It what?
It wasn't just him who missed the practice.
No, I know. But he's the most prominent name.
No, he's not.
Well, who?
Nico didn't practice either.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, this is bothersome now. I was fully expecting Nico to be back there. I was fully expecting. Well, yeah, but Nico's not even. He's not even on the roster yet.
Yeah, have not designated him for return yet.
No. But Will Anderson Jr. on the participation did not participate. He, Derek Barnett, Foley, Fatukasi, Kenyon Green, who's done for the year. I don't know why he's on this list. Dylan Horton and Damian Pierce. All did not participate. But Will Anderson Jr., this is a problem, sis. Okay? This is a real problem. I don't need this. I need Will Anderson Jr. going. Do you know that I was just reading some stats about Jared Goff and this Lions team? Holy crap. If you're betting the Lions for the last couple of years, you are just kicking ass. They are a cover machine. They are, one of the best cover runs of all time. The Lions are 40 and 15 against the spread. 72.7% over their last 55 games since the middle of 2021. That is ridiculous.
Did you hear me bring that up to John Chill yesterday?
I vaguely remember this. Yes.
Yeah. It was during the segment. I said, I don't know if you've seen this stat yet, John, because I know you get the same email. It came in yesterday morning, and John's like, "Oh yeah, they've basically been covering everything that moves since 2021. Everything. They got a 70+% cover rate since 2021.
Right. 14-2 against the spread the last two seasons. 21-4 against the spread the last 3 years when listed as the public favorite, as the public side. In other words, the public. See, this is what Vegas counts on. The more people that bet on one team, the better it is for Vegas because that team usually loses. Well, not the case with Detroit. 4-0 this season as the public side. 14-2 against the last two seasons. That is a casino and a book nightmare when the favorite covers and the public covers as often as they do. How do you combat? You know what? You just got to put bigger and bigger numbers on them. That's all. You just got to continue to put bigger numbers on them until you can finally even this thing out, because the public will continue to just pound Detroit and just keep on taking money out of the hands of those good people that run casinos and bookies. I mean, that is terrible. It is terrible for my people, the books. All right.
Yeah, they don't like it too much, although they will eventually. You're going to have a run where something's going to go wrong. They're going to set the number high enough, and it's going to really come back the other way. And the wise guys, you put numbers where the guys who do the math and know the power ratings, you start putting numbers that are too high, and they'll really start taking advantage of you too. It's right. I just know this: a cover rate
unless they don't take advantage of it, and Detroit keeps on winning.
Well, no one's won forever.
No, well,
unless you just think somebody's going to win forever.
Right.
I mean, look at Kansas City. They had a run like that, and it's been much lower percentage. It'll eventually get there. But what this tells you, for a lot of people who say, I don't care about gambling, why are y'all talking? I don't care. I don't gamble, so I don't care about all this. Well, what it's saying is that what what you should take from it, if you don't gamble, what you need to take from a team covering the spread is they are coming to play every Sunday, every Monday, every Thursday, whenever the
and
game
they're
is.
exceeding expectations.
Yes, they're not showing up.
Right.
And I remember when that Lions team lost a bunch of games, but they were like a pain in the ass every single game. They got beat by Justin Tucker with a 65 or 64-yard field goal at the gun. And they remember that, John, where Dan Campbell's team, I think it was his first year, like they were no fun to play. They just kept getting beat by, bad luck for the Lions. Oh, they almost did it. Now they just show up every week. They show up every week. You don't get bad games from them. They don't play bad games.
Yeah. And then that game last night, here's another note. I mean, I wish I'd have sseen this note before the game. Joe Burrow has been listed as an underdog of 3 points or more 19 times in his career. He's 9-1 straight up and 16-3 against the spread. And once again last night, Joe Burrow and the Bengals, they covered in a game that was a really, really good football game last night. That was a lot of fun to watch. And they came up just short. I did you watch the last play where his face mask was scraped?
The 2 point. Well, you talking about the 2-point conversion?
2-point conversion, yeah.
I didn't see I didn't see the. I had forwarded past it, so I watched it as it happened. I was still focused on the fact that why did you take a timeout and not just throw that back shoulder?
Why not
fade?
just It
was so stupid. They had Jamar Chase, the hottest receiver on the planet, yesterday, and you didn't you had him singled up, and you didn't just throw with an accurate quarterback. You didn't just throw a back shoulder fade or a quick slant
or something. Yeah.
I mean,
I was wondering that too. What are you doing? Why are you calling a timeout and let them set up? I don't know. Let that I think it's advantage offense. If you get back out there right away and the defense doesn't have time to, talk about it and figure out what they're going to do, it's advantage offense.
Yeah.
And he gave them an advantage by calling that timeout. But as he was coming through and as he was being hit, one of the defensive linemen grazed his face mask and actually pulled it a little bit after he got that ball away. Much like just a couple of weeks ago with the Rams game in the end zone on the safety, Matthew Stafford had his face mask grabbed, and no call was made. No call was made on this play either last night. I don't know. I'm not a big you graze the face mask and it's a penalty.
No, but they had other ones too. Like there was multiple penalties. The Ravens. I had a friend of mine from the NFL who just sent a text that said, and all it is, the picture, it says this. It says, but the Chiefs are the only team that benefits from the calls. And it's just three guys dancing, and it just says, psych. The Ravens, they give the Ravens a lot of calls too. And the Ravens got the Bengals got screwed on some stuff. It still came down to you win the game if you get the 2-point conversion. And there's a difference between a Bengals team that says we can't stop Lamar Jackson. We can't stop the Ravens right now. 4 straight trips down, 4 straight touchdowns. Zach Taylor said, we're going to try to win it right here. Had no issues with him going for it 4-2 on the road, a chance to basically win a game. I think he made a huge mistake by not running whatever play he had or letting Joe get to a back shoulder fade, but he missed it. It was a really good game, but the Bengals are in serious trouble right now as it pertains to, it's going to be tough for them. They're going to need some help more than likely to get into the playoffs. And the Ravens are continuing their march. We had to do our preseason prediction or our midseason predictions in Super Bowl. I've got Ravens versus Lions as my prediction that I made on Monday. And I just think the Ravens are just too hot. Their offense is just too explosive. Their defense is not very good. It's just not very good. That's the problem with them is they can't really stop people. Their defense hasn't been good all year. So it will I just said we'd have a shootout with the Lions beating the Ravens, but I think we're in a lot of trouble this weekend, and you're not going to have Nico. It doesn't look like. I mean, they haven't even designated him for return. And I've heard he's cleared. He's cleared all the stuff. Aaron Wilson had it. He's cleared all the stuff. So I don't really know what's going on here. I know that I know people in Detroit. I know people on that staff in Detroit are shocked that Collins has not been activated. And they don't think they thought they were playing games. At this point, probably Nico Collins is not going to play.
Yeah, if you don't play Thursday and Friday, Wednesday and Thursday. Now he might be able, but when you've been gone
Thursday's
this long,
almost
you
a
would
must.
think that they want him out there practicing.
Yeah, Thursday's almost a must. And then, if you're just trying to hide him, I guess I would think, like you said, like what's the benefit of making Detroit? Oh, we're not sure if Nico's going to play or not. Okay, but Nico hasn't had any time with CJ. He can't even practice until he's designated for return. So I'm to the point. I kept thinking, okay, this is some kind of little game that the Lions or that the Texans are playing with the Lions. That's fine. But once he's not even practicing on Thursday, and these guys haven't been together for over a month, like this, it probably means he's not going to play. So no Will Anderson, no Nico Collins. That's not ideal.
Yeah. No.
Two of your best players on each. Well, I guess you could argue maybe your best player on each side of the ball.
Yeah. CJ. CJ's your best player on that side of the ball.
I guess he plays the most important position. I think Nico's better at his job than CJ is at his. That's really a shout out to Nico more than any kind of shot at CJ.
Yeah, but who's more important? There's no question.
Well, quarterback is,
obviously. All right. Who do you feel better about? The Rockets tonight at Oklahoma City or the Texans against Detroit?
Rockets. The Rockets aren't shorthanded.
Yeah.
Right. Texans just are shorthanded. They've got leading sack man and leading the guy who the offense has not been the same since Nico's out. So that's easy. That's like saying, that's like taking out Amen Thompson and Alperen Şengün. How would you feel about their chances in? Not great.
Well, you never know with Ime if they're even going to play. Never know with Ime.
You got to quit doing this weird thing. That's over. That's a
okay.
Alperen. Amen's going to play 20 plus minutes a game for sure.
Well,
and then Alperen's heading in that direction. But no, I think the Rockets have a great chance against Oklahoma City. I think I'm excited about this game. Litmus test game for the Texans. All it is now at this point, I'm not going to hold it against them. If they get beat, or even if they get beat fairly convincingly, it's really just a chance for them to show, hey, man, this team looks good. Well, I can't believe they pulled that out. Like, this is a real chance for them to pull a game out that no one expects them to win. That would be awesome. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking Texans, not Rockets. I think the Rockets will find out exactly where they are tonight, because Oklahoma City they're a legitimately good basketball team. I had my doubts for much of last season, and they just kept but are they really this good? They just kept doing it over and over and over. And Shea is an outstanding player. They're tall, super tall, skinny guy is a pretty good super tall, skinny guy. They've built a team very smartly around Shea, who reminds you in some ways of, James Harden when he came in and was a centerpiece for, as a scorer, and they built pieces around him and had a good long run. That's what I think they're doing over there.
It's not Jalen Williams is playing really, really well. And Chet Holmgren, Shea, but they got Lou Dort, who's he's Lou Dort.
Yeah, but
Aaron
he's got
Wiggins.
but Lou Dort is a good defender. He's really developed as a player. They've got a good mix and match of the right guys in place.
But they're guys that are getting like Kason Wallace and Isaiah Joe, and they're getting a lot. Alex Caruso.
They draft and develop. Yeah, and Alex Caruso was just a sneaky smart. No one wants to believe a white guy with a headband can be a good player on any team. Certainly, I didn't think he would. He is. He's a white Aggie with a bald and a headband.
Yeah,
and the Lakers were never the same after he left. Of course, this year they're they started off better, but
he's lost to Detroit this week.
Yeah, no, it's not really we got to stop they were good in the first 3 games at least.
Yeah, right, exactly. Let's break. 713-780-3776. Man, we got a busy 9 o'clock hour. Willie Fritz is going to join us. Then 5 Star is going to.
You know what they're calling it? There's a trademark already that's been created for that. You know that, right? It's called Fritz Friday.
For what?
It's called Fritz Friday.
Oh, it's Fritz Friday.
They're known as Fritz Fridays. Yeah.
Oh, I love that
on the show. Yeah,
Jackie
invented it. Jackie
invented it. You mean the team that just took a team out of the playoff,
That's
Kansas State?
Fritz Fridays.
Okay. That's all right. That's Fritz Friday.
That's why it's a Fritz Friday.
Yeah. And then we got beat the Warehouse Live guy, and then News of the Weird. So basically, this is a 2-hour show today. and then we just cruise into the weekend. Now, though, I am going to, or Lance is going to talk about Allstate Siding, rather.
Yeah, I'll talk about Allstate Windows and Siding. It's, I talk a lot about the window job. Siding job's very important as well. But it doesn't matter whether or not you're getting windows or you're getting siding. They're going to give you discounts for. And look, we all need to save money where we can. We're looking for deals. Everyone is, but you don't want to look for deals. You don't want to look for deals if the quality's bad. And put it that way, because you can always find that's where a lot of people get in trouble with their windows anyway. They get cheap windows that are not made the right way, and you start having leakage, you start having breakage, things like that happens right away. Allstate Windows and Siding, their windows are made right here in the state of Texas. Very good ratings on the Google reviews. You can check them out for yourself. They've been in business for a long time, but they have windows that were made in Texas. They have the install process where they never break glass. It's basically their own that they created and started, so they can get your entire house done, all the windows done, different sizes. They can cut it for unique sizes and have you set to go. Now it's going to upgrade the look of your home for sure, but it's really going to improve the energy efficiency as well, because when you have double pane, double strength windows that are properly cut and properly sealed, you stop having that AC leakage, and that is a major culprit for high energy bills, especially if you can't get comfortable in your home. A lot of times it's going to be an issue with windows. So the once again, the Hardy Plank Siding is going to upgrade the look of your home, and you'll never have to do repairs or paint jobs to it ever again. This is a major facelift for your home, and Allstate Windows and Siding are here to help you take advantage of that. Make sure you tell me you're a listener, and they're going to give you a big discount. That's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com. Here's the phone number, 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936.
All right, time to talk about my man, John Clay Wolf. He's going to be on tomorrow right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's a great show. Yeah, good listen. He's funny, and they do a lot of skits, a lot of different stuff, a lot of fun, but they also buy cars on the radio. You could call the show and ask him what he thinks. Directly ask him, or you can go to the website and put in your license plate, and it'll come up. You don't have to, it's givemethevin.com, but now you can just put in your license plate. So that's really, really good too. But here's the deal is, you want to sell your car? If you're in the market to sell your car, if you need to sell your vehicle, don't just trade it in. Don't just go to CarMax and say, hey, how much? Make sure that you're armed knowing how much your car is worth. So you can go to CarMax. Jean-Claude Wolf says, fine, go to CarMax. See what they will give you for it, because he will give you more. And if he can't give you more, he'll send you $100. He did that with my boy Michael. He sent him $100. He sold some kind of a Jeep or something, and CarMax said, we'll give you this for it. And he went back to Jean-Claude Wolf, and Jean-Claude Wolf said, take that, and we'll send you $100. And he did. And listen, that's a guarantee. So there's one place you absolutely, positively, without question, have to go. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're talking about, my goodness, this is going to be, now the Texans have the third best pass defense in the NFL, just giving up 167 yards a game. But Jared Goff is otherworldly right now. Since week 3, he has more touchdown passes than incompletions. He leads the NFL in completion percentage, 74.9, which would set a record, an all-time record in the NFL. Drew Brees hit 74.4% of his passes in 16 games in 2018. But Jared Goff did something over these last 6 games that nobody has done. He has completed 82.8% of his passes over 6 games. No one else in NFL history has ever completed more than 80% of his passes over any 6-game stretch. Also, ESPN has a new metric called precision pass rate. It measures how often quarterbacks hit their receivers in stride and in range of their torso. The league average since week 3 is 53.6%. Jalen Hurts is at 62.9%.
Wow, that's good.
He's in second place. Jared Goff is 75.8%.
It's insane.
That is incredible.
It takes a natural talent. So accuracy, I had this conversation with this sports psychologist that's like the best in the league. And he said that's considered, that's a talent, right? That's something that isn't going to get a lot better. You can try to refine the skill, the natural talent, you either have them or you don't. He believes accuracy is one of them, but you can do things to get better. Jared Goff, and do you know who my comp, maybe people won't keep fussing about this. Now I need to reach back out to Colin Cowherd. My comp on CJ Stroud was Jared Goff. And one of the reasons my primary reason was because both of them are hyper accurate. When they have a chance to just throw, they throw right to the place. CJ's been sped up. His feet have been sped up in the pocket. His decision-making has been sped up. His accuracy has fallen a little bit. His ball placement has fallen a little bit because of it, some stuff like that. Guess who has plenty of time to throw? Jared Goff. Yeah. Guess what he's doing? Like, that guy is like literally like a sniper. He's a sniper from the pocket. You're not getting looks. Like, I remember when I scouted him against UCLA. It was Cal UCLA, and I was there it was my second year doing this. I guess it was my second year doing this, and I was in California. That's back when I used to be able to travel, and that's when I also found out what an enormous pain in the ass it was to get in and out of the Rose Bowl. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, enormous. But I remember watching this throw, and I'm like, oh, my God, he threw intentionally. Like, it was one of the greatest throw your guy open moves and throw him away from trouble moves. And that's, like, this is at the time, he was 21 years old at the time, maybe 22, and he threw to a place where his wide receiver had to adjust, but it was the only way that his guy could make the catch. And that was Jared Goff thinking like that. And I never forgot that. And so when I saw CJ Stroud in college, I saw moments where I said, he's not going to win with his feet necessarily. He wins from the pocket. He's really got great ball placement and accuracy. We got to get our guy back there. And I think Nico Collins will do a lot for that. But it all goes back. I'm trying to think of other ways where it's not the protection. But until the protection is solid, I almost think we shouldn't even talk about the other stuff, John. I mean, there's other things that play. CJ's that play a little bit. I was told by somebody who would know. He said it's about 10% CJ. That's it. Like, you can't. Yeah, CJ's not the same that he was last year. Some minor things, but he said, look, it's literally until the protection gets fixed. None of this other stuff is.
Yeah.
You know how they say in car repairs, you have to fix what's wrong, and then after that, you take a look at the rest of the car. But until you get the car running, it doesn't matter. You got to get the car running first.
Yeah. So to your point about
Where's
your
CJ?
comp, your comp with CJ and Jared Goff, it used to be an insult to say,
Yeah.
"Oh, he's like Jared Goff."
Yeah, people.
I mean, the Ram after he lost that Super Bowl, what was it, 13-3
Yeah.
to the Patriots? It was like, well, Jared Goff sucks. Jared Goff is no. He took them to the Super Bowl. Now they did it in large part with defense and Aaron Donald and all of that. But if you right now, do you think the Lions would make that trade again, Matthew Stafford for Jared Goff?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Now, the Rams probably would do it too because they won a Super Bowl. But man, the future looks a hell of a lot brighter for Jared Goff. It ain't an insult. He still is not appreciated nearly as much as he should be. He's fourth right now in odds to win the MVP.
And remember, it's supposed to be about winning. I was always told it's about winning, and Pat Mahomes, it's about winning. Jared Goff is accurate. Like, he's not going to have the stats. Look, Lamar's a huge public favorite because everyone loves Lamar. But the fact is, I'm going to have a separate Lamar little segment here because he's really, like, I always thought people wanted him to be so much better than he was in certain years. But this is actually what it's supposed to look like. Like, I think people set a lower, not everyone. I think some people set a lower bar because they really want it to be Lamar. This is actually, like, this is what it looks like. Lamar Jackson right now, okay, this is true elite excellence right now. It's a 100%. This is what I've always waited. This is how I gauge my quarterbacks, if you're going to call them elite and MVPs and all that. And Lamar's doing it. Jared Goff's doing it too, John, but in a little different, like, they don't have to have comebacks in the fourth quarter. They don't have to. Jared Goff it's just straight precision, straight consistency. He absolutely right now, I think it should be Lamar and Goff should be 1-2 in MVP, I think.
Yeah, and Mahomes is still there.
Stupid.
And Josh Allen is playing well, don't get me wrong.
He is.
But there's no reason that Jared Goff should be behind
So
him.
they have Mahomes ahead of Goff? That's so dumb to me.
Yeah.
That's so dumb. Like, they're hanging on every week. The Kansas City Chiefs just hang on every week. And we already have an idea of what Mahomes is and who he is. He's already set a standard. He's not playing to a standard right now. He's got 11 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. I'm sorry. Have him in the top 5? Okay, maybe. But Jared Goff for sure should be ahead of him. For sure. He plays more consistent football this year.
Yeah. Well, and it is about winning. And as far as MVP, I mean, is it most valuable player or who's playing the best football?
Well, it's the most valuable player on a good team. And all those guys.
And Patrick Mahomes deserves to be up there.
It is, but this is by his standards, it's not really close. Now, he has had 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. And I do think the D-Hop move, he's getting Kelsey involved. The D-Hop move is going to help him out. He's got 5 touchdowns, 1 interception over his last 2 games. So he's playing better football. But right now, he's not better. He's not had a better season than Goff. It should be Lamar and Goff and Derrick Henry, I would put there, and Josh Allen. I would put all those guys ahead of, Joe Burrow's going to be hurt. Joe Burrow has 24 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, and it looks pretty unlikely right now that the Bengals make the playoffs. Yeah. That's pretty staggering.
I'm not, even at 4-6 now, I'm not counting them out. I'm not. I mean, the way that they can score, holy crap. And Jamar Chase is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
264 and 3 touchdowns last night. That is ridiculous. He is, okay. We thought Nico, I believe in Nico. I love having Nico. But Jamar Chase is the best wide receiver in football right now.
Where do you think? Hold on a second. Well, I got to see the games played in here. Do you know that Joe Burrow leads the league in passing yards, which I already knew that, 26-72. Lamar's behind by 3 yards.
That's ridiculous.
Lamar Jackson has 26-69. Touchdowns, Joe Burrow has 24-4. Lamar has 24-2. That's my point is, this Lamar Jackson relative to, remember, he won the first MVP, and then he had years that were just pretty blah. and he didn't finish in the he wasn't finishing seasons, and when he did, he gets beat, knocked out early in the playoffs, and all of a sudden he's hit a level this is unlike anything I've seen. When you start showing me Lamar is not turning the ball over in the fourth quarter, he's playing consistently, he's throwing with better accuracy, like this. Now, this is when I jump on board and say, okay, don't set low standards because you think, well, Lamar needs help. He needs lower standards. He's poor Lamar. We're gonna have our soft bigotry of low expectations with Lamar. No, he's got to bring it like every other elite quarterback. And you know what he's doing this year? This guy is easily the top quarterback in the league this year. Now, I think Goff, now MVP is a category that, you have to have some nuance to it. But my gosh, 24-2, a quarterback rating that no one even remotely comes close with, John. His quarterback rating right now is, Cortland Sutton leads the league at 158.3. Okay. Cortland Sutton, the wide receiver from the Broncos, is absolutely elite. Okay. And I take it, Malik Willis has 130.3 also, so Malik is really elite too. But no, for starting quarterbacks, it goes Lamar Jackson, 123.2. Then we have to go all the way down. Let's see, Stephon Diggs is up there. Jack Fox, your friend, the punter. A.D. Mitchell, Justin Jefferson, really any wide receiver or quarterback who's thrown a pass. And then you get to Jared Goff, 115. Those are the top two guys, 123.2 and 115. Those are your their highest rated, from a quarterback rating standpoint. Our guy, I firmly believe, is going to be one of those guys, top 5 quarterbacks in the league. I firmly believe that C.J. Stroud will be that. This has been a really good year for him long-term, potentially, because it's going to be a little humbling, and it's going to give him a chance to reinvestigate. Okay, it didn't come easy for me this year. What do I need to do differently? This little bit of quote-unquote adversity could really benefit the Texans. Or if you have guys who are not mentally tough and if you have a head coach who can't keep control of the locker room or whatever, which I do not believe is the case, it could be something that really sets you back. But I think this is a really good.
All right.
It's kind of like 2018 for the Astros. Refocused them after that.
Yep. All right, we got a break. And by the way, Patrick Mahomes, his rating of starting quarterbacks, not those other guys that you threw in there. Starting quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes' rating this year is 18th in the league.
Yeah.
18th in the league. That is.
That's why I don't think he's in the top 5. I don't think he should be in the MVP. I think Steve Spagnuolo is more valuable right now than Pat Mahomes.
Oh, absolutely. Time to talk about being an underdog.
Underdog fantasy. I've been so excited. Yesterday they had the 50% profit boost. What? 50%. Let me check and see how I did. I think I did okay yesterday. 50% profit boost on just that Thursday night game. And I go to the results and I see that, yes. So I played for the kind of like the insurance play. They have, I got to remember what the name was, where I had 3 plays, but I had it to where I would win if I won 2 out of the 3. Now, your payout is lower, but that's an example of basically an insurance play that they have. It's called Flex, where you don't have to win every single game and you can still win. Now, if you want to win every single game, your payout's going to be higher. But this is just a perfect example of the many ways that you are like your own money manager. You're saying, okay, I am going to take this profit boost of 31%, which they do frequently on NBA and NFL. Then I'll do in-game, which is a lot of times a 50% bump. You can do streaks, which is one of the features that they have. You can actually cash out in streaks early and say, okay, I want my money now. That's a feature. They do not just profit boost. They lowered the total statistics for players, so it gives you a little bit of an advantage without taking out your payout advantage. And they even give you free winners, basically, where they say, okay, 0.5, and you just say higher, and it's an automatic winner for you. It's never been easier to make money, and it's never been more fun than to play the games along with the games that you're watching. Play them too. Use your sports knowledge to make real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Use promo code Lance, and you can get up to $1,000 of bonus cash. But when you download the app, you must use promo code Lance. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
So the weekend is here. The Rockets are playing tonight. Going to throw down some Coors Lights. The Texans are playing Sunday Night Football. Going to throw down some Coors Lights. Oh, college football all day. What? Going to throw down some Coors Lights. I mean, I just don't see any reason why we wouldn't. I don't see any reason why you should hold back on your Coors Light consumption. But drink responsibly. Other than that, drink responsibly. So here's the deal. When you're watching your games or you're not watching your games or you're playing golf or you're whatever it is that you like to do, I like to play golf. I like to play poker. I like to drink Coors Lights. Okay. Basically, I like to watch games. I like to, it's my life. Okay. Maybe your life is different. It's okay. You can still include Coors Light. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. You want the world's most refreshing beer? Got it. I got it for you. It's called Coors Light. Climb on, brother. It's keeping me chill. Let it keep you chill. Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Okay, this is incredible. So Raheel put out a tweet or an X, whatever, posted on X that he put a picture with Carol, and he says that
Tell people who Carol is.
Carol from China Garden.
Yeah.
Told me to tell y'all that she likes me more than she likes John Granato, which is stupid. First of all, that is fake news. But Raheel's got red shoes on with black shoelaces on one and red shoelaces on the other, with ripped jeans.
What's your problem with that?
Nobody could like him more than me. No one. No one. His wife doesn't even. Yeah. No.
Just because of what he's wearing?
Yeah, because of what he's wearing. It's embarrassing. He's embarrassing.
How many people looked at you in your vest yesterday and were like, "Oh, I like John a lot now"? Your vest wasn't.
The ripped jean crew did not like your fit.
No.
Your fit yesterday.
My fit yesterday was perfect. It was a perfect fit. It was a perfect fit. And you two are morons anyway.
Wow.
How many times have I?
Wow.
Oh, did you lay your clothes out? How many times have I come to the show dressed to play golf right after the show?
Yeah, but you didn't have that.
1,000? Like 1,000 times?
Well, and I always assume
Yeah,
Wendy
but
laid
you're
out
not
your
doing
clothes.
a show from your house.
I always assume Wendy's laying out your clothes.
Wait. You're not doing a show from your house.
I had to leave right away after.
Well,
just like I have to leave right after the show.
long
You get out early on News of the Weird.
Yeah, why are you taking it until like 10:08? If you have to go
that
someplace.
That was a huge, huge mistake. And trust me, it won't happen again. That you have to work less and I have to work more is never going to happen.
It's never going to equate, because no matter how long you take it, I'm still going to work more than you.
No, you're just sitting there listening to us talk is not what I would call work. Maybe that's what you call work.
Talking
but
is work?
in this America,
you think you talking is work? You don't do anything but ramble. What do you mean work?
No, I'm entertaining the people with News of the Weird.
Yeah, you just did that in the last 5 minutes. That's really entertaining for the people.
I've got allergies today,
Well,
so you can shove it.
Yeah, okay. You might want to work allergies for the last 30 years.
No. Actually, it's been a lot better. I stopped drinking coffee, and I'm drinking water, and you know what?
Good
it's helped
for you.
a lot. But here's the deal, is it'll never, ever, ever happen again where you get more time off
Good.
and I work longer.
I'm still working no matter what. I'm still
reason
working.
your show
I'm still
rates so high at the beginning is because we go
We
long.
don't have ratings, so you wouldn't know that.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you can't even
But
use
I'm pretty sure it's the highest rated
Okay.
first 8 minutes of a show.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm glad you think so highly of yourself and so lowly of me. Thank you.
All right. Well, of course I do.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Chris Sims here. Okay. Let's play this Dell, and I want to make you work as opposed to just sitting there listening to us.
Is it bad that I can predict? So I always think it's if you're somebody that I can predict what you're going to say or do, or if I can predict you, it's never good. All I'm going to say is I'm going to predict that this is – I don't know what he's going to say, John, but tell me if this is right. I'm going to predict that he's got this wildly hot take that seems like it's for attention. I could be wrong, Is that what it is?
No,
Okay,
actually.
good. I'm glad to hear that.
No,
because
actually,
that's what I think of.
Well, listen and see if you agree or disagree with Chris Sims.
Bobby Slowick is not doing enough to help C.J. Stroud right now. C.J. Stroud right now is being misused, and it's a shame. When C.J. Stroud goes 10 for 30, there's an issue. It's the most accurate quarterback in football. Like I said on Sunday night, this is institutional. This is a problem with their offense overall.
You just saw those last 3 games for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Those are basically 2 of his worst 3 games. What was working last year?
Yeah.
Is it just that other defenses have figured it out?
I think so. I think there's a little bit of that. Here's my biggest problem. They're not teaching C.J. Stroud anything about pass protection or where he's got to go with the football. That shows up because when they get tricked with certain blitzes, you could tell C.J. Stroud is like, they said they were going to handle all these things. Where's my hot route? I didn't even know who we were supposed to blitz or not. They blitzed 5. We had 5 offensive linemen. I thought we'd be okay. That's kind of what they told me all week in meetings. They're doing a disservice to him. Nobody's really taught him about what's going on here and what happens if that guy doesn't come and this guy doesn't blitz and do all that. He's back
I
there
don't know.
wait, anybody open? Oh, wait, I think I'm protected.
No,
I'm gonna
that's
look
it.
around.
See,
Anybody
that's
open?
so
Yeah,
inaccurate.
think
I
that's
agree.
hard on him
Okay,
right
cut him off.
Yeah,
because that's crap.
Well, this
That's
is
crap.
like I'm gonna come in on my horse and make sure I ride in, and everyone knows. Look at me. Look at me telling you how good CJ is. This couldn't possibly be on him. Get on my horse, CJ. Let's ride away from here.
Well, he doesn't always do that.
Stop.
He rips feet.
No, he doesn't always do it, but that's what he did there.
No. Actually,
No one is
he
taught
wasn't.
him.
He wasn't inaccurate until he said that CJ doesn't know stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that
yeah.
no one has taught him. CJ knows protections.
CJ knows
what they're doing
well,
is just showing
better yet, CJ knows where to go with the football.
Typically, but I think he's right now confused like everyone is because they're showing it's those sims, John, that simulated pressure, these sim looks, which are really hot with. We saw it with the Vikings. So Flores does it where they show you the A-gap looks and they show you 6 up front and you're like, I don't know where it's coming from. And then simulated pressure has screwed the Texans left and right.
Well, even more than that.
Yeah.
He was right about this, though. He was right. They've got 5. We've got 5. And yet they still can't handle it. And he's right about that. He's right that even if everybody's got somebody on them, the Texans still can't block it.
Yeah, it isn't always games that are getting them beat.
No,
sometimes
they're
just pure
just
one-on-one
beat.
blocks. Yeah.
They're just getting beat. And he's not wrong about that. He's absolutely right. CJ 11 for 30 is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. As talented as he is, and CJ knows where to go with the football. But he just doesn't have the time to do it. And you know what? And Bobby Slowick had better figure it out. You know what?
And Strausser.
We are behind, but we've got some Bobby Slowick stuff that we have to get to. Bobby Slowick met the media, as did Matt Burke, and we've got some questions that are answered that will be answered on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we got John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, a company who, when you go to the website, you can go to daspitlaw.com. They've got an entire section that says practice areas. And under practice areas, if you click on that, you'll find out everything they do. Tractor accidents, those are usually going to be pretty heavy-duty injuries. You know, sometimes loss of limbs, things like that. You've got recovery from insurance previously. You've got non-subscriber work injuries, negligent security. John just finished a case, it would be high profile, but it's very under wraps, and it was a negligent security case that went on, and he got the win on that one. Of course, he's got work injury, wrongful death, workers' comp, truck accidents, product liability, premises liability, plant and refinery accidents. He had a massive win for refinery workers for an explosion that caused massive amounts of physical damage and mental stress and strain to them, a lot of PTSD, because it's these issues along the coast a lot of times require someone like John Daspit for personal injury law, because the work is dangerous, and when there's negligence that happens and the injuries that they sustain are major, and it's not just the hospital bills, it's the time missed from work, it's the pain and suffering, it's all of it. And you need somebody on your side who's going to fight for you and who's good at what they do. They're not just trying to get a settlement and get on to the next one where you're just a number. John Daspit wants you to win. He wants you to win big, and he wants to make sure that nobody takes advantage of you. And that's the way that I would want someone representing me. And that's what John Daspit does. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, personal injury attorneys here across the state of Texas who are helping people in need. It's John Daspit, 713 call now. That's 713 call now.
All right, this is ridiculous, but at Chastang Ford, what they're doing right now, if you own a Jeep, you switch, and you trade it in, for a Ford Bronco, up to $2,000 off, more than you were going to get anyway. If you're a Ram truck owner, you switch to the F-150, additional $2,000 off all other incentives. And check out the Bronco Sport, okay, packed with adventure, safety ratings, unbeatable versatility. I'm telling you, this is a great starter car for your kids. Special low financing available. Now's the perfect time to switch to Ford. Visit Chastang Ford. It's just 20 minutes from Pasadena, and find your perfect SUV. Limited time offers for Jeep owners and Ram owners. Let's go. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees at Chastang Ford. Customer-focused service. It's the best. It really is. It's got a high Google, 4.8 stars, over 1,000 reviews. Customers just trust Chastang Ford. I do. I buy all my stuff there. I buy all my vehicles there. You can trust them too. Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown, or chastangford.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, we got a caller, and then we'll get to this Bobby Slowick stuff. He's going to talk about the second half offensive struggles, and we'll hear from him directly about that. Who is our caller, though?
David?
Dave? Mm-hmm. Hey, Dave, come on in.
Hey, guys. I'm trying to get a sense of why there hasn't been sort of a push to hold Chris Strouser accountable. I know that there was sort of some Zapruder film that Aaron Wilson posted of floor carpet while talking to him yesterday, and he doesn't inspire confidence with his answers that echo sort of the Nico Ryan talking points of we've just got to do better. There's nothing that seems actionable or that drives confidence or inspires confidence of saying these are the actual things that we have to do. Like at some point, I would love to see, the ghost of Gary Kubiak floating around instead of Tony Dungy at practice, or John Benton, or somebody with any sort of offensive coaching prowess who can show what it is to to the players to work in this scheme, to understand their gap assignments, to understand whatever, to drive accountability. Like, I just get the sense that there is no one who's actually going to get in these players' asses and make them do what they have to do to hold them accountable, because they aren't going to police themselves. And so, also, this is a technical term that doesn't always, express correctly across languages. Chris Strouser, after looking at his picture, has what we'd say in Spanish, cara de pendejo.
No.
He just doesn't look like he makes good decisions.
No. It doesn't cross over different languages. No, David. And David does ask some tough questions though. Like, I think you have a problem where.
He did say that the players don't hold themselves accountable, but the players could hold themselves accountable,
mm-hmm.
right?
They could.
They could.
Do they?
Theoretically.
Yeah, it's possible.
Right.
Starts with your captain of the offensive line.
Right.
That's usually the guy that will. I mean, that's why he's the captain, because he's the guy that takes responsibility and holds others accountable. But it's not happening with the Texans, and it doesn't take many. You can ask around if when you know people around the Texans and inside the Texans on the team, on the staff, and they'll tell you. I mean, it's not a secret at the building that Laramie Tunsil's not an accountability guy. With that said, I think right now you may just have to get rid of some guys. I don't think the coaching needs to get better. Chris Strouser needs to get better. You can also coach people like. There were issues when he was at Indianapolis with picking up twists, and a lot of that's coaching. My dad and I have talked about it for years about things that happen. When I've looked on tape, he goes, "Okay, this guy needs to." There's two different ways you can pick this up. The best way is to switch off. Like, think of it like this: it's like in basketball. If somebody's coming over a pick, you can either try to fight through the pick, which is the hardest way to do it in the NFL, where you're trying to stay with your man, and to do that, you got to get on different levels. One guy has to set much deeper than the other one, so you have that room to do it. Mostly you're just switching off. The problem is it's so many problems right now. Like, they have low instincts. They don't recognize when they're being gamed up. They don't look around. They can't identify the front, like, okay, here's where the pressure comes. All you have to do is show the Texans pressure in one area and then bring it from the other area. That's one of the best ways to create a 5-on-3 situation where 5 guys are trying to block 3 guys on slide protection, and then you got guys coming off the other side that you didn't see where they were coming from off the slot. Like, there's things like that where sometimes the defense does a great job of just gaming you into problems. That's tip your hat to the defense coordinator for being able to deceive you. However, they're losing individual matchups, as you mentioned, John. They are not handling the twist well because they don't see it coming, so they're staying with the twister way too long. It opens up this giant hole in the middle. You've got, I think you've got accountability issues. I think it's I question whether or not your head coach and your offensive line coach are putting the screws to these guys. Do they feel like they can? Are they getting in people's asses? Is there the accountability there needs to be? I don't know, but if there isn't, get rid of some of these. You're going to have to make a coaching change.
Get rid of the coach.
Strouser's in a lot of trouble. I think he's in a lot of trouble right now. But the other thing is, maybe time to get 1 or 2 of these guys off the offensive line and move on to someone else. It may be time. Blake Fisher. I don't think it's crazy that Blake Fisher is your starting right tackle next year. I think there's a real possibility that happens, or left, depending on if the Texans get frisky.
Wait, you don't think he will be, or
I don't think there's any chance he's not. I think the chances are he will be. Yes.
Okay.
I think the chances are Blake Fisher will be a starter next year.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear from Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick.
Not cocky Bobby Slowick. This is real Bobby Slowick.
Real Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
The real Bobby Slowick talking about
not a radio
their
character.
Second half offensive struggles.
It all is, I bet you if you look at situational football, it's going to be very much the same. It's going to be in the first half, we're good at situational football. In the second half, we're not executing situational football well enough. There's no, people like to think there's some secret sauce between the first half, the second half. There's all these adjustments that happen. Everybody makes adjustments. We've talked about it before. You have subtle things that happen within a game. There's not one thing a defense is doing in the second half that's different than what they do in the first half. We're not doing our job as well, and that's been an emphasis for us for 3 weeks, and we got to keep straining on it.
So, yeah, listen. Guys talking about, I love it. We got a LSU family, and I hear constantly, he's not making the adjustments. They're not making the adjustments. This coaching staff sucks. But he just threw,
it's such a random.
But he just threw 3 interceptions.
Yeah,
that's not his. They're not making the adjustments.
That's a good one. It's always play calling and adjustments. Like play calling, it can be play calling, but when somebody throws to a certain receiver, that's not necessarily play calling. That could be the coverage. That could be a quarterback making a bad read. It could be like play calling is a general term that you can get away with just saying the play calling's bad. Like sometimes it is, sometimes it's not play calling, it's execution. But adjustments is one of my favorite because I used to always think about, and I do think there are certain adjustments you can make. And then I actually talked to a coach who's in games who I, used to live with when I was a kid. And I said, Dad, what are some adjustments you can, I think I said one time, Dad, why don't they adjust to this, that, or the other? And he goes, Lancey, do you have any idea what happens in a halftime? And we brought this up with Steve McKinney one time. He said, do you have any idea what happens in halftime? You go in, you try to take a crap. The players try to take a crap as fast as they can. Literally, they use the bathroom. They get something quick to eat, like oranges or whatever. And then, you go with your position group. And he said, all I've got is we'll take a look at some things that they've done. But that's it. He goes, you don't really make a lot of, mostly
you that in between series. I mean,
he said mostly you can't make major adjustments once you have the install in. Mostly you can't make major adjustments.
Especially in a 12, it's literally 12 minutes. 12 minutes from the time it ends to the time you running into the locker room, back out, it's 12 minutes. That's how long an NFL halftime.
12 total.
12 total minutes in NFL
and that's
halftime.
not counting using the bathroom. That's not counting getting your uniform back. Steve McKinney told us, we don't have time to do anything. You go there, your head coach, your offensive line coach yells at you for a little bit, and then you go back out. Right. And that's all it is.
College is more. And college, I mean, you're teaching guys more. But you could do that in between series while they're sitting on the sidelines. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you can always make. How about this adjustment? When they do a twist, you pick up the guy that's coming from the end, and then the tackle, you pick up the tackle.
Yeah, well,
how about that adjustment?
We already know that,
right?
That's already coached. Most of your adjustments happen after the game where it doesn't happen again. But a great example of that is LSU against A&M. They weren't ready for it. They had not practiced for Marcel Reed and the different zone scheme. I mean, the zone read looks they were going to get, and they could not stop them. It was a nightmare. And what happened the next week?
That's so silly, though, because they faced it so many times. Like, this is the first time they've ever faced a zone install. And he did it 4 straight series. I mean, they're on the sideline while the offense is on the field.
That's why your adjustments. God. That's why you're dealing with players who are not robots. I mean, the players. This is not repetition.
But they've seen this over and over.
You don't get reps
again
to stop it. You don't. And the A&M starts throwing. You think that the play caller is going to show you. But John, you just made the point. You don't make a bunch of adjustments.
But you listen. I remember in a season we hadn't run a play since preseason, and I remember everything that was supposed to happen. We called it in like week 7, 8, or 9, whatever, 7 or 8.
With all due respect,
and it was like because you remember stuff. You don't remember how to wait a minute. You don't remember how to defend a zone read quarterback.
That's not it. It's easier said than done. You've got a guy speeding this way. The zone read stuff they were running, which I thought was brilliant, was they were running hard jet sweep looks, basically the hard motion across that they were given the fake. So you got a hard flow that way, and then Marcel would go the exact opposite way with the lead blocker. Like you got to button down exactly who has which responsibilities. That's a look that you may not have seen from them, honestly. And you certainly didn't the whole week.
But you've seen it over and over and over again.
I think it's
not this week you didn't, but you've seen it.
Just telling you, the whole conversation we had is about how adjustments are hard to make. And I just told you, I'm just saying from a coach's standpoint, they say it's extremely hard to adjust in-game. Extremely hard to make in-game adjustments. And then what happened the next week? So so the defense coordinator, who did an amazing job that whole game until he saw Reed, They were nothing in the second half. And then what happened when South Carolina had studied it and prepared all week? Marcel Reed was a whole different guy and not the same good one.
Well, but Marcel Reed was good before that when they had
Yeah.
I mean, South Carolina bombarded them.
Right. But they were prepped for
17 early points.
They were prepped for him. Marcel didn't go off on them.
I mean, it wasn't just because Marcel Reed, when people had time for him, Marcel Reed was still good before. South Carolina just kicked their ass.
But your point was an accurate point initially. It's the adjustments.
All right.
That's not always it, man. Do your
job.
Well,
we'll hear from Bobby Slowick about that as another. There's another one that's pretty good too.
He gets deep in the muck now. He gets some coach speak on you here technical stuff.
Wait till you hear the next one. But first, let's hear from Hogue Landscape Services. Let's hear from people who are out there every single day, and they'll come once a week to your home, and they'll trim the backyard, and they'll mow the yard. They'll do all the trimming. They will take care of your trees. They will take care of your bushes and your flowers. They will plant. They will do all of the things that you want on a weekly basis. But it's more than that. The initial look at this backyard and putting in of a volleyball court, a basketball court, a pickleball court, a bocce ball. They can put in a pool. They can put in a hot tub. They can put in your kitchen. They can put it all in as well. That's where you're getting a value that you're not getting from any of these other landscape services. Sure, the cut the yard. Yeah. We'll do that. We'll do that. Take care and treat. I mean, now the Hogue Landscape Services goes to extremes on that as well. Don't get me wrong. They're going to make sure that your trees are all healthy and everything else. But the initial one where they design a backyard for you, holy cow, it is incredible. So go to their website and see for yourself. HOGUELS.com. HOGUELS.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Zadig Jewelers, chance for you to get the very best watches. They buy, they sell, they trade. Only the biggest names in the whole world are at Zadig Jewelers, and they are an exclusive boutique for many of the top brands where they have cutouts inside the beautiful 28,000 square foot facility where you can see all these exclusive timepieces that are going to be difficult to find anywhere else in the entire state, because they are a boutique location, meaning they get the exclusive timepieces. If you love a great watch, an incredible watch, it's something that can be passed down from generation to generation. It's something that can be bought, sold, and traded, just like art is often done. A lot of people do that with watches. And so Zadig Jewelers they're right there in the game with you. They'll buy from you, they sell to you, and they'll also trade with you. But did you know, for a lot of people, you can get top-notch, high-end watches that have been pre-owned that are in beautiful condition, and they're ready for you to own it at a discounted rate. So whatever you're looking for, Zadig Jewelers has it when it comes to watches. Even the master craftsmen who've been certified in across the variety of watchmakers there are out there. These master craftsmen can fix your watch. It's Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
All right, we're going to get to Bobby Slocum. One thing we haven't even mentioned yet. What about the Rockets? What about Cam Whitmore is in the G League? He is 1 for 18 from three-point range this season. And they said, you know what? Instead of just sitting here, go get your stroke back. And the G League, I wonder how Cam has taken that.
I mean, not great.
I can't imagine. Well, I can't imagine that he was all that happy just sitting there watching every game, playing 4 minutes a game. I can't imagine that. So, now getting sent down. One of the reasons, listen, the only reason that Cam Whitmore was the 20th pick is because of his attitude. That's it. It wasn't his talent. He's a talented guy, but his attitude was such that, nobody wanted to touch him. The Rockets had a decision between him and Podziemski. And the way that kid is playing now, you'd be like, oh, wow. And you know what? And I'll tell you, serious. They were like, we're not sure. Cam he's fallen all the way to here. Wow, that is awesome that he's fallen here to us. But we like this Podziemski kid too. And I remember, I don't think I'm speaking out of school. They said to Tillman, "Hey, which one do you want?" He goes, "That's not my job. You guys gotta own it. And if it doesn't work out, it's on you. Don't ask me." So yeah. And they chose Cam Whitmore, and he's a guy that, I went to the game, the Dallas game. They're one of their last games of the season last year. Maybe it was even their last game. I forget. Or one of the last games. And I sent you guys a picture. It's a 1-point game with 7 to 8 seconds left, or in the last minute of the game. And everybody's standing up watching the game. And Cam Whitmore is leaning back in his chair, not even watching the game, because he's not in it. So that dude is got to. I think I really do, and I said this earlier this way. I think a change of scenery. I think he's going to be a guy that
he's always been that guy.
You mentioned Jamal Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
Jamal Crawford played for a lot of teams.
He did.
Yeah,
that's why
Gerald Green played for a lot of teams.
Yeah,
I think Cam Whitmore is going to probably wear out his welcome at places, but he's so talented that he's going to be able to, he's going to find jobs.
But Jamal actually settled into a role where he was a primary guy. But for a long time he was high volume shooter, but then he finally later in his career locked in. Gerald Green was always a transient player who had great talent. I think that's what Cam's going to be. I think Cam's going to end up being that too, which is fine, but I don't think it's going to be at the Rockets. The more you look at it, you just can't find, especially if Jalen Green is going to be a part of the long-term build-out, which I do think he is going to be long-term part of what the Rockets for at least the next 2 years, the Rockets are going to buy in all the way with Jalen, which I'm fine with. I'm cool. He seems like he's got his head in the right place. He's not drippy Jalen. If he is, it's certainly not consuming him. I think basketball, I think he's got his attention on basketball the way it's supposed to be. And if that's the case, Amen Thompson is getting minutes. Reed Shepherd's getting minutes. Fred VanVleet is going to be here at least for this year, probably not next year, but Cam doesn't play any point guard. So it's irrelevant. I just don't see enough minutes for him to be happy.
Well, I got to reiterate that. I got to retell that. They were on about the 17th or 18th pick, and Podziemski and Cam Whitmore were both there, and they were trying to decide. Podziemski went one pick in front.
Oh, okay.
But they were sitting there, and they were going, okay, if it comes down, if the Warriors don't draft Podziemski, what do we do? And Podziemski went right in front of him, so Cam Whitmore was sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And Tillman, and they asked Tillman, and Tillman was like, that ain't on me. That's on you. That's your job. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Let's hear from Bobby Slow. So a lot of times, and this is something he answered about looks, and we talk about this. And you know what? And this is where CJ comes in, and CJ comes in big. And that stuff that Chris Sims was saying earlier, I just stop already. They don't teach kid. He doesn't know what to do because they don't teach him. Stop already. CJ Stroud knows more football and studies more football than anybody.
Well, I don't even think that was a shot at CJ. Do you? I think it was a shot.
I think it was a shot at the staff, but I think it's belittling CJ. He doesn't know because they're not teaching him
he's
anything.
saying don't blame CJ. Don't blame poor CJ.
Well,
it's
CJ
the
knows
bad people.
CJ knows stuff.
He's coached. He knows stuff.
See, you listen to CJ talk about a play developing his rookie year, and it was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
This guy knows. He goes, I could have gone down here, but I went up here to Dalton Schultz because of that safety. I mean, took one misstep. I mean, CJ knows ball. And so Bobby Slowick was asked about looks. And he talks about, okay, we didn't get the look that we wanted here. And it was asked, what is that? Here he is explaining, and it was really long and drawn out to begin with. And he says, well, here's an example. We've got a play design for Tank. And he takes it from here. Here's Bobby Slowick.
I'm probably calling a play thinking that Tank is going to get the ball if we get the coverage we're expecting. If we don't get the coverage we're expecting, we have other answers on the field that our quarterback's going to get to. Or in the run game, I might call a zone play thinking we're going to get some certain look or certain front. And, man, we'll be able to get inside downhill fast as we can. Well, all of a sudden they've stemmed their front, and now they got a whole lot of bodies inside the tackles. We either got to build in a can or we got to figure out a way where we can block and handle that where we're not going backwards. We're still getting 3 yards of carry. So it's really built into it's a lot of preparation. It's how you build it into the game plan. It's not necessarily how you call it, if that makes sense. You just got to make sure you have answers for what is going to be presented to you as you go. And how that always comes together is what's fun about the game planning process, because every week is different. Even when you play division opponents and you play them the second time, like the combination of things or the people they have out there is different than it was the first time.
Okay. So, and that's adjustments too, but those are in play adjustments, and those are CJ, and those are the offensive linemen as well, as he just mentioned.
Big offensive line. If we're talking run game stuff, when he mentioned stem in the front, what that means for people who don't know the term, the stem in the front, when you see all of a sudden a late shift where defensive front shifts over like one gap, now all of your responsibilities, you have to recalculate in about 1 second about what you're going to do, where you're going to go. Only way you do that up front in a run game is to have an offensive line that's all on the same page from a continuity standpoint, and they just know what they're going to do. They know what they're going to do. And Eric Winston, I once had a conversation with him, and I asked him one time, I said, what do you and Mike Brazel do, once you have these different looks and teams? He goes, dude, we just know. He goes, it's hard to explain, but Brazel and I know there's certain looks that we think the same, like, you know what, I'm going to go up and get this guy. He said, it's not hard, fast rules. He said, it's a matter of, I just knew with Brazel that if a look was showed, I would get to another look. That
is so funny because last year, they had so many different offensive line combinations. We talk about this all the time.
Continuity.
That an offensive line is a unit. You talk to offensive linemen, they were like, I just got a look from the guard, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. And we saw something, but we knew exactly what we were going to do because we've been next to each other, and we know exactly how the other one thinks. Well, this offensive line has been together. This offensive line is the unit. They had all preseason. They've worked together before. And it could have been worse, and it can't be worse. When it should be getting better, it can't be worse right now. And that's the killer for me is this was not supposed to be an issue with this football team. You got all these first rounders. You got all of these talented guys.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
How is it that they've broken down so badly these last 3 games? What in the hell has happened to the continuity and maybe it's just ability. I mean, Kenyon Green was getting he was getting killed. He was getting going the wrong way on twists and stunts. And I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, but too many of these guys are not playing to their. Like if your ability, you said, all right, on a scale of 1 to 100, the ability for Laramie Tunsil is a 92, almost like a Madden rating, right? Laramie's ability rating is a 92. Titus Howard is an 80. Shaq Mason is a 81. The center Juice Scruggs, you think he's a 79, and Kenyon Greens is a 70. If you had numbers that you assign them, do you think any of those guys are playing up to their numbers? Any of them on an individual basis?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
Although we do have to start acknowledging the run game is working because Joe does have, like, they are doing stuff in the run game without question. But we just know you can't win without throwing a ball. You can't win without running, but you also can't win without throwing a ball. You got to be able to.
I would much prefer they pass block much better than run block.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, you got to keep CJ healthy. You're going to be gaining a hell of a lot more yards through the passing game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice to run the football. That's great. But getting CJ killed, it's a bad option.
Yeah, passing the ball can also help you run the ball. I mean,
that's absolutely true.
The inverse is true. Running the ball helps you pass.
Well, they were a better offense last year, and they couldn't run the football. Pierce couldn't get on the field. And you had Motor.
Singletary was okay. He was okay.
He was all right. He was okay, but he wasn't. Did
a lot of it on his own, though. Like, he had to make.
The reason they were good last year is because they threw the way CJ threw the ball.
Oh man, they're saying make CJ great again.
Well, that
is what that's in the Twitch. It just said make CJ great
again.
Hey,
big ups to Bravo 2X. He said, Bobby breaking this down is how I play Madden. Call a play, look at the defense, make the adjustment. I'm basically the best OC in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Big ups, Bravo 2X.
Hope you didn't read his other thing where he came after you.
Nominating yourself as the best OC in the world.
He took a shot. He took a shot at you earlier about breaking stuff down. And he was ugly. So now you're giving big ups to him.
What did he say about me?
I'm not going to tell you because you're going to say bad things about one of our listeners.
No, I can call him a D-weed if I want.
That's what I'm saying.
But in the meantime, you need to talk about Quick Assist.
Look, I'm telling you, I don't care what anyone in a chat function says. Quick Assist is the most important company that's been created, I would say, at least in the last 3 decades. Because now that some may think that's hyperbole, but if you're looking to sell your tickets, if you're a season ticket holder for any event, I mean, any sporting event, all the pros, and then, of course, college football, college basketball, those are the 2 biggest ones, right? Well, that is a major opportunity for you with Quick Assist, because what they do is they list your tickets, whatever your tickets are, they'll list them on 15 plus websites out there, all the major ticket websites, the resale sites. So they list them on all of them, not just one where you'd have to individually do this and then individually take them off as fast as you can once they were sold. They list them across the spectrum of websites that sell tickets. And then they change the prices depending on the flow of supply and demand and what the marketplace is doing. And then they can make those across the board instantaneously, and then they pull your tickets off or your listings off once your tickets sell. They got 100% success rate in selling tickets, and they're going to sell them for the highest amount of money that you're going to find. It's no hassle for you. It's dumb not to use Quick Assist. Why do it yourself when you can expand it into so many more eyes and so much more money through Quick Assist? It's Quick Assist. Download the app. Quick ASYST. Quick Assist. That is your opportunity to sell tickets at the best prices today.
Dream Rate. That's my man. Kent Jones over there. Kent Jones is kicking ass. Kent Jones kicks ass all the time. Kent Jones is ready for you to get your mortgage on. Let's go. If you're looking for the best way to actually buy, I mean, it's a house, okay? You're going to I can do this myself. No. You want professional help. You want someone who knows what I wish I had Kent Jones. I threw away. Yeah, you any idea how much money we threw away buying our houses because we didn't have Kent Jones on our side? Because Kent Jones didn't tell us what the best mortgage would be for us? Didn't have all of these different, and there are a ton of them. There are a ton of different charges that Kent Jones, I don't want to say he knows how to get around them, but he certainly knows how to save you money on a lot of different things. He has saved. I'm not saying that he's going to do this for you, but he's got a track record of 1,400 mortgages he's done, over 1,400 career closings, right? Most of them right here in the city of Houston. And he has saved, this is not an exaggeration, it's not hyperbole, people thousands and thousands of dollars just at the signing day, not let alone what you can save in your mortgage as well. So if you're going to get a home, you get a broker, and the broker is Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, Bravo 2X is a D-weed. That's all. Yeah, I saw an ugly thing he said. F you, Bravo 2X.
See,
I hate the way you break. I hate the way you break things down.
Wow.
Okay.
I told you that you were shouting them out. I shouldn't even told you. You could have been thought you guys were good friends.
No, we're not good friends.
No one in the chat is good friends with anybody. They're independent contractors.
Yeah. No,
okay?
There's a bunch.
They're friends today and they're enemies tomorrow.
There's a bunch of D-weedery going on there. There's no question.
I tend to like them.
Yeah, I do too. I want to see who they're killing.
You know who you are.
And I caught it. Okay.
They know who they are. You kind of know what
happens.
Yeah.
Everybody catches it every once in a while.
At some point. They seem to like Dell, though. That's what I like. Is they always tell them, shut up, Dell. Dell, you're super regarded. They're using regarded as a new word.
Oh, Dell, they love you though.
Mm-hmm.
They always have.
Dell won't do what people says. So
yeah, I'm aware of their love for me. I mean, it's the worst people have a problem with you. Then you're winning. Like they're the worst people. I mean, let's be honest.
Oh my!
There's nothing likable about them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad they have a group of incels to talk to, but
DW coupons.
Incels.
I'm glad they found each other. That's great for them. But I'm glad they can get it all out there because we don't want them roaming around the real world with their ideas.
Shut up, Dell. Kayate Dell. Shut up, Dell.
Look, I don't talk about them until you guys prompt me to. I don't think about them much at all, but you guys bring them up to me all the time, and it's like 4chan in there, and I'm glad they have each other.
He
That's
just
all.
said, well, the guy that Bravo says, I'm always bleep talk Granado. I'm the only one that can hold him accountable for these 90s takes, which I don't know what that means.
What
but
90s takes?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
He's a you're a D-weed, Bravo 2X.
See, you like them, and now you don't like them.
No, I liked what he said. I said, he named himself the greatest offensive coordinator in the world because on Madden he makes adjustments.
Well, he's saying, if Bobby said that, then I am too.
Even bigger D-weed. He's an even bigger D. I'm the greatest. Stop. All right. So, Rockets tonight, Texans Sunday. We got a nice slate of college football. Dell, you got Ole Miss over Georgia?
I didn't say that. Did I say that?
No, Josh Pate did.
Josh Pate did, yeah.
it's a spot where if you don't believe Carson Beck can get himself under control with all the turnovers, you look at that Ole Miss team. They have been in this position several times over the last couple of years where can Ole Miss make a statement under Lane Kiffin? Can they finally get one of these games that people think if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now? I have my doubts about Jackson Dart in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
I think Georgia's D-line can overwhelm Ole Miss. I'll stick with Georgia until Ole Miss shows me that they're capable.
Very coverable number and winnable game. But when Josh Pate speaks, I tend to listen because but at the same time, man, is Lane Kiffin ready to win a game like this? When's the last time he won a game like this? There's always hype around it, and he never does it.
And Jackson Dart, too. He has not come up big in big games. No. So, yeah.
I couldn't get on board, but I'll remember it. Like I'll remember it if Josh wins that one again after the South Carolina call against A&M, because he said exactly how the game would go. If he's able to hit this one too, and Josh knows his ball, I can't. To me, I'm not betting Ole Miss. I would be betting Lane Kiffin, and I can't do that. He doesn't win in these spots.
Yeah,
and you're going against Kirby. Really, you think you're going to beat Curb in one of these spots? You're going to have to show me before I believe it. Because the only person that beat Curb this year, it took they dropped a 28-0 lead or whatever, and Curb came back and took a lead on you in your house. So I don't know. And then it took a 74-yard pass touchdown to win that game. Let's just see. Let's see on Ole Miss. Good game. Hey, it could be a win in your in scenario for Ole Miss, but if they lose, they're obviously eliminated from playoff contention. What happens if they beat Georgia? What does that do to Georgia? Georgia's still in the top 12, I would assume. Have to be.
Yeah, but Ole Miss is then they're knocking on the door.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, you're going to have 4 SEC teams.
That's going to be a 2-loss team now. Georgia will be a 2-loss team now. They move to the back. So it's despite what everybody still got Georgia. It's the probable national champion.
But their losses would be to Alabama and Ole Miss and these are two teams that have lived for a chunk of the year inside at least the top 12 and in many cases the top 10. Like those are good teams you're losing to too. That's an SEC schedule. That's much tougher.
Oh, absolutely. That's why there's going to be 4 SEC teams and 4 Big 12 teams.
Is Tennessee in?
Big 10 teams in it.
Well, Tennessee has Georgia next week, so we talk about eliminator games. If Georgia loses,
I mean, look at that.
They'll play.
Georgia's got another team in the top 10.
Georgia's got to go
Georgia's got another team in the top 10. And by the way, we didn't even mention Texas, who they disposed of. Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, Tennessee. Y'all need to stop. The SEC's not playing. It means more here. It just means more here. Yes, Texas is SEC country. There's 2 SEC teams here.
This part of the Texas is Big 12 country.
Yeah, no, sir.
No. Yes,
Texas A&M and Texas are SEC teams.
Are we in College Station?
More here.
Are we in College Station or
We're
Austin?
an hour and a half away from College Station.
We have a Power 4 conference team in this city who's hot, and we're talking to the coach at 9.
They are red hot.
They are, but I don't think they're going to make the play. I don't think they're making the playoffs.
This is Big 12 country.
Is it Big 12 country?
Yes.
I mean, Houston should be, but until you get Rice in the Big 12, I cannot agree.
We have a Big 12 team.
We need Houston teams.
All right,
if
quickly.
TSU gets in the Big 12,
No.
then we're officially
All
Big
right,
12.
quickly, what conference is Rice in?
Easy. Probably like Sun Belt or AAC or
It's the American.
Yeah? Okay.
They're in the American.
You run out of conferences. You got like Mountain West, AAC. Is Conference USA still a thing?
Yes.
That's what I thought. I thought they had that still. Who's in that?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Do you know any Conference USA teams, John?
Conference USA?
Without looking at
Is UAB in Conference USA?
It's
could be Sunbelt.
Coastal Carolina.
You're looking at it.
No, I'm not.
Who name some more Conference USA teams?
Conference USA teams. I'm going to say, Florida, Atlantic.
Which one? International or
guess.
Atlantic?
International Atlantic.
No.
Those are 2 different teams.
I believe I think they might be in the Sun Belt.
Let
me look. Let's see. They are not in Conference USA.
Okay.
We got the same.
East Carolina.
No. They're an American team. They have been for a little bit now.
Okay. No one knew that.
I did.
That's
I just
impossible
told, I just
to
told
know.
All right,
you.
forget I
No,
just said.
I-
Forget
you
I
don't
said-
know.
No, because
You
Forget I
don't
said
know.
it. Forget I
just
said
told you.
anything.
They used to play. They used to play the Cougs, so I
This
do
is
know.
totally my
You don't
fault
know.
for playing
I
a
do
game of.
know.
Do you think other radio stations are beating us right now? Like at this very moment when they're talking Texans and this is on me, by the way. I'm saying
Yeah,
this is my fault.
Take some blame.
Yeah, I'm taking the blame and I'm being accountable. I'm not-
FIU is in Conference USA,
See?
but Florida,
That's what I said.
but Florida Atlantic is not, which is actually what you said.
I said Florida International Atlantic is what I called it.
It's not. That's not one school. That's
Oh,
two. You
I
combined.
covered my ass.
We got Jacksonville State, Sam Houston State, La Tech, Liberty, FIU, Middle Tennessee. So the greats.
All the greats.
All the greats.
All the greats.
Diego Pavia's former school, New Mexico State's in Conference USA.
What? Before Diego Pavia, New Mexico State was like the worst program in the country, and then they're going to beat Auburn. I mean, Diego Pavia he's the Heisman Trophy guy. He should win the Heisman Trophy. That's who should.
The numbers probably won't allow him, but he's a great story. And
Great story.
He is a great story.
Yeah. All right, let's catch up. We're still way behind. We got Willie Fritz at the top of the hour. 5 Stars going to give you winners. Warehouse Live guy, we got that at the bottom of the hour. He's in a bad place though. He's like on some deserted island with his wife, so he's not sure the phone. I've got his picks.
I can do the pick. Oh, okay. I was going to say I could just be. You could pick against me this week.
Yeah, no,
and I give away
Justin
Justin stuff.
You know, he wants to give it away. He doesn't want somebody who knows what they're doing. So he wants to give away another. And we'll be playing. We're going to be playing for the December 20th game. That'll be against the Pacers. That's a good game. So there we have it. Right now, though, we're talking about Doc Linville. Okay, somebody mentioned him on Twitter a little bit earlier today. Somebody needed Doc Linville. If you need Doc Linville, let's do it. Let's listen. Don't call Doc Linville when it's already too late. All right. If you're a cue ball already, let me get hair back. No. Okay. You want to do it now. You want to do it before when it's starting, your hairline is starting to recede, or you notice that there's a bald spot, a little bit of a bald spot, and it's starting to grow. This is when you call Doc Linville. All right. Let him use the PRP to stimulate your growth, or you can, hold on. Bless me. You can get the neografting as well. So let Doc Linville decide for you what's best for you. And he can also help you with your abs. If you're starting to get a gut, he can help you with that. He can help you with your skin. All right. He can help you with that. The whole make you look a lot better, your eyes, everything. And it's not like you're going to have surgery. It's not surgery. It is just a process. But there's the deal: is Doc is doing it here for us guys as well. He's been doing it for women for years, and now he's doing it for us. You want to look better. You want to feel better. You want to get that hair. Don't go bald. You can stop it. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Well, it looks like Alex Bregman is open to go into move into second base, because that was the talk that the Red Sox and possibly the Yankees looking at. And I can see I think, you know who's a favorite is the Yankees. They got to have a guy. They need to make a move for clutch. They're going to lose Soto. Did you see the number? Did you see the number that he's putting out there for Soto?
I'm trying to remember if I saw it. I'm going to guess it's 500.
Oh, higher.
600 million, 10 at 60.
13 years, 611. It's 47 a year. 47 a year.
Well,
now,
47 a year does not feel like it's going to be crazy, but he's trying to get 13 years.
13 years.
Good Lord, let that man have a
he's
degenerative back condition.
Are you forgetting that he's only like 14 years old? Okay.
He's young.
Remember how many times they mentioned his age in the World Series?
Yeah, and that was in 19, so we're going to be 6 years past that. But no, he's young. Like, you could give him a longer contract. Problem with longer contracts is basically that's the length of 2 long contracts in baseball.
He's going into free agency at what, 25?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
He was here at 19?
26, maybe 25, yeah.
I could give him 13 years.
No, you
can. He's going to be 38.
You can. He's 20. Well, you know what? He's 26. He just turned 26. So you can give him 13 years. They'll put him 39. They'll make him 39 and a half. I mean, you know that at least 2 years are going to be dead years, probably not great years, maybe more than that. The problem you run into with these contracts isn't just the problem you run into is what happens if they get an issue with the back, an injury to a knee, shoulder, or back. Yeah. And it becomes an issue where it doesn't heal properly. It becomes arthritic, things like Jeff Bagwell had with his shoulder. That's the real problem is you get these long contracts and there's one injury, you're screwed. Now, you do have insurance that will take care of that from a real money standpoint, but they are, it could be anchors in terms of the ability to make a move and not get, not deal with the consequences of how much real money does have to come out of your pocket. I don't know. We'll see. He's going to get a minimum of 12 years, and most teams, John, will want to they will want to spread it out. I mean, 13 years is not outrageous. I could see that happening. 47 million, over under 45.5 million.
At what point is Tatis going to say, "What in the hell did I do?"
Well,
14 year, 340 million, which is 24.2 per year. Soto, just 3 years later, is going to double that contract, almost double what he's making per year. And so Tatis,
now they gave Tatis his money way early.
Yeah,
early.
And they also and also that firm that lent him money when he was in the minors, they got a nice piece of it.
You got in bed with the loan shark, so
yep.
Congratulations.
Yep. Oh, boy, what a great deal that was for them.
But they take a lot of losses, that company. I watch that Real Sports on them. They're really interesting. They're led by a former major league player. And then what they do is they typically will target, it happens to be Latin American players a lot, but they will target minor leaguers that they think have a good upside. And what they'll do is they'll say, look, we'll give you $1 million right now. We want, I think it's 25% of your contract for the rest of your life, depending on what you do. Maybe they'll give you $2 million. I got to see what some of the numbers were. But I think it's 25, John. I think it's either 20 or 25%. And these guys, a lot of them, they want a chance to shine early on. They want their money early on. Like there's just no patience. And so they say, yeah, hell yeah. Let me get this $1 million right now. And I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy that and buy that. And then when you make it big, if you don't make it big, there's no, hey, you got money and they're out of luck because you don't end up being a major league player. But if you become Tatis, you were on a discount the rest of your life for that one little piece of cheese that you got up front. Yeah,
and Tatis's dad was a major leaguer. Why are you taking money up front? What is wrong with you? And giving up your career money. Goodness.
I mean, he's paid. I think he's paid pretty reasonably, honestly. He after 21, where he had the 42 home run year, he didn't play in 22, as you remember. He had 25 home runs in 23. He had 21 last year, which I'd take that from my shortstop. If Jeremy Pena, his RBIs this year, he had 49 RBIs. He played in 102 games, so he missed 60. He missed 60 games. He had 49 RBIs during that time. Like, it's still Tatis right now is not worth the length of contract. Not really. Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, he had, well, that's right. It was injury and PED suspension back in 22. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want guys who miss 60 games. I'm not really interested in paying them for 13 years because of injury.
Well, he's
They're
a good
missing
player,
games.
man.
Yes, he's a good player, but you got to play. We said that about Carlos Correa. When you can't play, it's an issue. You miss 60 games, man, that's a lot. That's a lot of games to miss. He's missed 162, 21, and 60 in his last 3 years.
Way too much. Way too much. All right. Let's catch up because we got Willie Fritz at the top of the hour. We want to make sure we give got enough time. Why don't you talk about Craig DeSurf?
I'll tell you about Craig. Let me tell you about some of the offers that they have right now, because that's the most important thing that I talk about is finding you ways to save money and get the best cars. And let's see, which one do I want to choose today? I tell you what, I'm going to choose the GMC side today. Right now, you have new GMC Sierra 1500 vehicles, completely incredible, because they can make it what you want it, what you are, right? So if you say I'm hardworking, I'm well equipped, and I'm off-road ready, well, that just happens to be what this GMC Sierra vehicle is as well, and it's a luxury ride. So not only do you have the workspace, not only do you have the power for whatever the job you have, not only is it off-road ready, it's also a luxury ride. And they have deals going on right now. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab with a 4-wheel drive and 5.3-liter V8 engine. Find your truck right now at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. GMC, we are professional grade.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our final segment before we hit Willie Fritz, then 5-star, then Justin, Warehouse Live guy, and then News of the Weird. So this is our last chance to take some calls. So let's take a call, and it's Garrett is here first. What's up, Garrett?
What's up, guys? I'm a little disappointed, though, because you could name a Conference USA team that's only an hour away from the studios. You know, the St. Houston Bearcats, second season FBS, and they're currently in the running for the conference championship for football. They beat Rice this year. They beat Texas State this year at NRG. They play Liberty in a couple weeks. So it's definitely a great year. Do you want the list of the other names on that conference? Maybe jog the memories of some?
We mentioned FIU and New Mexico State. We got to those.
And you mentioned
that's been what I was calling in.
You mentioned that Dal. You mentioned that Sam Houston State was in that conference.
I did. He was too busy dialing. But I understand not mentioning, as he said, a team close to home and playing well. But yeah, but we got to them too.
They're a little more than an hour away, by the way.
That's true.
Well, it depends on how fast you're driving.
Well, obviously, they could be 1 minute away if I was flying, but they're really about an hour and a half from the city or a little bit more. But congratulations on a very nice season. Good luck with your conference championship.
By the way, I think I'm invited. I think I need to go see, speaking of good luck, you know, this thing that y'all have created, my brother also thinks I'm a jinx because they've lost like every game I've gone to with his team at Tomball. And so I got my sister-in-law sent an email. He had already told me, you can't come to these games. You can come to this game, is what he said. And then so I got an invite. My sister-in-law sent this, and it's literally, it says it's like a real invite on my phone. And it says, you are cordially invited to this game and only this game. Tomball Cougars against Klein Forest Eagles. I guess they think that's going to be a W. Hate to create bulletin board material.
Say that on the air.
Friday, November 8th, 7 p.m., Tomball ISD Stadium. You can RSVP to, and she gave me her number if I want to go to the game. So they said, you can go to this game, and that's it. Because not even you can screw this game up. This is such a bunch of bull crap. I'm not a jinx for Texas. I helped Texas win a national championship in 2006 with Vince Young when I was there with my wife. So her thinking I'm a jinx, like that's dumb. Now, the Astros don't typically win when I'm there, but they don't win at home, period. They don't win at home.
Yeah,
they just don't, especially in the postseason. The only jinx that we're talking about is me in postseason. Who's got a winning record with the Astros at going to games at home? Nobody.
Me.
Nobody. No, you don't. Have you been to games since 21? Then you've lost. You've done nothing but take a bunch of losses.
I got a good record.
You can't. They don't win at home.
Yes, they do.
And not without trash cans banging. I had that. Joe Kelly told me. Joe Kelly and who's the other? Bellinger. Was it Bellinger said it or was it Bellinger, the other guy that we hated? Yeah. Can't believe people wanted hopefully Cody Bellinger's hopefully we pick him up before the trade deadline or as a free agent. He's one of those guys that I'm sorry. I never want Bellinger. Never did, never will. There's never a time I want Bellinger on the team. And you know what? Frankly, I would never want Draymond on the team either. Can't have Draymond. There's certain guys that I will never want on my sports teams. I can't think of one for the Texans. Like, I don't really have that.
If the Astros signed Joe Kelly, I'm done.
Yeah, no, they would never do that. Joe Kelly would never sign. Joe Kelly would retire before.
No, if they gave him money, Joe Kelly would come.
I don't believe he would. He knows he would be beaten.
Joe Kelly is a POS.
Joe Kelly would not come here. He'd be beaten in the streets, and he knows that.
All right.
He would get beaten in the streets. He cannot make a living here. He cannot live here. He cannot have a house here. You just can't.
We got to find out what Gilbert thinks of the Texans game on Sunday night.
I'm sure that's what he's here to talk about.
Yeah. Gilbert, what are the Texans going to win Sunday night?
Well, no, they didn't bring no steak yet anyway.
So I guess that's a no. No one
Yeah,
is.
nobody's
Don't bring me steak and win, okay?
Yeah.
If somebody don't bring no steak, they'll lose anyway, you know.
Uh-oh.
Save that.
So those
Cut that
people-
and save that.
people that, look there, you know,
If somebody don't bring me, if somebody
If
don't bring
somebody
me
don't bring
steak,
me
they're
steak,
gonna lose anyway.
anyway.
Keep that Dell forever. I feel like that should be my man. Like, I kind of like the way Gilbert runs this whole operation. If somebody don't bring me this, then something bad's going to happen for you. I need to start using that for my wife. Hey, if I don't get something, we'll just call it steak. If somebody don't bring me some steak,
Taco.
somebody's going to lose.
Nachos?
Used to be nacho, but I say, but now I've changed it. Hey, if somebody don't bring me some steak, we're going to lose. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Texans are going to lose.
chili.
And chili steak.
Make sure it's chili.
Specifically.
Time and steak and french fries.
Yep.
That's right.
And
That's
Dr.
right.
Pepper anyway.
And Dr. Pepper. Don't forget that, or you'll have to make a separate trip.
Yo, I had to go to the dining area there because I had forgotten.
Yep.
Oh, don't do that. Remember it.
Guys, please. I can't.
It is.
John and I can't be responsible for all this. You're going to have to step up and help.
Somebody's got to step up here. Mega blast. Let's go.
Everyone wanted to. No, he's done his part too.
He's done his
Poor
part.
Marine. We got another listener who sent him a hat when Gilbert demanded a hat.
That was too late, though.
It is kind of like, I don't want to say we're held hostage.
Oh, you are.
But there are
yeah.
demands that
He's
are being
blackmailing
made.
us.
Yeah, I mean, it does. Gilbert, do you think this is legal what you're doing to say that our teams can't win unless you get your stuff?
What?
Yeah, I got my stuff out.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
is that legal to threaten us that our teams can't win unless you get the things you ask for? Do you think that should be legal?
Yeah, you gotta give me something before they win anyway. Like I asked for,
All right.
you know.
All right.
That's
You
it.
just answered
Hey.
the question.
Transactional.
Hey, Gilbert's like, hey, I think the mafia got this one right. Okay. All right.
Gilbert,
If you don't give me what I want, bad stuff's going to happen.
listen, this has always been. Let's not kid ourselves. This has always been a transactional relationship that we've had with Gilbert.
Yeah,
Gilbert demands certain things, and we either comply or he's going to keep calling.
Yeah.
Or
And he's like, "You got my money? You got my money?"
It's going to happen.
Yeah, it's
Bad
no
things gonna
different than it's no different than you got my money, and you keep if you owe somebody something, and to Gilbert, we owe him certain things.
Yeah, we owe.
And he'll
Yeah, we
keep calling you. If you don't have it, I'm going to keep coming back at you every week until I get my
Well,
steak.
we also owe Willie Fritz to get out on time.
Yep, we owe Willie Fritz, that's for sure. Bye, Gilbert. Hey, get him that steak, will you? Otherwise, Texans lose anyway.
Mhm.
Time for you, Lance, to talk a little Craig to Surf.
Well, I just did that. Maybe there's something else that I need to talk about right now, John, if you will.
That's what we're doing.
What is
it? Not Gulf Coast Chevy. We're talking about HRP.
Oh, yeah.
I mentioned this yesterday, and I think it's absolutely true. You as an owner, or if you run the company, you're CFO, CEO, you're the owner of your company, you owe it to your people or your investors to have make as much money as you possibly can, right? The bottom line is awfully important. These people have invested money in you, or you've got a lot of employees, and if you've got a lot of employees, you owe something to them. You owe them that you're trying your hardest to make your business as good as possible. Well, are you doing your payroll right? Are you compliant with your Affordable Care Act? Are you getting HR right? I'm telling you right here and right now, you need to call HR&P and let them come evaluate your business. Let them come and tell you how they can save you money. Let them come and put more money to your bottom line. And that is what you owe your people. Is running a company, you need to run it as efficiently as possible. And HR&P will come and listen, I don't know, maybe you're doing it right. Maybe your admin company is great. Maybe I don't know. But HR&P can come and they'll tell you exactly, they'll give you an evaluation of your company and tell you exactly what's going on and how much money they can save you. So if they can save you money, why wouldn't you do it? HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to bring in the head coach of your Houston Cougars. Winners again last week against number 17 Kansas State. Brought to you by HR&P and Chastang Ford every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach Willie Fritz. Coach, welcome in. Hey, man, congratulations. That's a great win in your first year here. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. Also, a great way to go into the bye week. And not having to sit there and think about maybe a game you didn't play so well. But the kids really came out and executed, played great on defense, and did a good job changing the field in the kicking game 5 or 6 times, and then played well enough offensively to score more points than them. So really proud of the effort the guys put forth.
Coach, I got to make sure, first of all, before we go any further, are you doing okay? Because I know if I had been crowd surfing like you had after the game when you jumped up and your players caught you and did a little crowd surfing, immediately my first thought is my lower back and my hip. I want to make sure that you're okay because you seem to do it a lot better than I would.
No, I've been doing that since 1993. My first year at Boyan, we won our first game, and there's this song that the kids were doing, and I did it, and one of them said jump, and I've done it ever since. So it's kind of funny. After the games, I get all sorts of texts from former players. They put down, lay down in the valley, is what they do after we win, because they know I'm going to do that after the game. So it's good to have a little bit of fun every now and then.
Coach Willie Fritz with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, they don't know that Zion can run. I mean, a 41-yarder to win the game. 2 scores in the, by the way, 2 scores in the fourth, 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. That's huge, especially against that defense, Coach. Congratulations. But a little surprising that Zion had that kind of hole to open up as we're heading toward the end of the game.
Yeah, there's one guy that got blocked, and he made a miss in the hole as well, and he's got tremendous speed, and it was raining pretty darn good during quite a bit of the game, so it kind of limited us throwing the ball as much as maybe we wanted to, and the same thing with them as well. But, we just kept hitting it and trying not to get behind the sticks too far, and we were patient, and we needed to be in that kind of game. I think they were the 10th ranked team in the nation running the ball, and we held them to 82 yards rushing. So we made them one-dimensional. I had to throw it, and then we did a pretty good job running the football, particularly that last touchdown run by Zion. But just didn't make mistakes. We were +1 turnover takeaway, and when you do that against a quality team like K-State, you got to you put yourself in a position to have a chance at the end of the game.
You know what? Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
12 for 12 passing, Coach. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Joseph Vanjak had a little reverse, and he threw to Zion, so 12 of 12, and I think it was the first time that had happened in quite a long time at the University of Houston. So, that was good. You keep them honest by throwing it enough that they have to defend that as well. We're going to have to do a better job throwing the football. We're going to have to do it more. We feel like we've got to open it up. And, last Saturday with the rain and everything else and how the game was going, we needed to stay the course, and we did that.
Well, 3 touchdowns in Zion's last 24 pass attempts. That's pretty good efficiency, Coach. Every 8 passes, he's getting a touchdown out of it. So I think you'll probably take that. We had, it's interesting. We had a conversation earlier in the show. John and I were talking about it, and it leaked into some offline discussion as well with some of the listeners about, I come from a coaching family. I've had this discussion with my dad. I want to bring you in on it since you're obviously a lifelong coach and come from that background. The idea of adjustments, right? John brought up the fact that a lot of LSU fans always talk about adjustments is just a catch-all. How difficult, how easy when fans talk about making adjustments, as a coach, what are your thoughts on making in-game adjustments? Is it as easy to do as some would believe? Is it harder? Like, what's your opinion on that?
Well, I think that's a big key to coaching. One of the things they've added to the game is access to tablets, where you can actually watch the plays that just occurred and see what happened. I wish they hadn't done it. I thought that was a big part of coaching myself, where you could stand on the side and you could, see who got free. Was it the free technique? Was it the shade? Did they reach the guy? Did he not stay in his gap? And you can look at it offensively and defensively, and now pretty much anybody can kind of look at it and see what's happening. But it's very important to make adjustments during the game. There's times you'll play people and you think they're going to do one thing, and then they do something totally different. And you got to figure that out, show it to the kids on the sideline, and hopefully come out and have a new plan of attack for them. But adjustments are critical. I think that's a big part of coaching.
How hard is it to get done when schematically you're expecting one thing and you see another? Because the point that, and I guess it kind of depends on what exactly you're talking about. From an O-line standpoint, I know my dad used to always say, if you've never seen a look and somebody throws something at you, to think that now that's the pro versus college, but to think that you're just going to change everything between your quarterback and your offensive lineman and your tight ends and your running back from a protection standpoint, he said doesn't happen. We saw LSU couldn't adjust to A&M's quarterback switch in the middle of the game. Just couldn't switch. They couldn't do it. They just couldn't handle Marcel Reed. The next week, the team that prepared for him the whole week, they could. I think that's one of the points I'm getting to, is schematically more than anything, instead of minor adjustments. Can you make a major adjustment on the fly?
Yeah, you can. And also it depends on how veteran of a squad you have. If your guys have been there, seen that, it's particularly with the offensive line we're talking about, your dad and all that. You got to work on everything.
Right.
And now, 15, 20 years ago, people were an even front or they were an odd front. And there wasn't a whole lot of both. And now you're getting a whole lot of both, and you're getting a lot of movement, slants, twists, angles, whatever you want to call it. And that really, makes what the other team's doing. You have to work on all those things during the course of the week, but it's hard to be good at everything unless you got a veteran squad and they've seen it against this team or that team. And I think the other part, too, that's so important is having simple rules. Sometimes guys get talking, and I'll sit in meetings with our coaches and I'll get my head spinning. And I'll tell them afterwards, hey, you need to change this or that or the other thing. You're making it too complex. You got to make something complex, simplistic, and that's the goal of the coach all the time as well.
I'll tell you what's going pretty damn well for you, Coach, is defense right now. Talk about, Avery Johnson can play. Giddens is a good running back. That's a good Kansas State team that has put up points this year, and you guys held your own against them.
Really playing well. Our defense staff's doing a super job, and the kids have bought in, and that's something else. Though we do a lot. We're very multiple. We play man. We play a lot of zone, a lot of different zones. We're an odd front. We're getting into some even front. We have some different packages that we run that are a little bit different that you're going to have to work on, and so really good teachers with our guys on the defensive side, and they've learned it. We've got some veteran players up front, so it's meshed really well. I think when you install things, it's so important too, and how you put in this first and this second and this third, and it kind of has a little bit of rhythm to it. And then the other part is we always emphasize every place I've ever been is tackling. We had 9 missed tackles in the game. Some people might think that's quite a few, but anytime you get into single digits and missed tackles, you're really tackling well. And something else we really keep track of is lost leverage. If the ball crosses your face, those are when the big plays occur, in the run game or the pass game. And, there's only 2 kinds of leverage, right? Inside out, outside in. That's it. And if you got on your left shoulder, your right shoulder, you got to maintain that leverage all the time. And if you do, you're going to limit the big plays against you. And we've done a pretty good job of that all season.
That's Willie Fritz. Are you thinking about, you're 4-5 now, Have you mentioned to the team, hey, guys, we can go to a bowl game?
We're really focused on Arizona. We're not at a point where, I've said it on your show a few times, we're not going to roll the ball out and beat anybody. We got to give everybody our full focus in order to have an opportunity to win. And so that's all we're concerned about right now is just getting a little bit better, in each phase. And, we put so much time into it. We need to, focus on this big game. I'm looking forward to the game. I've never been out there before and played a game out in Arizona and a very talented team, one of the top wide receivers, if not the top receiver in the nation, and great quarterback. And, we just got to make sure we focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, sorry, Coach. I'm always, a macro. And I know coaches.
I knew how fast that was coming. Coach, let's take a look at 4 weeks down the road. What are your thoughts on that?
There's only 3 games left. You need 2 wins, baby.
He jumped on that one quick. Like, I'm worried about this week.
This game.
On to Arizona.
Now. We don't do that crap around here, John. We don't do that crap. That's Willie Fritz every week, brought to you by HRP and Chastang Ford, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Those are good Coug businesses that take care of business as well, along with your Cougs. Winning it 24-19 last week over Kansas State. And up next, Arizona. Let's go. Coach, as always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Thanks, guys. Go Cougs.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Go Cougs.
There's the coach right here. Every week.
I just got to say this. I didn't want Coach Fritz to get a big head, so I couldn't tell him this on the air because I didn't want him to get real cocky, like cocky Bobby Slowick, the caller. But that's, by the way, it's all a joke. I know some of you have a hard time with facetiousness, but people in football really like Willie Fritz. And you know what I thought, Cougar fans are going to be, he's kind of just to drive the ball down the middle of the fairway at about 260 yards, nothing that's exciting, he just wins. He does a good job. He executes. He's got a vision. He executes his vision. That's how he goes about it. He's not going to say crazy stuff. He's not going to have sideline histrionics, so you can't. But you know what? Cougar fans really like Willie Fritz. That's one thing I was kind of surprised. I thought they'd just be like, it's fine. We want him to win. Cougar fans really, if I post anything about the Cougs, there's a ton of engagement with it when they win because they really, really like Willie Fritz. And it's not just that they like Willie Fritz. The coaching community loves Willie Fritz. They love Willie Fritz. So this guy is it's been one of the eye-opening things over the last 2 or 3 years, not just when he was at Houston, is how many people have a strong affection's not the right word, but a strong opinion of him. He came up kind of the quote unquote the right way. He's been through the coaching ranks. He's done it. He's worked his way up the ladder. He's taken no shortcuts. He's never given anything. His teams have never been fraudulent teams. He's never been, overrated. Willie Fritz just goes about his business, does his thing, and coaches love him. But not only coaches, I've noticed Cougar fans are really liking the Willie Fritz era so far, even though it's not flashy on offense, but they're getting some wins they didn't expect.
Yeah, he got to solve that. Well, I mean, he's got a quarterback. He's got a passing game issue, but that'll take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Well, you got a break because we got 5-star coming your way next to give you winners right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, so I mean, windows and doors. I wouldn't know what. My wife probably would know, but I wouldn't know. I don't know. Do we want a composite window, a vinyl window, an aluminum window, a wood-clad window, a hurricane window, storm windows, storm doors? I don't know, but the professionally trained staff at Gulf Coast Windows can help you pick the right product for you. Okay. You're living in Houston, you need a stronger window. We've got a lot of weather coming our way, be it just rain or hail or hurricanes or whatever the case may be. Sun, how about sun every 360 days a year that is going to be beaten down on that window, that is going to be beaten down in your living room or bedroom. Well, if you've got a certain type of window, guess what? You're going to be able to withstand that sunshine every single day. And it'll help your air conditioning as well. So they can choose the right window for you. Let the pros do that. Let them help you choose the best window in the market, and that's the Gulf Coast window with the best installation, the best of everything. All right, Gulf Coast Windows has never skimped. They've always been the best. They've always done it right. Better Business Bureau will tell you that as well. GulfCoastWindows.com. You're looking for the best window in the market, and let them help you do it. GulfCoastWindows.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. It's time for 5-star, baby. Let's get some winners out here. Let's go. We need to get some winners. We need to have a big weekend. Need to beat them bookies. How about we named?
By the way, 2-1 last week on the show. 2-1 once again.
Nice
I had somebody tell me, "Oh, never listen to 5-star again." When Army didn't cover, I'm like, dude. He won the first.
Do they know what happened to that game?
I didn't watch it at all, but I do want to say just real quick before you talk about that game, he gave us 3 games. That one lost, the other one won, and the one in the NFL won. That's 2-1. That's 66%. Like, if you're gonna play them all, baby, play them all.
Yeah, and play them straight.
Right.
Yeah, like
what happened? I didn't get to see anything in that game. I just was keeping track of the score.
Yeah, this is what happened, and that's what. Good morning, first of all, to both you guys, man. But this is the thing that people do that I hate when it comes to sports betting. Man, if you're going to be a real sports bettor, you got to watch the game. If you're not going to watch the game, people what's going on, don't complain with the results because it's much more than just, the game ended up this way. Army's quarterback, Bryson Daly, is a record-setting quarterback. And you guys remember when we talked about this game, he was the main reason why we took Army first half was because of his ability. They ruled him out 20 minutes before the game started. The announcement started coming out about 40 minutes before the game. The kid had an infection in his foot all week, and they didn't release the information.
Oh, my
God. So what are you supposed to do about that? But if the guys who are telling you that and saying, "No, man, please don't. I don't want you to take it. Don't make any free money with me." Thank you. Keep making your own bets. That's what I like. Please.
Hey, 5-star. Are you jumping on these favorites in the NFL? Because the favorites are coming through
at a crazy pace this year.
Sometimes I have. And spots, guys, different spots that I've been getting on. I'm sorry I'm getting a bad signal. I'm sitting outside inside my truck to get away from the kids. But, I have been betting them some. But this week, man, I'm going to be looking towards dogs, especially we're going to be looking at our Houston Texans. I don't have them on the list to talk about, but, guys, keep an eye on the Texans. They're live dogs this week.
Yeah, they are.
Why are the why are the Texans – but let's get into it for a second because a lot of people just want to hear your thoughts on the Texans. You got a team that historically we know that this is they're covering 72% of the time the Lions are since the middle of 2021. Like this is a long run, and you know better than anyone because you do it for a living. That's almost unheard of in the NFL that somebody can keep a pace at 65% over 2 years is almost unheard of. This team, we're going on 3 years and they're up over 70% cover, which gets to the fact that they play consistent football. But you got no Nico. You got no Will Anderson. It doesn't look like those two guys are going to go. Why is it that you think look out for this game? Because typically, historically, teams like the Texans cover these. I don't know why. It happens in every sport where guys are down medically, like they for some reason are the most dangerous. And I used to handicap. I can't explain why that is.
Well, the thing is it's a standalone game. If this was a game in the middle of the day, in that 1 o'clock window or whatever, yeah, maybe so. The Lions have done a really good job of being a team that's not only a team that could, beat the spread, but they can beat the public too when the public's on their back. This is a situation here where it's a standalone game. The Texans aren't just, your run-of-a-mill team. They're a really good team. They're really a contender to come out the AFC. Whether they won ugly or not this year, they've won, and we know what type of roster that they have as well. I just think that the Texans are really live because most of all, the entire world is on the Lions. Every time you turn on the show, everyone's talking about the Lions are going to win. CJ struggled last week. He's a really prideful guy. Hopefully Slowick and him can get on the same page. But I think that Joe Mixon is going to be a huge factor in this game. And I also think you better watch for the pass rush for the Texans. People don't know that Danielle Hunter leads the league in pressure percentage. And then him and Will Anderson are the only duo that's in the top 10 because Will Anderson, I think, is number 9. So watch for the Texans being able to finally turn it off.
Will is hurt, though.
Will's hurt, but let's also mention that Autry had a sack last week.
Yeah, right.
Autry's back. Yeah.
Autry's back. Yeah.
All right.
So I think the team can find a way to get it within 3 guys.
All right, we got to move it along. We got 3 games to give away. None of those were the games that were given away. So quickly, let's go through. You like UCLA over Iowa, huh?
Yeah, I love UCLA tonight, man. Coach Deshaun Foster, when he first came in, I know you guys remember at the Pac-12 media day, he had a really rough time, and I was wondering, what's this guy's philosophy? What are they doing? Man, he reminds me a lot of Anthony Lynn now that he's got settled in as a coach. He's a good coach, man, and he's a CEO type that puts his team all on the right same mind frame and hires good coordinators. He said something really good last week when they were interviewing him after the game. He said we had to earn the right to win. So now that UCLA is on the right page, they have some players over there still. Ethan Garbage is a really good quarterback. He's improved, and that's been the common denominator in their success. 6 touchdowns without an interception in the last 2 games. Before that, he threw a pick in each game, man. He's also spreading the ball around. 5 of UCLA pass catchers have at least 15 receptions. Since round Minnesota and Minneapolis, I was 0-2 on the road, guys. They have not been good on the road at all. I think this is going to be a unique trip for them going all the way out to the West Coast. And also, the only thing that they do well is run the ball with Caleb Johnson. But UCLA has a really good run defense, man. They're 12th in the whole country in stopping the run. They only allow 3.3 yards per game. I like UCLA in this one +7, and I also like UCLA on the money line. I think they can win straight out.
Wow, that is something. This one is one, I don't think we talked about this. Colorado's getting enough credit for what they're doing because everybody hates Deion after last year. But now they're going to Texas Tech, who just ruined Iowa State's season. But you like Colorado to go and beat Tech at Tech.
Yeah, Colorado's not like the Lions, man. They've been able to beat the spread and the public 6 straight weeks. Every week, they're going to be a popular bet because even though people say that they're tired of Deion and that they don't like him, they hated on him all last year, but they're sure going to the window betting on him. You know what I mean? And if you know football, you watch his rise at Jackson State, and Prime did the same thing. You guys have been covering Deion Sanders your whole life. You know one thing about Coach Prime. He has fun, he's flash and all that, but at the end of the day, the core to Coach Sanders is his discipline, and it's his faith and his work ethic, and he's passed that on to his team. He's bought Warren Sapp over there, who's gotten that defensive line all of a sudden playing really well. Texas Tech has trouble on defense. They're not going to continue to be successful with a 119th ranked defense. They're allowing 35 points per game to opponents, and they're also allowing the 5th most yards per game to opponents, 462 yards. Texas Tech is also 2nd most passing yards per game allowed. And now you're going right into the wheel box of Colorado. We know Shedeur Sanders is the best quarterback in the country. 20 touchdowns, 20 big-time throws, the most in the whole country. Fewer than 9 turnover-worthy plays, which is top on PFF for college kids. This offense is clicking right now. Coach Prime and those guys are on a mission. They want to get to the playoffs for all of the naysayers. The only really good thing going for Texas Tech is Todd Brooks. If they can slow him down, they'll be okay, because I'm sure that Baran and Morton will not be able to go toe-to-toe with Shedeur Sanders. So give me Colorado on the road -4, man. They've been covering all year. Good teams, they're going to win. Great teams are going to cover, and they've been beating the public all year. I think they continue to.
All right, and now the last one. I don't know about this one. They're one-dimensional. You got LSU over Alabama.
Here comes LSU Johnny hating his team.
No,
it is. They are one-dimensional.
They're too one-dimensional.
But John, did you see Alabama on the road the last 2 times they played on the road?
Yeah,
losses.
They lost 2 different ways. That's concerning. They lost against Vanderbilt because their defense couldn't get off the field. And
but they own LSU at LSU.
Yeah, no, Nick Saban owns LSU at LSU. John, correct.
That's
correct
true.
that. It's Taylor DeBoer. And this is his first time going into the biggest college advantage, football home advantage in the whole country. This is his first time walking out there, and he's going to see him outside barbecuing elephant, so I don't know if he's going to be ready for that environment. I think that LSU coming off a bye is going to be really, really locked in on this game. The only reason they lost that game to A&M is because Nussmeier made a bonehead play. He was trying to throw it out of bounds after the half. After halftime in the third quarter. The guy picks it off. They put in Marcel Reed. All week, LSU has been scheming for Connor Wegman, who's a drop-back pass who doesn't move that much, man. When they came in Marcel Reed, he went crazy and ran for 3 touchdowns just because their scheme wasn't ready for that. But we know that LSU is a much better team than they showed against A&M. And I think that they're going to bounce back this week. I think that they're going to win this game straight out, but we're going to, of course, take the points. I'm not high on Alabama as everyone else is. I think that Caleb DeBoer has to go through some growing pains in the SEC, and I think that Milroe is going to struggle on the road in this one.
Okay. I don't know.
Remember, that's a team also that struggled badly to stop the pass. You said they're one-dimensional, but I can tell you this: LSU's got some great wide receivers. And remember what Carson Beck did to them in one half. Remember what Pavia did to them in that game. I think Alabama's got some holes on defense that would concern me a little bit. I don't hate this play, John. I really don't. Especially if you're getting 3.5. If you get that hook.
Yeah, that's
3.5.
Is it? I get 3.5 is available. I'm seeing a +3. I got +3, but I think they're in money line. But as I said, you're worried about the ghost of Nick Saban. He's not coming through that building to help him.
Right. Nope. Okay, there you have it. UCLA, Colorado, and LSU. Man, we're rooting for you. Let's go. Let's have another winning weekend with 5-Star. 5-Star, man, we appreciate it. We got to go. We got Warehouse Live guy coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 at 5-Star in Vegas, at 5-Star in Vegas. Follow him or don't follow him. He don't care. And don't bitch if you got a loser.
Follow him or don't. That's on you.
Yeah.
That's on you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Talk to you next week.
All right, there it
or
is.
Don't follow him.
Or don't follow him. He don't care. Time for you to, Lance. You care about Maestro DeBell.
Yeah, I do. I care about Maestro DeBell a lot. Probably more than I should. I don't think it's an unhealthy relationship I have. I just think it's one where I just miss Maestro DeBell when I'm in the middle of, especially around Thursday and Friday is when it starts up. And I'm like, you know what, man, I could really use just a little sipping glass. And I think that's what I'm going to do today. Get my little cocktail glass, throw an ice cube in it, pour a little 2-ounce pour, maybe 3-ounce pour, start watching my tape and turn some music on, just turn it into an entire vibe, a vibe that involves watching guard play, but still a vibe nonetheless. And that's what Maestro DeBell is. Maestro DeBell gives you a chance to really enjoy a top flight tequila without paying outrageous, ridiculous prices. They've got an expensive bottle that is easily the best I've had. And I've had some really terrific high-end tequilas before. And this one takes the cake. This Añejo Extra Cristalino is brilliant. So if you want to dabble in that, go ahead, go get your top of the line elite tequila, and you're going to really love it. But it's just everyday tequilas. Reposado, Añejo, the silver, the smoke silver. I don't talk about the Humito enough. I think it's great. I love a little smoky, a little hint of smoke in my cocktails, and that's what the Humito, which is a smoke silver, gives you. There's so many different tequilas to choose from, but it's all with one company, Maestro DeBell. excellence in distilling. It's Maestro Nobel.
All right, let's talk a little. We just had 5-star on, right? And he's giving you winners. Now we got the Warehouse Live guy on, and he's going to give you. I'm not sure he's going to give you winners, but I do know that we're going to be talking about the lines. We're going to talk about what games to bet. We're going to have. You're going to find. We're talking about betting right now. How about mybookie.ag promo code bet975? Great place to go, win, pay, get paid, and play. Whatever it is that you want to bet on, anytime, anywhere, anything, anytime, anywhere, mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. They will double your deposit, whatever that deposit is. I mean, up to a certain limit. They're not going to, if you put in $50 million, they're not going to make it $100 million. What they're going to do, though, is you play and then you qualify to get to double that money. So all you need to do is go to mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. You want to bet? You want to play casino games? You can do that. You want to bet on soccer? You want to bet on whatever it is? You could have bet on the election. You could have won money if you bet on Trump this week. It's all happening in mybookie.ag. Promo code bet975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag. Promo code bet975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to bring in the Warehouse Live guy, Justin from Warehouse Live, and he is giving away trips to ball games. That's what he's been doing lately, and we'll see if he does it again this week. Justin, what's up?
Man, I'm tired. I don't know how you can be a man of the people like this all the time. I'm tired of it. I got to go back to my old ways of winning.
Of winning. I know you got to be tired of being a man of the people. The people love you right now. You'd rather be hated by them, right? Yeah, you've had a couple of rough weeks. You had the double bang. You guys split double bangers last week, right?
Yep, I think I lost both of them.
Oh, you lost both? Oh, wow, that's a shame. See, that's why double bangers so important in life. So important in life. I know you're probably on some deserted island somewhere, but do you have any idea what's going on back here with your club?
I sure do. Tonight we have bunch of rock and roll for you this week. Tonight we have Rhythm Fest, which is alternative rock. Saturday night we got Jackal with some old school rock and roll from the 80s. Sunday Fun Day, tributes to Ozzy, Iron Maiden, and Rush. And if you get your tickets before Sunday, it's always free. Monday night we got some Burning Witches, which is some thrash metal. Wednesday we got Trapped, which is some 90s rock. And then on Thursday we got Moomy Troll, which is Russian rock. They have about 4 shows a year with us, and they're usually sold out. So check it out.
There it is, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. You want to go and see some rock and roll? That's what Warehouse Live is here for. Our contestant this week is Cody. Cody, how are you?
I'm good. Good morning, y'all.
What do you do for a living, Cody?
Work in the oil field.
Oil field? Man, this guy's just got money all over. I just smells the money. All right.
He said he works in the oil field. He didn't say he owns one.
It doesn't. If you work in the oil field, you are making money in Trump's America. Okay, that's what Cody's like. Yes, sir. I don't know how he voted. I don't care. But I'll tell you this right here and now. It just feels like Cody is good. He feels like money. He feels like a win this week. That's what he feels like to me. Okay. Sorry, Justin. It's just that I just got that feeling. So Cody, I don't know if you're drenched in oil right now, but clean yourself up and let's start picking some games. Justin, what are we playing for this week?
I can't wait to play this game.
I'm giving away rockets left and right, so let's do it again with November 20th against the Indiana Pacers.
November 20th against the Pacers. There you go, with the limo ride there and back and the 4 tickets to the game. That's fun. That is so much fun. He's been giving them away lately. He just loves the people, just wants to give them away for the people. All right, Justin, as always, you're first up. Let's get started.
All right, let's start off with the Miami Dolphins +1, I believe.
The Miami Dolphins at this point in our lives and as a football team in this world are +1 against the Los Angeles Rams on Monday Night Football. Cody?
Let's go with the Giants -6.5.
The Giants are -6.5 in Germany against the Carolina Panthers. The Giants -6.5 against the Panthers. Justin?
Let's go for the Jets to win 2 in a row, -1, I believe.
The Jets are 1.5 now. 1.5 now. The Jets, New York Football Jets against the Arizona Football Cardinals are 1.5 point favorites. 1.5 point favorites at Arizona. Cody?
Let's see. Let's go with Steelers +2.5.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are +2.5 against the Commanders at the Commanders. Wow. Commanders 2.5 point favorites against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers +2.5. Justin?
Ooh, that was my next pick. Bounce down to the Colts +4.
The Indianapolis Colts in their football stadium are +4 against the Buffalo Bills. Indianapolis Colts +4. Cody?
Let's go with over on the Rams and Dolphins.
Dolphins over 50. Over 50.
Ooh, I like it.
In that football contest. That's a contest between 2 teams on a Monday night. Over 50. Justin?
Let's take that same Colts team and take the total under 47, I believe.
The Colts and Bills under 47. Under 47. Colts and Bills under 47. Cody?
Rams -1.
The Rams is a
filthy. Well, dirty, filthy.
Dirty, filthy, double banger. There you have it. A double banger, our first
If I don't
of the
get my
week.
steak, your team's going to lose anyway.
Anyway.
Well, dirty, filthy.
It is dirty and filthy, that double banger. All right, Justin, I believe this is your last one.
All right, I got to pull something out of here since he took one of mine. I didn't have any alternates, so let's go with the Texans.
The Houston Texans. How about that? Somebody believes in our team, and that's Justin. And I hate
Riding
that.
with 5-star.
That's right. 5-star likes them as well. Plus 3.5 against the Detroit Football Lions. There you have it. And Cody, finally.
Broncos +8.
The Broncos, the Denver football team, at this point in our lives are +8 at the Kansas City Chiefs. +8 at the Kansas City Chiefs. That's 5, right?
Yep.
All right. Del?
Let's start with Justin. He's got Miami +1, part of the double banger. Jets -1.5. Colts +4. Colts Bills under 47. Texans +3.5 on Sunday night. Cody has the Giants -6.5. Pittsburgh +2.5. Over in the Rams Dolphins of 50. This is the other half of the double banger. Rams -1. Finally, Broncos +8 for Cody. That sounds right. Looks like we're good to go.
All right. Looks like Cody, thanks for listening. We appreciate it. Best of luck. And hopefully you'll be going to that Pacers game on November 20th. Thanks for listening, man.
Thank y'all.
All right. And Justin, as always, a lot of rock and roll this week at Warehouse Live. Get on over there. Get to warehouselive.com. Sunday Fun Day is always fun. And if you get your tickets early, it's absolutely free. So get on over there and enjoy Sunday Fun Day and the rest of the listening pleasure. Justin, man, we appreciate it. Your phone was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
Your phone worked just fine.
What's that?
I know. I thought it was going to die. It stayed in one spot I found, so we're good to go. I'm headed back to you guys tonight.
All right. Well, get on that plane and safe travels. Get on back here. That is Justin from Warehouse
Good
Live.
weekend, guys.
All right. Warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. All right. There you have it. That's we had a double banger too. So the people are happy. We made the people happy because we had us a double banger. And listen, if you want to feel great, if you want to feel up to it, if you want to feel, if you're maybe a little bit sluggish now, listen, testosterone, it's not any secret. You got to have testosterone, right? And you probably have taken care of this. You may have gone to a place. You may be at a place right now where you're getting your shots. Well, I got mine from Game Day. I used to be at a place that was right next door, okay? I mean, right around the corner from me. It was easy to get to and everything else. And I decided, nope, I'm going to go with Game Day Men's Health. I had to drive a little bit, but here's the deal. I am on the road so much, and I'm doing, back and forth and everything else, that I couldn't be regular at that place. Game Day Men's Health says, wait, I got it for you. We will send you your testosterone, and you self-inject. And I did it yesterday. I self-injected yesterday. I feel great. I know I'm going to go back there. I'm going to get my tests. It's not like I'm still not going to be absolutely regulated and they're not going to know what's going on. I'm going to go back and get my test. But you know what? When I go back to Game Day, the lab is right there. They can tell me right away, as opposed to waiting a week to find out what your lab results are. At Game Day Men's Health, they all have labs, and it makes a difference. They've got new locations in NASA and Clear Lake coming up, Pearland, Spring and Woodlands, downtown. They're opening these new four new locations in the next month or so. Don't make the location something that you're worried about, because they're going to have locations all over this city, and it ain't going to take long. Game Day Men's Health is different. So if you're looking for the best way to get that testosterone, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
An air conditioning company that I trust wholeheartedly because I've had them do work in my home. I had them install a whole home dehumidifier, which I didn't even know existed. On that, I know you could purchase dehumidifiers, put them in your home. It's crazy dew point. I preach on it all the time, and you guys go, God, it's miserable. I guess Lance was right about the dew point. Did you know that you can control that in your home with a whole home dehumidifier? It actually it's built separately from the system, but they connect it basically so that it takes the humid air, takes it out. They take the moisture out, then they pump the air back in, and then the air conditioner, when it's on, will cool that air. It's really a cool feature. They told me how it works, and I keep my humidity level in my home somewhere it's usually between 55 to 59%, which is where they said it operates best so that you don't have an AC that's always running to get to the humidity level you want. But it's made an amazing difference from a comfort standpoint in your home. That's one of the many features that they have on top of what they already do with fixing your air conditioner or installing a new one. Go look at all the services they have. They have plumbing, they have generators, they have indoor air quality, AC services, heating, of course. It's all on their website, vanderfordair.com. That's vanderfordair.com, or call 281-557-COOL.
All right. Police in Lincolnshire. That sounds like it's England. Police in Lincolnshire are refusing to prosecute petrol thieves. Apparently, they're thieving gas stations. Apparently, there are a lot of thieves going to gas stations and robbing them, but police are refusing to prosecute them because the robbers may not be having a great day. Do you feel like that's a good reason to not prosecute a potential thief because he might not be having a bad day? Might be having a bad day.
Still gas, you get in trouble.
You should get in trouble for that.
That's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like if you're stealing something, you're obviously not having a great life, or right? I mean, so I'm not going to use that as a reason not to prosecute. And it's going to get worse.
About your life, quit stealing gas. Don't tell me about all that other stuff. We're not doing that anymore. That other stuff's irrelevant. You steal, you go to jail. Bye-bye. And if you want to steal petrol in the UK, then I kind of like that they call it petrol. I don't know why. We call it gas, but gas can be, like, oh, I got some gas. It means something different. Like you have too many beans, you have too much protein, you can't utilize it all. It turns into gas. Petrol's only one thing. Petrol is, gas.
Well, and I like that they say queue up as opposed to get in line.
I kind of like that. I've started using that. I need to queue up, or I need to get in the queue. I've used that just kind of to show that I'm, better than other people.
That you're worldly.
Yeah.
Nothing says worldly like you.
If you say queue, exactly. And I say, oh, you know what, kids, get in the queue.
Yeah.
And they're like, who is this rich person?
Who is this well-versed person?
Well-traveled rich person that says queue up?
There's a police, they've launched a probe. Apparently, the Himachal chief, the chief minister, was heading to Uttar Pradesh, and someone gave away the samosas and cakes that were meant for him. So they're launching a probe in Himachal Pradesh. Do you feel like this should be prosecuted to the fullest extent? That someone took his samosas and cakes?
So the samosas?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you don't take another man's samosas.
What is a samosa?
It's like a patty. It's deep fried, and a lot of times they'll have like a potato samosa.
They're good
with curry. Yeah, it's good. It's like a typically Indian dish. Yeah, they're good. They're good. They're hearty. They're filling. No, you don't steal a man's samosa. You just don't.
No, you don't. Well, then there should be, and they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Sure. Listen, John, what is this? We're soft on crime News of the Weird that you're doing.
No, actually, get this one. Apparently, John Ray from Middlesbrough, apparently there were some riots going on, and this overly racist man, he gets 38 months in jail because he was stopping drivers to check on whether or not they were white. Do you feel like
that's not legal?
Do you feel like you should be stopped to find out if you're white?
That's not legal.
Del, have you ever been stopped to find out if you were white?
Driving while white, Del? Has that happened to you?
No, I don't have tinted windows, so it's pretty clear what I am and who I am.
It's pretty clear John Ray didn't want you in his neighborhood.
So I don't take offense to what he did because whatever, racism, whatever. But that makes him overly racist. What are the levels to racism? Why would they write overly racist? Isn't he just racist? What else would he have to do to take it to extremely racist?
Aren't there different levels of racism?
I don't know. It feels like racism is racism. I guess if it leads you to hurting someone, is that extremely racist?
I mean, we're in the middle of riots. I think that, if you're rioting, you're more racist than if you don't riot.
Racist game? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
There's
apparently
yes.
There's onion. It's like an onion that you can peel back.
Like if you drop a slur, but that's just how you talk to people because you're a terrible person.
But if you say
that makes you racist.
If you say get that slur,
if you're directing someone to be hurt, that makes you extremely racist.
Yeah.
If you're
no matter who you're slurring, that's dangerous.
If you're pulling people over to see if they're white or not, and if they're not white, you got a problem. You're overly racist.
That's overly. That's
okay.
I mean, that's a higher extent of racism.
Well.
Yes,
it's very overt.
Yeah. Well, you need to be a little. Yeah, you need to be a little quieter about it. I think your racism. Apparently, Rudy Giuliani is in some trouble. He apparently showed up in a Mercedes to vote. It was a Mercedes that he was supposed to give to poll workers, and instead he just kept it and just decided, I'm going to keep. I'm going to hold on to
I
this
feel like that's kind of on par for Rudy.
Yeah, Rudy feels.
I can see Rudy doing that. Rudy, the New York City mayor, Rudy seemed pretty normal. Helped clean up the streets. Like New York City mayor Rudy was like, yeah. Rudy now is a crazy cartoon character.
Well, he was ordered to give. He had a $148 million settlement that he had to pay to 2 Georgia poll workers he defamed, and part of it was that Mercedes that he ain't giving up.
That was part of it.
Yeah, apparently he come get some. He said, "All right, you want some? Come get some." All right, we're done because I got to go. I got to catch a plane, so I'm out of here. And you guys have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. We will talk about the Rockets and the Texans on Monday morning right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, we got to talk about Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is just, I love them. You love them. Everybody's going to love them. If you're looking for the best way to get whatever problem it is that you have, Billy Brown is there for you. You don't need Billy Brown until you have a problem, right? Or I guess if you want to change your pipes, if you're looking ahead, or if you're building a house and you need a plumber, Billy's there for you. But usually it's if you have a problem. And Billy Brown is, you know what? He'll put your fears at ease. Billy Brown is really, really good at what he does. Billy Brown is going to come to your home, Lance, and he's not going to charge you.
No, Billy Brown just says, look, we're going to come over and we're going to basically find out with Aqueduct what's going on. And either you use us or you don't. But why would they don't want to try to leverage you into, well, you must use us. They think that's a bad way to go about it. It's bad for customer service, and it doesn't exactly inspire a lot of confidence, does it? Like, he just says, look, we'll find out what it is, and we'll get the job done for you. If you don't want to go with us, that's fine. But I'm just telling you right now, we're going to tell you what it is, and we're also going to fix what it is. And it's true, and that's what they do. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the company for you. Big jobs, small jobs, tankless water heaters, moving gas lines, all of it. They do it all. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Welcome into the show. We finally found some positivity. If you're listening to the back half of the John and Lance Show, some positivity from outside voices concerning the Texans, at least the guys who try to make money betting on these games. 5-star likes the Texans. And so does Justin. The Justin thing, I wouldn't take comfort in. He's not great at that, but 5-star is pretty good. And he likes the Texans in the game. Now, I don't remember if he ever said straight up, which for our purposes is what matters. For the people who don't bet, the Texans winning is what matters. But as far as that number, or the Lions are what? Are they 3.5 or 4.5? I have to look at it. He likes the Texans there. So in a close ball game at home, Texans have been pretty good under DeMeco Ryans winning these one-score games. That might lead you to believe that there's an upset in store. What doesn't lead you to think that is the absences of Will Anderson and Nico Collins again for practice. We'll find out if they show up today, but missing that Thursday practice makes you think we're not going to see the Texans, let's say, but beyond the quarterback and his importance, the two best Texans. Surely Joe Mixon has been great as well, but as far as
best on offense,
side
best
of the ball,
on
I'll
defense,
give that to Will Anderson, and then Nico Collins. We know how good he has been since CJ Stroud became a Texan. So those guys don't look on track to play, which stings. You're going to need a pass rush, and sure, Daniil Hunter's at the top of the heap when it comes to pressures, but you want the bookend on the other side, and Will Anderson is the Defensive Player of the Month. Has a strong case of that were to continue for Defensive Player of the Year. It doesn't look like he's going to play. That's unfortunate. So while optimism kind of popped up surprisingly from 9 to 10, this show is going to bring you down. This show all week long is saying, I don't like this. Like Peter Parker in Infinity War. I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good about this game. I'm not going to fade away to dust. I don't feel that bad, but this game, I'm a little nervous, and nervous is strong. I mean, I'm pretty calm about it. I'm not anxiety filled, but as far as how this game's going to go, Sunday Night Football, it stacks up for one of these games, and we talked about it, where everyone's asking the questions, what's wrong with the Texans? And they certainly have a chance to push that aside. You're just not getting any help as far as your impact players. Some guys are coming back. Jimmy Ward will be back. Looks like Azeez Al-Shaair will be back. Jared Patterson is back. Whether he'll start or not, we'll find out. But your two big stars look to be out. And it was coordinator day yesterday. Bobby Slowick answered questions about their second half struggles. We'll play some sound there. Matt Burke was available, and he explained why Jalen Petrie was on Devontae Adams. Not in a way that's going to satisfy anyone. It's a lot of coach jargon, but he gave an answer for how that happened. How your less than average cover safety was on one of the best receivers of a generation. How did that happen in one-on-one in a gotta have it moment? He'll tell you. I don't think you're going to like his answer, but you'll hear it. And also we'll hear from the guy who's been a target of this show since probably about week 3, Chris Strouser. He spoke. They made him available. The reporters asked him some questions about what's going on and why hasn't it been fixed. So we'll hear from him as well. So overall, we got to hear from the guys who actually give in-depth answers. The guys DeMeco Ryans hasn't completely indoctrinated into, hey, don't give them anything. Strouser gave us something. Matt Burke gave us something. Slowick gave us something. They don't know that you just say, we're trying hard, we'll get it corrected, and we like our team. They haven't learned that yet. But they will at some point. Strouser's like, I don't want to be up here. Why are you? Don't make me available. Make me available when we have a clean game. Like if we shut down the Lions and CJ goes for 320, make me available on the following Thursday. Yeah. Not this Thursday. It's unfortunate, man.
Yeah, it does feel like when your offensive line coach talks to the media.
It's either because he got caught doing coke like that Dolphins offensive line coach did, or his unit's performing poorly.
Yes.
It's usually the second one.
Only two
Those
options.
are the only two options. You've been caught doing illicit drugs.
One's very bad. One's kind of fun.
One both could get you fired.
Yeah, but one's fun at least.
Yeah, one will get you fired quick. This one might be slow and drawn out if this continues. So we'll hear from him. It's unfortunate. I didn't want to learn his name. but I do know it. Not sure how to pronounce it. Strouser, however you want to pronounce it. But he's out there. People know his name now, and now he's being peppered with questions from the Will Kunkles of the world and the Aaron Wilsons of the world because they want to know, how come this can't be fixed? Every image of C.J. Stroud picking himself off the ground is another note that someone's making. I got to talk to Strouser about this. Strouser, if he stays upright, we won't hear from you the rest of the season, unless about what a remarkable turnaround for this offensive line. Then he would please put me out there. But for now, it's all bad. He'll try to explain what the deal is. So we'll talk and hear about. Well, we'll talk about what they say after we hear about it. But the game that happened last night, I'm watching some of the highlights of Lamar Jackson scampering down the sideline on a remarkable play to set up a touchdown for the Ravens. Maybe it's because I'm selfish. Maybe it's because I don't react to a lot of things, but I can't get up in arms about officiating. We know they're not great, but I'm not gonna be like what Al Michaels was last night, where he was disgusted. He goes, "It happens all the time." He referenced what happened with Stafford in the game where he was obviously had his helmet turned and they didn't call it. It turned into I believe a safety, was it? But that should have obviously been a personal foul. They didn't call that last week. It was rough for the officials, but I will tell Mike Gesicki to cut it out. Mike Gesicki, the initial contact is something that is reasonable, that happens all the time in the NFL, whether it be by the goal line or in the middle of the field, like a half a yard beyond the line of scrimmage. I saw you pull that James Harden move where you lock in the other guy's arm and flail around like you got fouled. Cut it out. Mike, knock it off. That was not and the Terry McCauley initially goes, "That's all an obvious defensive holding." I was like, "No, it's not. No, it's not." That's Mike Gesicki selling the call. He's like, "Oh, my arm. Stop it. That's and by the way, I am of the opinion that the ball's not even going your way. Pocket the flag. That he wasn't even looking at Mike Gesicki on the play. It had no effect on the play. He had no thought to come backside and try to find Mike Gesicki. Mike Gesicki was a decoy.
When McCauley said that, I was like, "Oh, so that's why flopping works."
Yeah,
it's because a ref in a booth is like, "Oh man,
he couldn't
look at him. He got mauled."
Yeah, it was. They showed the initial replay, and I thought to myself, "That's Mike trying to sell a call. Gesicki trying to sell a call." And then McCauley's like, "Yeah, it's an obvious defensive holding." And then obviously they got to Joe Burrow getting hit in the face on what should have been a penalty.
That's
by rule.
That's more obvious.
The
Gesicki one, that is.
Cut it out.
That's like when you like wrap your arm with someone else and then put your arms up and go down.
That's exactly what he did.
That's what he did.
He locked in the defender's arm and then raised his other arm like he was being held and restricted because he knew that he wasn't getting off the line. He was looking to sell a call, and it didn't work. And the Ravens went. And now the Bengals are 4-6. Some numbers from that game. Well, numbers from the two games that Joe Burrow's played against the Ravens this year. This is according to Opta Stats. There have been two instances in NFL history where a quarterback had 30 passing completions, 300 passing yards, 4 touchdown passes, multiple 40-yard touchdown passes, and no more than 1 interception, and still lost the game. Those two instances were both Burrow versus the Ravens this year. Historic Joe Burrow. Not like the 2019 LSU team. A little better for you in terms of setting historic and having accomplishments. But in this case, that Bengals defense has no answers for Lamar Jackson. And more in the first matchup, it was Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Last night, it was just Lamar Jackson.
I don't think either defense has answers for either offense.
Considering the numbers I just read off about Joe Burrow,
the losing quarterback both
Zach
times.
or the new Ravens DC has no answers for the Bengals, obviously. And Jamar Chase had a remarkable night. That was the Jamar Chase. Now, he's been a great receiver, but that's the Jamar Chase I remember back when I think probably of year 2, where you could just throw him a slant. And it happened against the Ravens actually a lot, where they would just throw him a ball. The Ravens had no one that could match up with him physically, and he would just take a 10-yard or even an 8-yard pass and take that 50, 60 yards. That was nuts. That he was I mean, I know Lamar Jackson's on the field and Derrick Henry is too, but last night Jamar Chase was the best athlete on the field. Just untouchable as far as the Ravens trying to cover him. The Ravens got problems with their defense. It's not what we know them to be. They've had talent drains as far as their linebacker core because Patrick Queen left, but also when we're talking about their coaches, multiple coaches have left that staff to go be DCs someplace else, or in Mike McDonald's case, a head coach. And you can tell there's a big difference. For the most part, you look at them, that defense, the core of it remains from one that we expected it to be really good. They did lose Kyle Hamilton with, I thought initially, because there was no contact, because I didn't see the full extent that could have been some type of ACL Achilles thing, but it turns out it's his ankle. You could see when it turned, but they lost him in the middle of the game, but they weren't stopping anyone when he was in the game. So the Ravens are a contender, but they are flawed massively on the defensive side of the ball, which is surprising. We know in the playoffs that Lamar Jackson and that offense has issues. We'll see if Derrick Henry adds a different element to it when they get there. But if the Ravens are a team, you can't expect the whole team's at least good offenses under 30. It's going to be really tough. Well, we know who it'll fall on. It's all great now for Lamar Jackson. Another great performance, probably your leader in the MVP race, because as good as Joe Burrow is and has been, that team's not good enough right now. And I'm not sure Jared Goff is going to get the credit that he might deserve because he's Jared Goff. But all the praise for Lamar Jackson. Just wait like 8 weeks. Wait till that divisional round game if they're struggling. Everyone's going to forget about what's going on now and revert back to all the storylines and narratives that they take on every time the Ravens don't win. What's wrong with Lamar? Right now, as has been the case for most of his career when he's healthy, a great regular season quarterback, and he proved it again last night. A really good game. I won't say it was marred by penalties because you know what? As long as it doesn't happen to my team, I can't care. I know people get upset about it, but beyond the Gesicki thing and obviously Joe Burrow get hit in the face, I just take it this way. The referees are going to screw up. I just pray it doesn't happen to a team I root for. I hope on the wheel, it doesn't land on my team because I know it's going to happen to someone. I just need it to not happen to someone or some team I root for. That's all you can expect or hope for. Have some luck. It's about luck at this point because you know they're going to screw something up. I'm not going to throw my arms up in the air. Just please don't happen tomorrow at about, let's say, 12:30 in Atlanta. That's what I'm looking for. Just don't happen to my team. That's all you can hope for.
No, you don't have to worry about that.
Well, okay. It happened last year.
No, the ACC officials will make sure.
Yeah, I've heard that now this year they're in the pocket of
They'll
Miami.
review it.
Yeah.
See anything.
Well, they should. It's a payback for what they did last year. When that elbow was obviously down, they still ruled it a fumble. This is our get back. I hope to grift my way into a playoff appearance and maybe a deep playoff run where all the calls go Miami's way. Because in the history of Miami football, referees being on our side was not a thing. Let's pay it forward to this year. All of it happens this year.
Yeah, you get all the karma.
From Cleveland Gary not fumbling in against Notre Dame back in the late 80s to numerous personal foul penalties that shouldn't have gone against Miami. Let's make sure it all gets paid back this year because next year I don't trust Mario Cristobal without Cam Ward. That's all I got to say about that. And once again,
now I do hope that like there's a PI that gets called.
The PI that got called that ruined the program back 20 plus years ago.
I meant like against like whatever.
Georgia
like
Tech?
What?
Yeah, against who?
No, I mean on Saturday where there's just like Xavier Restrepo just gets mauled
and they
no
call
flag.
It, no call. Oh, that's a definite to happen at some point. I'm sure.
Georgia Tech
upsets Miami for the second year in a row, and everyone's like, you know what? Let them play. No one's gonna.
Yeah. You don't want to. You want to see him call that at that point? Come on.
We'd love a targeting call against Cal, but a pass interference call in this situation, we're not looking for that. Let the guys play. Let them settle it on the field.
Yeah, come on.
But beyond my obvious bias, I hope it all happens in certain ways for you guys if you're fans of teams. The referees stink. Just pray you're not on the end of it. Like if you're a Raven fan, awesome. But you know what, Ravens fans, it's going to happen to you at some point.
Yeah.
Because it always comes around.
Against the Texans. Later in the year.
So you mean, oh, okay.
In December. That's when the get back happens. There'll be a phantom call on Matabike roughing the passer.
Yeah, instead of the game ending 30-13, it'll end 30-7.
Let's hope it's in the first half so the Texans can score when they get the benefit
Speaking
of that call.
we will talk about that because Bobby Slug was asked about the Texans' inability to put up points in the second half. The Texans' second half offensive struggles were a topic of conversation. We will get to that. And Ryan Clark doesn't believe Jared Goff and the Lions will blow off the Texans. That has just popped up on the screen. Now that Ryan Clark has said it,
Let's go.
We should feel more positivity.
Not blown out. Not blown out.
That's the depths they've sunk to. The Texans won't get blown out on Sunday night. Cool. That's the question they're asking. Will Jared Goff blow out my team? What happened?
They're only like 3.5 point
I know.
favorites.
What kind of question is that, by the way? They are not double-digit underdogs. It's supposed to be a close game if you ask anyone who's supposed to know things as far as betting is concerned. They're like, you know what? I don't believe it.
Should Texans fans storm the field if they win on Sunday?
NFL teams should never storm the field. Unless
it's such a blowout. They're asking how it's going to be a blowout.
Yeah, they're asking it, but it's like 3.5. That doesn't count.
The number one team in the nation's coming to your stadium.
The problem when we do this is it feels like I have to explain that all the time to people because I'm not sure anyone's caught our bit that we're doing. Yes, if we were ranking teams, and
according to the power
if
rankings.
we put a number next to the Lions, they'd be 1, at least with ESPN. If we put a number next to the Texans, they'd be about 12 or 14 maybe, and
upset.
And it would be a giant upset despite what the odds say. All right, we'll hear from Bobby Slowick when we come back. We will hear from Matt Burke as well. He has some explaining to do about why Jalen Petrie was guarding Devontae Adams. We'll preview the college football weekend as well. Alex Bregman apparently willing to discuss a position switch, which might make him less likely to sign with the Astros if other teams can get involved on him. We'll talk about that as well later in the show. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So let's get to the Texans coordinators yesterday. They both spoke. It was their day, and it is weird that they are answering questions from a game that happened last week. In fact, a week from the day they spoke, when they have all the things they have to get ready for their next game, which is actually 3 days away. But hey, it's their time, so they had to answer questions about what happened against the Jets. And what Bobby Slowick is faced with is something that has been an issue throughout the season. The Texans' inability to put up points in the second half. Certainly not matching what they do in the first half. Here's Bobby Slowick discussing why his team has struggles in the second half of games.
Say it all is I bet you if you look at situational football, it's going to be very much the same. It's going to be in the first half we're good at situational football. In the second half, we're not executing situational football well enough. There's no, people like to think there's some secret sauce between the first half, the second half. There's all these adjustments that happen. Everybody makes adjustments. We've talked about it before. You have subtle things that happen within a game. There's not one thing a defense is doing in the second half that's different than what they do in the first half. We're not doing our job as well, and that's been an emphasis for us for 3 weeks, and we got to keep straining on it.
So they're not being outsmarted or outcoached. They just forget how to do things. Because if I'm taking them at his word, they're not surprised by what's coming. They just can't operate the same way they did in the first half. I don't know why that would be. Going to halftime, they forget how to play. It is what he sounds like he's saying.
They just get worse.
Yeah, you get worse as a football
team.
team. Yeah, you are less focused, I guess, because if you're not surprised, it just means you can't play at the same level. You can't keep up the level you were playing at in the first half.
Yeah, saying like it's not a game plan thing, it's an execution thing is basically what he's saying. But like, okay, then why can't they execute in second half? Then, all right, new question. What happens?
What happens in that team talk? And we've heard players talk about nothing much goes on at halftime. You don't have enough time. You got 12 minutes, and I think that's from the time the final whistle or when the clock hits zero. It's not 12 minutes once you enter the locker room. The clock begins as soon as
like walking off the field.
Yeah, so you may, by the time you get to the locker room, you may have like 10 minutes if you are walking at a leisurely pace. So I'm not sure what is going on. You're taking off your pads, you go to the bathroom, maybe get a snack, and your coach says a couple words, your position coach, then you hear from D'Amico and you're back out there. So I'm going to shoot us a bail because initially it almost sounds like the players are the issue because they're not playing to the level they were playing at in the first half. But I don't think that was his point. It's just that the team overall isn't operating in the same way they did in the first half, which is everybody. Which means, is there a fix or isn't there a fix? Because it's been going on for 9 games. You're over halfway through the year and you still can't fix your problems. They'll get another opportunity against the best team they've played all year on Sunday night. So the Lions don't have all-time wide receivers, a guy who's going to be a Hall of Famer like Devontae Adams, but they do have Amon-Ra St. Brown, one of the better receivers in the game. They don't have like a Garrett Wilson. So because we're going to hear from Matt Burke about that. That's why I bring it up, that the Jets have options. So at some point, one of your guys is going to be in a disadvantageous matchup. But they do have a Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They can put Jahmyr Gibbs out in the passing game. So how will the Texans handle a diverse offense with multiple weapons? They were put in a position to try to guard Devontae Adams, and they failed, particularly with Jalen Petrie late in that game. Here is Matt Burke discussing why that happened and how you get put in that situation.
Matched up with Devontae Adams, was there any caution to maybe calling the timeout and trying to switch it up?
I mean, this timeouts aren't my world, so I can't speak to that. But no, I mean, in any coverage, like there's the soft spots, there's strengths and weaknesses to what we're doing. We were trying to get some pressure there. It was, kind of fringe area. Frankly, we were like not concerned, but like there was a thought of there's a possible run situation. It was 3rd and 3. Like in plus territory. Like, could they run? So we wanted to have enough firm enough, front that if they did try to hand the ball off, so there's a lot of things going in. I mean, we trust Jalen to be, where he needs to be. And, they got a lot of good receivers. They got 5 on the other side. They got a lot of stuff going on. So I don't think there was any thought about that.
And that's my problem. You trust Jalen Petrie to be where he needs to be, not isolated on Devontae Adams. How could you possibly have any trust in that? And that speaks to maybe a larger point. The Texans, they're not aware that it's a problem just yet, for whatever reason. That teams will continue to isolate him and try to get good receivers on him and see how he can handle it. And yet, do we expect anything to change against the Lions? If they spread it out and they get Jalen Petrie one-on-one, where do you think they're going? I get what he's saying. There are so many things. He pretty much said, hey, my job is hard. There's so much going on out there. And yes, as the defensive coordinator in the NFL, your job is hard. You had Aaron Rodgers on the other side, Devontae Adams, Garrett Wilson, maybe Breece Hall you have to be concerned with. Maybe they'll run the football. Yes, there are things you have to be concerned about. But you have an obvious weak point that you exposed. That Aaron Rodgers didn't even have to think, oh, look, the guy I've been playing with the better part of my career is out there against Jalen Petrie. Where should I go with the football? You didn't even make him hesitate to maybe even give Jalen Petrie a chance to hold up. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is fooled by something. There's no fooling him. One-on-one coverage, two-way go because he was inside, and they made the Texans pay. I can trust Jalen Petrie to try to be where he's supposed to be, but is he capable of it? Have the Texans come to the realization that he's not capable of doing some of the things you're asking him to do? And this is no longer a Jalen Petrie problem. He is a downhill, attack the line of scrimmage safety. We know that. They should know that. Everyone knows it. Stop asking him to do that. And the nickel position was supposed to be a way for him to take advantage of his skills, because back when he was playing safety, that deep safety thing that he was asked to do, not great. He didn't take great angles. He didn't tackle people. So if he's your last line of defense, those are all bad things. A safety who doesn't tackle well and takes bad angles is bad. So put him up closer to the line of scrimmage. But if you're going to do it, make him a nickel linebacker. And maybe he can hold up against against a tight end or a running back, not against some of the best receivers in football. We'll see after a couple of extra days if they find their way to be in positions where he's still isolated against big-time wide receivers. If he is, that tells everyone they haven't learned a damn thing. I would like to believe they're capable of learning from their issues and fixing them. But then I have the evidence of Chris Strouser, and that tells me maybe they're not capable of that. And we'll hear from the man in question when we come back. He is the O-line coach for the Texans, a name not a lot of people knew before the year, probably still don't. But now he is someone being asked about that unit's issues. And it's an issue, and there are issues that are upsetting people because there's a lot of investment into that O-line, from money to draft picks. It's expected to be better. Now, I thought before the year that interior could be a problem. The Juice Scruggs, Jared Patterson, Kenyon Green combo didn't instill me with much confidence, but you had your tackles. And frankly, if we think about it, how many plus players do the Texans actually have on that offensive line right now? It's Laremy Tunsil by reputation. He hasn't played his best this year, even if you remove the penalties. He is not one of the top 10 or 12 tackles if we go by PFF. He's not at the top of the list. Titus Howard's not a great right tackle. He's even worse of a guard. So that particular solution might not be great if they move him inside, just to not have to deal with Kendrick Green or Patterson at that spot. Juice Scruggs is a young player. Shaq Mason is fine. On that line, despite all the money and the picks, there's probably only one plus player on the roster right now. And even he has his problems. And some of that goes beyond what he does on the field. He may possibly be even a bigger problem when it comes to his influence on that line and their lack of accountability. But we will hear from the guy who's supposed to teach them when we come back. Chris Strouser, the O-line coach, was asked the question by multiple reporters. This one is courtesy of Aaron Wilson. We'll hear him when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll hear from Chris Trouser in a little bit, but if you call in with your real name, and I say that because not so much recently, but we do have people who like to call in with fake names. They have to wait. But if you use your real one, you get to go and call, and we'll get to you as quickly as possible. Pena wants to talk over-unders. What's up, Pena?
Yeah, what up, Del? Hey, you're a Heat fan, right?
Unfortunately, right now, yes. Yes, I am.
Well, how do you like Bam going for 16.5 against the Nuggets, and how do you like Jokic going 36.5 on points and assists? Thank you. Have a great day.
If you've watched Bam play this year, take the under.
Yeah,
boy, has
I
he
was
been
about to
bad.
say,
Woo.
under on Bam.
He was awful in the game against the Suns, a game they led by 15 and let the Suns come back in that one. He'd have had hey, Pena, another one. Now they survived in the third quarter against the Suns, but the Heat have been awful in the third quarters. So take the under, whether it be on points or take the other side. If the Heat, if you're paying attention, they have been bad. Like in the first half of games, they have an offensive rating of like 5th in the league and 8th, and defense 8th. And then the second half is like 22nd in offense and 30th in defense. And a lot of it has to do with their third quarters. They get beat by not just like, oh, they lose by 6 or 7. It's like 15.
They
17.
give the game away in the third quarter.
Now it was 29-29 against the Suns. So it was a closer game going into the fourth. The Suns pulled it away, or at least they won. They pulled it out. Excuse me. Suns are 7-1. Them, the Thunder, and who else? And the Warriors, all 7-1. And the Rockets see the Thunder tonight. We'll talk about what happened to Cam Whitmore. He's not injured, although his pride might be. We'll get into that a little bit later. But the under on Bam until proven otherwise. Plus, the Heat have a bad history in Denver, even beyond the finals. They just not played well. They didn't even play well in Denver when LeBron and Wade were there. Some of those times was, one of those guys wouldn't play. But I don't like them in that situation. I don't like Bam either. Bam will have his hands full guarding Jokic. Since you added points and assists, take Jokic. They may not have Jamal Murray. He's still in concussion protocol. Aaron Gordon's not playing in that game. He's got something that's going to keep him out for a couple weeks. Russell Westbrook is going to be starting, it looks like, if Jamal Murray doesn't play. So that might hurt Jokic's assist total.
Russell Westbrook, more on everything.
Shots taken.
Everything.
Shot attempt.
I said everything.
Okay.
Turnovers,
I said everything. So I would probably take Jokic in the over points and assists. They're going to need him, particularly if Jamal Murray doesn't play. So take a look at that. If Jamal Murray is out, you may have a giant Jokic game as they try to keep winning. They're getting back on track. The Nuggets were scuffling early, but I think they're now 5-3 after they had a big win in their last game. So there that is. Okay, let's get to Chris Strausser, whatever it is. He is the Texans' own line coach, and this unit hasn't been performing. He was available to the media yesterday. Here is him responding to a question from Aaron Wilson.
What do you see as the crux of the pass protection issue as you guys try to protect Stroud?
Yeah, I think, we just got to do a better job. Me specifically, of just coaching some of the, both the details of what we're doing technique-wise. Probably really the starting point is the technique stuff has shown up really more than anything else. So we got to do a better job of emphasizing it during the week and, making sure when we show up on game day, everybody in the unit's got complete confidence in exactly what we're doing up front. So I think we're halfway through the season. We certainly have protected how we want to. We feel really good about the strides we know we can make and focus on some of the stuff that has shown up week in and week out.
What has been
Sean started laughing, and obviously it doesn't help for you guys. You just have to go to Aaron Wilson's feed. Aaron Wilson grabs that audio, and at this point, everyone's just filming things with their phone. You got to put it on Twitter or X for the engagement. And obviously, that's the quickest way for people to hear it. For some reason, Aaron Wilson decided to point his phone at the floor. I'm not sure that thump you heard at the beginning was just a start of an odd way to grab audio. What did he ever correct it? I saw the first 15 and the camera's point at the floor.
No, it's this. It looks like a carpet.
Yeah,
somewhere in the Texans.
I recognize that Texans carpet, and it's been years since I've been in that area, and it's still the same looking carpet.
Yeah. I was thinking that it looks like he's like recording a whistleblower of some sort.
Like he can't put Strasser's face on screen because that's the only way he'll talk to him.
Exactly.
I can't reveal my identity.
Exactly. I don't really know what the deal is, but it was funny. It's funny to watch because it makes it seem like a much more clandestine operation than asking him about the interior of the Texans offensive line.
Yeah, because of the audio is not great as far on Wilson, so it sounds like he's whispering a little bit. He's like, "Hey, Chris, could you tell me a little bit of why the offensive line is working?"
No, I'm not recording.
No, I swear. Is that what it is? He told Strasser that he wouldn't grab audio. No, this is off the record.
Aaron Wilson wearing a wire. He's an informant. Strasser's the informant.
Yeah.
He's meeting with his FBI contact, Aaron Wilson.
Yeah, he's running him. Aaron Wilson's running Strasser. And now the audio is out. You told me you would protect me. Now Strasser's in a heap of trouble from D'Amico and Nick Caserio. We told you not to speak. What do we tell you about speaking? You don't talk to reporters. Fun aside, he didn't really say much that comforted me. All he said was, "We've seen things that we know we can focus on." It's been 9 games, Strasser, and it's the same issues. You can't take anything they say to heart until we see it on the field.
Yeah, it's half the season at this point.
What are we talking about? You've seen things that you could correct. Why does it take you? Let's say it does get fixed against Detroit. So 10 weeks, 10 games is the magic number. You got 10 weeks of practice, and you're like, you know what? That's even excluding preseason because they probably weren't running a lot of stunts in preseason games, so they didn't have to worry about how bad it would be.
Yeah, and how often were all the guys practicing at the
together?
Same time?
Yeah, I mean, Larry Tunsil, he had issues with the knee, so he didn't practice very much. So 10 weeks of regular season play, and they finally figured it out. I hope so. I have my doubts.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something like if I'm gonna take Strasser at his word. Big week for taking people that we shouldn't take at their word.
Very true.
But if I am gonna take him at his word, maybe it just he needs the right, or it's something where the right combination kind of unlocks the line to be, again, just like playable. Just be the
don't give up
18th best
8 sacks.
offensive line in the league.
Yeah,
Like,
limit it to 3.
yeah, just be slightly below average and not killing your quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think it could be something where you just find the right group of 5 guys that can execute, or you can find some stuff that works with them. But at the same time, it's been almost 10 weeks now. Like, what I don't know what the fairy dust he can sprinkle on the offense.
Yeah, is it simply having Jarrett Patterson there instead of Kenyon Green now that he's out for the year, which would beg the question, what were you watching in practice that this guy's obviously an upgrade and it changes the complexion of your entire offensive line? So what we're saying is they can't really win with us.
No, I mean, until they play better.
Until they play better.
And then there will be a little bit of like, why did it take so long?
And then we'll get over it.
Yeah, we'll get over it if it continues. But yeah, I mean, this is where the Texans have been really since the Green Bay game, where it's like, hey, you can't, like, all the talking about fixing your issues, like we're past that point. You got to actually fix them at some point.
Yeah, and hopefully it begins Sunday night. Big game for them. Mostly just to get back on track. The division, whatever, we'll see. They'll know where they stand by the time that game begins if the Colts have won, and maybe the division gets a little tighter if they lose. So, but for them, it's just finding a rhythm, finding the feeling that makes you think, okay, we're back on track. We're a pretty good football team. What we were dealing with, particularly against New York, was a bit of a blip. Maybe that place is just a house of horrors. It was awful the last time they went there. It was awful last Thursday. Maybe MetLife is just a place the Texans aren't going to have a lot of fun. So there are places like that for teams, and maybe that's one for the Texans. We'll see what they look like at home in those all-red jerseys against the Detroit Lions. Okay, we will get to this when we come back. I mentioned this before. Scott Boras is telling the Major League Baseball world that Alex Bregman is open to something. We'll talk about that and what it might mean for adding something we didn't expect to the conversation as far as whether he'll be back here with the Astros. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go to if you have any issues with your plumbing. It could be a small leak. It could be something to do with your faucet. You don't know. You don't know. You're not a plumber. We're not expecting you to be a plumber. That's why you just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It's a website for the company owned by Billy Brown. He's in the Clear Lake area, and they are a local company wanting to help local people. You can call them right now at 281-488-6238. That's the number to get them out there, and they have a free quote. So if you don't know what's going on and you don't want to be charged for simply a visit, that's the place you call. That's the website you go to. Whether it be a big job, it could be something where you need to get a old water heater out of there, or maybe you're having an issue with your tankless water heater. All that is what they cover, from water heaters to a repiping. They take care of that, and it goes beyond that as far as their services. Maybe you need to work on a plumbing fixture, or you need a reroute. It could be a water filter. They take care of all of that. You can check out what they have to offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com under their services tab. They let you know, and they have experienced, trained, excellent contractors that'll help you out. Remember, it's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It is aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
You want to get in on the show? 713-780-3776. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. He's back. He will tell us, maybe not tell us, but he will suggest what we should or should not watch. I watched something last night. There is a new movie on Prime called My Old Ass. Funny title, but it features Aubrey Plaza. And I say that because, sure, she's a big name, but she's only in it for like maybe 15 minutes. The premise is her younger self does shrooms, and it allows for Aubrey Plaza to talk to her and advise her on life. And it's like a coming of age story for the younger version of her. It's pretty good. My Old Ass on Prime. And then I watched something else that I can't remember. Oh, Snack Shack. That's on Prime too. That's fine. I haven't gotten to the end of that, but I would say if you like a coming of age story and you just want to see Aubrey Plaza on your television, My Old Ass on Prime is pretty good. And we'll talk to Michael Carroll about other movies and TV shows that you should take a look at. I confirmed with him that he's not going to watch Smile 2. Feels unlikely. He's not a big horror guy. As if you listen to our segments, you know. So Smile 2, I think I'm going to see this weekend. Getting good reviews. I like Smile 1 quite a bit. Kevin Bacon's daughter was in that. She was the star of that one. And this, Michael Carroll says, he just walked by and said, no, not watching it. He can hear me from his studio. He's not watching it. Kevin Bacon's daughter was in Smile 1. Smile 2 has Princess Jasmine, the live action version from Aladdin. And she's also in Power Rangers. That's where you're going to know that face from. Naomi Scott is her name.
As Princess Jasmine?
No,
or?
Princess Jasmine isn't making an appearance. There's no Disney Smile crossover.
Oh, okay.
No. She's
now the genie has to
Will Smith, you mean?
Get her out of this predicament.
I don't think Will Smith is going to be in the movie.
Okay.
But
I don't know. I didn't see it.
I haven't seen it either. So you're right. I don't know, but I haven't seen any reviews of Will Smith making a guest appearance as the genie. But she's in that, and she's in real life she's a singer too. So she plays a pop star in it, and then the movie kicks off. So we'll see how that is. All right. The Scott Boras stuff. Scott Boras, the agent for Alex Bregman, is telling everyone who will listen that, hey, my client is willing to move to second base, which opens up more teams, I would assume, to come after him. Now, it's still limited by who's willing to offer what, but it does tell you that Alex Bregman is not simply a third baseman for the right offer. We know there's no spot for him here to play second base, so it just adds more teams to the equation, more options for Alex Bregman, more suitors probably. Hurts the Astros' cause. I appreciate it from Boras. My guy's willing to do anything to get the bag. You want to play him at second? He'll play second. You want him to platoon? Nah, he won't platoon. But
come on.
Just give us an offer that we like, and he'll play second base.
Yeah, I'm not.
He just won. By the way, he just won the Gold Glove at third, and he's willing to go play second to go get the bag.
Yeah. That seems like it's really rare to move off a position you just won Gold Glove on.
Because the value of having a Gold Glove third baseman is the fact you have a great defender who's also very good at the plate. So now you're going to move him to second, a position he hasn't played since maybe college.
He was a shortstop.
Yeah, he wasn't even a second baseman. He was a shortstop in college. That's right. I saw some clips. They were floating around of his LSU days, and he was a shortstop. So whatever it takes, right, Scott Boras? Scott's looking at it like, I can't have this guy wait until February. Tell them whatever they need to hear.
He'll play whatever.
Yeah. Hey, first base is an option if you want it to be. Scott's like, Alex will do whatever you want him to do.
Yeah.
As long as the money is right. So we'll see. It just leads me to believe where I'm already at as far as belief of whether Alex Bregman is going to come back. I don't think it's happening. But we got a long time to wait, it feels like. It doesn't feel like this thing is going to wrap up anytime soon, but that's the news out today. You may see Alex Bregman playing second base for a team you hate. If it comes down to it. If they can cash those checks, don't put it past them. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We'll get into the college football weekend. We got some big games in the SEC. Some big games in the Big 12 to a lesser degree. Colorado's in action. Got a chance to solidify their run to possibly playing the Big 12 title game. We got the Holy War, BYU and Utah. And obviously Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Ole Miss. And we'll go across the country. What interests us, what we think is going to happen. Don't take us to heart when it comes to predictions. You've heard this show. Why would you listen to us when it comes to that? But we will talk about the games. And Eric, you want to talk about the Houston Cougars. And considering it's Eric, that could mean anything. But we'll get him in and you in if you want when we come back. Cam Newton's hat guy outdid himself. We got a confirmation from my friend Kevin Joseph that Cam Newton has a hat guy. He's on television right now. Stephen A. Smith and the rest of the First Take crew is at Morehouse College. They're going to be at Morehouse, Clark, Atlanta, and Spelman. They do this. Well, they've done this last couple weeks. They go to a historically black school. Cam Newton's got a special hat on for the occasion. Eric, you want to talk about the Cougars. I don't think you've ever called in about the Houston Cougars. What's up, Eric?
Hey, don't play Olaleye. Yeah.
Olaleye, yeah.
They said there's a rumor that the Titans owner is trying to stop the Cougars from selling their older jerseys. Also, what about Kendall Graveman? I think we should sign him. We traded a good player for him. And one more thing, and I'll hang up. Why they tied in close over there in the Gulf Freeway? That was a great place. I'll hang up and listen.
I don't know why Titans closed. I don't know the ins and outs of why that gentleman's club closed, Eric. And I've never been. Maybe you could tell me why it closed. Were the ladies not of the greatest quality? Maybe the management wasn't great. I don't know. He asked about, well, the problem is when you asked about the Titans trying to stop the Cougars from selling the uniforms, that you called them the Oiler uniforms. That doesn't help. I think that's the whole point. I don't even know if that's still an active case because I know the Cougs last week decided, or I don't know if it was explicitly last week, but they made it public that those uniforms are coming back.
Yeah,
and they're selling merchandise.
Yeah, they're selling them now. They had to change some of the. I was talking to Jeremy about it. Not to reveal my source.
Too late now.
I should have filmed the conversation.
But pointed at the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. But Jeremy was saying that they had to change the stripes on the shoulders that were very Oilers-like, and they just took them off. And also the stripe on the helmet was the same, like down the middle of the helmet was the same as the Oilers. And I think they either took it off or took off one element of it that made it explicitly the Oilers. So they had to tweak the jerseys a little bit. They're not going to be the same exact ones that they wore last year, but they're going to wear them on the 23rd. Another source close to the program tells me.
Well, I also saw them. It was publicly reported.
Oh, okay. Also, AJ told me right here.
Yes.
He's close to the program physically. I can almost touch him.
This program. I thought you meant the Cougs
program.
No,
this program.
Okay.
This radio program.
Okay, got it.
So, yeah, they're selling them. I think they're making basketball jerseys, too.
Yeah, I thought they were going to make the color, and maybe not explicitly the scheme, because maybe that's the issue. The color was going to be something that goes throughout the entire sports programs, athletic programs. So you're going to see the color in a lot of places.
That'd be cool.
So they made the uniform probably less cool by taking off the stripes and the helmet, but still the color will remain.
Yeah.
So it'll be the signature color, at least when they have special games.
As far as Oiler-inspired alternate jerseys, the originals probably still number one.
Sure.
The original Houston Cougars ones, still number one. The Rice ones are pretty good. These new ones, we'll see them on the field, but I think they're right around the Rice level. And then all the way last place, the Houston Rockets, Christian Wood era ones. Those stunk.
Speaking of the Rockets, hear AJ laughing in the background. Speaking of the Rockets, they have unveiled new uniforms. They'll have H-Town across the front. The uniforms are meant to mimic the banners from the titles back in the mid-90s. I think the half-court logo will be the Summit logo from when they won the titles.
Stolen Valor.
You
can't just take an old stadium's half-court logo.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I guess
Tillman not the Summit. It's Toyota Center.
Tillman owns all of it. Old logos, he owns it all. So you'll see those uniforms at some point this year. If you have ever seen the Astros banners, you will recognize where that scheme comes from, or look it up right now, or just look up. They've already made the announcement. They've shown you the uniforms with players in them, so you can see that.
Yeah, check out
now
on social media,
Houston Rockets,
on their website,
their official Twitter, all that stuff, Instagram, all that stuff is there. So that's some uniform news. Since we're doing this now, what else did he have? Oh, Kendall Graveman. Kendall Graveman is just a free agent right now. He's with no team. You remember those days when they were hinting at him coming back, but just like all the other Astros pitchers, he didn't come back.
Whatever happened? Yeah, we really just blew past
threw that out. Like we always assumed he wasn't going to be available, and then Kendall Graveman's still trying to work his way back, and of course he never.
Yeah,
showed
like
up.
well, maybe September, and then September came, and no one I don't think we ever brought up Kendall Graveman.
No, but
it was not close.
No, he was never going to pitch, even though they told us he might. But he's a free agent, Eric. I don't know what the Astros plans for him. I haven't heard his name mentioned very much. He might be one of those guys at this point where he has to prove that he's healthy, and then teams will take a look at him, and we'll go from there. I also was prompted to talk about this for a little bit. There is a certain individual who is ditching school. And just be aware, since we're doing this segment, I might as well do it here.
Yeah.
Fort Bend's after you, Hayden.
Whoa.
Hayden, Fort Bend's after you. They
Whoa.
know you are out of school. I was just informed Fort Bend ISD put out an alert for a certain Hayden. And if you're not in school by, let's say, 1, you're going to get expelled.
Wow.
That's my shout out.
Hayden on the run, listening to the radio.
Yeah. Now she's obviously she's not doing it alone. So if you are helping Hayden in her ditching school, you are someone they're going to look at too.
All accomplices. This is like The Fugitive.
Yeah. Well,
this is
who was the killer in that? The man with the hook. There was a guy with a hook who killed Harrison Ford, a prosthetic who killed.
Yeah, the one-armed man.
The one-armed man killed Harrison.
Yeah.
Hayden is the one-armed man driving you around. And Hayden is the daughter for Hill Ramzanali. I just don't do this randomly for people. By the way, that's not what this show's going to be. I'm just not doing shout-outs for people. But Raheel Ramzanali is the accomplice in question, the enabler, I guess I would call him. But Hayden,
he is.
But Hayden, get back to school.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if your dad says it's okay.
Yeah, in fact, he's the last guy you should be taking advice from. This is just going to turn into a Rippin' Daddy segment, so he might want to turn the radio off. He might want to turn away. Raheel Ramzanali, the host of CityCast. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. He joins us from time to time. In fact, he called in last week when I was out at Bobcat of Houston in Lamarck. So we'll get to some college football in the next segment. But did you see that Oklahoma State, the fans have responded to Mike Gundy's apology? If you don't know, this has been a week-long thing. Earlier in the week, Mike Gundy called anyone who was criticizing his program one of the poors, said they couldn't take care of themselves, couldn't take care of their families, didn't have jobs, and they got all their validation from insulting his program. And he went on to say how good they've been over the last 18, 19 years, which has been the extent of his time there. He didn't take kindly to the fact that he was being attacked for the awful year they're having. They were a ranked team last year, were the Big 12 finalists. You want to call them that? They lost to Texas in the Big 12 title game. And they've been bad this year, really bad. And he didn't like it. Now he did that then he apologized on Tuesday. Was that Tuesday night he apologized?
It was Tuesday during the election.
Yeah, he apologized on Twitter during the election. He apologized for his words. But the Oklahoma State fans have not accepted his apology. If you go by what they're doing on social media, like, you know what happens when a team loses and the social team has to put out things because that's their job, and all you see in the comments are people crushing them. Well, this is what's happening to Oklahoma State football. They are talking about their game. They're going to TCU, a rivalry as such, because it's a Big 12. It's a lot about how poor they are and why they can't go. Sorry, too poor to make it. Can Gundy spot me a ticket? I won't be paying him back since I'm a deadbeat who can't pay his bills. Maybe I can use my EBT card for tickets. Kids will just have to go without food for a week or so. What else is that? Sending you my QR code for gas money. Thanks in advance. It was a lot of that. A lot of people, and Thurman Thomas even quote tweeted one from one of the Oklahoma State fan sites on Twitter. Our tickets free, I'm poor. And Thurman Thomas just LMAO'd this. So that is the way Oklahoma State fans are entertaining themselves after what has been an awful season so far.
I'm surprised Thurman Thomas was getting in the mix.
Well, he probably thinks it's really funny.
I mean, didn't he play with Gundy?
Was he in that time frame?
It might have been. They might have just missed each other, but they're around the same age.
Yeah, Mike Gundy's been around. Yeah, he's been part of the Oklahoma State program for the better part of his entire life. So you're right. If I look at Mike Gundy's 57 years old, how old is Thurman Thomas?
Probably like 60.
58. So yeah, they probably were on the same team, or they just missed each other, but they probably were.
There's less red shirt nonsense. There's less Cam Rising's around, so they probably played together.
Yeah,
back when 4 years meant 4 years, you know.
Yeah, you might get 5.
Yeah, maybe red shirt your freshman year.
Yeah, a lot of that. I make minimum wage. Sorry, can't go. A lot of that. My cable just cut off because I'm behind on my bills. Good luck though.
I like that the Oklahoma State fans are united on this.
Yeah, there's one thing they're united on is in taking shots at the guy who called them poors and deadbeats.
The greatest coach in the program's history.
Yeah,
by far, by a mile.
Clearly, clearly Mike Gundy, at least in this regard, took a misstep.
Yeah, he took a hit.
Yeah,
He took a hit.
This one, that one you should have left alone. Don't call your fan base, the people who support you, go to the games, buy merchandise, talk about your team, even if it is negatively. Don't call them deadbeats.
Well, did we talk about how we weren't sure if he was talking about the fans specifically or just like the media around Oklahoma State?
I don't think
I don't think it matters.
The issue was he didn't clarify.
Yeah,
he didn't make it clear.
The fans seemed like they thought they were talking about him, and that's just as bad.
No matter what he thought he was getting across, it came across that he was talking about the fan base, because the fan base, rightfully so, has been negative about the program this year.
Huh.
They're 0-6 in conference play.
Only the poor ones.
Is there a net worth requirement to attend? I sold my grandfather's war medal to attend this game. You can find it. It's on Bro Bible, but if you type in Oklahoma State fans, you'll find stories about
or
this.
Or if you just go to their
or you
game
can
tweet.
You can go to OSU football, Cowboy football,
and just start clicking.
Yeah, and find out. It's a lot of that, as they have not liked the product this year and not liked the words from the head coach. We'll come back with some real college football stuff when we come back. A big weekend. We're getting closer and closer to championship weekend, which means it's really playoff eliminator time. We got a couple teams, Alabama and LSU, who are likely out if they lose, and then certainly Ole Miss is if they lose to Georgia. Georgia may have one more loss in them and still stay in the race. So we'll talk about that. We'll go around the world of college football when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Texans play the Lions on Sunday, but before well, you guys know what that means. There is breaking news.
There is breaking news.
What's the news?
It involves the Texans playing the Lions on Sunday. One guy who might play, and it just got a little bit more likely. The Texans have officially designated wide receiver Nico Collins to return to practice from injured reserve.
And the corresponding move to get him back on the roster is officially putting Kenyon Green on injured reserve. We knew he was going to be out for the year, but that move is now official. So we asked the question of you. By you, I mean the general, you out there listening, and I'll ask it of Sean as well. Friday is a light day. They don't do much on Fridays. Obviously, that's a lot to do. Hey, let's not get a guy hurt on a Friday before the game. Would they play him after 4+ weeks of not practicing? And then a day on Friday where they're not doing much of anything. Is that the way you reintroduce your star receiver back? Like, generally teams are cautious. They want the guy to get at least a couple days in, and that's why we thought yesterday was very important. Why would one day be extra, be more fitting for him to be back? I don't know, but it's always how it's done. Obviously, the hope was he'd be back on Wednesday like Jeff Okudah was and Jerry Hughes, but he didn't come back till Friday. So what probably amounts to pretty much a walkthrough. They're going to be in shorts, and Texans issued shorts. And then maybe they have a jersey on, but there won't be any like shells underneath. I don't think they'll be going at full speed. Is that enough? We knew from Aaron Wilson's reporting that he was healthy, ready to go, no setbacks, but they waited till today. So is that simply we're messing with the Lions? Because the Lions, according to Lance Zierlein, who talks to people in that building, they thought he would be back. They were surprised he was not back yesterday, and now they get word after what appeared to be the cutoff day for him to be available to play that he's back today. So was this all a game and he's going to be playing on Sunday, or is it something where they're going to leave this to a designation of questionable or doubtful, and then he won't play, and they'll say, we wanted Nico to get a full weekend before he played?
Well, I think for sure I would just list him as questionable no matter what.
Yeah.
Shout to Lane Kiffin. Just mark him as questionable.
Hey, if they're questionable when they fake an injury. No, look, I told you he was on the injury report.
But as far as Collins goes, I mean, if he was healthy this entire week, or like healthy enough to practice this entire week, I would have just activated him and had him practice the whole week.
Considering he had not practiced for 4 weeks.
Yes. And if you're going to say, well, the practices are more intense, sorry, getting choked up.
Very emotional.
About how intense these practices are.
Mm-hmm.
No, but if the intensity of practice worries you, should he be playing an NFL game? Because let me tell you,
exactly,
those are pretty intense.
Exactly.
So I don't know. I don't know if it's gamesmanship or it's very honest. Like, nope, this is just the first day we feel comfortable him being out on the practice field. I don't know. It makes it more likely that he plays.
Sure.
But I don't know how likely it still is.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to do things. I don't remember this being the way it's treated. As I said, not that the Lions are so concerned about Okudah or Jerry Hughes, but those guys were back on Wednesday. He comes back on a Friday despite the reporting that he was healthy. So what does it mean? I guess we'll find out after practice. I'm watching the video. That's the sound you might have heard before I muted it. Watching him walk onto the Texans field. They're practicing inside the stadium. And he's about to put on a helmet. He's dressed like all the other guys. So he's actually going to practice. He won't be on the side, at least from what we're seeing, what the media can see. Will he be a full go in practice? I guess we'll find out once the injury report comes out. I imagine he'll be limited, which will put him in the questionable range as far as availability, and then we'll go from there. So we went from he was not playing at all to there's a real possibility that he can. The Texans have just done it in an interesting way, activating him on a Friday, designated him to return from IR. Okay. We'll have Michael Carroll coming up next. So let's get to some college football stuff a little quickly here as the Nico Collins news kind of short-circuited it. Alabama LSU. That's one of the bigger games of the weekend, if not the biggest, depending on how you feel about Georgia and Ole Miss. The thought initially is Alabama loves playing in Death Valley. They do pretty good there. And then you remember they did pretty good there when Nick Saban was the coach.
Yeah, that was the other guy.
That's the other guy, not this guy. Now, this guy has already beaten Georgia this year, but he's also lost to Tennessee and Vanderbilt. So a mixed bag. But the Vanderbilt loss is one they'll never forget. It'll always be on his resume, despite how good Vanderbilt has played this year. I want to know if Jalen Milroe is going to run the football. Mostly because we've seen LSU not be able to handle it. Now, they know who Jalen Milroe is. They know he's going to play, so I imagine they've prepared for it. And the other question for me is, do I trust Garrett Nussmeier? Because Garrett Nussmeier, the last time we looked at him, boy, was he bad. Now, that was a road game, but he was so bad, we played the sound. He was so bad, the A&M DB was surprised he was throwing him the football. He goes, you're not going to throw this ball. And he did it twice. He surprised him twice by how bad his decision-making was. So I had questions at quarterback, the health of Jalen Milroe, and the decision-making of Garrett Nussmeier. All that being said, Brian Kelly's record in Baton Rouge at night, I think I like LSU here. I think they win the game. I don't feel great about picking LSU, but it all stacks up for LSU to win this.
I understand that. I understand that they're shipping in a Tiger, not Mike the Tiger, but a different Tiger to be at this game. Did you see that?
What, Tiger Woods?
No, just an actual.
Why would an
Tiger.
actual Tiger need to be at the game?
Because the LSU Tigers.
Yeah, but if it's not Mike, then why do they need an actual? Why if it's not Mike, why another Tiger?
Take it up with the governor. It's literally the governor.
So is he going to be? Oh, we're going back to like the 70s when a live animal was going to be on the field.
Yeah.
Is he going to be in a cage or on a metal chain?
I assume a cage, but
So-
I guess a leash could also.
So there, a leash I don't think is going to work.
A big leash.
With the giant
One of the
man
ones.
holding it.
One of the ones that Joe Exotic had.
So and that went well. Didn't someone lose their arm in that show?
Details.
Details matter when the Tiger is in the building. So they're bringing a Tiger to the game.
Yeah, I can't believe I
I haven't seen it. They're stalking the sideline. A Tiger.
I don't know what their plans for this Tiger is.
Remember that iconic video of that Auburn player nearly getting his groin bitten by Uga? It's a little different if a Tiger.
Yeah,
standing
I
there.
wouldn't get that close.
No, I don't. Yeah, I imagine the Tiger will be in a cage, but I don't know. It's Cajun country. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. That'll be some intrigue.
So that makes me feel.
So does that make you feel better about LSU chances that they're bringing out all the guns?
So initially it made me feel better, but then I found out it's not Mike the Tiger,
Yeah, which
and the
seems-
LSU fans are like, "Why is this random Tiger going to be
which
in our?"
seems like you're tempting fate.
Yeah.
If you're not bringing Mike to the game.
And then, like you brought up with LSU's challenges, I would say, to stop Marcel Reed running the football last time we saw him against A&M. Now, that was a surprise. They know what Jalen Milroe is. They had both teams coming off a bye week. So I thought, you know what? Let me just see what LSU did against Jalen Milroe last year, because they played last year. They know, what worked, what didn't work against them. Dell, last year, Jalen Milroe was the leading rusher for Alabama.
Yep.
20 carries, 155 yards, and 4 touchdowns.
So
different defensive coordinator.
I was going to say, no matter who the defensive coordinator is, LSU has issues.
Different defensive coordinator, but the same issue with last week with Marcel Reed. That makes me think Alabama's going to win.
Yeah, see, if LSU's
and
defense,
the Tiger. Did I mention the fake Tiger?
It's a real one.
It's a real, but it's a fake Mike.
It's a real Tiger named Omar.
Is it named Omar?
Omar Bradley is its full name.
Why does he have a last name?
Why can't a Tiger have a last name?
It's not a person?
The Tiger's presumably named after Omar Bradley, the first chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. How do they know?
Not Omar from The Wire? Okay.
His last name wasn't Omar.
Oh.
But Omar is coming, apparently, to the game. Yeah, it's from Orlando. They shipped him from Orlando, and Omar the Tiger will be at the game.
Cool.
I don't get any of this. If it ain't Mike, why are we doing it? But they're doing it.
Who's going to stop him?
Well, someone could have, but the governor said, "Nah, we're good with it."
No.
The governor actually made the suggestion, and that's why it's happening.
Yeah, no, the governor is pushing for it. LSU doesn't want to do this.
They stopped the practice nearly a decade ago after receiving a U.S. Department of Agriculture license to hold Mike on campus. So, they're like, okay, we got the license for it. We're just going to keep Mike in a pen.
Close enough.
Yes. But now, I can't wait for them to bring that tiger out and have him on a leash. And then the dummy in the tiger costume to come up and, hey, let's take a picture. And they're like, this tiger doesn't know you. You better stay the F back. Watch yourself.
It better be in a cage.
It has to be. It can't be the 70s when they actually had like predators as strolling the sidelines of games.
Yeah.
They used to do that, but it can't be. It can't happen this time. There's no way. But it is Cajun country, so if the governor
this whole thing is very Louisiana.
If the governor wants it to happen, I bet the tiger will be stalking the sideline.
Yeah, whatever the governor says goes.
Yeah.
Credit to him, I guess.
I wouldn't give him credit too quickly. We don't know what's going to happen.
Well, credit for him getting it to happen.
He's the governor. Who's going to stop him?
True.
I'm sure there are not many guardrails in Louisiana to keep the governor from doing whatever he wants to do.
Yeah. Listen, it's either this or I don't know, misappropriating funds. Well, that's all LSU or Louisiana governors do. So what are we? Come on, let them have the tiger.
I'm just reading more up on this as now I don't even want to talk about anything else but why this tiger's there.
I cannot believe that you
did not know this.
Story.
I did not know. And PETA has obviously chimed in and go, hey, what are we doing
Do they
here?
love it? No, they don't love it.
Oddly enough, the second word in their statement is shameful.
Wait, what's the first?
It's shameful. All right.
Not shameful is what I was hoping for.
No, unlikely. You were wrong. I appreciate the effort, but wrong.
I don't know. I thought it was 50-50 whether PETA liked this.
You thought there'd been a flip in leadership and they had changed their views on things like this?
Yeah, I don't know.
And they don't take kindly to bringing a live tiger just to amuse some fans, surprisingly enough. So we'll see Omar the Tiger on the sidelines for Alabama LSU. Now I'm siding with Alabama because of how ridiculous this is. I'm taking Alabama.
Right?
I flipped. This is so dumb. I'm taking Alabama.
Like, there's no way that they would. I thought with Mike, then that's like the whole, there's some magic there.
The aura. You're bringing Mike on campus into the building for the first time in however long. But an imposter named Omar? Get the F out of here.
What, is it just going to be like a dog spray painted to look like a tiger? Like, come on.
It's actually a cheetah.
Yeah.
And they painted stripes on it. So we'll see Omar at the game, and I'm taking Alabama now, just for that reason. LSU out of the playoff picture after Saturday's game.
Both teams out with a loss.
Definitely.
I would think. Maybe not Alabama. Who
Definitely.
knows?
All right.
Alabama's never out.
That's true. They find their way in remarkably no matter what the situation is, it feels like. The other one in the SEC, you've got Ole Miss versus Georgia. This is one of those things where I'll trust Jackson Dart and Lane Kiffin to win one of these games after they do it.
Yeah. My prediction, pain for Ole Miss.
Can Carson Beck avoid throwing the ball to the other team? He hasn't been able to in the last 5 games. He's been terrible.
Yeah.
So probably not, but will Georgia win anyway?
Yeah.
They've done it the last couple weeks.
Probably, yeah.
They've beaten better teams than, well, not Florida, but they beat Texas, and Carson Beck couldn't throw the ball. Couldn't avoid throwing the ball to Texas, and they still won those games.
They almost beat Alabama. Like they erased a 4-point or a 4-touchdown deficit.
Yes.
Against
I'll take Georgia. As many flaws as they have, and they start with their quarterback, and that should be a red flag for picking them in any big game. I've seen them win games when Carson Beck's been at his worst.
Yeah, on the road.
On the road. Yeah, Ole Miss isn't an environment that's going to shake up the dogs. I'll take Georgia to win that one. And Ole Miss is now eliminated from playoff contention after the game. What else is out there? We got Tech in Colorado. Someone tweeted us about that earlier.
That's a good one.
That is Big 12 it's an underrated game because Colorado not in full control, but they have a real shot to make the Big 12 title game. Tech coming off a big win against Iowa State, which helped Colorado get into the spot. Can Tech do it 2 weeks in a row? They don't have a good pass defense, which ain't great when you have Shedeur Sanders coming to town.
Oh, yeah. Well, does he have anyone to throw to? Oh,
he does have Travis Hunter.
Oh, yeah, he does have that guy to throw to.
I do. Someone tweeted out something pretty funny. They started comparing Travis Hunter's wide receiver numbers to other wide receivers in football, and like, oh, so a guy who's pretty good at wide receiver and good at corner is going to win the Heisman. I was like, all right, that's a little simplistic. I think the overall impact is why.
Yeah.
But I
mean, the answer is, well, maybe yes.
I did.
but
Yeah, it might be.
I get what they're saying.
I did think it was funny. He has a couple picks, obviously pass the fence, breakups, and all that stuff. But also, he's a good college receiver. He's not a great one, despite how people talk about him. Maybe it has something to do with him splitting time and playing both ways.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, that he might be
definitely
great
helps.
he might be great at receiver if he could actually rest at any point. I like Tech at home against that Colorado team. I think I like Colorado to win.
I agree.
I think. Are we taking all road teams so far?
Alabama, Georgia, Colorado. Yes, one of those teams is probably going to lose. Now that I say it out loud.
Yeah. Now we've picked out of 3 big games we're focusing on. We're taking.
You know what? Congratulations, Tech. You just won.
Yeah. I feel much. I feel much stronger.
Congratulations.
I feel much stronger in my convictions that now that I heard about that stupid Tiger being there, that Alabama's going to win and Georgia's going to win, than I do Colorado's going to win. So if I'm taking one of those teams to lose, the higher profile teams, I would take Colorado to lose that game. I'm trying to think if there's anything else because we got to get to Michael Carroll. Thanks to Omar Bradley, the Tiger. We're short on time. Sorry.
I wouldn't have.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It would have just been a straightforward college football talk, and you gave me Omar Bradley, the Tiger.
I do not like that he has a last name. Can I say that? It really bothers me that this tiger has a last name.
I don't like that. I don't like when animals have like pets, domesticated pets have last name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
no, I agree.
I will accept you calling your pet Tom. I think that's dumb, but I'll accept it. But don't give him a last name unless it's like a famous person's last name. You want to call him Tom Cruise? It's stupid, but I accept it.
Yeah, or if it's like a pet pun.
Yeah, but if you name your pet, give it a last name because it's your last name.
Get over yourself.
Knock it off. Okay.
R.I.P. Ben Herbstreit.
My comments on Ben Herbstreit, my real ones, stay off the air.
Okay.
The ones on the air.
Can I get an R.I.P. out of you?
The one, no. No, I'm not doing that. I will say, no one wants a beloved pet to die. The distance this is getting, a little much. That's all I'll say.
Okay, that's a good stopping point.
Yeah, because if I kept going, there'd be a real problem.
They would kill you.
Yeah, I'd be over. Okay, we move on. Coming up next, we'll hear from Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. You know who he is. He joins us. He wasn't available last week because he wasn't around. That man can take some time off, but he's back. He'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch, and maybe it's a TV show. Arcane is back. That might be on his list. We'll also talk about what he's talked about this week on Comicast. We'll talk about that when we come back.
But first, Prize Picks. Yes, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. You can get on the action. There's no better time right now. You've watched the games all season. You know your team. You know who's going to go off and who isn't. So make a little money doing so on Prize Picks. We're in the middle of the season. Guys are banged up. Luckily, Prize Picks has injury insurances for your lineups. That means if one of your players gets hurt in the middle of the game, there's no risk. They say, hey, you didn't see that coming when you took more on whoever got hurt. So that they take that off the board and you can still win some money on Prize Picks. That's what makes them the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So whether it's college football, college basketball, NBA, NFL, everything they got going on this weekend, there's NHL, there's again, European basketball, European soccer. You got women's college basketball. You have esports, MMA, tennis, whatever you're into, Prize Picks has it. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Welcome back to the show. Michael Carroll is in the studio with me talking about all you need to know, whether it be movies, television, or in some people's eyes, just cartoons, because they think all we talk about is cartoons.
Rude.
Yeah. I mean, we might mention Arcane, which actually is a cartoon.
Is it a cartoon, though?
It's
animated.
It's animated, but it's not really a cartoon.
It's not a cartoon.
The themes aren't cartoon-like.
No,
they're
no,
not
they're
at all.
not.
That's like
I will tolerate no disrespect for Arcane on this show.
Yeah, it's about classism and other things involved. It's a great show on Netflix. I believe the second season premiered today. I'll get home
tomorrow.
A Saturday release.
Yeah, first 3 episodes.
That's
tomorrow.
interesting. I don't remember last time one of their featured things was a Saturday release.
I think it was Arcane season 1. That was the last time.
I guess it's just their thing with that show.
That's just their thing.
So I'll look at. Well, I guess I'm not watching it tomorrow. A lot of college football, but I'll get to it at some point before we talk again. So, Comcast has now moved from Fridays to Wednesdays at 8. You can find it and the news from Comcast beyond what they talk about is Jong Lee is back. The former producer of The Blitz is back with Michael after paternity leave. And issue 566 was about all the things that Marvel showed us from their trailer. It was a compilation trailer. People didn't see it. It's all the things that are coming from Marvel, and it was like snippets from multiple shows, from Ironheart to Daredevil to Wonder Man, who I had never heard of before. I did not know Wonder Man was a thing. We can get into that. What If as well. But obviously, what needs to come to the forefront and to bring Sean Mapes into the show. These two gentlemen have both watched the latest Venom movie. I have heard a spoiler-filled review of it, so I feel like I've watched it myself, considering how they talked about the movie. I know, Sean, you're a big fan. We don't have to spoil the movie for anyone who wants to watch it, but let's go with Sean, who has a very, I feel, positive view of the movie.
Yeah,
and then
Sean.
Then we'll move to our more accomplished reviewer in our second part of the review.
Yeah, if you want to know what the people think,
as opposed
talk
to the critics, yes,
the critics sitting in their ivory tower, looking down on you, judging you for liking
the
a
Mike
fun
Gundys
movie
of the world.
Yeah, a fun movie about a relationship between a man and his alien who inhabits his body.
That's right, and a horse,
and a horse, and a frog, and a fish.
Yeah,
that's not a spoiler. Those are in the trailers.
That's true.
No camel though. I think that was one of the posters. No camel.
Wow, we didn't get a camel.
Yeah, we didn't get a camel. Dang.
Next time.
I thought it was The Last Dance. What do you mean the next time?
There's an encore.
Okay.
Venom 4, the encore, the on 4. Yeah, no, I thought it was an enjoyable movie. It's a classic case, and our off the air talks about it with Michael, which get really nasty.
Super.
We have to keep it off the air.
Brutal.
I think it comes down to, if you like the first two, you'll like this one. If you didn't like the first two, you won't like it. It is very much you have to be down. You have to be down with the symbiotes.
With Venom?
Yeah, you got to be down with the symbiotes.
Okay.
To really enjoy this, and you have to enjoy, which I did, a very a detour in the middle of this movie that you're like, wait, am I still watching the same movie? That was fun though. It was fun. It was maybe the best part of the movie.
He's saying no.
It was maybe the best part. Oh, really? You liked all the parts in the lab?
No.
That
I don't think you like much of it, from what I can tell.
It missed me with all that lab stuff.
So dumb. It's so dumb. I'm sorry.
So we're giving 4 Mapes out of 5. How many Mapes are we giving for this?
Yeah, I'll give it a 3.
A 3.
Yeah.
Michael?
3 out of 5.
Three's kind of high.
Is it generous? A 3?
3's kind of generous.
I 3 out of 10. I think you would go with.
I would. Yeah, that would where I'd lean towards 3 out of 10. I gave it.
Hater.
Such a hater. I gave it 2 out of 5 on Letterboxd. It was like if you want to be a goofy movie, not to be confused with a goofy,
which is
movie,
actually a really good movie.
Which is actually well worth that. If you want it to be like this fun, goofy movie, be that the whole time. Not give us this world-ending plot at the beginning, and then in the middle of the movie, we do this road trip with this random family that makes no sense. The comedy did not work for me at all. I was just I didn't laugh once. I didn't laugh.
Sean, how many
at
laughs did you?
Plenty. Otto Hightower was killing it. By the way, that's the
Reese
comedic
Ifans.
relief in this.
Is Otto the guy who plays Otto Hightower is the comedic relief?
That's baffling.
Okay, I mean the guy is more than Otto Hightower, so I'm sure he has that type of range. Except he didn't make Michael
He's also
laugh.
Kirk Connors, right?
He's Connors, and that's the other thing. Let's keep using people in the Sony universe that are
True.
not really tied to this movie. But like, this is not a spoiler. He plays a deadbeat dad. Not even a deadbeat dad.
No,
I guess
not a deadbeat. He's the opposite of a deadbeat.
I'm sorry.
He's very involved with his
Inattentive.
He gives up him and his wife give up their family's fortune, or not fortune, whatever they have, to live in a van and go see Area 51.
They're very spiritual people.
They're very stupid people.
Wow, we've got a clear difference.
It was just like, why are we wasting time with this? So, like, if you wanted to,
I would say walking into the theater was a waste of time.
It's not much time. It's only like 2 hours.
That's the only reason I'm going to.
That's really not
2
that
hours. I
long.
thought it was like 90 minutes.
No, that's Venom 2.
2 hours may be stretching the ability for me to watch that movie.
It's-
2 hours of it.
I mean, it's like an hour 45.
Hour
or
45.
something.
Okay.
It's
It
not
flies
that
by,
bad.
too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, it didn't fly by for me. Also, my theater, I think the entirety of the theater only laughed once.
Wow.
Yeah, it was not like we all just were
a
sitting
different
there.
crowd than what you had, Sean.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, because I was in that theater.
And you laughed far more than once.
It was just lot of.
Were
yeah.
you the only one laughing?
No.
Were your friends? Oh, it was your friends who were laughing too.
Yeah, them too.
Just to be clear, I did not watch this with a bunch of critics in my ivory tower. I watched it with the normal.
There's no
moviegoer.
There's no
experience.
laughing. There's just a lot of pins.
Just a lot of
scribbling down notes for all their podcasts.
And a lot of popcorn bags going, I really wish I got more. Just like, because this movie, I don't know. And then the tease that they set up, what are we setting up for? Because we all know this is the end for Venom at this point. Well, I don't think so, but that's what they
were
led
selling,
us to
yes.
believe. It's a.
So
it's
you would
not good.
say, if you watch the first two, and you're a completist, just watch it.
I mean, if you really want
but
to,
there's nothing beneficial, at least according to you.
No, like, I mean, they had this whole angle that they set up at the end of the last movie with Patrick Mulligan that they just don't pursue in this one. And they make it a point to tell you, yeah, the thing that happened to him at the end of the last movie, it left him. It just left him.
Okay.
Why? Why did it leave him?
Undo.
And they create this plot device for Venom as to why he can't be Venom for a lot of the movie, but then proceeds to tell us how dangerous this rule is if he breaks it. But I got to dance with Mrs. Chin, so I'm going to break the rule. I'm going to break the rule right now. It's just it's so dumb. It's so
the man made some bad decisions, or the alien made some bad decisions in Las Vegas.
The
Who
alien
among
was
us?
telling us so much about, we can't do this, Eddie. We can't do this. And then like, well, I kind of like gambling and I kind of like Mrs. Chin, so I'm going to do it. I don't know. It was dumb.
It fits what I assumed that movie would be about. And the smile on Sean's face as he talks about it is amazing.
The doctor that they
the more you guys don't like it, the more I like it.
I haven't even seen it, and I don't like it.
There's a bit with the doctor that's played by, I think, Juno Temple in this movie. And they give this super melodramatic
That
thing.
part was crazy.
That's just wild. About
the backstory that I kept thinking would come up never came up.
it never came up.
There's no reason to give this random doctor.
They gave
a
this random
backstory.
doctor
Not a random.
backstory. I mean, yeah, she's not random, but like, why are we spending however much time talking about her twin brother? And like, there's nothing it adds to the movie.
So if you guys are listening, and if you like the stylings of Sean, go watch it. If you like the stylings of Michael, stay away.
Or if you like the stylings of Tom Hardy, or Tom Hardy's depiction of Venom.
See, at least that he saved
As
it for
opposed
me in
to
the first
Topher
two.
Grace's,
But like,
maybe Topher
Yeah.
Grace is your Venom, and you're not.
No,
gonna...
then you will not like.
Okay.
Yeah, you will
if you're
definitely not like
if you're a
this.
Topher head.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
no.
Okay. So that's a clear yes for Sean and a definite why would you for Michael Carroll.
What are you doing?
Yeah. Do something else.
All
All
right,
right.
please don't.
How about you give us something you actually think people should watch?
Well, I will. We're past Halloween. We're past spooky time and all that. But the big release this weekend is Heretic with Hugh Grant. I mean, that's sitting at 94%, sitting well with critics, sitting well with most people. So that's honestly the top pick for the weekend for folks. If you want to go check it out,
there's a couple like just random action movies. Elevation with Anthony Mackie and Marina Baccarin from like the Deadpool movies and things like that.
She was also in Homeland.
She
Played
was,
the wife. Yeah.
That's out. I honestly thought that was a Netflix release.
I thought so too, considering how the promotion I was seeing was mostly like Instagram ads. I hadn't seen much promotion online.
Apparently, it's a wide release, but it's not 52% right now. Weekend in Taipei, a Luke Evans joint. If you want Luke Evans in your life, but it's 50%. My low key, like under the radar pick, 100 yards.
You didn't mention Han is in the movie Weekend in Taipei.
Yeah,
Han is in Weekend
Han
in Taipei.
is in. That would get Sean in the
I
building,
saw him lean over and go, oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm all about it. But yeah, Weekend in Taipei if you want to go watch that. But 100 yards, I would go recommend people check that out. It's a limited release, so it might not be like the times may not be the best, but it looks like a fun martial arts action movie, and I'm all about martial arts action movies.
Gotcha.
That's it for theaters. Heretics, probably the main one people are going to go watch. This weekend, we've already talked about it. Streaming wise, Arcane season 2, 3 years later. It's been a long time.
And we talked about that yesterday off air.
Yeah,
the
did.
length of time between releases.
It took forever to get season 2, but season 2 returns tomorrow. I don't know the release time for tomorrow, but it comes back. The first
Arcane. I don't know if it's going to happen. I imagine the production levels and time makes it not happen. But I better not see a guest appearance from Josh Allen as a voice, just because he happens to be dating one of the stars of the show. Let's not have that happen. I don't need a cameo.
Hope not.
No, hey, he tortures me on Sundays. I don't need it when I'm trying to relax. I mentioned that because he's dating Haley Steinfeld.
Yep.
You have Ella Purnell in the movie, or excuse me, the show as well. She's currently starring in Sweet Pea. You would have seen her in Fallout. She's been in a lot of things. Her career is popping right now. So those are your two main people. It's obviously they're doing voices. You can't see them, but if you're fans of those two women and their work, you can see or hear them in that show.
In season 1, like I always like to put the Rotten Tomatoes things to help like solidify for people. Like there is a good chunk that like this still after 3 years. It's still at 100% season 1. So it's a really good show. You don't have to know the video game that it's based on. I don't know it. I never played it.
I've never played it.
But it's just a really good story and show. You have Yellowstone season 5 part 2 comes out this weekend. I'm not a Yellowstone person.
It's been like I haven't kept up with it since like season 2, so I don't know much about it.
This is the final season, so
Kevin Costner decided he wanted to make movies instead. Movies that are very similar, at least in aesthetics to the show he was on.
So you got that. Outer Banks season 4 part 2 for folks that are into that. I just find this funny that we talked about it like I think last month. Citadel, that other show came out.
Yes,
there's another one that just came out.
Yeah,
Citadel,
has
Honey Bunny.
Honey Bunny, yeah. It's based in India.
India.
Yes. So if you remember, I talked not so glowingly about the Richard Madden, Priyanka Chopra,
I think
joint spy series. They made a Italian language one, and now I don't know what language this one will be in, but it's set in India. So it's a whole universe they're creating from a show that not many people liked.
But I like that both of the shows that have been after the main one
have been reviewed
way better.
Yeah, which speaks to Richard Madden.
No, that show sucked. That show was
Hey, Richard. I don't know. Hope for an alternate reality version of Game of Thrones where you get to do that role again.
Rob Stark Merchant.
Apparently, well, he was in The Bodyguard on Netflix. That was good.
So good.
That was good. So he's not purely a Rob Stark merchant, but The Bodyguard is like a screen, one screen to get him a jump shot. But everything else, I don't remember anything he's been in that anyone's cared about.
The Penguin season finale this weekend.
That's true.
Excited for that. Since we're, ESPN, Countdown to Paul versus Tyson. I don't know if anyone wants to watch that on Netflix, but you got that. Probably not. Okay.
No.
That's all I needed to know.
We're good.
No, we're good. We're good on that.
I might watch the actual fight if it's on.
Maybe.
I don't.
Netflix, well, at least with me, has a problem. I don't think of it as a place to go watch sports. Now, the Texans will be playing a game later, so obviously that'll lock me in. Yeah, but at this, I don't think of it as a place I want to watch live anything. So maybe the Texans game will convince me that, hey, it's a place for that. But yeah, the fight, as you mentioned, will be on, and I might get to it. It's unlikely, though. I'll just get the updates on social media. All right, Michael, we appreciate you joining us once again. And once again, Comicast has a new time, 8 o'clock on Wednesday. Also, you can find it wherever you listen to your podcast. It's issue 566. They give a review of episode 7 of The Penguin and also the season finale of Agatha All Along and everything that is everything for the MCU in 2025. If you like spoilers, if you've already watched those 2 episodes of those shows I mentioned, you can get a in-depth spoiler review from Michael Carroll and Jong Lee. You hear that music? That means we are done. And since we're done for the week, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you on Monday.
has Stroud. Little play action to start. Good protection. Airs it out for Collins. He's got it. One play. Touchdown, Texans.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good on a Friday. A Nico Collins highlight? Why is that playing? He didn't practice on Wednesday. He didn't practice on Thursday. Wasn't looking like he was going to be back for this pivotal Sunday night football game against the Detroit Lions, best team in the league, until a tweet at 11 a.m. by the Houston Texans. Nico Collins has been designated for return and has returned to practice, and we have made another roster move, and there he is in his battle red glory, wearing those candy red painted helmets. Hells yeah, Joe George.
What do we say, Paul?
Texans swarm.
Joe Mixon captain also happened today.
Joe Mixon got named the captain. The vibes are immaculate. And you know what?
Gosh, they really are so much better seeing this news today. This is a totally different vibe of a show already.
I had a show rundown ready to go. And honestly, I was going to start off talking about Thursday Night Football, how CJ Stroud isn't on the same level as Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. Was probably going to make fun of Bobby Slowick talking about the offense getting its fun back. Was going to ask a lot of questions about offensive line coach Chris Strouser, who did an interview with the media, but apparently no one was allowed to film him. Is he in witness protection? A lot of questions about that.
Wait. I have so many.
Look online. Every interview that's been done with offensive line coach Chris Strouser features video that is pointed at the ground or no video whatsoever. I do not know why it is the way that it is. Whatever the case, that actually happened. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Sean, can you play CJ Stroud talking about fun? All those times he talked about fun, I mashed it up together because it's Friday and we're here to have some fun.
Getting back to having fun. I would say I just got to have more fun. We're back to having fun at practice and enjoying each other's company. And but ultimately, I believe it's just having fun and being joyful while doing it. It's entertainment business, and we're called, to entertain, but you can also have fun while doing it. And, I think that's something that, as a team, we can do better is just have more fun celebrating and just being like you have a smile on your face right now. Like you're having fun while doing your job. So we can do the same,
We all have smiles on our face. All of us.
We do.
You can watch them on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Big old smiles on our face. Even if Lance Zierlein broke the microphone in studio and the chair I'm sitting in, we all got big old smiles because Texans swarm. You want some of this, Detroit Lions? He said as he put on his battle red sunglasses while wearing a battle red Hawaiian shirt, you want some of this? You want a piece of me? You don't want none of this. None of it. Ah! Joe.
You're going to lose your voice. You keep doing that, Paulie?
I'm battle red pumped up.
You
dude.
should be.
Deep Steel Blue Pill has been engaged.
There's hope. There's fun. There's good things going on with the Texans right now.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Nico Collins is back. I think I need to get one of those.
This is the first time I put the starter jacket on since week 1. Okay? And that should tell you something. What should that tell you? Honestly, I can't really say. All I know is the vibes are better. And at the very least, can we shift the line for a Texans home game on Sunday Night Football from Lions by 3.5? Is that so hard to do?
I would not be surprised if it moves. It moved from 5.5 to 3.5. Maybe they already knew about Vegas always knows first.
Nico back, Texans by 10. I mean, what are we talking about?
I mean, they're not going to cover that, but I mean,
you say that you have little faith, Joe.
No, it doesn't mean they won't win, but they don't cover you when Nico Collins is out there.
Joe, so. I have mainlined all the little sparkles off of those battle red helmets that they're wearing. I'm ready to go.
They're so shiny. How surprised were you when you saw this news?
I was very surprised. I mean,
came out of nowhere.
Literally came out of nowhere. For those who don't know, I was recording an interview with my friend Andrew Filipponi, who works up in Pittsburgh for FanDuel. We were doing a preview of the game on Sunday, and the entire interview I was talking about, well, if they don't have Nico Collins, I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be bad. So we had to re-record it because I talked about Nico Collins every single answer. And then I checked my phone, and I guess right before the phone call had started, I noticed that the Texans had dropped that on their Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, this is not something you really ever see in the NFL, where a player does not practice the entire week, and then all of a sudden he's designated from return on Friday. He practices today. I guess we don't officially know he's playing on Sunday.
I think he's playing.
But there's no way you do this. You're like,
no, you got everyone hyped
you're gonna
up.
kill your fan base. You're gonna give him heart attacks if he doesn't play on Sunday. So he's playing on Sunday.
I would assume, correct. Now, I think the bigger question about the Texans, because the Lions' strength is their defense. Now that we get serious for a moment here, it is all about Will Anderson Jr. And at least as far as what I can see, Will Anderson Jr. is not back.
Yes. It looks like let's see, Stutzy. Cody Stutz had it. Will Anderson's not practicing. So, but you know what, Paul? I feel differently about these. Not that I don't love Will Anderson. Great player. He's been really impressive this year. But you went and got Daniil Hunter. You went and got Nico Autry. You have Mario Edwards. You have Tim Settle. You have a bunch of guys that have contributed to this football team in a really positive way on the pass rush. It's way more logical that the Texans' defensive line can overcome Will Anderson not being there versus the Texans' offense overcoming Nico Collins not being there.
Yeah, you still have Daniil Hunter, as you said.
Yeah.
There's Nico Autry in the house. It looks like Azeez Al-Shaair is going to be back as he's been back at practice. The Texans linebackers have actually done a pretty good job last couple of weeks filling in for him. I like what I've seen out of Neville Hewitt. Henry To'oTo'o is back. Jalen Petry's pretty good in run support. That's what's going to be really interesting. The Lions want to run the football. They run the football a lot. They're going to take the Texans offense perhaps out of a rhythm. They have had zero rhythm over the last couple of weeks. I mean, it's like I hate to be racist against my own people, but it's like a white man at anything. You know, they just haven't had that mojo.
That's true.
Not me. I'm a great dancer.
I mean, at a wedding, there are really only a couple songs that we do well.
The
Cupid Shuffle.
Oh, kill me! Whoever
The
does
electric
that,
slide.
whoever honestly,
anything you've been doing since you were 12, Soldier Boy song.
Crank That Soldier Boy.
Crank That Soldier.
I could deal
I feel like
with
we can
Soulja
handle
Boy.
that pretty well.
Chicken
at this
dance.
point. Chicken
No,
dance.
You see,
Kill a chicken dance.
I will kill someone who played the chicken
YMCA.
dance.
I think we can handle that one pretty well.
YMCA, we do that one pretty well. Yeah, no, there's some that are out of bounds, but and this is not a me problem. I'm a fantastic dancer. Oh, it's a fantastic dancer. What a surprise! Shut up. Listen, okay.
Go back to the question from yesterday.
The rhythm for the Texans offense is not there. Hopefully Nico Collins gets it back. Much better vibes for Sunday night. I still think the Lions are going to win. I'll be perfectly honest, but I feel like at the very least with Nico Collins back, they're not going to embarrass themselves. And it's kind of sad that that's what I'm hoping for more than anything on national TV for our beloved Houston Texans. Playing, honestly, their most important regular season game in years, but that's what I'm looking for.
I'm 100% with you. I still think the Lions are going to win on Sunday Night Football, but the Texans at least have a chance now. They have a chance to be competitive in this game, to pull off the upset. It's not all over. It is not me. Like, just having Nico out there is so clearly a big thing for this offense, because even though it doesn't fix Bobby Slowick's play calling issues, it doesn't fix your offensive line issues, there's clearly a special connection that CJ and Nico have. The deep ball has completely been gone since he's been hurt. So you bring all that back into the offense. So if you can get that from Nico Collins, what he was pre-injury, maybe not leading wide receiver in the NFL, but close to that, and you can replicate what you got last week from Tank Dell, this offense can be successful on Sunday for sure.
Because it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
They're going to have a lot of fun. And I don't think the Lions are ready for fun. Okay? Hey, run the fun play. What's that? Oh, you don't even want to know. Joe Mixon's going to be in the Wildcat, and Davis Mills is going to line up on the outside. That is fun. Titus Howard, hand off to him. Laramie Tunsil running a double reverse. Fun. Watch out. It's back, folks. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. That is Sean Mapes behind the glass. It is Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Fun Thursday night football game last night. And you can't help but, while watching a game like that, compare oneself to those two quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Is Stroud close to either of those two? You can answer that for yourself. We'll try to do it too. It is Gallant and George. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Update. Who screwed up the microphone in studio? Someone has committed a crime. And per Lance Zerline, it was not Lance Zerline who sent me a text because I did yell down the hallway. Microphone like an unhinged person. But listen, I'm just trying to create content here. No big deal. Lance says it wasn't him who messed with the mic this time. He didn't last time. I blamed him either. Oh, shoot. So I blamed Lance Zerline twice. Whoops.
Well, I mean,
I don't like it either. But look elsewhere for the culprit. By the way, I've been dealing with that being broken well before you got here, multiple times. Huh. Okay.
Okay, so this is an ongoing issue.
For those who don't know, there's a microphone in studio and it breaks all the time, so I have to hold it up basically with my hand. Otherwise, it just flops like it doesn't have the deep steel blue pill that has been injected into my veins after Nico Collins' return from the injured list. He's going to play Sunday against the Lions, it looks like. Could be Dell, and it could be Joel Blank.
Well, based on that text, because he said he's been doing it for a while, Dell is still new to, being here full-time like me. It's only been since February. So if it goes back beyond February, you can't really blame Dell. I mean, hell, when I got here, RJ was the producer of that show. So it's definitely, you can't blame Dell for that. There's only one constant in that seat.
I mean, I would have guessed Lance, but...
Well, there is another option.
There's also a chance that Lance is lying.
Well, I guess there's two more options.
Yeah, there's a chance that Lance
is lying.
Lance would never lie. He's a Texas Radio Hall of Famer.
That is true.
Especially in his first week on the
I was
going to
say he'll get immunity from me saying that he's a liar. No, saying that he's lying. I didn't call him a liar. I just said that he might be lying.
I think those are different things.
Yes.
Like you can be a liar or lying. Like
yes.
Those,
but since he's a Hall of Famer, I'll take that off the board.
So then there's one other option we haven't discussed just yet.
Joe, why are you so hesitant to?
What if you break it and you don't realize it?
Oh, that's a twist. I thought you were going to blame Joel Blank.
No, he's the constant. I mean, you and Joel are if it's not Lance, then it's you or Joel. So
what if it was me all along? That would be something.
What a twist.
That would be something. And
that'd be a great movie.
And I don't even remember it because my brain is so fried from my high school football.
I mean, you do get like kind of rushed out of here at the end of the day, typically as in the transition from this show to the Bees. So, just maybe in the transition, the microphone's breaking.
I hope. I kind of hope it's me now because it would be really funny.
An inadvertent Kaiser Soze.
Right. It would make me look like a massive a-hole.
We have an intern today.
I don't think so. I can double check.
I was just say, have him review the tape. Just haven't watched
a lot of tape.
Just
Look
John
at yesterday.
Just start with John and Lance.
Oh,
Watch all 3 hours.
It's a lot of tape.
Just focus on Lance the whole time.
I think you can on YouTube. You can like 2x the speed, so you can burn through it in less than 3 hours.
I think low-key, I think Lance is a little annoyed I accused him.
I heard a little conversation out in the hallway.
Oh,
I thought. I thought I heard Dell say Paul's accusing you. of breaking
Dell
the
threw
mic.
flames on it. Of course, Dell, you son of a bitch. All right, whatever. Hey, Thursday Night Football.
That was fun.
It was not a son of a bitch. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing last night. Let me tell you, one of the most beautiful Thursday Night Football games we've ever seen. No bar. But Lamar Jackson, holy crap. I don't know what was more impressive, this touchdown where he jumped.
3rd and goal. Jackson running around. Little jump pass, touchdown. Bateman.
Al Michaels, I'm going to need a little more from you on that.
Yeah,
one.
that was a disappointing call.
I love Al Michaels. Al, that was a fun game last night.
That was the game-winning touchdown.
I was just lifting you up. But also he had this incredible scramble to the 1 yard line on a play where he might have run 50 yards behind the line.
Jackson backing up, backing away, under pressure, and down the sideline he goes. Lamar Jackson, can he stay in bounds all the way? He stopped inside the 1. Name somebody else right now who can do that. Nobody.
He's so good. He's definitely the MVP.
Definitely the MVP.
At this point in the season. I mean, who else are you going to give it to? Jared Goff?
Not after the last couple of statistical performances.
I mean,
Not his fault, but he's the quarterback of the best team. So that is the big argument he has to stand on. But you could have said that last year about Brock Purdy with the San Francisco 49ers.
I mean, and we don't know how the NFL voters will treat, Lamar Jackson. Like if they'll act the same way as NBA voters, where NBA voters hold playoff success against you for a regular season award. But Lamar is the best quarterback, playing the best quarterback in the NFL right now. Him and Joe Burrow.
Those two quarterbacks are the best two in the AFC.
Yeah.
That's for sure this year. Burrow, I feel for him. The Bengals' chronic procrastination issues are the reason that right now they're 4-6 and are probably screwed, even though they have been really impressive. He and Jamar Chase. Thoughts and prayers to everybody who went up against Jamar Chase in fantasy football last night. But I watched both of those two guys, and I think you're right. Lamar Jackson right now is the MVP. Still a lot of season left, and there's also the whole voter fatigue thing. Are they going to give it to him 2 years in a row or a third time already in his young career? I don't even think is he 29? Is he even?
He's got to be. If he's not yet, it's like right on the
He's
border.
like 28, 27.
28, 27. Jeez, that's incredible. And I mean, the funny thing is the playoffs get held against him, deservedly so. He struggled in said playoffs, but at the same time, man, what he is doing is really awesome to watch, in addition to being just statistically impressive. Hell, there was an interception that he threw that got overturned where he eluded two defenders. I don't know how he did it.
Yeah.
I was like, that's one of the cooler interceptions I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
He has this weird way of scrambling where he doesn't while he's scrambling to throw, he does not run very fast. Or he doesn't appear to be running very fast, but then he pulls away from every defensive lineman, and also he does this weird kind of dead leg move on everyone where they just don't know where he's going ever. And then it's crazy. They said it in that call, but I realizing it on Thursday or last night watching the game, because for the first time in a while I'm watching an entire Ravens game. He probably makes 10 plays a game where it's he's the only quarterback that does
for
that.
Sure.
Not just the running stuff, but the running and then to an accurate pass, where there's some quarterbacks that can make the running part, but they miss the pass. Even that jump pass, you're like, why is he jumping here? Oh, dime, perfect, no notes.
He's so good. I mean, it's 290 yards, 4 touchdowns yesterday. What this team's doing, Derrick Henry is just, it's totally different for them. He only has 68 rushing yards in yesterday's game, but he has a rushing touchdown. I mean,
one full moon.
Yes, one very full moon.
Yeah, 1 touchdown, 2 cheeks.
Yeah. But he just brings a totally different dynamic to this team, because even as they're trying to come back, it's they still, you need 3 or 4 yards. Well, you have maybe the greatest running combo between a quarterback and a running back we'll ever see. I don't know what else could even
it's unfair.
top it.
Because I don't think Michael Vick had anyone.
Warwick Dunn was fun. Warwick Dunn
Right.
was fun, but he's not Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And Steve McNair was not the runner that Lamar Jackson was for McNair and
But then he
George.
was. You're right. That's not a bad one either. Yeah, it's impressive what they're doing, and I'm with you in that. I think Lamar Jackson's the MVP. Trying to localize it a little bit. How close is CJ to those two?
Not close.
Because last night I saw a couple of people make points, and I thought they were good points. Hey, look at what Joe Burrow's doing with the pressure he's under. And okay, having Jamar Chase would be like CJ Stroud having Nico Collins back. But I mean, how many times did Burrow get face masked last night under pressure? How many times did he get sacked by guys running straight up the middle? And Burrow has probably the best pocket presence in the NFL now that Tom Brady is gone. Stroud has really good pocket presence, but Burrow is so damn cool back there, and Burrow doesn't have the ability to escape that Stroud does. And then, of course, what Lamar Jackson is doing too. I love Stroud, and I think there's a lot of potential here, but the improvement that we were hoping for in year 2 has at the very least been stopped in its tracks by Nico Collins' absence. And going into the year, I felt pretty strongly Stroud, top 5 guy in terms of talent. And now here I am wondering, okay, why am I so hesitant to call out that these guys are working with situations that aren't always ideal and they're overcoming them, where Stroud really has been completely incapable of doing it? I get the offensive line's been awful. I really do. But those guys are figuring it out.
I mean, he got hit. Joe Burrow got hit 13 times and then sacked an additional 3 times. in yesterday's game. I think there's still an argument CJ Stroud's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, but you have to very clearly put him at 5th. There is a huge gap between Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow, and Allen, and whoever is next on your list.
Do you think you're putting Allen in there still?
I put Allen 4th.
Okay.
Right now, but because I think there is still a sizable gap between Lamar and Burrow, and then that's no disrespect to Josh Allen, but Joe Burrow to me was always the second best quarterback in the NFL, and Lamar at this point has to almost move in front of him with the way he's playing last season and this year in the regular season. So then I go Josh Allen, and I don't know where you go next, and you can make the argument for CJ, but it's still a sizable gap, I think, between him and those 4 guys.
And I know a lot of people listening to us are going to make the argument for Jared Goff. You probably would have made the same argument for Brock Purdy last year. A quarterback who's on a winning team who isn't screwing up does deserve credit. I don't know how big that gap is between Stroud and Burrow, Jackson. I feel like it's a little closer with Allen, but I do know that there is a gap based off of the last 4 weeks and just based off of what we saw last night. That was a masterclass in quarterbacking from those 2.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Burrow think about Lamar, for example. Before Derrick Henry, like who has been his best wide receiver? Last year it was immediately Zay Flowers as a rookie out of Boston College. Now he's had Mark Andrews, but he's throwing to guys like Rashad Bateman and guys who are not really talented. He hasn't played with elite level wide receivers ever in his career, and he's found a way to get it done pretty consistently. Joe Burrow has success when Chase is out, when Higgins is out. A guy like Tyler Boyd looked like a sneaky offseason signing for the Tennessee Titans because of what he did with Joe Burrow. He might have 5 catches this year. He's completely useless now that he's gone from Cincinnati. Where Stroud, as soon as he loses Tank Dell last year, Nico Collins this year, the offense very clearly takes a massive step backwards.
Especially when they're on the road.
Yes.
Right. Someone texted in, what about the NFC quarterbacks? Yeah, what about him? What about him? I mean, Jalen Hurts has played well this year after a rough season last year. But, okay, Jaden Daniels in his first year. Are you putting him already up there?
Stafford.
I'm not.
There's still an argument for Stafford.
Not as much of one, though.
But, not as maybe best in the NFC. If you want to do a best in the NFC, that Stafford, Goff, maybe Hurts. Unless I'm forgetting someone obvious.
Can you guess what Stafford's passer rating, where it ranks among NFL quarterbacks?
Oh, is it 20th?
20th.
Yeah.
20th on the dot. And again, that guy's had a great body of work, but I feel like his body plus the injuries that they've been dealing with this year, it takes him out of that conversation for right now.
A little CJ-esque where he loses Puka and Cup for large points of the year, and their offense takes a nosedive. Those guys come back, and all of a sudden they're winning games again.
Can you guess where Stroud's rating is right now?
It's low.
Mm-hmm.
It's really low.
17th.
And that's why it's not the end all be all, because there are guys who are clearly above him, like Derek Carr.
Derek Carr makes no sense, right?
Tua, Joe Flacco. I mean, hell, right now, Justin Fields is in front of CJ Stroud in terms of rating. So it's not a perfect science.
Russell Wilson's third, but it's only been 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, and to defend, and if you want to immediately don't even need to look at the Twitch. I know what they're saying is, Joe, how can you make that argument? Well, look at the list and see who's number 18. It's Patrick Mahomes. So it can't be the end all be all the time.
Stroud's better than Mahomes.
Stroud better than Mahomes. That's what the takeaway is from this. It can't be the end all be all, but it is a good marker. And in terms of the NFC quarterbacks, if you're not going to pick Jalen Hurts, then you have to pick Jaden Daniels, because we all know we're not picking Jared Goff, and we all know we're not picking Kirk Cousins, and we all know we're not picking Baker Mayfield. And you could argue that those last 3 guys there are playing the best football of the NFC quarterbacks right now, but no one thinks any of them are top 10 quarterbacks, top 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's a bunch of guys that are playing well, but there's a lot of extenuating circumstances where you go, we've also seen them stink out loud for seasons of their career, and there's really not that case with any of the top AFC guys. Even, I mean, Burrow, Allen, Lamar, they have bad games, a one-off, he didn't have it today. CJ's had a couple of them this year, but they don't have the the team gave up on them like all the NFC quarterbacks do.
Right. And I mean, We laugh at Doug Peterson and his terrible team that's about to start Mac Jones on Sunday. Seriously, that's actually happening.
Yep.
We laugh at Doug Peterson saying, hey, when he's asked about Sam Darnold, why is he so good, saying Justin Jefferson. But I mean, to a degree, it's understandable.
100% wrong.
There are a couple of texters right now are saying, oh, there's no way Stroud's worse than Burrow. Burrow was a recipient of the Jamar Chase effect last night. I mean, you can make that argument. But
Chase was awesome.
Burrow was nailing him. There was one play that Chase caught that pass. It was on the crosser, and there's 4 Raven defenders downfield of him, and he ran by all of them. And it felt like the Ravens defenders weren't trying. It might simply be that that's just how good Jamar Chase is, but that play pissed me off. What are you guys doing? 4 of you are further downfield than Chase, and he just runs by all of you untouched. Didn't like it.
I mean, there's
Ravens defense.
I mean, the 75-yard touchdown he had, I think that was the second touchdown.
Yeah.
Where just no one really covers him. He just kind of runs between 3 defenders who are in different zones. I guess they're playing zone. They definitely weren't playing man. No one was playing man on Jamar Chase. That was another one where I'm just like, what are these guys doing out there?
I love CJ Stroud, but I don't think there's any argument for him above Joe Burrow. I mean, Joe Burrow.
Not after last night.
No, Joe Burrow, it was a masterpiece.
Joe Burrow is, I mean, even just going back to like what they did before, greatest college quarterback season we've ever seen. He's thrown for 25 touchdowns. He has 25 touchdowns this season.
Wow. That's a lot of touchdowns.
I mean, no, it's no disrespect to CJ,
but it sounds like a little bit of CJ disrespect. And guess what? Ballerina glasses back on.
See, this
starter jacket.
This might be where the microphone
starter
goes.
jacket back on. I'm not touching the microphone. Guess what?
I said might.
Guess what? CJ Stroud, he's taking it back. He's taking it back by force. Sunday night. Stroud boys, we about that life.
Yeah.
Taking it back from Michigan, a swing state.
Take it back.
Taking it back. We're
Stroud boys.
Bringing back the joy. Stroud boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when Nico Collins runs by you?
Yeah.
Stroud boys.
You know, CJ Stroud has?
I couldn't hear that because my jacket is taking my headphones.
He says, you know what CJ Stroud has?
Fun. I love this game of telephone that you have to play just for Paul. all the listeners can hear me, but Paul can't.
I don't know what you just said. He's Sean Mace behind the glass. Joe George to my right. Putting the headphones back on now. Gallant George up next. Hey, we're 95 days away from the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training. Interesting development for Alex Bregman that I do not think bodes well for a return to Houston. Plus, what's the dealio with you say? We'll discuss.
Oathletic.com and Oathletic on Instagram is where you find them. 767 North Shepherd over in the Heights. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up for a personal trainer. I always recommend using Cam. That's my personal trainer that I work out with about once a week right now. You can schedule around for 1 to 5 times, whatever it is. They will work around your schedule. Find a personal trainer that is going to help you work towards your goals, work around your busy life outside of going to the gym. Don't wait till 2025 to start working on your goals. Whether you want to lose weight, put on muscle, whatever you want, do it at Oathletic. Don't wait till 2025. Get started now at Oathletic and Oathletic.com.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Big news today for the Houston Texans. Nico Collins designated for return from the injured reserve. He was back at practice today. And get this, guys, he was dancing.
He got the message.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun.
Got to have fun. Not just on Wednesday, not just on Thursday, not just on Friday. Most importantly, on Sunday. You got to be having fun on the sideline. You got to be cheering for your teammates.
I mean, I'm going to do my part on Sunday. I'm going to be in the stands.
You're going to cheer?
And I'm not going to be yelling swarm. Let's have fun. Let's have fun.
I feel like only a few people will understand.
I know
how ridiculous it is that CJ Stroud said earlier in the week that one of the things the Texans need to get back to is having more fun. But you know what? If they win on Sunday, I'll co-sign it. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. I like it.
We all stopped at the same time.
We knew.
Same page.
You better have fun on Sunday. Joe, I want to hear you on Monday. I want to hear your voice hoarse, okay? Because in the press box, I can't hoot and holler.
Literally not allowed to have fun in the press.
Not allowed to have fun.
Yeah. Maybe it starts there. Maybe we need to tell PR.
I don't want to get kicked out.
Loosen up. Loosen up. I want to look up with my. I'll bring my binoculars so I can see you all the way up top. And I want to see you and Charlie Palillo doing the wave up in the press box.
Well, he even though his seat is next to mine, he never sits there.
I know.
Seems like a personal thing. I don't know. I don't get it.
All right, you and Wex doing the wave.
It could be that. Wex is a big wave fan, right?
I don't remember.
Cody's there.
Yeah.
Landry Locker's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. That's a fun group.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
DJ.
I prefer them add alcohol to the press area, but apparently that's frowned upon. I don't get it. Some people just can't handle their liquor. Not fair. Not fair to me.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, it is. It is. So you're going to be down there, and you better be hooting and hollering. As Larry Bird said to me before I went to my first sporting game ever, true story, you going to scream and cheer, Paul? Just like that. And Joe, you better scream and cheer. You better do it.
I'll scream and cheer.
You going to scream and cheer, Paul?
Yeah. Come early. Be loud. Wear red.
Swarm.
Yell fun.
And yell fun. Have fun.
F-U-N. F-U-N. You know what's fun? Baseball. Just kidding.
I was like, wait. Plot twist.
But the Houston Astros are getting closer and closer to reporting to West Palm Beach for spring training. We're only 95 days away. Give me that bone. So Scott Boras provided a Alex Bregman update. Got lost in all the dad jokes. He made a lot of those. But per Boras, Alex Bregman, who said this in October in a weird piece, that maybe it was late September in a weird piece in The Athletic, timing-wise, said he's willing to move to second base. Scott Boras said that once again at the general manager meetings over in San Antonio. That reported by Bob Nightingale.
Okay, so this means one of two things for me. Either he and his team are concerned about what teams will view Alex's health long term, and if maybe they think he'll just be a healthier player if he's at second base versus then at third, even though that's really not where any of the injuries occur. There just seem to be always some kind of unfortunate. Or what I think is the more likely scenario here is that the market's not what they think it's going to be for Alex Bregman. And they're trying to expand the market. They're trying to say, hey, all you teams with third basemen that are really good and cannot consider Alex Bregman, who typically spend money, he'll also play second base for you.
Okay.
So
it feels like Boston is one team that he might be saying, hey, because Rafael Devers plays third base, and there's no way they're moving that fatty Bombati off of that bag.
Yeah, they're definitely number one on the list of teams that I mean, I guess
They don't have a second baseman.
Nolan Arenado at third base for the Cardinals. Like
Okay.
maybe.
You think the Cardinals are going to spend money though?
No,
That
I think
doesn't
they're
seem
gonna.
like that.
I think they're gonna blow it up this offseason. Actually.
Mm-hmm.
Now there was rumors that they jumped in the Ohtani conversation. So even though the Padres spend so much money, like they've already moved Fernando Tatis to the outfield. Like, is there a scenario in which they go after Bregman and put him at second with Machado at third?
They're clearly not
Like
scared to spend.
Yeah.
I would say the Mets and the Padres are the two teams that don't seem to give a bleep. So if they feel like there's a room for him in the infield, those teams are definitely going to, at the very least, call Scott Boras.
Yeah. So I think it's to try to expand the market, because even though the two teams who have two of the highest payrolls in baseball, a team that spent $1 billion last offseason, won the World Series, there's still so many teams in this league that have no money. And then what's happening with the regional sports networks across baseball is crushing these teams. I mean, they are losing the Astros lost a major revenue source with the transformation of AT&T to Space City Home Network, because it's just not the same when you own it. You're not making as much money. So we're seeing a lot of teams really struggle financially because of that. So I think he's just trying to open up the market. So I'm going to take this as a super glass half full way to look at Alex Bregman is going to be back. And that it's going to, be a positive thing.
All right. I hope so. What if this is going to create a clubhouse drama? Jose Altuve wants the Astros to pay Alex Bregman, and Bregman wants to play second base. What if that's what it's all about? Could be.
Like Jeter and A-Rod.
I mean, have you ever seen a 5'6" first baseman before?
I feel like a lot of balls would get to left field.
Yeah, especially when Pena's throwing them.
He's not much of a Altuve scooping him. Yeah, I don't really want that.
Jordan
extending that arm out.
Hot corner. Yeah.
Jordan plays first. Altuve is the DH. Bregman plays second. Problem solved.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I think it's just to expand his market.
That
Try to
makes
get more
sense.
money.
That makes sense. Continuing to talk about the Astros and their offseason plans, 95 days away from pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach. Yusei Kikuchi is an unrestricted free agent. They can't give him a qualifying offer because they acquired him mid-season. I have not seen anything that makes me believe that there's been any movement in terms of bringing him back. I think really the hope is for the Astros is that Kikuchi is very appreciative of everything that they helped him with to make him as consistent as he was with them. So we'll see. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, you didn't see him in the postseason, so he hasn't answered any of those questions about can he pitch in the postseason. But I liked what I saw from him this regular season, and I do think that they should be making an effort to bring him back, especially after trading for him.
Yeah, when you see the reports that he's highly coveted, I think that's going to push the Astros out, unfortunately.
I think he will be highly coveted, and he's a lefty, and he's got some filthy stuff.
Because, like, I wonder what other teams think of him. Well, like, do they look at what, like, hey, well, the Astros fixed him, so we can just tell him to do the same stuff in Boston or in Chicago or something.
You're
like
right.
that. Like,
a bunch of teams can tell themselves we can do what the Astros did.
and it's like they'll pay for him. Like they're not gonna consider what happened in Toronto and Seattle for him.
I mean, the Yankees did it with Garrett Cole after the Astros. Then he didn't get fixed, but he got way better
He was so
the second
awesome
he
with
was
the Astros.
Yeah, the second he was an Astro. Same thing with Charlie Morton, where like some of these guys that are Astros reclamation projects, they do find a new, like someone buys in, and Morton's case, he kind of kept it up a little bit.
The difference is, though, those guys had multiple seasons, extended time with the Astros. True. So this is a very limited sample size, and you love what you saw in the limited sample size. And really, my hope is that people around baseball are super lazy and forgot to keep an eye on potential free agent Yusei Kikuchi. But I mean, I doubt that happened. They all saw it, and they're probably all wondering, hey, how can we figure out what the Astros did to get him at his best for as many starts in a row as they did from him?
Does it make you revisit the trade at all? Like if he just walks, didn't even get to pitch in the playoffs, and like even though like they're just prospects, but like because he didn't pitch in the playoffs, it makes me hate the trade a lot more.
But that's not his fault.
That's not his fault.
You know,
and he helped you get to the playoffs.
Yes.
It's Fromber's fault.
Yeah.
Because Fromber should have started game 1 and Fromber didn't pitch well. Hunter Brown did everything he should have in game 2. He was brilliant in that game. Unfortunately, your offense just did not show up in either of these 2 games. And yeah, here you are with no ability to use Yusei Kikuchi in the playoffs. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it works in the Astros' favor because they're still, could he pitch at a big moment? Concerns about him. I mean, this guy needs to sleep 14 hours a day. How would he have pitched in a game that has a first pitch at 1 o'clock?
Can't play in New York.
That's true.
City that oversleeps.
That's super true.
This is where, like, to connect yesterday's countdown with Verlander, this is why Verlander should not be a consideration at all. Because any money that could be going to Justin Verlander should be going to Yusei Kikuchi.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Same with Urquidy. I mean, I've seen some people say, "Oh, give a qualifying." They're not going to even give him a qualifying.
Yeah, they
outrighted him. And I saw some people say, "We'll try to bring him back at a lower number." I don't know. There's too many teams. There's too many arms on this team where you are not sure about their availability.
I don't think he'll pitch this year.
Yeah,
I've seen that too. People are like, maybe they'll bring back Urquidy on a flyer. I'm like,
yeah, why?
Okay,
take a flyer on someone else.
Yeah,
if you're
in August
with an arm.
Yeah, like they told us for how many months that McCullers and
well, hey, he's going.
Who was the other guy?
Luis Garcia
were going to be back this year.
Yeah,
they gave the exact same timeline.
Yeah.
For Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy.
Yeah, that's 4 arms with questions. Don't do that. You're spending a ton of money on Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero as it is.
Yeah, maybe $250,000 for Jose Urquidy.
Or again,
whoa, that seems like illegal.
But what are you going to pay him to rehab? He's not going to pitch for you.
I think they already had that conversation. That's why they outrighted him.
They were like, "See,
I think the Astros already made that decision."
Well, we appreciate that, Trombo. 95 days away from the Astros and the whole squad getting together in West Palm Beach to do a little thing that we like to call training, spring training, because it's a lot of fun. Let's shift back to Texans and Lions. You guys ready for the Lions? You guys ready for this? Now, this is not a game in Detroit, so sadly we aren't going to be able to hear this, but I love to play the fight songs of NFL teams. And I think Sean has heard this, but I don't think Joe has heard this. The Lions have a very fun fight song. It's called Forward Down the Field. Here it is.
Forward down the field, the Lions team that will not yield. And when the blue and silver wave, you stand and cheer the brave. Win the game. With honor you will keep your fame. So down the field and gain a Lions victory.
What do you think? That singer was having a lot of fun.
He was having lots of fun.
He was having fun.
And the people at the end had fun.
A lot of people are saying that I made that song. Nope, that is the real Lions fight song. They play that at every single game.
When are we going to update these things?
Why? You don't want to hear more football time in Houston?
No, football time in Houston is more modern.
Okay.
This is from like the 50s?
True, that is true. What's wrong with that? See, Joe doesn't even know the fight song to the Bears, which is I still think an absolute travesty.
What am I cheering for?
They
had to score touchdowns. Though.
Yeah,
you're playing the Patriots on Sunday. That's a lock.
Yeah, but it means nothing. I like the song. I like it.
Forward down the field.
Like, do they all like link up in arms and like sway as a stadium?
Probably
like A&M.
Yeah, like A&M.
This something. Maybe it's just the singer and his voice. There's something very like Soviet national anthem about this.
I agree.
Like it's very like it feels like they're marching into war singing this song, which I guess
forward down the field. They are football war, same thing.
It is the exact same thing.
Football is a battlefield. That's what Pat Benatar saying once. I want to hear some fun facts about Lions. This has nothing to do with the Detroit Lions. They're good. They got Jared Goff. They got Sonic and Knuckles at running back. You know, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Man Campbell,
Jamison Williams.
Well, not for this game.
No, he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh, he is back.
Yeah, he's back from suspension.
Oh, which suspension?
The gun suspension. No,
Gun.
we haven't got to the gun suspension yet.
That's coming up.
Oh, so he hasn't been. I assumed
Yes.
he was suspended for the gun.
This is the PED.
Yeah.
Got
the
it.
2-game
The
PEDs.
Adderall.
You know what? My bad. I wasn't.
It's
even
hard to keep
100%
track of.
Yeah, because I wanted to say gambling. I'm like, no, that's last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gambling, guns, PEDs. He's just checking all the boxes.
So we know about all those guys. I got Brian Branch on defense. There's another player who's really good. Was it Highsmith on defense as well? Aiden Hutchinson's hurt, but these were the real facts you need to know. Did you know that lionesses are the primary hunters in a pride of lions, but males guard the territory and young?
I did not. Yeah.
That sounds
Girl
like
power.
equality.
Yeah.
Shout out to the ladies.
So that sounds like Lion King is just a lie, the entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lionesses are doing all the work.
Yeah.
Size. Lions are the second largest big cat after tigers.
How much do they weigh?
Up to 550 pounds.
Makes sense.
Women 400 pounds.
I see the build there for the 550.
It's solid. It's a solid.
Yeah, it's a solid
They
550.
carry it well.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. A lion's roar can be heard from up to 8 kilometers away. I don't know what that
How many
is
miles
in
is
miles.
that?
I
Oh,
don't know
okay.
what that is in miles.
Seems far.
Let's go like 10 miles. Let's just guess.
Marking
Other way?
territory. Lions use their urine to scent mark their territory. Fun fact: the first time I ever came to Houston, I went to the Houston Zoo and I saw a lion mark his territory on a poor, unsuspecting
Zoogoer.
zoogoer. I remember seeing that. I'll never get that image out of my head. I felt very bad. I did not know in the moment what the hell was going on there, but now, today, in November 8th, 2024, I know what happened, and it wasn't good.
That's unfortunate.
That's bad, but that's also for Paul, not for the person in the splash zone. It's kind of what you pay to go to the zoo for.
It was a fun memory.
It was a lot of fun.
Lions are big eaters. They can eat up to 40 kilograms of meat in a single meal. Damn, that's like 80 pounds, isn't it?
That's a lot.
It's probably more than 80
I
pounds.
mean, if you're 550 pounds, that does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got to eat.
Lions are known to be lazy and can spend up to 18 hours a day sleeping.
Well, yeah, because they ate 88 pounds of meat.
They're tired.
Of just raw meat.
Lionesses are 30% faster than males and can reach speeds of up to 45 miles per hour.
I would have thought it was faster, I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think cheetahs. They kind of break the scale, you know.
So this is for people who want a little equality in their sports and stuff, they would have the reverse issues that Ted Cruz was telling us about.
Yeah, I don't want Simba in our Lioness game.
We want Nala.
No, I don't want. Yeah, I don't want Nala in our
Yeah.
Simba games.
Right. Not cool. Not cool. Each lion has a unique personality. It can impact their welfare. These are fun facts by AI.
Is that how much of a fact is that?
It's a fact.
I mean, some of them are goofy. Some of them
are goofy.
Some like to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Some.
I you know what?
I mean, Mufasa had a different personality than Scar.
And I guess like house cats are the same way. So.
Yeah, they all got their unique personalities.
Simba was like super chill.
I need like a second sentence on that fun fact where it's like, therefore, some of them XYZ just no, they have their own personalities. Okay, cool, fun.
There's now fewer than 25,000 lions in Africa.
That's not fun.
But guess what? There's 53 lions that are going to be on the field at NRG Stadium on Sunday.
Boom.
And they're endangered.
They are, because Nico Collins is back.
There we go.
Poaching them to death.
Might get canceled for that one. Of
What?
all the things that have been said on this show.
What?
Poaching lions, Paul?
Yeah.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about bomb threats yesterday.
Honestly,
People might
not
be
far
more
enough.
offended by that.
Well, they're animals. They don't matter. Like we care about them. It's cool to care about them. They are cute until they're mauling your face off. Honestly, who wouldn't want to have a lion skin as a robe?
That's true.
It would
Yeah.
be sick.
Like in what movie was that?
Aladdin.
Yeah. Oh, as the flying carpet.
No, wait.
Yeah, they turned.
No, Hercules.
Hercules. Yes.
Yeah.
He has Mufasa on his head.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
no, Scar.
Can someone make a fake one of those for me? I'd love that.
I guarantee you they have fake.
I would love a fake lion coat
I think there has to
to
be.
wear it on Sunday night.
There's
to the
got to
press
be like
box.
I don't know if I can overnight it.
there's got to be like a Spirit Halloween that's still open.
Is there Spirit Halloween in Africa?
I'm sure you can find something that's close enough.
Okay. Yeah, I want a faux lion head robe coat.
Okay, so you want like not just like the one that you can get on Amazon.
No, I want it to be fake because I don't want it to
So
be
fake lion pelt
fake lion
is what I
pelt
should look up.
coat. Yeah, thank you. We'll look that up. It is Gallant George. Sean Mapes is looking up things for me on the air. He is Joe. I'm Paul. Up next, who would you rather have as your head coach? D'Amico Ryans or Dan Campbell? Those two are facing off against one another on Sunday. Stay put.
I don't know what they got going on. Yeah, I know they got to deal with us. I know they probably getting asked the same question. So, you know, who's he going to bring it on Sunday night? You know, I plan on having a big game. It is what it is. It's nothing. I'm not going to shy from it. Take it how they want to take it.
That's Texas defensive tackle Tim Settle, who has randomly become one of their chirpiest players and has actually backed it up when he has done this before. I think he said this about Josh Jacobs, Packers running back, before that Texans-Packers game. Like, yeah, we're coming to hit him as hard as we can. And Settle actually had a pretty good game against the Packers, all things considered. So now, hey, they're asking him, hey, are you ready for the Detroit Lions? And he's saying, I hope they're ready for us.
I like the confidence.
They're going to have to be ready for Nico Collins, those Detroit Lions, because Nico Collins was activated off of the injured reserve today. He was back at practice. He was dancing while at practice. He did not seem to be affected, his hamstring, in any way. Now, it's not about whether or not your hamstring's affected while dancing. It's about how affected it is while you're sprinting in a straight line downfield.
Yeah, I mean, I've given him some grief. I don't say because it seemed like his report was going to be very wrong. But Aaron Wilson was pretty consistent about this, that Nico Collins was fully recovered and ready to go, and that seemed wrong until all of a sudden today. So at this point now, I think we have to assume he's correct and that he's fully good to go on Sunday.
And if they have him back, that gives him a chance to win. Am I going to pick the Lions? Probably. But at the very least, I think the Texans have a chance to show up Sunday night if they have him back. Whether or not they have Will Anderson back remains to be seen, but it's definitely not looking good for Will Anderson. We'll check when the next injury report comes out for the Texans. They might even rule Anderson out if he hasn't been on the field all week long, dealing with that ankle injury that he suffered Thursday against the New York Jets. Interesting matchup of two ex-player coaches. Dan Campbell, remember when he was first hired and how everyone was laughing at this press conference? This is Dan Campbell in his introductory press conference, and watch out, world.
All right, and so this team's going to be built on, we're going to kick you in the teeth, all right, and when you punch us back, we're going to smile at you, and when you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off, all right, and we're going to stand up, and then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down, all right, and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, and we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you. Before long, we're going to be the last one standing. All right. That's going to be the mentality. All right. And we're going to learn that any loss that we take, we're going to make sure we feel the full pain of it and not go numb to it and learn from it.
And I think they've certainly learned from the 24-7 loss that they suffered in the NFC Championship game. I thought they would have a hard time bouncing back from that, but they have gotten back up. And they are playing a mean, violent brand of offense where they're just running people over, running by people. Jared Goff's been really efficient. And it's weird that you hear someone talking like that. You would think that that's not going to be an offensive-minded team, Joe. But, I mean, this is what they are. And their defense has been doing the job. They have been the best team in the NFL despite having 1 loss all year long. I know the Chiefs are undefeated, but the Lions have been a lot scarier to this point. And it is because of Dan Campbell. Even if he's maybe not the X's and O's guys, people love playing for him. They always have loved playing for him. And on a personal note, I am happy that a guy like this can prove so many people wrong who are laughing at him for a quote at a press conference like this that I thought was fun and different, but fun.
Yeah, it's just so different than anything you ever hear. So like it's hard not to
Biting
chuckle at.
kneecaps. Biting a kneecap, that's not going to go well for your teeth.
Yeah, like the rest of the analogy is really good about getting up and down and taking chunks out of them on the way up, but it's the biting kneecap one that we'll never forget. But right now, we should all be biting kneecaps. Dan Campbell leading the way.
I don't want to bite a kneecap.
I don't really either.
That sounds like those mewing exercises that the kids do so that they can have stronger jaw lines. People do these workouts. Supposedly.
They do?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Why?
Because supposedly it tightens your jaw up if you have better muscles around your jaw and you do like chewing exercises and stuff. Supposedly it gives you a more pronounced jawline. I don't know if that's actually backed by science, but a lot of people do that. And it's called mewing.
Okay. Do you know what they do? Just like so they chew.
I haven't really looked into it. No,
well,
because I think it's BS.
I'm glad you haven't. I would be more concerned if you're like, yeah, every night before I go to bed, I do my mewing exercises for
Yeah.
30 minutes.
I mean, I would love a stronger jawline, but I'm pretty sure that it's about the bones and it's not
Yes.
about the muscles in your face. But
And
hey,
genetics.
yeah.
But you're right. This is, like he is in a fortunate position right now to where he also does have the hottest coaching candidate the last
Ben
3 off
Johnson,
seasons,
right.
and Ben Johnson. Aaron Glenn's been a great coach. I mean, he also he assembled his staff in a really different way. He went really all in with the former player approach. It wasn't just him. Like there are guys like we mentioned, Mark Brunell on this staff. You have Aaron Glenn as your defensive coordinator. He brought with him guys who played in the league who will connect better with the players, and they've done a really great job. And this is the first time in my life I've been watching the Lions play football my entire life, and they've had incredible talent like Megatron, and I don't really remember
Barry Sanders.
I don't really remember Barry Sanders, but they had Matt Stafford. But I still think of them as the team that's 0-16 and Dan Orlovsky running out the back of the end zone. Like that is like growing up watching the NFC North. Like that's what the Lions are to me. It's so strange that they're the best team in the NFC, and to me, it feels like they're a shoo-in to go to the Super Bowl right now. So they've done an incredible job turning this thing around.
It certainly helps that the conference as a whole, the NFC, does not seem as competitive as the AFC. I mean, who's the second best team in the NFC right now? Is it the Vikings? Is it the Packers? Is it the Eagles?
Maybe it's Washington.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of questions about everybody. So they're certainly in a good situation, but Dan Campbell's, I think, at the center point of it. And really a question I have for you. Would you rather have Dan Campbell than D'Amico Ryans right now? I think having Dan Campbell does assume that you have Ben Johnson as well. Probably Aaron Glenn. Glenn's a local guy.
Yeah, if I get the entire staff, I'm taking Dan Campbell because I get Ben Johnson with it.
I think he has a better staff around him. That's 100%. For sure.
He hired a much better staff. I mean, Ben Johnson, he turned down jobs the last 2 years and potentially will do it again this upcoming offseason because they might be in the Super Bowl, so teams might not even be able to wait for him. So they continue to have this hot coaching candidate who stays with them. It's very unorthodox to what we've seen. So
it's pretty crazy that he stayed.
Yeah.
I get it. He probably didn't like the options available, but I mean, he said pretty early on, no, I'm focused on the Lions and our return to the Super Bowl or first appearance in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're one of 4 teams with the Texans who have never gone to a Super Bowl. The Browns, the Jags, the Lions, the Texans. And I think the Lions are going to be one of the 4 teams that breaks it. The Texans will be part of the final 3 teams in the NFL to have never.
At least
gone
they
to
have
a
an
Super Bowl.
excuse. At least they kind of have an excuse.
100%. Cleveland has no excuse. Anyway, I know they're not the same franchise as they were technically before.
Well, no, I mean they blew it. They blew it a couple times in the '80s. Ernest Miner.
That's true.
John Elway's the reason they didn't make it.
But yeah, right now, if I got the whole staff, I would lean Dan Campbell. If I only get the coach, I'm gonna stick with D'Amico Ryans just because I want to see what it looks like for Goff. Like it was a little bumpy without McVay. Like what does it look like without Ben Johnson? What does it look like without Aaron Glenn? And at least D'Amico calls the defense, or Dan Campbell doesn't do any of that. So I still really like D'Amico as a head coach. So
I like him as a head coach too. However, this week, not feeling so hot about it.
Yes, that I agree.
The rabbit ears vibes that have come out after he was talking about how people are in an uproar about them not doing anything at the trade deadline and reacting to this idea that they're not that impressive of a team. I don't like hearing that from my head coach. He is newer to this than Dan Campbell is, because Campbell also had the interim term with the Miami Dolphins way back in the day too.
I forgot about that.
I mean, that interim term with the Dolphins, he was such a meathead. A lot of people were like, "This is ridiculous."
He's still the meathead.
Yeah, it's funny. He's the exact same guy he was before.
But D'Amico and Dan Campbell are, I think, the reason why we saw Antonio Pierce get this job in Vegas. Like, I think we are heading in a direction where, like in the NBA, you've got, Steve Kerr, JJ Redick, Jason Kidd, Doc Rivers, like all these guys who played in the league all over the place. I think we're going to start seeing the same kind of trend happening in the NFL, where you're going to start seeing former players become coaches because they actually connect. Like, people give Mike McDaniels a lot of grief, but sometimes I do think it's fair to be like, what do you think his players think? Like when they see this little nerd standing in front of them.
I would have said that about Brandon Staley with the
Yeah.
Chargers.
Yeah, I think really what Campbell kind of like represents is like just a different way of hiring head coaches where like, and rightfully so, Ben Johnson seems like a great coach, but everyone who has an opening this offseason, their entire fan base is like, we need to get Ben Johnson. We need, or if not, we need to get the other great offensive coordinator. And to where it's like, you know, the joke years ago is like, did you have a cup of coffee with Sean McVay? Congrats. You're now the coach of the Bengals. Like that's just what happens. And I think what Dan Campbell proves is that, hey, you don't need to just get like the third best or the fourth best offensive coordinator of the hiring cycle. Like you get a guy who is just going to be a head coach, who can do all the head coach stuff of building kind of a culture around the team and building like a foundation and a mentality that everyone on your team has. And sure, they're not all going to be as successful as Dan Campbell at doing that, because I mean, he really did it immediately. Like they didn't win any games, but you could see that they were playing hard and they got better towards the end of that first year that he was in Detroit. And I think that's what it is that, hey, you don't need to just hire McVay Shanahan guys or the guy with the hot new defensive scheme, like the former Ravens defense coordinator now in Seattle, McDonald. Yeah. You don't need to sign, or you don't need to hire these guys for their, scheme acumen. Like there's more to coaching than just what you can draw up on a chalkboard.
For sure, there's also no one size fits all approach.
Yeah.
I mean, you should hire the person you like, and you should not base who you like off of the trends. And I think that's the unfortunate thing now, is that this could go in such a direction where, I mean, Antonio Pierce, does he look like he belongs? No. Does Gerard Mayo look like he belongs?
Nope.
No. So it's something just to keep in mind. It is funny. Like, a couple of guys are successful. Oh, we got to do it this way. No, you have to find the guy that you believe in the most.
NFL.
But there's a lot of Adam Gases. There's a lot of the offensive coordinators that fail too. Like I what this boils down to is like, hey, hiring a coach, like chances are you're going to fire him in 3 years. Like no matter who you hire, like overwhelmingly, it is not successful. Successful propositions. But I think this is at least a new way to think about it. Is to think about it. Not just, are you an offensive coordinator for Kyle Shanahan?
Dan Campbell is the 11th longest tenured coach in the NFL right now.
11th?
11th.
Wow, that's pretty strong.
Because
like
of the
year
turnover.
4?
And he's in year 4. He's number 11 on this
list.
That's
crazy.
Because of how many coaches get fired. And like he'll be top 10 maybe, because guys like Mike McCarthy are in front of him on this list.
Glad you brought up Mike McCarthy. Why is the Mike McCarthy of coaches that no one criticizes Tony Dungy? Why is he at Texans practice this week? Why is that?
Well,
can I share with the class what I think about Tony Dungy? Tony Dungy is one of the most overrated coaches ever, and somehow he has a job as an analyst, and he says nothing. Really, he says nothing. He says less than Jason Garrett, except for every now and then he waxes poetically, and he sounds like a pastor while he's doing it. Hey, Tony, remember when you couldn't do anything with one of the greatest defenses of all time, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then John Gruden takes over and wins with your team in 1 year? Hey, Tony Dungy, remember when your Colts didn't show up in the AFC Championship game for 2003-2004? And then you had your general manager whine to the rules committee to get the 5-yard contact enforced, only to score 3 points the next time that you played against the same team, the New England Patriots, in the playoffs? And then remember when you played the Pittsburgh Steelers, quarterbacked by a not good at all Ben Roethlisberger in 2005, and you blew that game? And then remember that the only reason that you won the Super Bowl in that 2006 season, the only Super Bowl he ever has, even though he's praised as one of the best coaches ever, is because the Patriots blew a 21-3 lead and the Chargers fumbled away a game where they would have easily beaten the Colts because they always owned them. Remember that?
And who did they beat?
They played the Bears, so it doesn't even count as a Super Bowl
Rex
win.
Grossman.
Thank you, Joe.
Rex Grossman.
Thank you. Tony Dungy is put on this pedestal. I don't get it. Like
I don't know
everyone
either.
yesterday was like, "Oh, CJ Stroud getting some great advice from Tony Dungy." What's the advice? Like, here's how to say nothing on TV. Here's how to thank God more often than you already do.
That's the one.
I mean, why is this guy like some moral authority? That's what I don't get. Like, remember what he said like a year ago? It doesn't seem very Christian what he said a year ago about certain folks of a certain sexuality. And that's not even what this is all about, because a lot of people are probably like, "Oh, Paul, you're just saying this because you're gay and you don't like it." People talk about that. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's all about like Tony Dungy, for whatever reason, we act like this guy's so great, and he has one Super Bowl. Mike McCarthy has one Super Bowl too. Why are we putting him up on a pedestal, and why is it a big deal that he's at practice yesterday? Please spare me.
I'm with you. I think they put Tony Dungy in that category of, they try to like elevate him into like Bill Cowher And like,
well, Bill Cowher, same thing. I mean, look, these are good
Bill
coaches.
has success. Bill has more success.
These are good. Well, he has won Super Bowl too. These are good coaches. Don't get me wrong, but come on.
Yeah.
Can we start like Dungy? Oh, thank God Tony Dungy's around. Like, he won a Super Bowl. Sorry, I don't look at Tony Dungy as this incredibly good coach. He had one of the best quarterbacks ever with him, and he won one Super Bowl, and he had one of the best defenses ever. And as soon as he leaves the team that he was there with, wins the Super Bowl. So I'm only saying this because I was annoyed by the amount of people that were like, "Oh, wow, Tony Dungy is giving C.J. Stroud some advice." Well, what advice is he giving him? Hey, don't underachieve like I did.
I mean, CJ Stroud, he likes to give advice, so sometimes he's got to take it too.
Is Tony Dungy big broing CJ Stroud?
Yeah, I'd rather Jared Goff give CJ Stroud advice after Sunday Night Football than have Tony Dungy give him advice.
Chance you see that.
There might be a chance you see that.
Hey, stop taking those hits.
I bet Stroud will not listen to Jared Goff giving him advice, though.
Probably not.
I don't think he would. I think he'd listen to Matt Stafford.
I think he'll be more. He'll pretend better than Caleb Williams did.
Mm-hmm.
No offense, Joe, but I think I think CJ Stroud's better at pretending that you're like, yeah, no, I don't actively hate this.
Mm-hmm.
CJ or Caleb kind of wears it on his face.
He wears a lot on his face, but
and a lot
more on his nails.
I don't know these days. It's pretty close.
You want me a soda, Sean? Well, is he still wearing it?
He still paints his nails.
Still paints his nails.
Yeah, he just looks dreadful all the time. But CJ Stroud,
dreadful all the time.
A lot of times.
I don't know, Joe. You said he was the guy a couple of weeks ago. No,
I still think he can be the guy.
He can be the guy.
Well, they gotta not kill him.
Future tense, he can be the guy.
Okay.
Yeah, he ain't right now.
I mean, I think Drake May's the guy, and he's getting killed back there.
I mean, I think Caleb's the guy.
You think CJ Stroud's the guy?
Definitely, he's the guy. I mean, no question.
Well, what if he gets killed? Same logic. Caleb Williams, CJ Stroud. What's the difference?
One
took advice from the other. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Unsolicited
One's
advice.
big bro.
It's true. One got advice in that game. One did not.
Thank you for letting me get on my soapbox about Tony.
It's
Dungy.
okay. I'm with you on Tony Dungy. There are a lot of coaches in sports that I think
he was a very good coach, but like, why is he better than everybody else? Everyone looks at him that way. I don't
think
get
it's something
it.
about like the mid 2000s. Like a lot of the coaches that were like in that era, I feel like we just like glorify for some reason in a way. Like until the Cowboys stuff, I still felt like people put McCarthy on a pedestal he didn't belong on. Tony Dungy, I would put Herm Edwards in that category. Like a lot of the guys who made the early transition to television, Bill Cowher, seem to just be elevated in a different way. Hell, John Gruden. What has he got?
That's a fair
like
point.
it's just like this whole like era of like the late 90s, early 2000s. They all jumped to ESPN when like ESPN was at its biggest, most important deal, or NBC. And we kind of elevate all of them for a reason that I don't quite understand.
At least though, here's the thing. At least Gruden, always entertaining, even if he was two-faced. And he was two-faced behind the scenes. I was in Tampa Bay when he was there. I remember hearing the reports about it all the time. Listening on Sports Talk Radio, WDAE up there. WDAE. Gotta stop firing people. That wasn't cool. And the same thing with Cowher too. Cowher, there was a personality there. It was a bit of an angry guy. Dungy, weirdly, he's been put on this pedestal. He's always been rather boring when he speaks. And again, nothing wrong with that if you're a good coach. And he is a good coach. But then all of a sudden he became this moral authority outside of football. And I'm like, how?
That's what it is. Is where, and that was like after he became the NBC desk guy. Where
I'm gonna talk to Michael Vick and tell him, hey,
Yeah.
stop killing dogs.
Where he was
the
like
only reason
like,
why Vic got back in the league.
he was like the PR, like I don't know.
It's so
He
bizarre.
was the cleaner in Pulp Fiction.
It
Like
was like,
he was the fixer.
Give Michael Vick another chance. That's the only reason why I got it was because of Dungy.
Yeah.
I say all of that because he was at Texas practice
And
this
it's
week.
probably because they play on NBC and he works on NBC.
That's it. But everyone's like, oh, so the guy who's paid to cover this game and who will say nothing about it. Oh, thank God he's talking to CJ Stroud before the game. Literally, thank God. Point upstairs. Thank you that St. Tony has come down here to talk to CJ Stroud about the divine path to also disappointing a lot of fans like I did in Tampa Bay and in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I didn't see any tweets that Jason Garrett and Jack Collinsworth were also at
No,
practice.
I didn't.
I don't know if they were or not, but
Thank goodness Jason Garrett was here, not here.
Garrett would have gotten crushed. And I mean, look, Garrett wasn't a good coach for sure.
He's
but
worse on TV. He's terrible.
I think that's where
at least
a lot
he
of
smiles awkwardly.
I think that's where a lot like we can forgive some
Speaks
like
with diction.
we can forgive some probably a little bit of a disappointing head coach if you're just like good on TV, like Gruden, like Rex Ryan, even to a certain extent Bill Cowher. Like Bill Cowher's not like, oh my God, everyone be quiet. Bill Cowher's talking, but he is like good on TV. Where Tony Dungy, Jason Garrett, like those guys are just on a different level of bad.
Yeah. So anyway, sorry.
That's okay.
I saw that yesterday and I was like, I'm not going to, if I tweet about this online, it's not even going to get any reaction. And the only people that will respond are like, what are you saying? I'm like, I'm saying he's overrated. That's all I'm saying. That's it. St. Tony Dungy.
Yeah. No one's talking to Jim Caldwell.
Exactly. Guess Jim Caldwell almost won a Super Bowl with those same Colts teams.
Where's he at these days? He's still in the NFL?
He's
probably a consultant somewhere.
That man could cosplay as a statue because I don't think I've ever seen his mouth open.
Speaking of lions, do you guys know there's a new Mufasa Lion King movie coming out?
Yeah, I saw the trailer.
As I'm looking on Twitter, I just literally
I saw a trailer
a new poster for it.
I saw it. It's like Scar. It's before Scar got abused, but
they're
became
like
what
kids.
he was.
Yeah.
Anyway, Coog Blaze. I'd rather get my analysis from Bill O'Brien than Tony Dungy. Honestly, I would too.
Bill O'Brien was pretty good on.
Bill O'Brien's good on TV.
On Edelman's podcast.
Bill O'Brien's good.
I was gonna say, if he wants to keep coaching, please coach as long as you want.
Yeah.
I would also not be upset at him, either full-time podcaster or on a TV show.
He's Joe. Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Up next, let's talk about what happened in Thursday Night Football. Is Lamar Jackson the MVP? And Deshaun Watson, that trade is now being second guessed to the people who made said trade. They are being asked questions. Surely they will show some grace and self-awareness, right? Stay put. Thursday Night Football was fun. Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens won yet again, 35-34 over the Cincinnati Bengals. Both of those games very entertaining this year. First game between these two went to overtime. I think the Ravens won 41-38. Unfortunately, the Ravens, they win both of them for Cincinnati. Cincinnati now falls to 4-6, looking like it's going to be very tough for them to make the playoffs. 7 teams make it, so they have a chance, but they're going to have to go on, it seems like, a winning streak of sorts. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson, simply incredible last night. Who was better, Lamar Jackson or Jamar Chase?
Oh, Lamar, Jamar. I'm going to take Chase. He was so good last night.
Chase has set a record this year for receiving yards against one team, the Ravens, nearly 500.
I was going to say, it's like 500.
It's nearly in 2 games. Yeah, you would think the Ravens would do something different.
Cover that guy?
I mean, I heard Richard Sherman venting about it after the game. Bill Belichick used to at least make one guy not beat you, and yet the Ravens had no answer for it. I will say, theoretical Texans-Ravens rematch. Those games did not go well for the Texans last year. If Nico Collins is healthy, you feel okay about their chances to throw on this team?
Mm-hmm.
Their secondary, not very good, though. Their pass rush was pretty good. They did give Joe Burrow a lot of trouble last night.
Trey Hendrickson, their star pass rusher, he has 11 sacks on the season. So, like, they're getting great. One guy on defense is awesome.
They've had some incredible performances this year, and yet they are 4-6 in the AFC North. I mean, at least they're not the Browns.
I think they're going to make the playoffs, though.
You think so?
What's in front of them is what? It's the Chargers. It's the Colts. Our internet's terrible. There's one other team.
Steelers?
Steelers are 6-2. So, but like for that final spot in the AFC,
their next 2 games are against the Chargers and Steelers.
Yeah,
that's what I was looking at.
So, I mean, they're 4-6 right now, and then the
9 seed in the AFC if the season were to end today. So, if we're directly in front of them, the Colts and the Broncos.
Yes, and they can pass those teams.
They do not have a hard schedule. Looking ahead, they have Chargers, Steelers, Cowboys, Titans, Browns, Broncos, Steelers.
What pisses me off about them is that if they didn't F around in the first couple of games of the year, like they do every single season, this would not be an issue. But it feels like this is every year. They're incredible procrastinators. They procrastinate, and then when they show up, they're great. But a game like last night and a game like the first one between these teams, that would be understandable if you're not losing the first game of the year to the Patriots.
Now, yes. But I think they're going to make the playoffs. But there's a big but here.
What?
Derrick Henry? Have 4 wins this season, the Bengals do. And those teams have a combined 8 wins on the season.
Yep. Panthers, Giants, Browns, Raiders.
So they've lost to the Chiefs, the Commanders, the Ravens, the Eagles, the Ravens, and then the Patriots. They've lost to every good team they've played this season.
And the Patriots.
And lost and only beaten some of the worst teams in the NFL.
By the way, combined scores of their losses against the Chiefs, 1, Commanders, 5, and the Ravens 2 times, 4. Like 9 points.
Yeah.
For 4 losses.
I thought you were going to do the combined scores of the Bengals-Ravens games, and I was like, oh my God, this is big 12 hours over here.
Those games have been fun. And
crossing 70.
I did tell you to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975 to take the over in that game. It did not look good for the first 3 quarters.
Oh, but boy, did it look good.
Fourth quarter was
Towards
great.
the end.
Turn it on.
I think the over-under was 49 for that game. They definitely went well over that.
20 points over.
You mentioned fantasy football, like anyone that pplayed Jamar Chase this week. I got a buddy who's playing Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. You don't have to watch football on Sunday.
Enjoy your weekend.
One of my friends, who was asking me about Nico Collins' status today before it was announced that Nico Collins is healthy. By the way, Nico Collins off the IR. We'll see if he plays on Sunday. Seems like he will, though, because he was practicing. He was asking me, hey, what's Nico Collins' status? And then he showed me his team. And I was like, you just wanted to show me you had Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. Shut up.
And Nico Collins?
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, you have Nico Collins too? Like, piss off.
Good
Yeah.
team.
First team in his league. First place in his league. Deshaun Watson, Andrew Berry finally facing the music, the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, I guess for his mid-State of the Union address post-trade deadline, was asked if he had any regrets about the trade. Here's what he had to say.
I'm really not in reflection mode. I think that's probably, I remember I got asked this about, Dobbs last year. It's really more not really my focus at this point in the year. Our focus is really on finishing out the 2024 season, having the team play at a higher level. And then kind of we'll get to like those maybe longer term or big picture reflections at a later point in time.
So ridiculous.
He also said apparently that he stands with Kevin Stefanski's decision.
Yeah.
So he just pointed the finger right at Kevin Stefanski.
He did.
And say he's the reason why Deshaun Watson was still the quarterback and not Jameis Winston earlier.
I'm the reason he's here. And Jimmy Haslam's the reason that we're both still here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Haslam, nothing to do with it. Jimmy Haslam he saw it, wrote his name on it on the contract.
Jimmy Haslam has never done anything wrong in his life.
No.
Including that one thing. Don't ever ask about it. But he didn't do anything, okay? Christian McCaffrey should make his debut on Sunday. So congratulations to everyone who drafted him in their fantasy league first overall. He's finally back.
They also need him if they're going to make the playoffs.
Probably.
They've got so many injuries this season, but
on
4-4.
Sunday they are playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that is a do or die game. Because both
Hard
those
for
teams.
for both those teams.
Mm-hmm. More around the NFL in the 10-minute drill. Trevor Lawrence is probably out on Sunday. He may need shoulder surgery on his left shoulder, not his right shoulder. That means it is Mac Jones time in Jacksonville, Florida. You love to see it.
Do we get a revenge game this year by chance? Do we get Mac Jones versus Drake May?
No,
they already
happened.
Yeah.
That already
That's
happens. Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I'm like,
no, it doesn't.
What's even the point?
I'm glad it didn't happen. That would have sucked to have the better quarterback and still lose because they would have lost to the Jaguars. They lost to the Jaguars that other game too.
Oh my! I can't believe. I mean, Trevor Lawrence. This whole season's been bizarre. I know he's not taking the steps we thought. At least I thought he was going to take at some point in his career. But Doug Peterson being asked about how great he played like last week, and then all he would do is compliment everyone else besides Trevor Lawrence. They clearly do not like each other. If I was Trevor Lawrence, I'm just telling the organization, I'm having surgery, even if it's minor, and I'm out for the season, and I'll see you next year with a new coach.
I could 100% see him getting shelved. There is, I hate to do this because I think in every single team, you should be playing to win every single game. I hate the tanking stuff that is just so open these days. But at the same time, how does it benefit the Jaguars to have Trevor Lawrence play at all for the rest of this year, you know? And same thing for Trevor Lawrence. How does it benefit him?
Yeah, especially the coach is getting fired.
You would think so, right? I mean, like if you're Trevor Lawrence, would you want to get back out there with that coach back next year? And I mean, shoot, they seemed like they were quitting before that Texans Jaguars game a few weeks ago. I remember John Harris talking about it on the sideline report as part of the Texans flagship broadcast. How none of them looked like they wanted to be there. And then the Texans, they have the muff punt early on, and all of a sudden the Jaguars get a little bit of life. But they want to go to Cancun so bad.
Can they afford to go there? I'm sure they can.
What, the Jaguars?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys who make good money on that too.
Oh, look, did you see the stadium they're about to build? Like they have money there.
That's true.
They sneaky have money. It's kind of there's no interest really there because it's a SEC area more than it is an NFL area. And they're really bad at scouting. Remember the time where they drafted guy whose name I can't remember from the Florida Gators when they had the 28th overall pick in the 2018 NFL draft instead of Lamar Jackson. Could have had him.
They could have had him.
I tweeted out his name last night. I've already forgotten it, and he played for my Florida Gators. And I remember thinking to myself while on the Texans radio flagship broadcast of the NFL draft, we were all thinking when the Jaguars were on the clock at 28 with Lamar Jackson on the board, oh my God, they're going to take him. This sucks. This is terrible.
Tavin Bryant.
Oh,
yeah. Defensive tackle.
Yeah. No idea who that guy is.
Yeah,
I don't remember him.
I doubt he's in the league.
That entire second half of that of that first round, watching with my friends, like every single time Goodell would walk to the podium, we'd be like, Lamar Jackson. Like they're picking Lamar Jackson. And it was like they didn't.
And the Ravens traded back 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was
like they just kept moving back because they were
Yeah.
like, well, no one wants him to play quarterback, so we're just gonna wait for him.
Yeah.
I was hoping the Patriots would take him. That was before the defending Super Bowl champion Patriots.
Wow.
Would take him.
That would have been insane.
It would have been, but at the time it seemed like Brady was on the way out. Like
Instead, they took Sony Michel.
There's still time.
I mean, he did win them the Super Bowl that year. For
That's
what it's
true.
worth.
So then you know what? Right.
That was after they lost to Nick Foles in the Super Bowl. My bad. By the way, there's a Germany football game, and it is Giants-Panthers. And
Hey, let's grow the game.
And those ex-Nazis deserve that game, just like England, oppressive bastards for over a millennium, just like they deserve Jets owner Woody Johnson as the American ambassador, because that might happen again.
Bryce Young, here we go.
even after he was embarrassed so much that he had to fire his coach.
Yes.
Remember that was or I don't know if it was the actual story, but it was a couple weeks later. People were like, "Well, remember he got embarrassed in front of the country that he used to be the
That's true.
ambassador for, so that's why he had to fire Robert Saleh."
You know what?
Totally not because his quarterback told him to.
It's kind of plausible.
It's plausible. It's still not good. It's still not like what you want from your owner.
Firing Woody Johnson, or excuse me, firing Robert Saleh conspiracy theories. I mean, there's the Lebanon flag, and there's that. I didn't know there was that one.
Oh, you didn't know that one?
No, I didn't hear it. Yeah, but I can't wait. I can't wait for Woody Johnson to go back there and for Jets fans to think that, oh, no way that the other family member blows this up. And by the way, he did a horrible job. He drafted Zach Wilson.
I was gonna say they're so successful. What 2016 to 2020. So
see, this is where like it's good for some teams that they don't do this because you benefit from the Jets being a disaster. Specifically, people like you, Paul.
I benefit from it because it's fun.
Like we can't like force these guys to sell. Like, hey man, here's a couple billion, but you are ruining this league. Like you gotta go. Like there should be a timetable. Like it's like once you haven't made the playoffs for 10 years, forced to sell the team.
Oh, I've brought this
That'd
up
be good.
before.
That'd be good.
I think it would be, if the NFL is looking for content, how about in the off season, one of the months where nothing's going on, so maybe June, you have a reality TV show, and the NFL owners have to vote somebody out. I mean, that would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
They all make like Shark Tank pitches of why they should stay.
Yeah. I mean, they'd never do that because it would embarrass them. But I've said this for a couple of years. I think this would be much must-watch content. It would ensure that owners are actually competitive, and it would continue to grow the game because every single time a franchise sells for a set amount of money, you know what happens?
Everyone gets a lot of money.
Everyone gets a lot of money, and the prices of all their teams go up. So I mean, and you're making a television event. People hate rich people. People love seeing rich people get pantsed. The only person that loses is the person that has to sell their team, and they're still making money in return.
Yeah, but I mean, we might lose because then we would lose Cal and Hannah potentially.
No.
They'll never be on that council. There's certain owners who would never be on it, like Jerry Jones and Robert Kraft somehow would find a way around it.
I was gonna say I can imagine Jerry Jones having to make his pitch, and he's like, "Come on, guys, do you really want me as your enemy?" And everyone's like, "Oh, we really do not want him as our enemy."
But if they got him out, they got him out. Like, it would be fun. Anyway, I don't think they'll ever do it, but it's something I've always wanted to see happen. Gallant and George. Sean Aves behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And you can join us on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston. There was actually a huge game for a Houston sports team tonight. How are you feeling about this one? We'll talk about it. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Big news today for the Texans before their game Sunday against the Detroit Lions. Nico Collins activated off of the injured reserve. It does look like he will be playing on Sunday because he's dancing. So the Texans looking like they're going to have a whole lot of fun on Sunday. We'll talk about more of that in the 2:00 hour. I did want to touch on this because the Rockets actually have a very big game tonight. They will be playing the 7-1 Oklahoma City Thunder, considered by many to be the best team in the Western Conference, even though they didn't go that far last year in OKC. You heard, I believe yesterday, looking ahead to this game from both Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green. Is this a measuring stick kind of game?
Not really. We played good teams last year, this year. You know, it's you guys need a story to write, sure, but other than that, like it's another game. We know the challenge that they bring, and we know the type of team that we are. So just we're on our own grind and, you know, kind of on our own road, and we just got to walk that road and keep chipping away.
I mean, if you want to say that, I think we run our own race. I think I heard Fred say that. I don't know if that was the same question, but yeah, we run our own race, we run our own lane. We focus on what we got right here tonight.
We run our own lace. We're in our own lane. Wait, run our own race, not lace. That's lingerie.
I
He
get
doesn't
why
do that.
I get why they're saying.
Just paints his nails. What?
I get what they're saying. I get why they're taking that approach.
Mm-hmm.
They're definitely lying to us.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big game.
It's a huge game.
And you have a lot to prove because while you're 5-3 and have played good basketball this season, you know, Vegas, I think always does, you know, help give a barometer of where teams are at. And right now, they say the Oklahoma City Thunder are 8.5-point favorites in this game. I mean, they're expecting the Thunder to win by nearly double-digit points in this game tonight. So this is a measuring stick game. This game does matter. And it's definitely the game so far this season I'm most excited about.
I think what's interesting about them, I mean, last year, the Rockets, they lost their first 3 games and then they won 6 in a row. So they were basically at the same spot that they're at right now, where they are 5-3. And there's a lot of, I think, positive feelings about this team. Yeah, 2 of their wins did come against a San Antonio team that does not look very good to this point. And of course, is dealing with other issues with Greg Popovich on an indefinite leave with heart issues, right?
They don't know. They haven't publicly said.
Okay, they haven't said publicly, but it does sound like he's going to be away from the team for a while. But whatever the case, they're off to a start where I can understand why the people who want to see them finally, you know, like be the Rockets of old are saying, hey, they're as close as they've ever been. And I mean, there's so much depth, and they're sending Cam Whitmore down to the G League. But I'm fascinated by this game tonight because I disagree with them as you do too. It's a measuring stick game. And if they play well in this game, I think that there will be actually some attention paid to them as the football season wraps up.
Yeah. I mean, this is where like the Rockets are all the hype we had for the Texans this year. There wasn't that same hype with the Rockets because they haven't accomplished anything in terms of going to the playoffs, but they have the young talent to where there's still a lot to really buy in and believe in. And so a night like tonight, when there's, you know, no conflict of besides just hanging at home, like the Rockets are, this is a good game. This would be a good win
game
for them to get.
Yeah. Fight for people.
What do you think about the Cam Whitmore move?
I was surprised by that. I get it. I mean, if he's not even playing, you may as well put him somewhere where he can get on the court. But there's a part of me that wonders if that pisses him off because he does seem to take things personally. I have no problem with that, but I mean, you're putting him down in the G League. I'd be pissed off if I were getting sent down to the G League when I think I'm probably more talented than some of the players on the roster that are getting minutes.
Well, yeah.
Wouldn't you think you're better than nothing against Reed Shepherd? If you're Cam Whitmore, don't you think you're better than Reed Shepherd right now?
I mean, you probably feel that way, but the dude's shooting 5% from 3.
Oof.
He's shooting 5.6. So
I didn't know it was that
basically
bad.
6%.
Holy crap, that's terrible.
So like, yeah, you can feel like you're better than him, but yeah, he's 1 for 18 from 3-point line. He's shooting 40% or 39% from the field. So, and he's playing 10 minutes a game.
Mm-hmm.
Go down to the G League. Just have some fun. Try to find your shot again, get in rhythm, that kind of thing, and then we'll see. I mean,
Man, 1 for 18. Good God.
At some
so
point in the
bad.
season, at some point in the season, someone's going to get hurt. He'll be back in the rotation then. But yeah, for right now, again, if you're just going to be playing 10 minutes a game and missing all your shots, you can try to figure some stuff out in the minors.
Yeah, that's where like the core 7 whole, stuff and then plus Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams and these guys, Jock Londale, like they're not all gonna play. So I think we all probably would have, like, if we had to guess, it would have been Shepard at some point would have been the guy to go down, but Cam Whitmore clearly is just like really he's sophomore slumping in a big way. It makes sense.
Yeah, and some of it might just be, hey, he's only playing 10 minutes a game. He's not in rhythm when he comes in. Like, it is a change for him, although he was still coming off the bench last year. But he was, at least when he was coming off the bench, he was in the rotation more frequently because of the injuries that were happening. So, yeah, it could just be first day games, new role, kind of slumping and trying to shoot your way out of it in the G League. And for right now, yeah, like, chances are Aaron Holiday is going to be a better player for the Rockets going forward, or more Reed Shepard minutes.
The Rockets have definitely come back to earth, by the way, when it comes to 3-point shooting. Now, first off, in 3-point attempts total, I just took a look. Celtics are taking 51 attempts a game.
More than half their shots are 3-point.
That is
gosh,
insane. And I mean, they're hitting it at a 37% clip, so that does work. The Rockets are shooting 37.9 threes a game, but their percentage is close to the bottom of the league. If I'm doing my math right.
They are
25th in the league in 3-point percentage.
At 32, right?
32.7% from outside.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I mean, it hasn't hurt them the last couple of games. They're shooting less of them, and they're making less of them.
And they're off, like, their total, like, offensive rating. They're top 10 in the league in offense.
But
so
that's surprising.
You have Şengün,
because they get a lot of their own misses.
Yes, you have Şengün, you have Jalen Green, you have Amen Thompson. Like, those are guys who can attack the paint
and then get their own rebounds when they miss.
Yeah, even Jalen Green is shooting, because he's the guy that we're talking about. Like, are we sure we're buying his 3-point numbers?
He's the leading 3-point shooter. I think it's 38%.
Yeah, he's 38% from 3, and if anything, it's his 2-point field goal. He's 41% from 2-point range.
That's not great.
Yeah, that's just something where
he's trying to dunk over Wemby. That's what happens.
Yeah, that was one of the misses. Yeah.
I still like the effort.
Yeah,
I do too, but
that's something
know
where
your limits.
No, get the poster.
Get it? No.
Next time you play, go get it.
Gen Z Joe here.
That. No.
I mean, the picture, the highlight will live forever.
Yeah. We'll have to get one of those in the studio if he gets Wemby on a poster.
The day he retires, they're gonna play that that dunk.
Is there a way to get the picture of that before Wemby stops it and make it seem like you did do it?
I'll have to look through Getty
no
images.
one will know. No one will know 20 years from now. That's what you got to do. That's the sneaky way.
That's the 2024 deep fake way of doing this.
Yeah, 100%. All right. Well, the big game for the Rockets tonight at 7:00 in OKC. That's something worth watching tonight. Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass on Gallant and George here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The fun is back, baby. Also, a question for you. Who would you rather have, CJ Stroud or Jared Goff right now? Stay put. The fun is back. The fun is back. Nico Collins, hamstring healed, off the injured reserve, on the field on Sunday. At least we hope. No Will Anderson. Hello. It is Gallant and George on a Friday. Friday got to get down on Friday, November 8th of 2024.
Did the coaches not speak to the media on Friday after practice?
Sometimes they do.
Okay, because we haven't got anything. They haven't
Generally,
talked to
it'll
the media,
just
so.
be D'Amico Ryans, and he will probably give some updates on injury statuses. I would imagine he'll confirm that Nico Collins is expected to play on Sunday. We'll see, though, if we get anything new on Will Anderson Jr., who suffered an ankle injury last Thursday against the New York Jets. He was not at practice today. By all reports, that does not bode well for him getting back on the field against a very, 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 very good Lions offense.
Yeah, at least we'll see. I mean, we'll see the debuts of maybe Jeffrey Okudah this weekend. He'll probably be out there for the first time. We could see. Maybe Jerry Hughes will be back out there.
You're really trying to sell me on that one. Like Jeffrey Okudah, I could give a rat's ass. No offense to Jeffrey Okudah. Like the dude lost the job with a rookie cornerback in training camp. And yes, Kamari Lassiter's pretty good, but that thing was over on arrival. Hughes being back, that's nice. Is Hughes going to make up for none of your best player on the field? I don't know. Like this is a bad time to miss your best player defensively, but at least you have your best offensive weapon back for CJ Stroud. And I do think that at the very least, that puts it on the table, the possibility of a Texans upset.
It definitely does. Like just because you have the ability to stretch the football, like stretch the field again, and they didn't have that the last couple of weeks. So like having Nico back, if you can, and just the ability to do that, if you can just give CJ Stroud any time, and we don't even know who's going to be the left guard at this point. Like,
right.
We don't know for sure that it's going to be Jarrett Patterson.
We do not know that for sure, and I doubt that this guy that they brought in off the street from New England, Zachary Thomas, not to be confused with Zach Thomas. Whoops, my bad yesterday. I thought he was a 51-year-old Hall of Fame middle linebacker that was 5'11". They were going to play on the interior offensive line. Bold, some would call desperate strategy. Guess what? Never actually happened. Sometimes you just roll with something that you think is the truth, and it turns out to be a big old lie.
And it's just part of life.
It is part of life, but we'll see what happens on that interior offensive line if there's any changes that happen. Question, just for this week. Right now, who would you rather have? CJ Stroud, Jared Goff?
From the perspective of being the Texans quarterback or like in the NFL?
Who would you rather have?
Well, as the quarterback of the Houston Texans this week, I'd rather have CJ Stroud.
Okay, good.
Because if you flipped them, there's no chance Jared Goff has a chance behind the Texans offensive line.
No chance he has a chance.
Yep. I realized that as I said.
No. That's,
I know.
You doubled the effect.
But CJ Stroud, like we've seen him navigate the Texans offensive line last year. We've seen what he did against. At some point, I gotta stop going back.
Navigate is such a polite way to put it.
Against what he did against Georgia in the college football playoff. Like
yeah. Speaking of Georgia, he's been navigating around like Georgia people navigate in their cars in Athens, Georgia. He's been having to, and I mean, sadly he gets pulled over a lot despite all of this crazy erratic driving he's doing.
Yeah, but like if someone's gonna overcome these challenges, I would bet on CJ Stroud over Goff. I don't think Goff could handle this at all.
Todd the Show says Goff is a more accurate passer. I mean, this year,
agreed.
That is true. Goff is on pace to set records with how accurate he's been. I think right now he's on pace to throw 74.5%. It's insane. Now, he's not throwing for a lot of yards downfield, and he does have the help of the either best or second best running game in the NFL. Depends on what you feel about the Ravens and I guess the Eagles too, because Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, that's pretty good. The Ravens have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry's big old cheeks like we saw last night. That's pretty good. And on top of that, you've got in the Lions, Sonic and Knuckles.
And
who's Sonic? I don't know. Who's Knuckles? I don't know. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery are Sonic and Knuckles.
Gibbs is Sonic.
Gibbs is Sonic. Montgomery Knuckles.
Damn, Montgomery's just gonna be Knuckles.
Is it better than Thunder and Lightning? Like Reggie Bush and Lendell White?
At least it's different.
Yeah, it is different.
Like everyone's been Thunder, like CJ Spiller and I forgot the other Clemson running back in the day, but they were Thunder.
Lendell White and Chris Johnson were that for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, Lendell White's has been Thunder twice.
Well, that's why you can tell it's bad. The same player, like you can't always be Thunder. So I appreciate that they went with something different. But yeah, I just if if Goff was the quarterback of the Texans, they have probably 2 wins this season.
RBT times 713 says Goff between the two. He hasn't been getting smacked all year, making him a paranoid passer.
Yes, because he plays behind the best offensive line in football.
They do have a really good offensive line.
Also, yes.
That's why. That's why he hasn't gotten smacked.
But he hasn't gotten smacked. So going into this game, he's not assuming he's going to get smacked. He would be in for. I mean, if he woke up, it's a Freaky Friday, and C.J. Stroud is in Jared Goff's body, and Jared Goff is in C.J. Stroud's body.
This would be a great plot to a movie.
It really would be, because Jared Goff is going to not feel very good at the end of the day.
He'd be like, "Wait, they're coming how fast?
What? Where's the sun again?
Wait, did Kendrick Green touch him?"
It's probably time we get a sports version of these movies. Like, we've seen it in everything else.
Yeah, Sports Freaky Friday. I'm kind of down with that.
There used to be a book series that I read growing up called the Monday Night Football Club. And these kids had a magical sweater, and they'd put on the sweater during Monday Night Football, and then they would be transported into the body of a player in that game. It was a great book series. I loved it.
Really?
Yeah. They made a couple of like TV shows out of it too.
Wow.
Yeah, Monday Night Football Club. Oh, it was great. I loved it growing up.
Huh. I never heard of that.
One of them was Junior Seau. One of them was
Joe Theismann.
No, I think Steve Young. It wasn't that old. F you. It wasn't that old.
I guess it was Monday night. No, he got his leg broken on Monday night.
I mean, John Elway one.
The books could have been written before.
No, it was not. It was 90s football. It was mid 90s. They were good. They were good, man.
Joe Namath.
Shut up. I'm not that
Jim
old.
Brown.
I'm not that old. At the very least, give me something 80s. I look like Tom Selleck right now.
Steve Largent. There you go.
Who was the quarterback for the Patriots in '85?
Steve Grogan.
Steve Grogan.
Mm-hmm. He had like a neck roll. I'm not kidding. He was wearing
that's incredible. A quarterback in a neck roll.
Speaking of guys who are running for their life, it was him. And and by the way, they had a first round pick named Tony Eason, who they put in. And that guy was considered to be one of the softer quarterbacks in the game. And at some point, Eason got hurt in the middle of their 1985 season, where they won 3 games on the road before they played the Bears in the Super Bowl shuffle. And then the Bears just murdered them. Poor Steve Grogan, I think, got knocked out of that game. So they had to put Tony Eason back in. Didn't go so well.
Did not. Wish I was live for that one. They just have one good memory. But yeah, for this weekend, I'll take if it was the quarterback of the Texans, I would take CJ Stroud, but Goff will be the better quarterback at the end of the day on Sunday.
Goff's in the better situation. It really is that. Some people are making the completion percentage argument. It's like the same thing with yards to me. Completion percentage. Sam Bradford had a good completion percentage. You telling me that guy was good? Like that's not the trump card here.
Didn't he have like the best of all time?
Yeah, it was insane. That's what happens when you throw 2-yard passes all the time. But that's not me nitpicking Goff. Goff has done really good in this situation. I think Stroud is more talented than Goff. I don't think it's particularly close. In terms of their talent, it's because Stroud has that mobility, and I do think Stroud can put the ball anywhere. Goff does have his moments where you're like, what the hell did you just do there? He just hasn't had many this year. And hey, if we're talking about right now and right here, I don't feel like Goff is going to screw things up for the Lions, and that is a lot further down the road in his development than I think we ever thought he would be. Because as we talked about earlier this week, when they did that swap with the Lions, the Rams did, where they sent Jared Goff to LA for Stafford. I think it was so that the salary would end up working out more than anything. I mean, no one thought Goff would ever do anything again. People were wondering if the Lions would draft a quarterback in that year's draft. They were wondering if the Lions would draft a quarterback the next year's draft.
Hell, when they took Hendon Hooker in like the 3rd round out of Tennessee, people thought he was the heir apparent to Jared Goff, and he was going to be the guy eventually. So Jared Goff they've done an incredible job building this roster. And part of that is the fact that they got multiple first-round picks to take on Jared Goff's salary. Because that's the thing, is it like we can't be too revisionist history. That's what it was. They acquired multiple first-round picks to take on a massive contract and get a quarterback and giving up on Matthew Stafford. And then they built a great team around him. If you put most of these top-end quarterbacks in Detroit, they're doing the exact same thing than Goff. I mean, he has 2 guys who are going to rush for 1,000 yards this year. Life is easy for Goff right now.
Life is easy for Goff right now, but that better situation does bode well for Detroit on Sunday. I feel better about the Texans against the Lions, and we'll see if the line is updated from Lions by 3.5 since the news of Nico Collins being returned from injured reserve at 11. But we'll get into that next, because that's when we pick these 6 best games of the weekend, and then we pick those games against the spread. We've also got to pick a game I don't want to pick. It involves Texas. and my friends who are so mad about the horns down, and the school that I root for, even though I didn't go there, because God, it's not looking good on a multitude of fronts for the University of Florida. It's not great to be a Florida Gator. Chomp, chomp, go Gator. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean behind the glass. Stay put.
Next weekend, Sean and myself will be headed to LaBerge in Lake Charles to do shows inside ESPN ESPN Bet on both Saturday and Sunday. Before you go, make sure you head on over to the App Store, download the Cover 5 app, use your Penn Play membership or sign up for that as well, and play the Cover 5 game. It's totally free to play. You pick 5 games against the spread in the NFL. If you want to join the college one, you can in that as well. All you do, it's so simple. You pick a game. If the team you pick covers the spread, any points that they cover it by goes into your total. So if you pick 5 teams that all cover, you're probably going to be doing pretty well for yourself. You win Penn Play Cash if you finish in the top 15 that you can use at the resort for booking hotels, for eating, really however you want to use it inside the shops as well. So when you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet inside LaBerge in Lake Charles.
We pick the 6 best games of the weekend, then we pick them against the spread, often to mixed results.
Paul Gallant, 4-2 last week.
Finally.
I went 3-3. Sean went 2-4.
Okay. What does that bring
Let's
our
see.
records to on the midway point of the football season?
Mapes and I are both exactly at 500 at 27-27. And Paul, you are at 25-29.
Ugh, that's not good.
Hey, you're 4 games back.
I'm not catching that. I'm not.
Oh,
catching
come
that.
on. A couple more 4-2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right there.
No. I'm not having fun like the Houston Texans are. Well, let's start off with college football action tomorrow. It is a rather light slate of college football games, so I figured I would pick this game because there is an emotional attachment in it for not Texas anymore, because my 2 friends who are mad at me about a horns down that they caught me doing on video when I was drunk 2 weeks ago. Those Texas Longhorns, 5th ranked, are playing the Florida Gators in Austin. For those who don't know, I support the Florida Gators. I've liked them since a young age, even though I grew up in Massachusetts. I don't know why I like them, but I do. The Gators are 21.5-point dogs, and this week, gut punch, not to do with the Florida college basketball program, a gut punch that has to do with the college football program. The Florida Gators athletic director wrote a long statement out on Twitter saying that we stand behind head coach Billy Napier.
Look, Paul, if I know anything about college athletics, I know that when the athletics director does that, the team probably gets smoked that weekend and tries to change everyone's mind very quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
give me Texas.
I can't believe it's only 21.5. They got a quarterback who was at Yale who's starting now that they've had another injury to the quarterback situation. I think Texas rolls in this one. Sean?
DJ Lagway, who was carted off the field last Saturday, questionable for the game.
He's only questionable.
Yes. Now, I think it's questionable to get carted off the field for an injury that might not keep you out of the next game. That to me,
don't call out DJ Lagway.
Oh, I mean, we had a lot of fun at Jake Odorizzi's expense. I think it's fair to be like, wait, you got carted off the field because you're hamstring that you might not miss a game for. This is a Florida Gators team, Paul. You might not know this. That was tied in the 4th quarter against the.
I know this. I
Georgia
know.
Bulldogs.
I know.
Georgia, but common opponent. Texas was never, or they're tied once with Georgia.
Stop.
When it was 0-0.
Rubbing it in
at kickoff.
They were so close on Saturday.
All right, so I guess I'm writing Florida plus 21.5.
Yeah, Florida plus 21.5. 3 touchdowns. Now, I mean, if you want to be real, like Texas offense has not really dropped the hammer on anyone for what, a month now?
Yeah, since Oklahoma.
Yeah, so they're not exactly a team firing on all cylinders. So Florida keeps the game close, catches a Quinn Ewers interception, covers.
Sure. Texas.
Florida.
All right, Sean. Go Gator. Sean's doing the Florida Gator chomp. Texas A&M has a bye, so no Texas A&M. 2:30, number 3 Georgia at number 16 Ole Miss. At some point, Carson Beck puking himself all game long has to catch up to them, right?
Yes, at some point. I just don't know if I want to pick this week for it to happen.
You don't want to do it with Lane?
I don't know.
Georgia 2.5-point favorites against Ole Miss. For mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
He throws 3 picks like every other week. I'm taking Jackson Dart and I'm taking Ole Miss. I don't want to do this. I don't want to pick this game, but you can't keep throwing 3 picks and winning football games.
I learned some interesting things about the Grove this week at the Poultry Action Committee meeting, because one of the people that is in the Poultry Action Committee, Ole Miss grad, he was telling us that you are not allowed to have an open container, and yet everyone says the Grove is this fantastic place to tailgate. Well, how can that be?
I'm so confused.
Right. How could you tailgate if you can't have an open container?
I don't understand.
I was flabbergasted by that.
Well, did he explain? Or did he just breeze past it?
No, he just said, yeah, that's just the rule.
Then they just break it. They must
cops,
break it.
If the cops see you, they'll pour it out.
Okay. So
even if you're 21 plus,
but it's not enforceable, or they don't enforce it. That has to be the thing.
Yeah. I think that they sometimes enforce it and sometimes don't. And I mean, it makes sense at a place like Ole Miss where people are wearing seersuckers to the game. I do declare I cannot be seen walking around here with a can of the Devil's Liquid, a Bud Light. I cannot be seen with that. I do declare.
I imagine it has to be a Yeti filled environment.
I would
right?
think so, right?
Yeah, then they're
Some
all
way to
just
hide
like
it.
pour a whole bottle of wine at Yeti.
Or but again, like you have it in a red Solo cup, you can get in trouble. Whatever the case, to bring it back to the game.
Yes.
This is eventually got to do him, Georgia. Carson Beck has been really bad this year. I'm going to take as well Ole Miss and Jackson Dart. Go Lane Kiffin.
All right.
Sean, what say ye?
I just can't do it with Ole Miss.
No.
They never win this game. And maybe today's the day or tomorrow is the day they do win it. It just I don't know. They just don't seem up for it. And like you said, with Carson Beck basically throwing interceptions every time he drops back, they still haven't lost, or they haven't lost while he's doing that. Even the game they did lose against Alabama, they were down 4 touchdowns, and then they took the lead later in that game. So this team is awesome, and they might be able to win with 3 interceptions from Carson Beck. Give me the Bulldogs.
Okay.
A question from the YouTube, Sean. Is there any must-do for a first-timer at a game in Austin?
Ooh, good question. I don't know if there's like you have to do like XYZ, and a lot of it's honestly changed since I've been there with Chris Del Conte, and with them going to the SEC, they've really like pivoted into trying to make like a whole environment, or like they have like carnival stuff in front of these games. So I don't really know if there's like you have to hit up XYZ tailgate or anything. That's a good question. Put me on the spot.
When I went, I just went to Pluckers. That was lame.
Yeah, Pluckers is good.
I know
it's fine.
It is, but like, and we went to a small tailgate.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's I don't know if there's like you have to.
I remember
do
I remember after, because the last time I went to a game in Austin, it was the Alabama game with Bryce Young.
Oh yeah,
and
couldn't find water.
We couldn't find water
Oh.
for like an hour after the game. That was miserable. We walked like 2 miles to find water. All the stores, water was gone. It was
Really?
crazy. Yeah, it was nuts.
Was it like September?
Yeah, it was early
okay,
September.
too.
I think it was Labor Day week.
Oh,
It was a very hot day. Maybe it wasn't Labor Day. The weekend after that, though, it was rough. All right, last game of college football. This is probably the game of the weekend. 6:30 ABC. Number 11 Alabama at number 15 LSU. LSU will have a tiger on the sideline.
Will there be an elephant on the other sideline?
No,
I don't think PETA would allow that to happen, which
I don't
is kind of
think
interesting.
Yeah.
Right?
We're gonna get a baby elephant.
You could do that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You could do that.
I was thinking full grown, but yes, you could get a baby elephant.
LSU, Alabama, the Crimson Tide are 2.5-point favorites on the road.
It's a fascinating weekend of college football because I don't really want to pick this game either. Because I don't like what's going on in Alabama. I don't trust their new coach, and I despise Brian Kelly. And the fact that I despise him, I'm gonna take Nussmeier, LSU, plus 2.5 at home. I'm gonna just roll with the home dogs for these two games.
Oh, so you are picking it. You are picking.
Yeah,
LSU.
I'm picking LSU.
Okay,
I don't
was a little
want
confused
to.
by that. Yeah, I'm taking LSU.
Does it worry you that this tiger is a out-of-state tiger that they are
Doesn't matter.
shipping in?
Doesn't matter.
Where's
Brian.
it coming from?
Florida, of course. What kind of question is that?
Doesn't matter, Brian.
Texas.
Could be from
fair.
Oklahoma too.
Fair.
Right, with Tiger King.
Fair. No, the handler seems very Tiger King-ish. There's a lot of someone dug into her history.
Okay,
There's
so
a lot
then,
of
like, do we need to add for the pick six over under people bitten by tiger?
No, it's just LSU people don't seem super thrilled that there's going to be a tiger at the stadium because it's not their actual mascot. Is just a different tiger that's going to be in the stadium because the governor wants a tiger at the stadium.
Where's their mascot?
Mike the
but
Tiger. He's in his habitat.
Yeah, it's like basically across the street.
Right
from the
next. It's
stadium.
right next to the stadium. Yeah.
But then why can't he come over?
Because putting a tiger in a football game is a terrible idea.
But the other tiger's doing it.
Yes, and everyone knows it's a terrible idea. The governor just wants it to happen.
Yeah,
so
we've
it
never
is.
seen an animal attack, people, Bevo.
Well, it's not going to be on the sideline by itself.
No,
It's
it'll
gonna
be in a cage.
Yeah,
but it's
gonna be in
also
a
like
cage.
still not great for the tiger. I
No,
know Joe
it's
doesn't.
horrible for the
Joe
tiger.
doesn't care about the well-being of the actual animal.
I care about the tiger.
Yeah,
I do care about the tiger.
I mean, they stopped it like a decade ago. PETA upset about this.
For
Shocker.
sure.
This Fugazi tiger is why I'm picking Alabama.
Okay.
Also, and LSU can't stop running quarterbacks, and
Jalen Milroe can
Alabama
run.
has one of those. So
The big line of thinking for me for LSU in this game, I mean, they lost horribly to Texas A&M on the 26th. They've had 2 weeks to get ready for this game, and it is Brian Kelly. I do think that they will be focused after a loss like this. But LSU, much like cats, often plays with its food, and then it gets bit.
What I do like about this game too is this is where there's the positive of the expanded college football playoff is this is a college football playoff eliminator. This game, whichever team loses, got no chance.
I am with you on that one, so that'll be fun. All right, let's go to the NFL. I just want to make you aware of it. You don't have to watch it because, I mean, I'm glad we're giving our worst football to those Nazi bastards who started 2 world wars last century. But the New York Giants are playing the Carolina Panthers in Munich. The Giants are 6.5-point favorites. We're not picking this game. I'm just making you aware of its existence.
God. I saw this in the rundown. I was like, why the hell does Paul have this in the pick
really
six
just
segment?
wanted to take another shot at Germany and say, you deserve this game. Start another world war. Why don't you?
For the record, I would take Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Also, their government collapsed apparently this week, so that's fun.
Germany's?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fun.
Why are people there then?
NFL giving that bag out.
Jonathan Brooks, first touchdown happening this weekend.
We'll see. Noon, CBS. Steelers at Commanders. Russell Wilson and the 6-2 Steelers. What? Against Jaden Daniels and the 7-2 Commanders. So bizarre, both of those statements. But this could very well be, unless you think Lions Texans is better, the game of the weekend. The line for this game between the Steelers and the Commanders 2.5-point favorites at home.
Man, I'm kind of a believer. I believe in Washington. Marshawn Lattimore is not going to play. His hamstring injury actually is still bothering him.
They just traded for him this week.
So he will not play for the Commanders. But I'm gonna roll with the commies. What Scary Terry is doing, Terry McLaurin with Jaden Daniels. I'll take the Commanders -2.5.
I think the Steelers win this one. I think the Steelers defense is awesome. And I think they're going to give Jaden Daniels some issues. Mike Tomlin, he's been coaching for such a long period of time. I'm taking Pittsburgh in this game.
Give me the commies. I like the commies here. Yeah. I think they can win. I think I like their offense a lot. I like it against the Steelers offense, which has looked better with Russell Wilson behind center, but also I'm not quite ready to buy in on Russell Wilson behind center because we saw how that's gone the last couple of years.
Correct.
Yeah. So give me Jaden Daniels. Give me the Commanders.
2 games to pick from, one or the other. One of these games is an option only so that we can play this audio for you. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the road against the Dallas Cowboys, 3:25 kickoff. There's no Dak Prescott for the Cowboys. It's going to be Cooper Rush. We'll see when Prescott comes back. Looks like he's going to be out for a while. Meanwhile, I guess people are asking questions about Jalen Hurts' health, and Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, handled those questions in a very interesting fashion today.
We haven't really seen Jalen be held back for load management before. What was behind that on Wednesday?
Yeah, he's dealing with it was on the injury report, dealing with the ankle, and just making sure we're precautious with everything.
What's wrong with the ankle? He wasn't on his ankle. I'm sorry, Jalen Hurts. It was an ankle?
What's that?
It was the rest.
That was the rest, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
I thought you were talking about something else. All right.
Is Jalen dealing with an ankle problem?
No, rest.
Nick Sirianni, head coach.
Idiot.
Of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, he's getting his team fined majorly because apparently Jalen Hurts is hurt. And he just let the cat out the bag on accident. What a moron this guy is.
He's fun. I like him. I do like him.
I will miss his press conferences when he's
This was a funny one.
Dude, like, you have
Wait,
one
what
job.
was it? Oh, rest. Yeah, rest, not his ankle. Thought you were talking about something else, not my quarterback.
So you can pick Eagles Cowboys, or you can pick the other game that I think is the better game, and I would pick this one. The San Francisco 49ers are 6.5-point favorites against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Tampa. Both of these teams in a difficult spot. Maybe the 49ers less so because of the NFC West. They both have, I think, pretty competent quarterbacks, but they've also been dealing with a lot of injuries. Christian McCaffrey should be back for the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday. Meanwhile, the Bucs, Baker Mayfield, going to be without Mike Evans and without Chris Godwin another week. They did hold their own against the Kansas City Chiefs in Monday Night Football, for what it's worth, though maybe the weather was a factor in that game. It did look pretty sloppy out there.
They kind of just don't quit, the Buccaneers and Baker. So
this is the better game, right?
Yeah, this is the better
Yeah,
game.
this is the game we should pick.
Okay, just because Cooper
I just wanted to hear the sound, but
Yeah,
other
I'm
than
glad
that,
we played the sound.
we're good.
We had to find a way to get it.
Yeah.
We got it. Might need to get it again because it's so funny.
I'm having a tough time with this one. Where are you guys at?
Trying to say which direction I want to take this.
Niners are 4-4. Bucks are 4-5.
I mean, McCaffrey being back this weekend.
The Bucks have lost 3 in a row. I have a hard time seeing the Bucks lose 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And I mean, they've played really tough teams these last 3 weeks as well.
Also-
Ravens, Falcons, Chiefs.
Also lose by a touchdown.
Yeah.
Like they didn't lose by a touchdown, or I guess they did to the Chiefs, but because it went to overtime. They played them to a tie in regulation. So yeah, I think 6.5 is just too many for in Tampa. So give me the Bucks.
I'm taking the Bucks too. Joe?
I'm gonna go with the 49ers.
All right.
Bosa is gonna have a big day.
Well, yeah, he's been celebrating a lot.
Yeah. He's really
Celebrating too
focused.
much?
Ooh, good question.
Just McCaffrey being back. I think it's just the difference maker. And you wonder how a team's going to recover after that disastrous decision last Monday. So I'll go San Fran.
Can we bet on Nick Bosa if he gets a sack,
Yeah.
taking off his helmet and putting on a red "Make America Great Again" hat? Can we bet on that?
Probably not the
I mean,
second
the odds
part.
are probably like minus 10,000.
The combination of that sack, celebration, red hat.
100%.
He should have worn the red hat the last time when he wanted to make a statement without being asked any questions about it.
That still annoys
The
me.
funniest part is that at his press conference, he was wearing a hat, just a different hat.
Yep.
Which then leads the question: wait, so he brought 2 hats to the game?
Multiple hats.
He
You don't bring
he
2 hats when you go places?
No.
Oh.
Do you bring 2 hats when you go
No.
places? Listen, you wear hats a lot. I don't know.
No, I don't bring 2 hats.
Okay.
Well, I bet you technically there's another hat in my
Now
car.
you're thinking about it. He's a 2 hat guy now.
I bet you there's a hat in my car.
Are there 2 hats?
I bring 2 hats to the gym.
1 hat maximum.
Because I don't wear the hat. I have a gym hat.
Huh.
It gets sweaty.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I have gym hats, and I put them in the laundry after every use.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't be caught dead wearing them in public.
But that's the whole point, that you only wear them at the gym.
Right, like they're crappy hats.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
We have one more game to pick, right?
One more game. Yes, sorry, my bad. The Detroit Lions and the Houston Texans. The line has not shifted since Nico Collins was announced as returning from the injured reserve. They are 3.5-point home dogs, your Houston Texans, against the Detroit Lions, 7-1, arguably the best team in the National Football League.
I'm taking the Detroit Lions.
The fun's gone. You just killed the fun. You killed the joy.
I know. And you're about to do it too, so it's okay.
Sean?
I'm also picking the Lions.
Well, some days when you're in a place where you're at in the standings, you got to do something bold. There are times in a man's life.
I don't like how much you're moving around.
Where this man.
It's inside out. There you go.
The jacket.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Shh. We're just filibustering with a prop here.
Yeah.
There are times in every man's life where he must stand firm as if he was Daniel in the lion's den. And you know what happened in that biblical tale about Daniel in the lion's den? You know what happened? Daniel went into the lion's den and he said, "Yo, Lord, what should I do?" And the Lord said, "Have fun." And Daniel, you know what he did? He had fun. And the lion started chilling with him because he was a cat guy. Okay? Houston Texans, they're fun. Houston Texans, they're cat guys. And then Detroit Lions are going to be cuddled up in their lap until the very end. CJ Stroud, the Houston Texans, sorry in advance, Peter. Go up behind that cat and then judo chop. Plop! Upset of the century. Texans 69, Lions -3. I'm actually I'm feeling it a little bit too much. I think the Texans pull off a last minute win.
All right.
I think we're going to be back on the bandwagon on Monday. Am I saying that partly because I need to make up ground in the standings? Maybe.
I mean, if you're right though, like it's a different conversation on Monday about this team.
Well, yeah.
Super Bowl.
I mean,
like Super Bowl.
for sure.
Super Bowl is back
We've
on.
been calling Detroit the best team in the league for all week.
I'm trying to manifest it.
Super Bowl back on, baby. If Paul's right.
If Paul's right.
Well, I mean, technically they could lose and Paul could still be right. Because they could.
I think if they cover, will be. It's not going to be full on. Texans are back, but we'll do the. You don't want any moral victories, but last night was kind of a moral victory.
I'll be honest.
Show.
I'll take a moral victory right now for the Texans.
Okay.
That's how bad things are. I'm good with the moral victory Monday.
Moral victory Monday.
I'll take it.
That's really sad.
I don't need
it's very sad. As we're previewing the show,
Yes,
previewing a possible moral victory.
All right, if I give you three options: victory Monday, moral victory Monday, or they just got dog walks Monday. We know which one's not the one you want.
Yes,
the dog walk.
Yeah, personally, I'd like to have the victory Monday.
Well, that's number one on the list. We're putting them in order.
Yeah, I know. I just want everyone to know.
On the record, he wants a victory.
I would like a victory on Sunday.
Same.
Especially on Sunday Night Football. You know what? I should post this again. How many Detroit people will roast me if I end up wrong? Detroit people have been making fun of me for a while because of my Astros dust busting prediction over the Tigers.
Ooh, yeah.
I got to go for it again.
Yeah, you do.
I'm going to become like the heroic fool of Detroit.
So do you want me to step away and let you have another moment?
No.
Okay.
Are people gonna get mad about the biblical accuracy of the Lions Den thing?
I mean, they could.
Probably.
They could. Anyway, I am merely Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. That is our Pick Six segment. And there you go. All right. Coming up next on this fine radio program of ours is the fun back. Plus, we actually heard from two people in the Texans organization that are being oft criticized. We will listen to them and get to garbage time too. Next, it's Gallant and George Stay Put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You can bet on anything, anytime, anywhere on MyBookie.ag. You could have bet on the presidential election. You could have bet last night. Risk-free bet, because every single Thursday is a risk-free bet at MyBookie. If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, no problem. I told you guys to hit the over for Ravens and Bengals. The over-under was, I think, 48.5. It went well over that. But you can also bet on Sunday games this weekend. I'll be honest, the vibes I'm feeling for the Lions and Texans, I don't know if those vibes extend to my wallet, if I would be putting money on that, but I can tell you this. For that game between the Florida Gators and Texas Longhorns tomorrow, at 11 a.m., I am taking Texas so hard in that game by 21. The vibes are so bad for the Florida Gators. They're going to be starting a kid from Yale, okay? A Yale kid. I believe in the carting off, okay? I believe he was seriously hurt. I don't like us questioning his injury value there. And I think that Texas is going to absolutely kill the Florida Gators tomorrow. And I want the Florida Gators to be respectable, especially since we're stuck with Billy Napier going forward. But hey, MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. Use that promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. Good news for the Houston Texans. Nico Collins designated to return from the injured reserve, so he should be back on the field Sunday against the Lions. He was at practice today, dancing around. The bad news, no Will Anderson Jr. Spread for that game at mybookie.ag. Lions 3.5-point road favorites at 7-1.
And
Joe, the roof
will be open.
It will be open.
They just announced that 24 seconds
Whoa! That is actually surprising.
Flyover coming. I think it's that. I think it's the flyovers for Sunday Night Football.
You'll be able to see the sparkle from their battle red uniforms from outer space. And that's why I'm wearing this battle red colored Hawaiian shirt. But I did not want to wear Texans gear for today's show because while I am talking the talk, I do not believe I will be walking the walk when it comes to a Texans win over the Lions.
I do agree with you, but hopefully they will just be competitive.
I'm still calling for a win, but I don't feel like they're going to back up my bravado.
Compete. Have fun.
Have fun.
The fun part is huge.
You can't have fun if you're losing by 30.
You can't.
You could, but you shouldn't.
But CJ Stroud wants the Texans to have more fun. Sean, in case anyone missed it, can we play CJ Stroud talking about all the fun that they're going to have this week? It's going to be the most fun, the biggest fun we've ever seen in 4 years. Here's CJ Stroud.
Getting back to having fun. I would say I just gotta have more fun. We're back to having fun at practice and enjoying each other's company. And but ultimately, I believe it's just having fun and being joyful while doing it. It's an entertainment business, and we're called, to entertain, but you can also have fun while doing it. And I think that's something that as a team we can do better. Is just have more fun, celebrating, and just being like you have a smile on your face right now, like you're having fun while doing your job. So we can do the same.
I really hope that this works.
You know what I need? I need a 15-yard penalty from after the first touchdown of the game for the Texans. I need them to have so much fun they get a penalty.
Assuming they score one, yes.
Ah, come on.
Hey, that wasn't fun of you to say.
Like I want to hear
was
I
funny?
need like a Randy Moss moon.
Whoa. We saw enough ass.
Dalton Schultz with the
T.O. popcorn bucket.
We've seen plenty of NFL donk for 1 week. Derrick Henry.
A fake moon. He really pulled his pants down.
Well, someone else pulled his
Is it
pants.
physically possible to pull his pants? He's got a lot of junk in that trunk.
Joe Horn Sharpie or a cell phone. Like, oh no, it's Chad Ocinco.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a 15-yard penalty.
Joe Mixon takes off his helmet, punts it into the stands. Does not injure his foot while doing so.
Do a headstand as your
The headstand dance,
the
like
incarnate
word kid. Yeah, you could do that. Bobby Slowick's the Texans offensive coordinator, and not many are thrilled with his performance of late. He was asked about more fun for the Houston Texans. Here's what he had to say.
In the NFL, fun correlates to doing well. So, I mean, I know that's it's just the reality, right? We all are blessed that we're able to be in a football organization and do what we do. And we never lose sight of that. I know CJ, just as much as me, is a man of faith and never lose sight of where he's at and how blessed we are to be here. But, when you're not performing across the board as good as you can, that's never as fun as it could be,
It's very true. When it's not as fun, when you're not doing well, it's not as fun as it could be.
And they're blessed to be part of a football team.
I was very distracted by whoever was recording that audio's breathing. It was very heavy.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Darth Vader is a reporter for the Houston Texans. You might not have known that. Bobby Slowick also was asked about the differences for the Texans offense in the first half and the second half. Here's what he had to say.
Say it all is I bet you if you look at situational football, it's going to be very much the same. It's going to be in the first half, we're good at situational football. In the second half, we're not executing situational football well enough. There's no, people like to think there's some secret sauce between the first half, the second half. There's all these adjustments that happen. Everybody makes adjustments. We've talked about it before. You have subtle things that happen within a game. There's not one thing a defense is doing in the second half that's different than what they do in the first half. We're not doing our job as well, and that's been an emphasis for us for 3 weeks, and we got to keep straining on it.
Doesn't that make you feel worse?
Yeah, because they're not adjusting. Like clearly the other team by halftime has the answers to the test, and then you don't know how to pivot.
Halftime adjustments, as he said there, they actually are overrated. There are not that many adjustments that are made. So it really makes it even more strange that they're incapable of adjusting over a game and these other teams are.
Yeah, it's just...
This doesn't make me feel good about him.
Yeah, it feels like they just figure out the one or two things to just slightly tweak, and then that makes your offense totally incompetent in the second half.
Joe Mixon, remember when he did the Mixon cat on Thursday? Well, Bobby was asked about this, and Bobby gave an answer. And you don't even need to play this one because Bobby essentially said, "Yeah, well, the read was, hey, we noticed the Jets didn't send a cornerback out to follow the quarterback, and that was what they were going to take advantage of by throwing it to C.J. Stroud. Except for before the play began, they knew that there was a guy, DJ Reed, going out there to mark C.J. Stroud, and Slowick in this answer said that DJ Reed made a good play. No, he did literally the most obvious thing he could.
Guys,
he's like a good corner.
Yeah.
Against a quarterback. Yeah, he did like the bare minimum that you would expect.
I guess maybe they thought too, like when Mixon took off, he was going to be hyper aggressive and ignore the quarterback then. But even then, like Joe has to know not to throw the ball.
It's something else.
That's stupid.
But you're also now putting the ball in your running back's hand and calling it a pass play, but also having him make reads. Like, just have him run the ball.
Terrible idea.
Exactly. Anyway,
please don't do it again.
In that answer, Bobby said he's also only done that about 12 times or so with the Texans, and he says like sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. And
wait, he's done like stupid play calls 12 times? Is that what he's saying?
Maybe. I mean, think about the other thing that they had this year where Stephon Diggs was lined up under center.
Mm-hmm.
Did Stephon Diggs throw that ball? No, he ran back to the other side of the field and scored.
He was going to throw it.
Yeah,
he wanted to throw it. So
he was ready to let that thing rip.
But guess what? It wasn't open. And yeah. Anyway, the one other offensive line coach, Chris Strausser, spoke, and hey, at the very least, he said that the Texans have the best offensive line in the NFL. What, did I get his name wrong?
No, I said we think.
We
can't prove it.
There's no video of him. For whatever reason, people recorded this audio while pointing their cameras at the ground. Here is Chris Strausser talking about C.J. Stroud and how no one's happy.
We believe we got the best guy in the NFL, and our guys love playing for that guy, and just the tremendous plays that this guy makes really for us, is hugely important. And so, I mean, nobody's happy with the fact that we're struggling in pass protection right now. I mean, everybody wants to do better, starting with myself, but, everybody across the board wants to do better. And so, just like you said, it is a prideful group, and those guys care tremendously about taking care of our quarterback.
They care tremendously about it.
That's good.
That is good. They care about it. Now they just got to.
I mean, I asked yesterday, do they like each other?
He did, because CJ Stroud's saying we got to have fun. We got to like spending time with each other again.
Mm-hmm. He makes his Coach Strausser, who we've now never seen before.
No, we don't know if what he looks
Still
like.
have never seen him.
Could be a robot.
Honestly, kind of makes sense to be in witness protection given how bad the offensive line's been this year. This is his job. One last comment from Chris Strausser, offensive line coach. He said coaches have to do a better job. You think?
Yep.
I think so. I agree.
Me specifically, I'm just coaching some of the, both the details of what we're doing, technique-wise. Probably really the starting point is the technique stuff has shown up really more than anything else. So we got to do a better job of emphasizing it during the week and, making sure when we show up on game day, everybody in the unit's got complete confidence in exactly what we're doing up front. So I think we're halfway through the season. We certainly have protected how we want to. We feel really good about the strides we know we can make and focus on some of the stuff that has shown up week in and week out.
But you're the coach. You're the coach. It's technique.
Week 10, baby.
Technique, week in, week out. Like,
let's all talk about technique.
This is killing my vibes.
Week 10.
Let's do garbage time. Interesting development for our beloved Houston Dynamo, Joe George.
Yes, their best player,
Hector Herrera.
I just forgot his name. So he had a year left on his contract, but they also could get out of it.
Okay.
So they optioned him. He's gone.
They optioned him. Why? If he's their best player?
Because he spit at the ref's feet and got a red card in their last playoff game. Also, some questions about overall effort and buy-in from this guy.
Wait, that's why the Dynamo season ended, because they got a red card in a game because the guy spit at a ref?
Pretty much.
I would cut him too.
It didn't help.
I would cut him too. I would cut him too.
Yeah, definitely the right move to cut him. But yikes.
So did he huck this loogie, or was it just how much? What was the volume here? What was the density of the spit? Because it could have been like yelling spit where it's a
No,
spray.
it was a spit at feet.
Oh, but at the feet, not at his face.
Yeah, also kind of cowardly. Like if you're gonna do it,
I think spitting at someone's foot is fine, honestly. You know?
Oh, he did as he was walking away. That's even worse.
Oh, just kind of I spit at you.
But if you spit at his foot, like I don't think that's bad.
It's disrespectful.
It's disrespectful, but if it's not on them, that is disrespectful.
Yes, that is worse.
All right, Show is showing it to me. Oh, wow. Well, he was walking away. The ref didn't even see it.
Yeah, the ref's walking away, give a yellow card.
Did somebody else give him the other yellow card?
I think so. The ref
Okay, so he got double yellowed.
And then Herrera just turns and hawk to it.
Hawk to it?
He did not
spit
hawk
on that
to it,
thing.
On the foot.
He would not have gotten a red card.
Well, listen, I mean,
You never know.
Hawk Tua has had a tremendous effect upon 2024.
She's impacting the MLS in a big way.
She impacted the election. A lot of people wrote her in. Hawk Tua and Talk Tua.
That is, I really don't understand. I mean, I guess you're just having fun. Whatever.
Why are you waiting in line and writing someone
Yeah,
else?
it's just
pick a candidate.
It's the waiting in line part where you're just like,
well, that's what I did.
What, Hawk Tua?
I wrote in Hawk Tua.
Oh, I heard you voted for Billy Napier.
No, I would never
Ultimate vote of confidence.
No.
Or can't be the coach now.
Nope. I actually did do this. I voted in Hawk Tua. I'm an American. I'm allowed to vote for who I want.
That's how your voice was heard.
Hawk Tua.
Mhm.
You guys are laughing. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, it's not the mustache.
It's not the what?
The mustache with the story makes it more believable.
I went into that polling place with my mustache on, and I left.
They almost didn't let you vote because of that mustache.
they almost didn't.
Like, this doesn't match your ID.
People were saying, like, "Hey, Paul, why didn't you do a sample ballot?" Because I knew what I was doing going in. I don't need to know who's on the ballot. It's just a Hawk Tua. Wrote it 48 times
For
every single one.
City councilwoman.
Mm-hmm.
Hawk Tua.
Let's go. Anyway, on that note, that wraps up this week of Gallant George. It's been fun. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, Sean Mapes, Joe George. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A getaway edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 92.5 and ESPN 97.5. So that backwards. What's going on, Blankers? Doing all right?
Doing all right. Hanging in there. Good to have a Friday. Looking forward to the weekend. How about yourself?
Doing well.
Feeling better, I hope.
Yeah, a little bit better. A little bit better. I'm working today, so yeah, a little bit better.
Yeah.
Quite an eventful few hours in the Branham household, but I'll spare all of you the details. No Will Anderson, I see, huh? So it's good news. Well, I don't know if we're going to see Nico Collins yet, but the Texans did rule out one Will Anderson. That's tough news there, Blankers. I mean, you're going up against a really good offense. Will Anderson, the AFC defensive player of the month, gets hurt, and then now he's going to miss at least one game. So one and most of the Jets game with what is his third significant ankle injury in the last 12 months.
Yeah, not good news. And, we've talked about this where we go through these series of guys getting hurt in games. They try to come back. They don't. And now you're wondering how many weeks is he going to be out because of the fact that, like you said, he's had multiple injuries to the ankle. You know how important he is. You hope that with Autry playing better football, with getting Jerry Hughes back, with having some of the other guys in the rotation, that they'll be fine. But at the same time, you're playing a team that you could really capitalize on having a significant pass rush because Jared Goff does not move around. He's more like a statue than he is a running quarterback. And if you could put pressure on the Lions on the edge, it could go a long way to you being able to put some pressure on the Lions, period. So not having him on the other side of Hunter is disappointing.
Yeah, I hope this is not something that lingers. Like, I'm hopeful that it's just the one game, and then hopefully it's fine. Obviously, like you don't want him to miss as few games as possible for Will Anderson would be the best. I guess the good news is we don't think it's that severe. He's not on the IR or anything like that, which they did with Kenyon Green. The good news is that Nico Collins could be back. They activated him to return to practice, that whole 21-day window, adding him to the 53, taking Kenyon Green off the 53. So that's the good news. Now, do you think he plays on Sunday night?
Yeah, I have my reservations. I have my questions. I think the first question is why did it take so long to get to a point where he finally practiced? And if it's gamesmanship, I think it's stupid because it took way too long. And even Dan Campbell said early in the week they expect him to play. I would rather have him testing that thing out all week just to see how it bounces back to kind of like a more strenuous practice schedule, similar to what a game might be, or getting more reps in. But at the same time, I think it's hyper important to him playing. And we talked about this the other day, just because I think it gives the Texans a better chance to win because their offense is good as the weapons are. I think they're better whenever Nico Collins is on the field. We've seen the chemistry that he and CJ have, specifically when CJ goes, off script and out of the pocket and starts extending plays. But even in the regular offensive game, and they go back all the way to the first Indianapolis game when they iced the game with an out pattern with less than 2 minutes, and the pass was perfect, the catch was on target. The catch was on time. They were perfect together, and they just have that kind of synergy and chemistry that you want to see, that you need against good football teams. And there's no doubt you're playing a damn good football team.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think either. Like, it's weird that they did this on a Friday and not yesterday. Like, I felt like if he was going to play on Sunday, that he would have been the return to practice designation would have been done yesterday. So that kind of confuses me, other than, maybe they feel like they didn't need him to practice. So I'm on the fence on this one. I don't really quite understand it, if I'm being perfectly honest. I thought Thursday was the big day, and I guess we'll see. If he doesn't play on Sunday, then Thursday was the big day. If he does play on Sunday, then I guess Thursday's not the big day. So we'll just have to wait and see, I guess, when it comes to that. If he does play, does he fix the woes of this offense? This offense has struggled, obviously, in pass protection, but that's not the only thing that's wrong with this Texans offense. They've struggled in the red zone. They can move the ball, but they're not scoring a ton. How much does Nico back fix everything that's woeing the Houston Texans?
Unfortunately, there's more to fix than just adding your best receiver back to your offensive game plan when you can't block and you can't keep your quarterback from having to run for his life on most plays. So I think that it's definitely a benefit anytime Nico's on the field, and we saw that with what he did and the production he had from the time the season started. But on the flip side, Nico Collins doesn't block at the offensive line, and I don't need him blocking a whole lot. I need a left guard that's capable of at least holding his own. I need an offensive line that has continuity enough to try and keep some of the pressure off of CJ's rear end on every single play. And I think that's where the focus has to begin because, I keep saying it's like the neck bone connected to the collarbone. The fact is that the offensive line is connected to your quarterback, your receivers, your running game, everything that you're going to do. And right now, your offensive line is a joke. It's in disarray. And yeah, it starts with pointing at one position on the field, but I think it's across the board where they have to get better, regardless if Nico plays or not.
Yeah, I think it helps you. It doesn't cover up every wart. It's kind of getting better in the aggregate, right? Like, okay, we know we're not going to be great in this area, but how can we pick up the slack? Nico would help that, whether it's screens or getting rid of the football quicker or the defense having to, pay a lot of attention to Nico Collins. Obviously, it helps. I mean, Nico Collins is one of the better receivers in the NFL. He's a top 10-ish receiver. Obviously, it helps. So yeah, I think it would help the offense. I don't think it fixes everything. And for the Texans, I mean, we say the same thing over and over. For them to hit their ceiling as an offense, as a football team, they're gonna have to figure out the pass protection, even though you're getting Nico Collins back. Now, this is curious to me. I'm just looking through the injury report here. And Tank Dell, limited today. He's now questionable. He's a questionable designation. Was fine Wednesday, was fine on Thursday, limited today, and is now questionable. So I don't like that. Your top two receivers are questionable.
They say why?
It says back.
Huh.
No, that's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, me too. And I don't know if that's just precautionary and it's something you want to put out there, but I hope to God it's nothing more than that, because as much as it's good to have Nico back, he's probably going to be on somewhat of a pitch count, but you're probably going to want to monitor him at least to some degree, whereas Tank Dell's a guy you have to have on the field because of the fact that he's basically the only other guy that I think CJ knows and trusts and the offense has confidence in is going to make the plays.
Yeah, no, I don't feel great about that. Your top two receivers are questionable. Hopefully, maybe they both play. Maybe neither one plays. It's the beauty of being questionable, I guess. Foley Fatukasi, he's questionable too. He did not practice all week, so that the defensive line could be, even a little thinner. He's got a couple of injuries, groin, shoulder, so that's something to keep an eye on. Jerry Hughes questionable, whatever. They activated him. And Jeff Okudah. Is this the first time we're going to see Jeff Okudah in a Houston Texans uniform? Could he get some actual snaps in this game?
Yeah, I hope it's not on outside corner, but, I think as long as Lassiter and Stingley are still going to be on the field the majority of the time, I think they're going to be fine. I think that's his old team he's playing against. Maybe he's got a little extra fire in his belly for that, but I don't anticipating seeing him a whole lot. If there's one thing that you can feel good about, it's the fact that Lassiter has looked really good for the time that he's been out there this season, better than a lot of people I think anticipated or expected. And with Williams coming back for the Lions, along with St. Brown and the way that they are capable of throwing the football, I would rather have Stingley and Lassiter out there for the majority of the snaps.
Yeah, I would be shocked if we see him at all. He would only be because of injury, like it's not something you want to see. Like I would like to see the Houston Texans be a little creative with what they're doing at the nickel corner, but if I'm predicting what they do, like Jalen Petrie is just going to play that spot, whether it's for the good or for the bad. And a lot of times it's for the bad whenever you're lining them up man to man, especially with the Lions have a receiver. So no, I don't think we'll see Okudah. Although if they did it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that if there's a chance for him to better your situation at the nickel, then that's fantastic, because as we've talked about week in, week out, Petrie's really, really good around the box, around the line of scrimmage, getting into the backfield and hitting. He's not so good in coverage. And, this is another team where they have a variety of different ways that they can beat you in the slot, and they can beat you with Laporta, and they can beat you with their three receiver sets. And they can do a ton of things to where it could be making Petrie vulnerable yet again. And that's not what you want to do to a guy that really doesn't throw many incompletions and the offense that's normally clicking on all cylinders. You're going to need your best defensive people on the field, and they're going to have to be doing, a really good job. I don't think that the first time you throw Jeff Okudah on the field, you want to throw him into the fire of playing the Lions offense. That's not a good situation.
I wonder what the plan would be if the okay, I don't want to say injury because that's just mean. But what if Jalen Petrie had to miss a few snaps? Like, I wonder who plays the nickel. I wonder if they would go Lassiter inside, because Okudah's more of a boundary corner. Now, we haven't seen Lassiter play inside. We thought when they drafted him that he was going to play inside, but they haven't done that. They have Des King on the roster, practice squad. So you have to call him up before the game. So I don't think that's, unless you're thinking about it before the game, but you wouldn't be thinking about that before the game.
No.
Like, I wonder what their plan B would be at nickel corner if there were. I guess maybe you would go with one of the safeties. Maybe you go with Murray.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But again, Murray's not great in coverage.
He's terrible.
He excels in again being up in the box and his ability to tackle. But yeah, I don't think that it's a strong suit of his either, where I would feel comfortable with him being there. But I think safety is probably the first option that they would go with, unless Okudah feels like he can be comfortable enough, because he gives you the best in coverage. He's not going to be great hitting, and vice versa if you play Murray there. Yeah, that's not a situation I need to be thinking about, but it did cross my mind the minute you started. I was like, man, what if Petrie went down?
You would have to now Jimmy Ward's coming back. So you do have that extra safety now. I wonder what the starters look like at safety now with Ward back, because before Ward was hurt, it was Ward and Eric Murray, and then Bullock was kind of coming in for Eric Murray, and they were kind of having the work share 50-50. But I think Bullock, he's played better than Eric Murray.
Yep.
He's more of a natural center fielder than Eric Murray and Jimmy Ward, quite frankly. I'm really fascinated, too, to see what the snap share is for the safety
I
position.
think it's going to be Murray and Bullock, and I think that they'll probably ease Jimmy Ward back in. I don't think they're just going to throw him into the fire right away, and we know he's fragile and he's been hurt a lot lately. I think that they'll probably go Murray and Bullock and then work Jimmy Ward in where necessary.
He might be that he could play a little nickel. Now you wouldn't want to play a whole lot of man with him in the nickel, but he can certainly play the box. You know what I mean? Like he'd be good in that. He'd be good in that situation, but it wouldn't be great in terms of coverage. Which I don't think the Texans have a good cover nickel guy. Like
no,
they don't seem to put a whole lot of value in that.
And if King hasn't played all year, then you obviously think, well, there's something, he's not what he used to be, and they didn't think highly of him before when they cut him and then brought him back. But if he's sitting on the practice squad now and he's not been active, I think there's probably a good reason for it.
Yeah, he was only active that one game, and that's whenever they had they needed him to return kicks, and then he got benched. Remember?
Yeah.
He came in, he returned a few punts, and he had a bobble, and then a misplay on one, and then they benched him. All right, 713-780-ESPN, Friday edition of the Killer Bees. We got a busy show planned for you. DJ Big Enemy will be joining us for a couple segments in the 5 o'clock hour. What are your top storylines ahead of Sunday night? Been waiting all day for Sunday night. Who said it? Can the Killer Bees continue with their momentum, continue their winning ways? Beezy Money, too, are going to hand you out some winners. We've been killing it with Beezy Money. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sag by BMAC, I'm at Jeremy Branham. D'Amico Ryans, I think he had enough with all of the offensive line questions that he's been getting from the media. So they had Chris Strouser talk to the media, the offensive line coach for the Houston Texans. Everybody wants him sacked. Everybody wants him fired. Do you feel better or worse after listening to Chris Strouser about the Texans' offensive line issues? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for VanderfordAir.com. Check out Vanderford Air right now, because Vanderford Air has a variety of different services, from plumbing to air conditioning to heating, to repiping, that they can do for you. And they do them all extremely well. The main thing that I'm here to tell you about is everything that they do is 100% money back guarantee right there at the top of on their website, and everywhere you go. Your satisfaction is guaranteed, or you get your money back. And that is a game changer when you're talking about a service provider like an AC company. The fact is it's one thing that you get the work done when you need it done and that everything works. The other thing is that it works the way you want it to, and it doesn't break down a couple days after they leave. And the work that their people do is going to be top notch, and they're going to be polite. They're going to be prompt. Everything's going to go your way. And if it's not, most companies just say, well, we fixed the problem, and we got to keep going. And not with Vanderford Air. The fact is they're going to put everything in writing, and that is if they're going to replace a part, and they'll give you a separate invoice in writing, or an estimate for if you want to replace the entire system. They're always going to be there for you. Everything in writing. They're going to have written specification of what they're going to do, what parts they're going to use, and how it's all going to go. Then their people are going to do a fantastic job for you, and they want you to be satisfied with that. The parts and the systems that they put in are going to work exactly how they're supposed to. The temperature will be exactly where you want it to be, and that everything operates at factory standards. If any of that is not to your satisfaction, you get your money back. It's phenomenal. And it starts with the phone call. You call them at 281-557-COOL. They'll be at your place within 24 hours. If they're not, guaranteed, they're gonna take care of you, because of the fact that they guarantee from the minute you call them, within 24 hours, they're going to be there to see you. They don't want you to wait. They don't want you unhappy. They want to be the company that takes care of you every step of the way. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to use it, but when you need someone for AC, you know how important it can be. 281-557-COOL. Check them out online, VanderfordAir.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. So, Chris Strouser talked to the media yesterday, which is kind of odd, right? That you have the offensive line coach of a professional football team talking to the media. I thought originally that it was like, hey, okay, I'm D'Amico Ryans. I'm the head coach of the team. I'm a defensive-minded head coach, and all I get asked about is how bad my offensive line is. Here you go, offensive line coach. You go deal with them. Throw them out to the wolves. Now, I was told that Strouser was requested by some media members and that they eventually, not right away, they eventually allowed the media to have a little sit down with Strouser. Now, you might have noticed he wasn't on camera. That was by design for whatever reason. Not exactly sure why he wasn't on camera, but we do have some recording of it. A lot of this from Big Sarge Media, so credit to Big Sarge for posting this on his YouTube channel. Post some really good stuff on there. If you're a Texans fan, good content from Big Sarge. So here's the first thing that caught my ear, not my eye because he wasn't on video. It caught my ear. Strouser talked, because look, the Texans have had trouble with stunts, right? So he was asked, obviously, about the stunts. Here was Strouser on the Texans' troubles with stunts.
Stunts are always a challenge. I mean, there's a reason that defenses do stunt on third down because there's some challenges with it. So to me, it all goes back to starting with just like being really good at one-on-one pass protection, because you get that done. And then the next step, the next phase is to be able to handle a stunt. And a lot of what goes into handling a stunt is the same stuff that goes into being a really good one-on-one protector. So, there's a lot of little things that we know that as we've really studied, we had that extra 3 days to really kind of go back and look at some stuff and really see some stuff that consistently has shown up as issues and stuff. Again, like I said, that I need to go back and do a better job as a coach to get these guys locked into better and find a way to drill it better and make sure when we show up on Sunday that everybody's got complete confidence in what we're doing.
Thoughts?
It's interesting to me because I'm with you. I saw Will Kunkel start putting out there that he got Strouser for a one-on-one, and I thought, wow, that's crazy. And then when I realized that D'Amico put him out there with the media, it's
to be fair, I don't think it was D'Amico. I think it was the media request, and I think the NFL rule is that if your coach gets requested, I think they're required to.
Okay. But at the same time, in my head, I'm thinking, well, are they just going to throw him to the wolves and let him fend for himself? Or, what's the deal? But when you hear this, I think it kind of lends itself to me to the fact that they still believe he knows what to do. He's intelligent as a coach. The problem is that there's a disconnect somewhere. And even if he explains what he just explained in that soundbite, to me is, so then where's the disconnect? Are the guys just not getting it? You say you got to drill them a different way so that they can get better at it? Because it's not just the stunts, it's the twists. The twists have been really screwing with them. The fact that they look like they're unprepared, they stick with the twist too long. There's a gaping hole in the middle of the line for the other guy coming from the linebacker position or from the outside in, and they are just wreaking havoc all over the place when it happens. And it looks like they are inexperienced at doing what he is kind of simplifying for us to say is a quote-unquote easy fix. So I don't think that it put my mind at ease in any way, shape, or form hearing from him. It's just that hopefully he's right, that he knows what to do to try and rectify what's been going on. But why hasn't it been rectified yet?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. That last sentence you just said, Blankers.
Yep.
Like he talks about having the extra 3 days. Bro, what? Like it's been 2.5 months. These are issues you've had since week 1, not just this past week. So he's like, oh, we've had the extra 3 days. You've had 10 weeks. You had 10 weeks to try to rectify this and to figure this out. So we had an extra 3 days. That's going to magically solve it when it's been an issue all year long. You've played 9 games, but now you're pointing to the extra 3 days that you have on this mini bye, that it's going to be the cure-all? Are you kidding me? And he says a lot of the same stuff as being good at man-to-man is what makes you good in stunts. I'm not seeing that. Like, I think Laramie Tunsil's a very good man-on-man blocker. But you throw a little stunt, and most of it's on the interior. It doesn't really, mess with Laramie. But, like, Kenyon Green, is he telling me that Kenyon Green's not a good man-to-man blocker? Because he's saying it's a lot of the same stuff that you see on stunts. Well, he's struggling there. So is Juice. So is Shaq Mason. So is he telling me those guys aren't good man-on-man? Maybe he is. Maybe he is saying that. Here's another one from Strouser talking about how he has belief in his guys, which he has to say.
Yeah, everybody in the unit for sure has the ability to play. Like they wouldn't be here if we didn't think they could play. And so, yes, everybody in the unit for sure has the ability to do it. There's always going to be some challenges on third down stuff, I think, across the league. in terms of recognizing some of the stuff that's going to come. But I think that's an area that, I know that's an area that we can, take some strides and, improve on. And so we can, like I said, a lot of that goes back to just what we do during the weekend practice and how we get them, a little bit better prepared for what we're anticipating seeing. And there's always gonna be something that shows up game day that we didn't anticipate seeing.
Forgive my chuckle, Jeremy, but the whole time once he said that and said, of course we believe in them or they wouldn't be here, and I'm going, have you seen Kendrick Green? Did you see what we saw? Do you know that there's a reason why we all questioned why once you benched Kenyon Green, you had to put him back in the game because he really can't play? And the question was, why was he on your roster? And how did you plan on backfilling that with somebody else, which you didn't do? That's crazy to me, but that's why I was chuckling.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that was a bunch of. You have to say that as a coach. You can't throw your guys under the bus. The moment that you do that, you're going to be out of the job. Like, that's the way professional sports work. So you can't throw your guys, especially as the offensive line coach. Alex says he'll be out of job after the season, if not sooner. That's what's weird, though, is that he was solid last year. Like, this patchwork offensive line a year ago was way better than this offensive line that has way more talent. So, like, it's hard for me to say that Chris Strauzer's a bad coach. I think he might have to have the right pieces, maybe the type of players that he needs to be successful with his scheme. But I think that the worst I could say about Strausser as a coach is maybe he's the type of guy who's not very good at adjusting to the personnel he has.
Well, let me say this and let's see what you think about this. But the fact is, and you and I have been around teams and sports for a long time now. You're only as good a coach as your players are willing to accept your coaching. So at a certain point, maybe last year when you had a couple of journeymen, when you had a couple of guys that knew that this was an important point in their career and they were performing because there was a lot more sense of urgency on a personal front as well as from a team perspective, that they were stepping up, they were dialed in, he was teaching them well, he was coaching them up, and everything was going well. When you get the guys that have been taken care of and they have the money and they're set and they've been extended and everything feels good for them, maybe there's not as much urgency. Maybe there's not attention to detail from their part of going, yeah, you know what? I'm good. I know I'm good enough. I'm getting paid. I'm set. I'm all right. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but everybody knows I'm good enough. I can figure this out. It just seems like maybe the difference between last year and this year is you got guys that aren't as dialed in or as open to the coaching that he did a year ago.
Yeah, that would be problematic because now you're talking about like unprofessionalism, which is terrifying. But I would say that the issues with this offensive line, in my opinion, aren't the bookends. Like I think that you can get by with what you've had at tackle. In fact, I think the tackle play's been good. I think Laramie's been good. I think Titus has actually been good. It's the guys in the middle, and those guys are young. Like Kenyon Green has a lot to prove. Juice has a lot to prove. Shaq Mason does not. He's an older veteran, but. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely plausible. Like, I wouldn't rule that out.
I think a lot of times, too, the veterans are the guys that set the standard in the room. And I think that you're right. Yeah. Shaq has not been good. But if they're looking around the room and the three guys that are the most decorated and the most respected in the room are the guys just kind of going through the motions, then it's like, well, at a certain point, why do I have to do more or be different than what they're doing? Yeah, I'm younger, but in the case of Juice, I was a high enough draft pick. But overall, Shaq has been less than. I think Howard's been okay. I think Tunsil obviously got over all the penalty issues. He's supposed to be one of the top 5 tackles in this league. I don't think he's played like that, regardless of him playing decent. So I think that maybe as a group, it's just, again, at a certain point, even if you're a good coach, maybe it starts falling on deaf ears, or you need a different voice in the room because the delivery needs to change and maybe some of the coaching and teaching needs to change. I don't know specifically, but it does feel like there's a disconnect.
That's why, like, you can't say that's exactly what's going on because we don't know what's going on in that room. But like, would I rule it out? No, I can't rule it out. Texture saying Laramie Tunsil's a bad captain. The body language on the field ain't great. 9271, and I'm a body language expert. 9271, they were better last year with Fant and Green and Howard were out. They were like, they were a better offensive line last year with lesser talent. Eat says fire him now. See, I don't think that's the answer. I don't think that you can fire him now. I don't that to me is not a positive move. I don't think that you can gain anything by that. Here's another one from Strausser. This is where I'm going with Strausser. Like, he might be a good offensive line coach, but might not have the personnel needed for like his specific style, his specific philosophy. Because there's a lot of coaches that they don't budge with their style, even if they have players that aren't great in their style. Here's Strausser talking about that.
The scheme it's I believe a proven scheme. It's been used in this system for a lot of years, and so to me it always goes back to, like, I always come to work in the morning and know that whatever shows up on tape goes back to me, and so that's my starting point is how do I do it better and how do I get this unit to play better and all those things.
Okay, the last part of that was just word salad, but the beginning, like, this is a scheme, this is a proven scheme. That to me sounds like a guy who's not really willing to budge because, like, he does some complicated stuff with this scheme. Like, the West Coast offense has some pretty complicated stuff with the offensive line. Like, adjusting with what you want to do on stunts can be complicated at times. I think you can dumb it down. I think you can make it easier for offensive linemen, but hearing that from Strouser, it makes me believe that he's not willing to do that.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think the other thing to your point about maybe it's just not the right. He doesn't have the right kind of personnel to do things, or he wants a different kind of personnel to do what he wants to do. You got to believe that there needs to be communication, whether it's he and Bobby Slowick, because he's not going to have the one-on-one with a Nick or D'Amico, but talking about, like, who do we need to have to be able to execute what we're trying to do, better. And I think that when you look at the Kendrick Green situation, or you look at the, bringing in Zach Thomas and saying these are guys that we're going to put on our roster for a reason, yet we don't know if they can play. In the case of Thomas, they just picked him up. In the case of Kendrick Green, we found out pretty quickly he wasn't very good. As an offensive line coach, it's my ass on the line. He just said that. If I'm worried, if I know my job is, in jeopardy or is going to be scrutinized because of something like this, I damn well better be having the confidence to be and be comfortable enough to say, hey, look, I think personnel wise, we might need to do this, or I think that, schematically, maybe because of the guys we have, we do this instead of that. But I would hope that there's that communication.
I prefer the schematic side of that. Like, to me, get your best five and then figure out how they can be their best five. Like, I rather have a coach who can adjust with the personnel that he has. But if you're not capable of doing that, then you need to have courage and the bravado to do the personnel side of things. So yeah, both are on the table. I prefer the scheme adjustment before I prefer the personnel adjustment, but they're both on the table if the other one's not working. Last one from Strouser. He was asked if there's any chance of moving Titus Howard to left guard.
We're always talking personnel, or really every week, good or bad. We've had, as we know, some good weeks, and we're still talking personnel because, we're always trying to figure out what the best five is, what the best mix is, not try and move guys too much because it's, it's a challenge at this point in the season in week to have to move guys from one spot to other. So, but, really everybody that's on our roster is in play.
I don't know what he said there. It sounded like, hey, we don't want to do that, but we're willing to do that. Like, okay.
Yeah, I think that was more like a cover your ass from the standpoint of, hey, look, we're not going to rule anything out, even though we all know that Titus Howard doesn't want to play left guard. And the fact is that, you don't have a whole lot of viable options to play left guard. So at the same time, they want to make sure that everybody knows, hey, nothing's off limits. We're going to consider everything. They just seem to be the kind of coaching staff that doesn't want to ruffle anybody's feathers like a Titus Howard when everything should be on the table at this point.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe it is that. Or it could also be the gamesmanship. Maybe they're planning on doing this Sunday and they don't want it out there. I think both of those things are on the table. Speaking of linemen, the Detroit Lions starting left tackle is out for Sunday night's game. So a little tit for tat on the injuries, I guess. Starting left tackle out for Detroit. The AFC Defensive Player of the Month, Will Anderson, out for the Houston Texans. All right, what do you think of what Strouser had to say? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. My biggest takeaway is I feel like he's a good coach whenever he has guys for his scheme, and he's kind of round peg square holing this right now with guys he might not love in terms of fitting his personnel. 713-780-3776. Is this coach speak or not? Let's listen to some sound bites from coaches and general managers that spoke this week about this game coming up Sunday, and you tell us, coach speak or nah? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Alex on the Twitch, if Howard gets moved to left guard, will he fake an injury during the game? Has he been known to do that? Fake an injury?
Isn't that a Tunsil thing? Or extend an injury?
Maybe extend an injury.
Maybe he just wants to emphasize that he's right tackle only. So if you put him in left guard, it's like, well, guess I'm hurt.
I've been watching.
Well, his feelings are hurt.
Yeah, certainly.
There's no doubt about that. I've been watching that Red Sox documentary thing, the 3-0 comeback.
Yeah, I think it's called The Comeback.
Oh, I didn't know about it. Sounds good though.
It is pretty good. I've made it through an episode and a half.
What's it on?
In and out of some sleep. It's on Netflix.
Okay,
but I'd forgotten that Nomar Garciaparra. Remember that year that they were trying to trade for A-Rod?
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
Nomar got really like upset about it, and he maybe faked an injury during spring training. Spring training, according to some. I had forgotten about that. So that made me think about the Titus Howard thing. And the other thing to keep in mind, like I just thought about this because of what Alex said. You know how usually the reporters that are out at practice, they're only out there for X amount of time, and the team is only showing them what the team is willing to show them, and then they make them go away.
Mm-hmm.
Usually we see the offensive line that is working together in the first team. I didn't see that this week. And it makes me wonder. And obviously they're going to have a change because, Kenyon Green's hurt and Jared Patterson's coming back. But, and we are going to see a starting offensive line that's different for the first time. But usually we have a pretty good idea what the starting offensive line is going to be by this time every single week. We didn't see that this week.
No, we haven't heard about it either.
No.
We assume that Patterson's just going to start at left guard, but you're right. We don't know. And
they're hiding it. They're hiding it.
They are. And I was going to say the extension of that is something that you and I were talking about. But, knowing that every coaching staff and every front office in every sport is different, some people are hell-bent on the gamesmanship of trying to take every possible big or little.
I hope it's not that.
I mean, look,
I get gamesmanship at quarterback, but left guard?
Yeah, they did the same thing with Nico. I mean, for all we know,
but Nico,
but that's what I'm saying. Overall, there's a pattern here that it seems like they're trying to, whether it works or not, or it has any impact or not, it seems like they're trying to keep everything so close to Nick's vest that they don't make they don't make anything clear until they have to.
I'm not dismissing what you're saying as being unrealistic for this team, because I think you're right. I think you're on to the idea that they would at least consider the idea. I just think it's ridiculous. Like, I mean, a quarterback, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, maybe once, like we saw with A&M, you have a running quarterback, you have a pocket quarterback. That made a difference for them in a few games. And Nico, hey, you either have a deep threat or you don't. That can make a difference. A subpar left guard, I mean, I don't think that changes the way the Lions approach. They're still going to run stunts. They're still going to walk sticks up to the line and try to disguise pressure. It's not really going to change much for them.
Yeah, but why not do it?
Right.
Like, what are you giving up by, showing
You're
it?
not giving up anything. So, I mean, it's fine, but I just don't think it makes a difference. I mean,
I don't think it makes a difference either. But I'm with Blinkers on it.
Yeah, I think that there's organizations that think that it's a very, very, maybe to a lot of people, a very immaterial thing to like not let you know what the starting lineup is till right before game time. And there are other coaching staffs that believe, hey, every little advantage could possibly be something. We're not telling them. We're going to keep this under wraps. Don't say a word. When you do interviews with the coaching staff pregame, don't even get into it.
We're going to unleash Jared Patterson on you by surprise.
Well, I think you're both right. I mean, I think you're both right. I mean, in the sense that it's not really going to matter. I agree that it's not going to really change what Detroit's trying to do. But at the same time, does an organization think along those lines? I do.
They do.
I do think that. And then also, like, where's the harm here? Like, hey, we're not going to show the media where our starting offensive line is. So what? Like, you're not really like, there's no detriment there. There's no risk there.
But there is, it's not, again, it's the significance can still be somewhat minute, but at the same time, it's one thing to BMAC's point of say, look out, because we're unleashing Jared Patterson. But guess what? The one where it's a little bit more significant is we're putting Titus Howard at left guard, and we're really shifting the offensive line. So maybe that's, we don't know, but maybe that is exactly why they're sitting on it.
That's where my conspiracy theorist mind was going. Is that it's something that's a little bit larger scale than we've thought.
Like Titus at left guard and Fisher right tackle. That would be significant.
Exactly. Like that. Like as y'all are arguing that out, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, well, if this is true, and like we're actually like sniffing this out a little bit here, and we could be way off, but like if this is true and our theory here is correct, then it's probably something larger, like playing your best five, which was Blanker's point the other day. Like play your best five and get them out there however you can get out there. And if you feel like Blake Fisher, a second rounder, is better than Jared Patterson, who's been solid as a sixth rounder, let's figure out a way to make that happen. And the natural way of making that happen would be Titus Howard to play left guard. And his feelings might get hurt. To Alex's point, maybe he fakes an injury, but at least you kind of call his bluff there a little bit. Hey, this is what we got to do for the best interest of our team. If you're not willing to do that, then we're going to buy you out of your contract at the end of the year because you can get out of that deal after a June 1st cut.
They might be planning on doing anyway.
I know. I mean, he's making more money than his worth. So,
and we were just respectfully discussing that. We weren't arguing it out or fighting it out.
It was very argumentative.
Okay.
Very argumentative. It's not that it's a bad thing.
No, not at all.
An argument doesn't have to have a negative connotation, but it was definitely an argument. Let's get to some coach speak, or maybe GM speak. Nick Caserio talking about Jared Goff. Where is this on the coach speak, GM speak meter?
For sure. Whatever reason, sometimes players just need a change of scenery. And Jared led the Rams to the Super Bowl when he was in LA. We played against them in whatever year that was in the Super Bowl when I was in New England. So Jared was the number one pick for a reason. He's a really good football player. Sometimes you have some lulls. Sometimes you need to change the scenery. Seems to have been reinvigorated, and they've done a good job of just kind of setting up the system, kind of playing to his strengths. And Jared's a very smart, very efficient, very accurate quarterback that takes care of the football. And then they've married it with Ben's system, and he's played at a high level over the last few years.
All right. Where's that on the GM speak meter there?
I think I don't think he's wrong at all. I think that whether it's a change of scenery or not, we all knew the knock on Goff leaving the Rams was that it was all McVay. McVay was doing a lot of the coaching in his headset up until the mic in the speaker in his helmet was turned off. That it was more McVay than it was Goff, and then they felt like they could upgrade, and that was a slap in his face. And he got in the right situation, whether it was just a fresh start in a new organization or not, he is accurate because of the fact that he got the right offensive coordinator. He's got a ton of weapons around him. They built it around him the right way and allowed him to kind of cater to his strengths, and that's what they do. And he's been incredibly successful, and more successful than I thought he was going to be. So from that regard, I think he was pretty accurate.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think there was any GM speak there. I thought that was 100% accurate. Jared Goff's like that point guard that's just super solid and never turns the ball over, but he's not like a James Harden type of point guard where he's just always turning it over. Like, yeah, he's going to put up huge numbers, he's going to win an MVP, but he's always going to turn it over and put your team in a bad spot like Josh Allen.
I'll give him John Stockton because Stockton wasn't flashy. He wasn't above the rim. He wasn't like, doing the things that make SportsCenter. But at the end of the game, he had double-digit assists. Like you said, he didn't turn it over. He made the right play at the right time. He was smart on the court, and that's exactly what Jared Goff is. And he's an all-star.
Stockton's a Hall of Famer, though.
You don't know what Jared Goff turns out at the end of his career, but he's putting up the numbers to be in the conversation if he keeps doing this.
If he wins the Super Bowl with the Lions, he'll have a shot.
He's John Stockton.
Short of that, I don't think so.
I think his point was more that Stockton is the guy that you can always trust.
Yep.
He's not going to make a bunch of turnovers. He's just going to be a really solid point guard. He's not going to be this flashy point guard that wins an MVP or wins a scoring title, but you can also kind of trust him with a really good offense.
I do kind of reject part of Caserio's point though about the change of scenery because he was with Sean McVay. Arguably the best offensive mind, if not the best one, certainly top three, along with the guy he has now with Benny Johnson. And of course, Shanahan in San Francisco. So this might have been like a case for Goff where he just, he hit a maturity. Like he was obviously a younger quarterback in LA, hit a certain year in the league, saw more things, experienced more things, got more coaching, and just hit a maturity level that allowed him to take a step forward. I think he could have still gotten to this point with McVay. It's not like he upgraded with his coaching, though.
But
he didn't upgrade with his talent.
I'm going to argue that back. I'm going to push back because of the fact that if
he's
he's
discussing really nicely,
right.
not
respectfully discussing the fact that with him, if he stayed, he would never have gotten full credit for it. It
That's
would
a different
always
conversation to me.
But that's why the
his
fresh
actual
start was
play.
necessary, because as long as he was married to that situation with that head coach in that environment, that in the way you set it up, then he may have success, but at the end of the day, he's probably not going to get as much credit for it as McVay is. in Detroit with Dan Campbell. And yes, we found out what Ben Johnson can be.
Yeah.
But it was a total fresh start to where he could be and get credit for the quarterback that he always thought he was when he was drafted number 1 overall.
Yeah, if you can do it in 2 different offenses, then I think you get more credit, whether that's fair or not. Like, why does that matter? Like, if Goff would have stayed with the Rams and did exactly what he's doing right now at Detroit, should he get less or more credit? I think he should get equal credit. I think that what is the bigger common denominator here is that both offenses have been very good. And I don't think that Jared Goff is the type of quarterback that you could put anything around him and they're going to excel and they're going to shine. Where if you've had quarterbacks, in NFL history that you can do that with currently, like you put Josh Allen with us and Josh Allen's going to put up numbers. Lamar Jackson with us, he's going to put up numbers. I think Peyton Manning was that way. Yes, he had really good receivers, but how many of those receivers were made by Peyton Manning? Goff needs to be a guy that's in a really good offense, but whenever he's in a really good offense, he can take that offense to another level because he's mistake-free. He completes a high percentage of his passes, whereas you put those other superstar, splashy type of quarterbacks with these types of offenses, I don't know if they're really going to click as well as the Lions are currently clicking. Let's get to some more of these coach speaks on the other side. Also, do these takes from national media match what we're seeing from the Stroud Texans pass protection issues? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, guys, before we go to the break, another quick minute here for Underdog Fantasy. And I took another rough loss last night on my pick'em entries. Went for the max payout on 2 pick'em entries, but Chris Paul missed on my higher pick by just 1 assist, and Lamar Jackson missed on rushing yards by just 7 yards, which cost me both of my pick'em entries. Brutal losses. But look, it's okay because unlike season-long leagues where you might get stuck with someone injured or underperforming, with Underdog Fantasy, every day is a new chance to make money, real big money. And here's the thing. I went for the biggest payoff possible. I like to gamble. I like to go big. But if you like less risk and a better chance to win, use their flex options where the payouts are lower, but you can have one or even two losses and still have your entry be a winner. And take advantage of the profit boost. So when you are taking less risk with flex or a double flex, you can make up for the difference on the lower payout with profit boost up to 50% like they have going for the NHL and soccer today. And that's the other thing. If you don't like stat projections except for the NFL or NBA, maybe they nailed it. Maybe it's too tough to call, so just tip your cap and play another sport. They've got the NFL, NBA, college football, college basketball, Major League Baseball, NHL, soccer, tennis, MMA, and much more. No matter your game, Underdog Fantasy has you covered. And don't forget while playing Pick'em that you can cash out a winning entry early by just tapping the Win Now button to cash out your entry whenever you want. And with that type of flexibility, why would you play anywhere else other than with Underdog Fantasy? So download the app, sign up with promo code BMAC, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, B-M-A-C. Must be 18 plus and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit NCP Gambler or ncpgambling.org. What, Sean?
Run your game.
I did. Ran my game all over that shit.
I wasn't sure.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Look at LSU defense last season. Matt House had a track record of being a good DC, but couldn't get guys to buy in, so his message wasn't getting across to them, and then play like crap. That's the other thing. Talking about Strouser and the O-line, a lot of times that message doesn't get through, whether it's you, whether it's the personnel. It could be a variety of different reasons. Sometimes it just doesn't work, which is bad. 9271, Bruce Matthews and Mike Munchak played every position of the O-line. Tell Howard to put his big boy pants on and play where he needs. He listens to Tunsil too much. I can't remember. I mean, I'm sure Titus Howard, all the pants he has are big. But, yeah, he doesn't like to play left guard, even though he's handsomely paid.
And they're right. I mean, the texter's right. From the standpoint of you're getting paid handsomely, they took care of you. Now do the right thing to whether it's take care of the team or just do what, what's in the best interest of the team at this point in the season. Your check's not going to change. You're still going to get paid the same amount, which is extremely well. So just do whatever job they ask you to do.
Yeah. And I mean, look, you're getting paid a lot of money. Like you said, if you pay me that type of money, I'll do a lot of things for you. 8807, just not what that dude on Firefest was willing to do. 8807, Jets defense is elite. Lions are very average. Bottom 10 defense against the pass and the rush. CJ's going to carve this team up. There's some confidence there. Hopefully, I mean, they're a different team at home than they are on the road. Here was Dan Campbell talking about the Texans' young players. How much of this is Coach Big?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, they've got a lot of young talent that they hit on, and it's funny because most of those players over there are all players that we really were high on too. And so when you see that and you see some of these players, you're like, man, that was a good one. That was a good pick they got there, and you see how hard they play and the type of football players they are, and so I do think there's a lot of similarities. And there again, I think they've drafted well. I think D'Amico's done a hell of a job going in there, and just the style of play that they have. I think the quarterbacks played well. They got one there, and they're like anybody else. They've had to go through some injuries and stuff this year, and they're battling through it, and they're still one of the top teams in this league. So they're finding ways to adapt and continue to win. So it'll be a challenge.
Coach Big?
Yes. Yes,
Really?
it is. I think it is because I mean, I don't think that he's necessarily wrong, but at the same time, it was more so. It's almost a patting them on the back as well for saying we like the same players, which means if they're good, we're good too. But also, you're not going to say anything that's going to put them down. So I think at a certain point, you're just going to fluff them up. But I think it was obviously complimentary, and there was some good stuff in there. But at the same time, I just felt like it was more coach speaky.
I thought I'm glad you caught the part where it's like, yeah, there are a lot of all their young players are players that we like too. Like a little bit of, hey, look at us, we're really good at evaluating talent.
We're good too.
Yeah, there was a little bit of self-gratification to that one. I thought that was funny. Now I don't disagree with what he said though. Like the Texans do have good young players. Stroud, now Anderson's not playing. Nico's a really good young player. So he didn't get into any specifics, so I could see like the coach speaky side of it. My favorite part was we really like their young players too. We would have drafted them had they been there. Here's Bobby Slowick on how they have to be better in protection. How much of this is Coach Big?
Yeah, we just got to be better really at every level, up front, it's technique, some fundamental stuff, some just execution of what we're doing, but it goes beyond just up front. It's really every position in the pass game right now. We didn't play good on Thursday. And, that's what we're talking about right now. We're fired up for the challenge this week, and we're ready to go full speed ahead in the regular season and address the things that have come up.
All right, Coach Big there.
I think that's the word salad way of saying we know we've got to be better across the board. We know that the first finger pointed is at the offensive line, but we know that, our receivers trying to fill in for Diggs being out and Nico being out have to be better. We know that, the tight ends have to be better. As much as I'd like to say we know that he's pointing the finger at Mixon, he's the one guy you probably don't need to point the finger at because he's been awesome. But overall, I think it's just a long-winded way of saying we just know we need to be better across the board.
Exactly. That's what I heard too. Like, I don't think it's coach speaking. I think it's just he stated the obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Without singling guys out and doing things coaches never want to do, it's basically his way of saying, we already know what you guys are pointing at, and we know we've got to be better.
Here was Slowick addressing the second half struggles that the offense has had.
I bet you if you look at situational football, it's going to be very much the same. It's going to be in the first half, we're good at situational football. In the second half, we're not executing situational football well enough. There's no, people like to think there's some secret sauce between the first half, the second half. There's all these adjustments that happen. Everybody makes adjustments. We've talked about it before. You have subtle things that happen within a game. There's not one thing a defense is doing in the second half that's different than what they do in the first half. We're not doing our job as well, and that's been an emphasis for us for 3 weeks, and we got to keep straining on it.
All right, where's this one at? The coach speak.
He's full of it. I mean,
yeah,
this is one where he's annoyed because he knows that everybody knows what's been going on, and he's going to say that, and there's a whole lot of BS involved in that because every team makes adjustments, and every team knows that the other team's going to make adjustments, and whether they made adjustments and they didn't work or not, we didn't see that. But what we did see is the numbers don't lie. And when you're not scoring touchdowns and you're not doing things in the second half the way you were capable of doing things in the first half, there's an easy correlation there to say that the adjustments aren't being made.
Yeah, I thought this was some self-preservation, really. It's like, okay, I'm going to start listing off a bunch of reasons that, I can use to defend my second half struggles because like this is situational type of stuff. Those situations don't pop up in the first half. Like he cited that we're not good in red zone. You're not in the red zone in the first half. Like where's the difference there? So like that kind of that to me felt more I'm defending that I've been poor in this area.
Yeah, for sure. I think that that there's a little bit of more than a little bit of an annoyance there. But again, we're not dumb enough to think that you're going to tell us the sky is purple when we know it's blue. I mean, whether you are an analytics person or not, or the numbers don't lie, what we see with the naked eye doesn't lie. They're not doing a whole hell of a lot differently from half to half, and other teams are.
Yeah, that one really kind of annoyed me because it was like, oh, I know more than you, and just because I'm minus 40 or whatever it is in the second half, that doesn't mean anything because of situational football. Come on, man. All right, do these takes from national media match what we're seeing from Stroud and the Texans? Here's one from Greg Cosell.
I agree 100%. Stroud's had some tough games this year. Some of it's been on him. Some of it's been on the protection. You could see that he's not as comfortable as he was a year ago. He's starting to rush himself, and he's missing some throws, routine throws, because he's rushing himself. You can see it. As I said, that's not an X and O point, but you can just see it watching the tape that he's just playing a little too fast.
All right.
He's not wrong.
What you see?
Yeah, he's not wrong. I mean, I think that at a certain point, everybody's internal clock is going to speed up a little bit, and things are going to get a little bit out of sorts because of it when you're dealing with what CJ's had to deal with all year. I mean, when you see the numbers and the pressures and the sacks and that on every play, he's either running for his life or trying to slide and find a way to find just a little extra time to be able to throw the football, it's going to have a negative connotation on the entire offense and the way he plays the game. I don't think he's wrong.
No, I think he nailed it. Greg Cosell's really good. I enjoy Greg Cosell. Here's one more from Chris Sims, that failure Texas quarterback.
Bobby Slowick is not doing enough to help CJ Stroud right now. CJ Stroud right now is being misused, and it's a shame. When CJ Stroud goes 10 for 30, there's an issue. It's the most accurate quarterback in football. Like I said on Sunday night, this is institutional. This is a problem with their offense overall.
You just saw those last 3 games for CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Those are basically 2 of his worst 3 games. What was working last year? Is it just that other defenses have figured it out?
I think so. I think there's a little bit of that. Here's my biggest problem. They're not teaching CJ Stroud anything about pass protection or where he's got to go with the football. That shows up because when they get tricked with certain blitzes, you could tell CJ Stroud is like, they said they were going to handle all these things. Where's my hot route? I didn't even know who we were supposed to blitz or not. They blitzed 5. We had 5 offensive linemen. I thought we'd be okay. That's kind of what they told me all week in meetings. They're doing a disservice to him. Nobody's really taught him about what's going on here and what happens if that guy doesn't come and this guy doesn't blitz and do all that. He's back there just, wait, anybody open? Oh, wait, I think I'm protected. Let me look around. Anybody open? Yeah, I think life is hard on him right now.
Oh, Chris Sims. The whiny baby second half of that I could have done without. I think the first half is accurate. We've talked about it. The first half of the quote was about the fact that Slowick's doing him a disservice. I think from whether you want to put him in the pistol or not, but moving the pocket, finding ways to get him out of harm's way from the minute he gets the football to buying a little extra time so that he has that extra half second to throw the football. There are ways that I don't think are being used and implemented to give him just that little extra that he needs right now to buy some time and to be able to be more accurate and be more effective.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put the second half. I'm not going to give any credence to the second half of that as much because I don't think CJ is this. We know he's an X's and O's guy. We know that he's a football junkie. I don't think that he's the kind of guy that's going to sit there and go, why are these guys coming at me that I didn't expect? And why wasn't I prepared for him with his little acting voice? I think that that's a little far-fetched.
Yeah, I'm like 40% of what he said. I don't think that they're misusing him. I just think they're having a very difficult time protecting him. I don't think it's misuse. And I do agree with the fact that, to Cosell's point, that he is playing a little bit like one step slower. He's looking down at his protection instead of keeping his eyes downfield. But then, like, teaching him protections and stuff, they're teaching him protection. So
Yep.
Cosell over Sims. Sims, what he said was about 40% accurate. All right, let's get to BZ money. We're going to hand you out winners. We always hand you out winners. We've been dominating. We were 3-1 last week, up $80. We're up $200 on the year. BZ money next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to get to that, you want to hear what I have to say about this because it could help you after you hear that next segment of BZ Money. It's mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is the place you need to be if you're looking to put money down on sports. If you know some hot tips, if you know some things or you feel some things about a certain way, about a certain game or two, the place you put your money down is mybookie.ag because they're always focused on you, the customer, and try to take care of you the best way that they can. They're doing it again right now. If you've never been to mybookie.ag before and never placed any bets, go there right now. When you sign up and you start putting money into an account, make sure you use our promo code BET975. When you use the promo code BET975, you're going to literally cash in immediately because whatever you put in up to $1,000, they're going to put on top of it, and you're going to have double your money in your account right away. So you have more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. They are going to take care of you also with a loyalty rewards program called MyBookie Plus. When you sign up, they will monitor every time that you place a bet at mybookie.ag. The more you bet, the higher the tiers you go to in the rewards and loyalty program, the better rewards and opportunities you are going to receive. They love you as customers. They are constantly looking to take care of you. The way you cash in on all these things, use our promo code whenever you get the chance. That activates all these bonuses, and it's Bet975. Whenever you get the opportunity to use that code, you will find the reason why when you look in your account because they take care of you. You want to sign up friends? Use our code. Cash in. You want to make sure that you're getting the utmost. The more you bet, the more you make sure that you're registered on mybookie.ag. It's going to get you in the loyalty program to the tiers you want to be at. And when there's no games going on and you want to play some poker, some blackjack, or some casino games, they got that too with live dealers standing by whenever you feel like playing casino games. No need to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. Right there at your fingertips on your device. Check them out today because, as I always tell you to do, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. What the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag and use our promo code BET975.
Big voice guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Killer Bees are up $200 year to date. We were 3-1 last week, $80 made. Almost all of us have had winning seasons to date. Me, first place, high at the top, 10-6. Blanker's only a half game back at 9-6-1. He's right there. He could overtake me this week. Now, if you're listening to betting advice, maybe Brian's not the way to go. He's only 8-8 this season, and he got out to a commanding first place lead.
I started the year 6-2, and if
So
you're doing the math, I'm 8-8 now. So since 6-2, not been good.
You know who he is, Jeremy?
A choker.
But besides that,
front runner.
He's the Mariners.
Oh,
he's gonna jump out of the gates
damn.
hot. And
That
then he's
was,
gonna start.
that was the meanest thing you've ever said to me, Joel. Call me the Mariners. Jeez.
Yes.
I thought we were
Ryan's in
friends.
dead last. All right, Blankers, what's the first game you're selling to us?
First
I'm not
game
gonna buy it.
First game I'm selling to you is the fact that the Buffalo Bills are at Indianapolis to take on the Colts, and I just feel like Amari Cooper is, on the roster, but the Bills, Josh Allen's not turning the ball over. They've got a recipe for success, whereas the Colts don't look very good. They looked like they were a team in disarray for a majority of the night when they were playing the Vikings on Sunday Night Football. I feel like Buffalo going into Indianapolis, I like the fact that the Bills are going to be on the road against Indianapolis with a chance to get a win when the spread's only 4 points. I'd take in Buffalo.
Yeah, I love everything about this game. I'm huge on Buffalo this week. I think Joe Flacco is not very good at this stage of his life. I think the Colts are making a huge mistake by benching Anthony Richardson for the entire season. So give me all of Buffalo. I'm willing to bet a big number on Buffalo.
Yeah, making unanimous. Michael Pittman adding to the conversation. Michael Pittman's already been ruled out for the game, so they're down to just one top level wide receiver with Josh Downs. And I'm going to trust you guys since I'm struggling. So I'm with Buffalo right now.
Okay. How much?
Our entire bankroll.
Nope.
$100.
No chance.
I'll go with a 50 spot.
I'll go 50.
Softies. All right, $50.
Okay. And then what would we do
for
next
Buffalo
week
Bills.
if we lost?
I mean,
Knock on Gal's door and
Yeah,
Get
I
up,
have to get a loan. I'll have to get a payday loan.
I mean, we're up $200. Scare money don't make money.
Yep. Okay.
All right, $50. $50 on Buffalo. Don't
Did
forget.
you win the game last week? You want to put a hundo on? Because
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I think
I
so.
could go back and check it, but I don't know.
I was 1-1 last week, so I don't remember which game I won.
So you say there's a chance.
I don't know. I remember which game it was. But yeah, I mean, Buffalo's really good. Just keep in mind when Buffalo wins this game by greater than 4 points, we lost $50 because we didn't bet 100. We just lost
Let's
$50
just win
in
it first,
opportunity
okay?
cost.
All right.
All right, first game I'm going to sell to you guys, Atlanta. I was surprised to see that the spread in this game was only 3.5. Falcons are giving 3.5 points to the Saints. Yes, they're on the road. I don't care. Derek Carr, cool. I'm not scared of him. They have 0 receivers to throw the football to. Olave, I think is worse. His head is worse than Tua's head, and no one really realizes that. Shaheed's out for the year. Kamara's had a lot of workload already. Their defense isn't very good. I think the Falcons go into New Orleans and win this game by double figures. They're only giving up 3.5 points. This is a lock.
I love this one too. I loved it. I was also shocked at the number because I'm expecting at least a touchdown, but possibly double digits out of the Falcons. The only thing that concerned me a bit is when you fire a coach that first week with a new coach and everything you're hearing is all the riz is around.
You worried about the dead cat bounce?
Yeah, I don't even think that's going to matter. I think Atlanta's going to win this game by a minimum of a touchdown.
Yeah, look, again, I'm co-signing everything you guys say because I suck at this right now. You guys are amazing. I'm dumb. You're smart. And New Orleans is terrible at stopping the run, and Atlanta has 2 great running backs. So I'm with the Atlanta minus 3.5.
Just call Tyler Algier a great running back.
He had 1,000 yards as a rookie. Is
that what it takes to be great?
He is a very good running back. He's
That's
not
not
as good
what
as
you
Bijan.
said.
He's
You didn't say very good.
What did I say? I said
You
great.
Usually they have 2 great running
Okay,
backs.
Bijan great. Algier very good.
Very good.
You happy?
A little bit happier.
Okay.
But even very good's a little bit of a
No,
a
come
little
on.
bit of a
Algier's a very
reach.
good running back.
Very good.
Yes. I will 100% stand by. Go look at the stat page. You're not paying attention.
I just want all the sound bites of Brian fluffing us with all those compliments that we never
How many
get.
running backs in the NFL are very good? Because there must be 30.
No, there's not 30 running backs every year. They hit 1,000.
You think Algier is a top 20 running back in the NFL?
Yes, I do.
Top 20?
Yes.
Ooh.
I mean, the Lions have 2 top 20 running backs. Just because he's a backup doesn't mean he's not very good.
No one said that.
Well, I'm just making the argument. I mean, when Algier gets his chances, he's produced every single time.
But you can't. I mean, it's tough because you can't really do that. If you want to do it statistically,
Well, the
you're
only
going to
year
lose
he
because
had
doesn't get
before
enough carries.
the only year he had before Bijan got drafted, he had 1,000 yards.
Okay.
I mean, and he's
But top 20 in the league means you can just start rattling off from
well,
the
sure, but
cream
there's
of the
not
crop
20 running backs every year that hit 1,000.
I'm sure there's 20 running backs in the NFL who have had 1,000 in their career.
Sure, probably. I without looking it up, you're probably right. But on a year-by-year basis, it's like 10 to 12.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a little different now with the extra game. Although running backs don't.
Although running back carries are spread out so much more now with committees, it changes the math.
I don't know. I wouldn't have them top 20, but whatever. We're getting sidetracked here. $100 on this game. If we all like it a lot,
you're going that route again.
I'm all for it. I'm backing everything you guys say today. $100, baby.
Well, then I'm outnumbered.
You want 50?
I was feeling 50.
All right, let's do 50. 50's fine. All right, Brian, what game you got? I suggest 100.
Yeah, don't take this pick because it's terrible. It's going to lose. But I'm the first game I'm looking at is Arizona at home against the Jets. The Jets are a road favorite at -1.5. To me, wrong team favorite. I think the Cardinals not only cover, which it's only 1.5. So if they cover, they almost win anyways. But I think they outright win as well. Cardinals a much better team at home. Their defense certainly plays a lot better at home. We saw that in the Chargers game where they held down J.K. Dobbins to almost nothing. I think the Cardinals do enough to win this game. I don't trust the Jets yet. I know they got one on the Texans last week, but I don't think that's subscriptive to the rest of the season. I'll take the Cardinals to win this outright.
I am on the other side of this. I saw this number and I thought
you should be. I picked it. It's going to be terrible.
Well, that's true. That too. But the fact that this is the last do or die, and it feels like the Jets really feel good coming off of the win against the Texans. I thought the Jets were going to. When I saw the number, I thought, well, if I'm the Jets, I'm going in there and I'm thinking they're going to win by at least a field goal, but probably more. But that's so now we're split and it's up to Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this game is played like in a 5-point delta. I could see the Jets winning by 3, the Cardinals winning by 3. I stayed away from it. I don't trust either one of these teams. I don't trust the Jets week to week. I don't trust the Cardinals week to week. This is one that I personally avoided. I didn't touch it.
It's Brian's pick. We should probably stay away from
definitely avoid it.
Yeah, just stick.
He's been ice cold. He's been ice cold lately. So yeah, you're probably right. All right, next one, Blankers.
I'm looking at this Jacksonville game at home against Minnesota. Minnesota coming off the win against Indy. Minnesota has a lot of weapons, and Jacksonville right now is not going to start Trevor Lawrence. They're going to hold him out. It looks like they are a team in disarray. I know it's a high number at 7, but I just feel like Minnesota's going to win this closer to 10 or more. And without Trevor Lawrence, I don't know where they're going to get their offense from. We know that Brian Flores knows how to scheme up a defense to be able to stop whatever Jacksonville throws at them. And I think from an offensive perspective, Minnesota's got the weapons to be able to capitalize, and Sam Darnold's playing good football. I like the Vikings big here.
You don't trust Mac Jones, former AFC Pro Bowler?
Nope. And Mac Jones, who looked like he's been eating, well, they should call him Big Mac Jones because he's been eating a lot of Golden Arches.
Oh, boy.
He's
a little hefty.
Joke.
Yeah.
I didn't. So instead of Mac Jones, he's Max Jones?
No, he said Big Mac Jones.
I know. I did my own joke there.
Yeah.
Great quarterback.
Neither one good.
He threw for 3,800 yards a few years ago.
Okay.
3,800 something to brag about.
There's only like 12 or 14 running quarterbacks that do that every single
Instead
year.
of mac and cheese, it's mac and wheeze. He's
I like
he's gonna tap out.
I like the Viking side of this too. The number is big and they're on the road, so I wasn't as confident as the Bills or the Falcons.
Good.
But I like a significant number here.
30?
Well, what do you think of the game, Brian?
I back everything you guys say today. And the Jaguars are, actually giving my opinion, the Jaguars are banged up everywhere. We know they're without their quarterback. They're out with Christian Kirk for the rest of the year. The other wide receivers and running backs have all been banged up. I did like this number where I saw elsewhere at -6. I would have preferred that, but I would still take it at -7.
Let's go like $40.
Sounds good.
Okay.
$40 on the Vikings. All right, next game I'm going to sell. Philadelphia goes on the road. They're taking on the Dallas Cowboys, led by Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush. How many points are the Cowboys going to score against the Philadelphia Eagle defense with Cooper Rush? Ain't going to be very much. I think the Eagles go into the Big D and roll the Cowboys. I think they crush the Cowboys. I think they prove a statement in the NFC East. I think the Vikings easily cover the 7.5 points they're giving up. It's a big number. It's on the road. Cowboys are terrible. Cooper Rush is terrible. The Eagles are rolling, and the Eagles are going to roll right through Arlington.
I like Philadelphia in this game. I don't know about all that. What I saw was Cooper Rush was able to at least maneuver the team down the field when he got in.
Garbage time.
But the problem is CeeDee Lamb is banged up. Even if he plays, he struggled because of the shoulder. No matter what they did or didn't do with
But they added Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, Mingo, big deal. Their running game, whether Zeke's got going to be held out or not, doesn't matter.
No, it's Rico's season.
Yeah, Dallas sucks. I wish this was a 7 instead of a 7.5, but I definitely think Philadelphia is going to blow the doors off the Cowboys.
I mean, you guys are brilliant, so I'm gonna co-sign Eagles minus 7.5. The only thing that worries me a little bit in this game, besides it being on the road, although Dallas has played worse this year at home, I believe they're winless at home. So I mean, that's something that's kind of an oddity. But Devonta Smith has been listed as questionable. So if he's out and they're down to A.J. Brown as their really their only target at wide receiver, that would concern me a little bit and keep that this game stays a little bit close. But for now, I would still take Eagles minus 7.5.
I don't like big money on this, Jeremy.
Full participant for Devontae.
Oh, he was?
Way.
Okay,
yeah.
good. Then he's trending towards playing.
The only reason that I knew that is because I have him on my fantasy team, and I was very, very heavily monitoring that. I'm cool with not a huge bet on this one, though, because that is a big number division rival on the road. 30?
That's fine.
30's fine.
All right, last game, Brian.
Something else you guys shouldn't play, but my last suggestion here is a home team that's only a -1 favorite. So all they have to do is win the game. I'm going to take the Rams at home. With all their weapons back. Kyron's, well, he's been there all year, but obviously Kupp's there. Puka, even though he got kicked out of the last game for throwing a punch, he's back. They're at home. Miami has been pretty up or down, even with Tua back. I'm going to take the Rams at home favored at -1.
It's Brian's pick. I don't like it.
It's fair. It's fair.
Yeah, the one thing that worries me is Miami played really well at Buffalo last week on the road, and I wasn't expecting them to be in that game the way they were. And I understand Tua makes them better, but yeah, outright, I have no problem taking the Rams at home.
Yeah, I'm gonna fade this game. I think it's gonna be a tight game, field goal game each way. I don't have a good feel on it. I do think Miami's a much different team with Tua. I think they're pretty dang good with Tua. Unfortunately, they just haven't had a whole lot of Tua. The Rams are a little bit inconsistent too, a bit up and down. This is a game that I personally stayed away from, and now the fact that Brian picked it makes me very pleased that I stayed away from this game as well, because he's in last place. Did I mention that of the three of us, he's in last?
But Joel said he would take the Rams side, so I think we're playing it.
Are y'all playing it?
I mean, obviously it's my pick, and Joel, you said you landed on the Rams side. Did you not?
I could go Rams.
All right.
You want to go 20 on it?
I'm a degenerate. If y'all want to have a little Monday night
let's do 20 on it.
So 20.
See if I can get my mojo back with a cheap little win here.
See, Brian, we would never just extradite you and say you're not one of us. So we got to support you.
I would extradite either one of you. And
I would. Well, see, that's the difference.
Earlier in the week, you said we were teammates for life, and now you're saying you're going to kick us out at a moment's notice.
Well, extradite and talking bad behind your back are two different things, I think, right?
I don't know. Sounds like you're willing to kick us to the curb.
Dump on us in a minute. Yeah.
Maybe it's however I'm feeling in the moment. Thursday night football. Neither one of y'all laughed at that. Thursday night football. Some takes that you have from yesterday's game. Bengals, Ravens. What were the biggest takeaways you had? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The biggest takeaway that I have from HRP is that I'm very happy that we use them at Gal Media. HRP is fantastic. And if you're a business owner, you need some HRP in your life. Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there and Aggie. Great people at HRP. And business owners, let them help you. They can help you in HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HRP can help in all of those areas. They can help with one or two of those areas. Whatever you need, whatever you want help with, whatever you need off of your plate, that way you can spend time and resources that you have back in the areas you want to spend those time and resources. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job. HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business need. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HRP is going going to find a way to help, and they do it in a way that's unique. Technology meeting service. They have the best tech. You're going to love their tech, best tech in the business, but you're going to fall in love with their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll always talk to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. I mentioned we use HRP here at Gal. Anytime I have a question, very quick response, very easy to understand, very helpful. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Thursday Night Football takes in a moment. 713-780-3776. Honey Glazed Branham said, hey, guys, I left my old job and the coworker will still catch you guys on the road. What's your new job, Honey Glazed Branham? What do you think the Honey Glazed Branham's new job is?
Well, something that hopefully is beneficial to us because we've been beneficial to him when he needed advice so that he didn't get fired for all the things he wanted to do to the employee he didn't like.
Yeah. What would it be? What would be beneficial to us?
I mean, look, you could have food hookups. You know, he could have you could have a lot of different hookups for us, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point. Honey Glazed Branham, think of us whenever you have giveaways.
Honey Glazed Branham is definitely above board. Honey Glazed Branham took care of us with a bet and had no problem.
That's right.
Yeah,
with the tomato,
very
the
upstanding
tomato bacon
citizen.
thing. Yeah, that's right.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he came through with gift cards to Burger Chan, so he paid up. That was nice.
What is your new job, Honey Glazed Branham?
We want to know.
We want to know. All right, what are your takeaways from Thursday Night Football, Blinkers?
Well, I think that nothing should deter anybody from thinking that the Ravens aren't one of the best teams in the NFL, and that whether we had this conversation the other day about where do you put the Chiefs, and and obviously they're undefeated. The fact is Lamar Jackson in the fourth quarter was unbelievable. They can run the football. They can throw the football. The biggest thing is that their defense might be a little less than from years past, but Lamar is right back in the middle of the MVP conversation. And on the flip side, I don't think that the Bengals are out of it. I think that with the AFC, with a lot of lesser than teams that are really falling short of expectations for the year, that offense with Burrow and Chase and everything that they were able to do in the short amount of time they were able to do it, that loss sucks. And that is a tough one to swallow, and you hate to even bring the officials into being part of the equation.
They screwed up that 2-point conversion.
Yeah,
though.
obviously they play into the mix. But from the standpoint of, are the Bengals a team that looks like they are a playoff team? Hell yes, they are.
Yeah, it's just their record. I mean, their record.
Right.
I mean, they're 4-6 now. Like they have work to do, and
they don't have to run the table though. They still have a little bit of room for error.
Sure, but I mean, you'd rather be 6-4 than 4-6.
Yeah, of course
you would. But with all that being said, because of the fact that you can catch the Chargers, because you can catch the Broncos, you can catch teams that are right within a game, 2 games of you. If they keep playing like this now, their offense alone is good enough to squeak into the playoffs.
Yeah, their schedule is favorable too. They've already played the Ravens twice. They've already played the Chiefs. They play at the Chargers next week, which will be kind of important because they're looking up in the standings of the Chargers. Then they go Pittsburgh, Dallas, Tennessee, Cleveland, Denver, Pittsburgh. So it is favorable. There's just very little margin for error. I will agree that they look like a playoff team. It's just that they've dug themselves a hole, which it seems like they do each and every year. No, but I was impressed with Cincinnati. I still think every team in the AFC has weakness. Like Baltimore yesterday got torched through the air, just torched through the air. Cincinnati gave up a 14-point lead. They couldn't stop Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Raven offense in the second half. So I think everybody's just weak, and that's kind of what the NFL is. Like you have a bunch of parity. There is not a perfect team, and there might not ever be a perfect team again in the NFL because of the salary cap and how they build it for parity and all of that. I agree with you guys that the 2-point conversion was screwed up. Joe Burrow to me was the one that was the bigger call. Like the holding away from the play, is it a penalty? Yes. But which one is the bigger crime? I thought it was the one where Burrow got smacked in the face.
Especially since they missed it just a few plays before that on the same drive as well. Like they had just missed a defender. I think it was Matabike came in earlier in that drive and grabbed his face mask, and they'd let it go as well. So they apparently, for some reason, we're not looking at Joe Burrow after the ball was snapped.
Big thing to me, though, too, Jeremy, to your point is, it was blatant, but it was twofold because there was a significant blow to that face mask first.
Yeah, it could have been called that, too.
Yes, then the pull down, which got the face mask. There was 2 separate penalties that could have been called there.
No doubt. And if you want to throw in the holding on Gesicki, that it could have been 3 on that very play alone. So, bad officiate on that play. Do you think that they should have went for 2 there?
Again, we differ on these calls. I think the way their offense was playing and the fact that home or road, if they get the football, I think they got a total legit chance to win that football game. I would have just taken it to overtime.
But what if you lose the coin toss? You never touch the ball.
Possibly, right? Possibly. You're right. Yeah. But again, I'm going to live with a chance to play instead of having to have one play go either way. I can live with that, knowing that if I do win the coin toss, I feel like I could win the game.
Yeah, I would have went for 2 there. I have no problem going for 2. I think it was especially on the road, especially with the way that second half was going. I thought it was a good decision by Zach Taylor.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Whenever you're a road underdog, I never want to take the game to overtime. Now, if you have a great defense, if like the Bengals were winning games through their defense, then maybe I could see going to overtime because you're not relying on your offense. You're hoping to maybe get a 3 and out and get a short field and then kick the field goal. But in a case with like the Bengals where the Ravens had moved the ball, as you mentioned, Joel, with ease in the second half, especially in the fourth quarter, I'd rather take my chances with the ball in Joe Burrow's hand for 1 play than the coin flip. Because if you lose the coin flip, Lamar's going right down the field and they're scoring. That's the way I would feel
I
as the Bengals
understand
coaching
it.
staff. So give me Burrow over the coin flip.
I totally understand it. My big thing is that unlike the Baker Mayfield Tampa Bay situation with missing my two best receivers, I feel like if I win the coin toss, whether I'm in Baltimore or at home, I feel like if I've got Jamar Chase playing the way he's playing and the way Burrow was playing last night, I could win the game.
Okay, well, what do you feel like your chances are to score on the 2-point conversion?
I didn't feel as good about him. I feel like in that tight, the defense, it's a very condensed area. I just didn't feel comfortable with it.
Put a percentage on it.
I don't know. I mean, to me, it was less than 50% for sure. I just didn't feel as comfortable as I would have felt, taking my chances in overtime.
Yeah, if it's less than 50%, then that's the right call according to what you're feeling. I thought the Ravens are getting let off the hook with their game management there at the end. I thought that they should have ran the ball and kicked a field goal before they scored the touchdown. They gave Burrow a minute 45. Like they had one timeout left after the 2-minute warning, and I think it was first down. They could have ran the ball twice, kicked the field goal, and given Burrow like 30 seconds. Instead, they threw it twice. First one was incomplete. Second one was a touchdown, and they were up by 7 now with a minute 45. Like, would you rather be up 7, minute 45 with a timeout remaining for Cincinnati, or would you rather be up 3 with 30 seconds and Cincinnati with 0 timeouts?
I still would rather be up 7, I think.
So, man, I'm on the opposite end there.
I thought the 30 seconds, no timeouts, I think sways it for me.
I was like, they're throwing the ball. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Like, I expected them to bleed every second of the clock, turn it over to Tucker with a 25-yard chip shot field goal, give Burrow as little time as possible with no timeouts. I was stunned that they threw it twice, and I'm stunned that no one talked about it.
Tucker missed an extra point earlier in the game. He's been a little shaky this
would have been shorter than an extra point.
But
I know.
My whole thing is that if it wasn't the Ravens' pass defense looks horrible
it has been all year.
Like if you get, Burrow makes the first completion towards midfield and then they got to go up and spike it, but they still got 18 seconds. I feel like they could get in field goal range.
Yeah.
Though if you're up 3, it's still a tied game. So like you're not losing the game at that point. I think I would rather go with the other side.
I would have ran it twice. 60-30, it was rigged, was my biggest takeaway. The officiating sketch, and Bengals coach should be fired. I guess he doesn't believe in going for 2 there. 8807, Ravens defense is atrocious. No shot. They can win 3 in a row.
Their run defense is great. Their pass defense just sucks.
Yeah, and they took a blow yesterday too at Kyle Hamilton. They will see. Apparently the X-rays on that were positive, is what I read earlier on Twitter. 9666. I don't believe in the Bengals at all. Pretty sure the Ravens are dead last in defense. They might make Trevor Lawrence look good. The Ravens aren't good defensively. 3710, NFL changed the rule. Doesn't matter about coin toss, guys. Yeah, it does in the regular season.
Yeah.
If you score a touchdown on the opening possession of overtime in the regular season, the game is over. That's the postseason rule you're thinking about. 3710. 8807, I don't go for 2 because even then, if the Ravens had time to get it in field goal range, I mean, there was 30 seconds at that point when they went for 2?
28 seconds. Yep.
Yes, it was just under 30.
Yep. 28. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't love this take here. I don't go for 2 because even if they get it, Ravens had time to get in field goal range. Well, if you kick the extra point, they still have that same time to get in field goal range.
Exactly. Right. It doesn't change the amount of time on the clock.
Game online, going for 2 is stupid. Early in the game, sure, but take it to overtime and you have more opportunities to win. Well, you're not going to win the game early in the game. Now, see, it comes down to what you think the percentages are. If you think you can score the 2-point conversion more than half the time, I think you have to go for it.
Yeah, I understand it. I just, my personal feeling in both the games, but specifically for this game last night, I just felt like their offense was clicking enough that I'll take my chances with Burrow, Chase, and company if they do get the ball. I understand that you got to hold Lamar and company to at least a field goal to get the chance to get the ball, but I'd live with that because I just didn't feel comfortable with them and get going for 2 and with a tight field.
Well, I think your math adds up. You think there's less than a 50% chance for the Bengals to score the 2-point conversion. In that case, you should just kick it and tie the game and go into overtime. I thought it was greater than that, so I would have went for 2. But it depends on where you think. If you're over 50% that you're going to score there, go. If you're under 50% that you think you can score there, don't go. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Let's get to who said it. See if the killer Killer Bees can keep their momentum going. Who Said It with the Bees next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, this the season. We all know that. This is the season for a little bit of basketball. A big game tonight in the city of Houston when it comes to basketball, and big game tomorrow night in the city of Houston when it comes to basketball as well. You might have kids that are playing in high school, middle school. Maybe they're playing some select ball, which goes on year-round. Maybe you're just jonesing to shoot some hoops. And if you are, you need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. You know, you drive around the neighborhood, you see these cheap goals from the big box stores. Their rims messed up. They're not level. The nets are all yanked out. Sometimes the backboard's even broken. Sometimes they're not even upright. They're laying flat on their belly. You need to get a goal from Pro Dunk. They have the highest quality basketball goals on the planet. Tempered glass backboard gives you the true, authentic feel that you find in the pro gyms and the college gyms. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof, which is a big deal in Houston. And you have a breakaway rim. Why do you need a breakaway rim? Because it's height adjustable. You can lower it anywhere from 5 feet, raise it anywhere to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. And whenever you lower it down, you want to throw down some jams, you're going to be thankful for that breakaway rim. Also, an extended overhang. You're not going to worry about spraining your ankle in the basketball stanchion. And with their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. That's right. Lightning adjust features, what they call it, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. Their accessories are next level too. LED light kits for night play. You might have noticed it gets dark earlier now. We'll get some LED light kits and you can play all throughout the night. Backstop nets, you don't have to chase the basketball around, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. The pros from Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk Hoops do all of the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Join us on November 11th from 6 to 9. That's Monday for the tailgate presented by Verizon. The tailgate is a celebration of Houston sports and the fans that cheer them on. You'll savor sports-inspired bites from top Houston restaurants, including Big City Wings, Loro, Pizarro's Pizza, Uchi, and many, many more. Plus, sip on premium cocktails, bid on memorabilia, and enjoy plenty of game day fun. Upgrade to VIP to meet and greet with Texans legends Brian Cushing and Travis Johnson, courtesy of Verizon. Tickets include all food, all drinks. Get yours now. Tailgate.culturemap.com. Tailgate.culturemap.com. Use promo code ESPN for $10 off any ticket type. I was looking at the full menu and drink menu the other day. Oh, boy. Looks fantastic. Looks very, very good. All right, who said it? Let's get to quote number 1, Brian.
All right, quote number 1. Why is the entire NFL seemingly too scared to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, who are certainly teasing us? They're showing us boobs. They're showing us junk. They're stripping all over the place because they know that no one's going to ever catch them, like that slippery guy in Family Guy who's all greased up and running all around the town.
I hear either
I hear
Paul or Lance.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I was thinking maybe Granado too, and then the Family Guy thing, I was like, nope, I can't see Granado being in on that. I was thinking Paul for sure, and I guess you're right. Lance could be in the equation.
Yeah, I feel like it's either Lance or Paul. Can you say it one more time, Brian?
Why is the entire NFL seemingly too scared to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, who are certainly teasing us? They're showing us boobs. They're showing us junk. They're stripping all over the place because they know that no one's ever going to catch them, like that slippery guy in Family Guy who's all greased up and running around town.
I mean, I think it's Paul.
And
unless you feel different.
We can go with it because my first inclination was Paul, and then when you mentioned Lance, who I didn't consider, I could hear him saying it. So I definitely think it's between those two. If you feel strongly about Paul, we can roll with Paul.
Let's do it.
Why is the entire NFL seemingly too scared to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, who are certainly teasing us? They're showing us boobs. They're showing us junk.
I had to let them get to that part. I didn't care if you guys got that one right. All right, quote number 2. Now, this is when I jump on board and say, okay, don't set low standards because you think, well, Lamar needs help. He needs lower standards. He's poor Lamar. We're gonna have our soft bigotry of low expectations with Lamar. No, he's got to bring it like every other elite quarterback. And you know what he's doing this year? This guy is easily the top quarterback in the league this year.
Say it again.
Okay, right away, huh? Now, this is when I jump on board and say, okay, don't set low standards because you think, well, Lamar needs help. He needs lower standards. He's poor Lamar. We're gonna have our soft bigotry of low expectations with Lamar. No, he's got to bring it like every other elite quarterback. And you know what he's doing this year? This guy is easily the top quarterback in the league this year.
I mean,
Who uses soft bigotry?
It's got to be Dell.
That's exactly who I was thinking.
But is he throwing us off the stink with that?
Because he didn't care if we got the first one. He just wanted to get the quote.
I mean, I did. And it was
Thanks,
funny.
Dan Campbell. Take credit
I did.
for that. You didn't try hard, but we got it right.
He knows that we're
No,
going
I've
to go with
established that
Dell whenever
before.
he says soft bigotry. He knows we're going to say Dell whenever he says that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Dell would be the only one that said it.
I
and
do
I don't
too.
think Brian would put it on here if it was Dell. I think it'd be too easy. And sometimes Brian will give us an easy one when he really loves the quote, like the one that Paul had in quote number 1. I don't know if he loves this quote. I think he's trying to throw us off here. I actually don't think it's Dell.
Well,
I don't think it's Dell because of the price, because he's playing poker here.
I would disagree, but who would if it's not Dell, who is it? It's not Joe.
I mean, that's kind of the gist of the game.
No.
Shut up, Brian.
It could be Paul. It could be Lance. I think it's
Lance,
Lance,
I hear
actually.
you. Would he go back to back, Paul? I could hear Lance.
Yeah, he would. He absolutely would. He's done it all the time.
Okay. I'm gonna roll with you if you want to go with it, but I still feel a certain way that it's Dell.
I think it's too obvious to be Dell.
All right.
Would you rather go Lance or Paul?
No, you got the first one right, so we'll roll with it.
We'll go Lance.
Now, this is when I
Yes!
jump on board.
Nice
Okay.
call,
I
Jared.
Don't set low
that's the best thing I've
standards
ever done in
because you
this
think,
game.
Well
Lamar
played.
needs
That is the
help. He
best thing
needs
I've ever
lower
done in this
Wow,
game.
good call.
I really want to retire. I really never
Will you
want to
admit,
do this
Brian, that you were
ever
trying to
again.
get us off the scent?
I wasn't. No.
Okay.
No, I wasn't.
Right. You're not going to play. Yeah, I disagree. I never want to play again.
Oh, we can call it right here if
That
you
is the
want.
highlight of
He
my
wants to retire
food
with that
career.
victory
I
alone.
think you've got to call the rest of them for the rest of the way today, Joel.
You have no idea how
Jeremy,
proud
I did
am
last
of
week.
myself. I am so proud
I
of
can
myself
hear
right
how
now.
proud you are
That
of
was a good
yourself,
call.
Jeremy.
Yeah, no, yeah. Please, he's not hiding it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You can't know. Yeah, we can hear it. All right, quote number 3. Well, they're animals. They don't matter. Like we care. We care about them. It's cool to care about them. They are cute until they start mauling your face off. Honestly, who wouldn't want to have a lion skin as a robe?
What?
Oh, lion skin as a rope? What?
That's weird.
No, as a robe.
Oh, as a
R-O-B-E.
robe. Oh.
Can you say it again?
Well, they're animals. They don't matter. Like we care. We care about them. It's cool to care about them. They are cute until they start mauling your face off. Honestly, who wouldn't want to have a lion skin as a robe?
Del or John? I think that, well, Lance has a dog. Paul has a cat. I think they're animal people.
You said John or Joe?
Yeah. No, I said John or Del.
Oh, Dell. I think it's more Dell than John.
Okay.
Who was your first thing?
Del was, Del, and then I could also see John saying it because John wants no part of anything to do with animals.
So what's your lean? Dell?
I could go either way, but yeah, I think you disagree that it's between those two guys?
No, I don't. I kind of felt I heard Dell, I think.
Okay, let's roll with it. Then we were both on the same page with it. We'll go Del.
Let's do it.
Well, they're animals. They don't matter. Like they're
wow.
We care about them. It's cool to care about them. They are cute until they're mauling your face off. Honestly, who wouldn't want to have a lion skin as a robe?
That was Polly.
The
Noted
same
animal
guy.
lover.
Is this the big cat
I
lover?
know.
Well, that did throw us
That
off.
one was the trick. Yes, that one was
Wow.
the trick. All right. Quote number 4. Alex Cruz. I'll start again as I butchered that one. Alex Caruso is just a sneaky smart. No one wants to believe a white guy with a headband could be a good player on any teams. Certainly, I didn't think he would. I mean, he's a white Aggie with a bald and a headband, and the Lakers were never the same after he left.
Del or Lance?
Are they talking basketball on the bench?
Yeah.
They are?
No. That's where I'm at. I think it's Del because he and Sean Mapes will talk basketball almost daily when the Rockets are in season.
Yeah, my hunch immediately was Dell.
I'm with you.
All right, let's do Dell.
Lock in Del.
Yeah, and Alex Caruso was just a
Man.
sneaky smart. No one wants to believe a white guy with a headband can be a good player on any team. Certainly, I didn't think so.
And I had
He
the other
would.
one right. It was Del or Lance, but I went the wrong
All
way.
right, 2 for 2
God
and 2.
dog it, we're tied.
2 and 2.
I kind of melded in ever since question 2.
Of course you did. Thanks.
guys
Well, mail it back. Dial it back and get it in here for this final one.
You guys might be choking like I have in BZ Money the last month. All right, quote number 5. Listen, if you're a tall person in life, you know what that means. It doesn't matter how strange you are. You could be ugly as a bag of rocks, okay? If you're tall, you are tall. Things are just going to go your way.
Lance is a possibility.
Do you hear John here?
Maybe.
I hear John a little bit here.
I hear Paul because he's always the single dude breaking down everybody's appearance.
Yeah.
I could, one more time, Brian, please.
If you're a tall person in life, you know what that means. It doesn't matter how strange you are. You could be ugly as a bag of rocks, okay? If you're tall, you are tall. Things are just going to go your way.
The okay is what makes me think Granado.
And the bag of rocks, which is kind of an old person's term.
Oh, good call. Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling Granado here because of the okay. If you're feeling him because of something else, then we have 2 reasons to think him.
Yeah. The only thing I'm worried about is you don't worry about the Paul factor in?
It beats the 3rd Paul. Like, it's a lot of Paul.
Would it? We had 2 land. Did we have?
No, we used Paul. Paul was the very first one.
Paul
and then
was the
cat
one
lady
with the Chiefs, and he was the one with the Lions.
Okay.
Look how quickly he was to answer that, though.
Well, you're going to accuse me of being Bush League if I didn't answer it.
Well,
so.
that's irrelevant. It's gonna be you're gonna be Bush League no matter what. Yeah, I'm fine with John.
All right, let's do it.
Listen, if you're a tall person,
Oh my gosh,
in
I knew
life,
it. I
know what
knew
that
whenever
means?
he jumped in quickly.
Oh, he is so happy right now.
President.
You could be ugly.
I'm happy because
I had the other side on every one of them.
I'm happy because the trick was okay. That is Branham caught on to it super quickly. That is a total Granado thing, throwing okay into the middle of a thought, and that was the trick.
Oh, so you did use that as
you'll admit that one. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll
You're
admit it after the
Bush
fact.
It's
Man,
Bush
him
League.
jumping in so quick in defense that like when he used Paul made me skeptical.
God, I had it.
Made me super skeptical.
Every miss I had the other side of it.
2-0.
Damn it.
Yeah, but I
God.
kind of quit after 2.
That's gotta hurt.
This texter says that Branham wanted to pull a Costanza. I did. Like I mean, you could see how the rest of the game played out. I knew that was going to be my peak moment. I knew that's whenever I should have checked out and I went away. I should have talked the rest of the segment.
Just filibustered?
Yeah. No, just let you guys do y'all's thing.
Way to go, Aaron Judge. Way to put the early performance on and then crap the bed when we just needed one more win.
I mean, you didn't get any of them right.
I didn't. I was close.
If I'm Aaron Judge, who are you?
No, I got you got the first one right all
Maldonado.
by yourself. I was with you on the other 2.
No, you were with me. You're right. We were 0 for 3.
So you're hanging on to his glory?
Brian, you won. Shut up.
Looking at the text line, so people that were playing along, because I don't look at them during it because that would be cheating.
I don't either.
9440. He hit Paul on that last one. He was all over it. We should have cheated and looked at it. We would have won.
But you're men of honor and integrity.
Boy, he went 3 Paulies on us. That's
I know.
dirty.
Yeah, 3 Paul and 2 Lance.
He's taken he's like Brendan. He's got posters of Paul all up in his room.
Just not
Like
on the
Brendan
ceiling.
did.
Like
Ocho
Brendan.
says,
You don't know where they are.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Ocho says, I don't expect the Texans to beat the Lions. I'm just upset that they chose this game to debut the red uniforms when they're about to get their natural butts kicked. I don't love the horn on the side of the
I was
helmet.
just going to say the same thing. I love the color of the helmet. I love the uniforms themselves. I don't like just the horn on the side of the
part
helmet.
I don't like either.
Yeah,
it looks weird.
And
I wish it was white.
It's the same way I don't like the Viking helmet with the Viking horns, which really don't look like horns on their helmet.
I like that better than what the Texans
I think
did.
Jeremy's right. If you're going to do it, at least it should look like a bullhorn. It should be white.
It should pop.
Yeah,
I don't think the dark blue.
regardless, I just
yeah,
don't
it
like
doesn't
the horn
pop
on
that
the
red.
The dark blue on the red makes it look like it's not even there.
That's
Like,
right.
It's really hard to see.
With
Like,
the
you have to
shine
have
on
up
it too.
close.
Yep.
Yeah, like the white. You're right. The white would look like the Vikings, but I think it would look better than what it was, like what it is currently.
Yeah, it's already been done. I wouldn't mind their existing logo or the H on the red helmet. I just with the white H on the helmet, but I don't like that at all.
Did you see the end zones?
Are they red or are they?
They're red and they have the horns like on the side of them. I don't like the horn. Like
I don't
like
either.
the color. I just don't like the horn. The horn looks kind of
Because the horn is the stripe on the sleeve too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
big
a fan
on
of
the horn.
I think it's what I've decided. I'm not big on the horn.
I'm with you.
And then did you see the new rocket ones? That they
I
came out
did,
with?
and it's an extreme disappointment. And-
Really?
and I don't understand it either because they're billing it before they actually showed you the uniform. Like we're finally going back to the ketchup and mustard that everybody wants. And then they put the Summit logo on the warm-up jacket. And yes, it's the font of the old uniforms, but it's blue and it's
black.
It looks blue.
It's red and black. I don't love the black on it, and I don't feel like there's enough yellow. I
Right.
like it. I like it. I don't know why they put black on there.
It was bait and
I know
switch.
why.
They had me all in going back to the ketchup and mustard, and I saw that and I was like, eh.
There's not very much mustard. It looks
At
like
all.
they're copying the banner. They're copying the championship banners because the championship banners had the black trim on the outside of the banner. So the uniform is like the banner. It's not really the ketchup and mustard.
Yeah, it's
more
just
the
that red
banner.
and black trim. Yeah, I don't like them. I mean, it's not that I don't like. I like the way the H-Town looks on the jersey,
You just
but
wish there
don't
was more
tell me that you're going back to what they should have been always going to, and then give me that.
Yeah, I like them. I like them, but yeah, there's too much black on there for me too. I would agree with that. All right, the boys are going to take you the rest of the way. DJ Bianame covers the Houston Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. He'll join Blankers for the next 30 minutes, and the boys got you the rest of the way. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, we know that there's a big weekend of sports coming up. We know it started last night, but now if you got the weekend started, maybe having some people over for the weekend to watch some college or pro football, maybe even you're going to watch some games tonight, if you're having people over to the house or you're going to somebody's house, I suggest you look into Stella Rosa Wines. Stella Rosa Wines as another option for a beverage when you're getting together with friends is a phenomenal idea because aside from just the beer and the hard alcohol, it has the exact right amount of alcohol in it, but it uses all natural fruit flavors and a little spice to go with everything that you're serving that's nice on the table, from the pizza and the wings to all the chips and the dips and the other things. I'm telling you right now, Stella Rosa wines is the perfect complement to add to your menu, and your guests are going to love it. And if you go to somebody else's house and bring it, they're going to enjoy it and be really thankful and get good on you for bringing it to the party. They are fantastic, and they are main thing is too is they're convenient. You can get them at all your local retailers, including liquor stores, but not limited to liquor stores. And you can grab them and look like a hero at the party when you serve them, because they are delicious. You serve them all chilled, so it's refreshing with just the right amount of alcohol and a really, really crisp taste that you're going to enjoy. Check them out today at your local retailer, because you're going to love them and you'll be back for more. And always remember, serve them chilled and celebrate responsibly. 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show on a Friday afternoon. And we normally do our toast of the week at this portion of the program. Jeremy, I will raise a glass to you and hope you get better soon as you get ready to call some basketball this weekend. But my Stella Rosa cranberry is on the menu today as I raise a glass. It's a little tart, a little tangy. You can't get any better than that. Give yourself a boost in the day with this sweet sparkling wine from Stella Rosa. I raise a glass to my good friend DJ Bieneme because of the fact that he's not just going to do one segment. You get a double banger, 2 segments of DJ on a Friday, and to that I raise a glass and I will salute one Brian.
I will raise a glass and make my toast to the Rockets' big game tonight against Oklahoma City. It's been a fun start to the season, and I'm glad we have meaningful Rockets basketball in this city again after they went away for a few years.
There you go. All right. DJ, you're not going to raise a glass to anybody because that's as crotchety as you can get.
Yeah. I mean,
it's very tasty, by the way.
I don't drink. Why didn't you put your pinky up when you?
Because I'm not foo-foo.
You gotta stick your pinky up. That's
now,
what you
the
call
sheet
class.
says this is perfect to share with a few loved ones or just yourself, which is what you can do when you love regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I don't drink wine though, man. Why not?
But you love yourself.
I do love myself.
There you go.
But more people in this world should love themselves.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's a healthy thing.
And Texas fans should love them. Are going to need to love themselves after Sunday
Yeah, let's
night.
get into that.
You calling for a blowout?
Enough of this foo-foo. Let's raise a finger. Well, no, it's not yet. Let's talk about this Texans game, and what a lot of people have raised a finger to was the Jets game.
Yeah.
And since then, I'm sure your job has been made easier by the fact that social media has been completely calm and not worried or concerned at all about the offensive line or anything to do with our favorite football team. But this is a chance to get back on the national stage, set the record right, set the tone, and make amends for what happened Thursday night on a short week. The big question to me is we hear the comments coming out of camp this week. We hear everybody talking, but we don't even know what the changes might be or who is actually going to fill in for Kenyon Green, do we?
I mean, if Jared Patterson is good to go, he'll fill in. I think that was pretty easy.
But wait a minute now. If they're keeping it this secret, Jeremy and I were talking about this earlier, is there not, and the fact that they would not say no to the chance that they could move Titus. You don't think that that's a possibility?
I think it's on the table. I just feel like on the offensive line, Ty doesn't want to play left guard though. That's the thing.
We know that, but again, if you're Jeremy Branham, you don't care about feelings.
Yeah, for sure. But again, like is Blake Fisher?
That's where I'm at.
If is Blake Fisher a better right tackle than Jared Patterson is at left guard? That's a fair question.
It is.
Because again, but I will say this though, and I think the way the NFL is looking, the way the NFL is changing, like, hey, I would rather have the interior of my offensive line stout versus my tackles. Like, if your guy has good pocket presence like CJ does, I'd rather have a great interior offensive line, or from a pass blocking standpoint, compared to, with so tackles versus really good tackles and so to below average interior offensive line. Because the way teams are looking like now, you can really affect the quarterback with stunts, games, things of that nature, and you can really throw them off because pressure's in their face. That they're going to drop their eyes, and now instead of trying to get the ball downfield, they're over here worried about what's literally in front of them versus if it's to the side and peripheral. If they're good enough, they've trained themselves to be able to feel it and move while keeping their eyes downfield.
DJ, what do you feel like the confidence is in the building right now that they fixed some of their offensive line issues? I mean, they put Chris Strasser out there to talk to the media. They've been saying seemingly since week one, like, we know what the problem is. We know the stunts are giving us issues, but same things keep happening. Like, do you feel like they have a confidence that they're closer to getting this fixed?
I think the confidence is solid. Because I think at this point, right? We're in week 10, still an issue. So for me, if we're in week 10, still a problem, confidence goes down as time progresses. If a problem is still persisting, the confidence is going to start to wane just a little bit. It feels like it's a little bit of coaching, a little bit of personnel. I feel like they can't do anything right in that aspect at times, right? Because you go into the Jets game, who comes up with the idea to single block Quentin Williams with Kenyon Green? I don't even think Kenyon Green is probably happy about that.
No, how can you be?
Yeah, it's like, wait, what? Like, because think about it from his perspective, he's getting chewed out all the time. So if it's like, yo, y'all chewing me out, I'm not doing my job. Obviously, I know I'm not playing as well as I need to play. I've been benched. Why would now you guys ask me to now block?
How do you feel you can get right against one of the best DTs in the game?
Yeah, one-on-one by myself. Like, I get it. Like, I'm an NFL player, but still, like, that's not a recipe for success for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if there's plenty of time you see like a really, really good right tackle going against a really good edge rusher, and they still have a tight end to chip block, running back to chip block. Like, you think Lane Johnson, if he goes against TJ Watt, the Eagles aren't going to send a tight end at him, have a running back chip at him? Of course they are, because it's still TJ Watt. And if you mess up, because the thing with O-line and offensive line play, right? If they mess up, it could ruin the entire game, right? So why even put that on the table? You know, I remember I was doing my TV thing with Pep and Chance, and Pep on air. He mentioned how when he used to be the Colts offensive coordinator, every time they played the Texans, he got a call from Jim Irsay, and Jim Irsay would always say, the game plan is to double team JJ Watt, right? And, and it's not like, granted, the Colts didn't have a good offensive line during his tenure there with Andrew Luck, but still, even if they did, you always got to send extra help that way. So the fact that they didn't send extra help to Kenyon Green is insanity, because they did it the week before with DeForest Buckner. So why aren't you doing that with Kenyon Green? So
you can catch DJ at the KPRC2 app and the KPRC2 Plus live stream, whatever he and Chancellor Johnson and Pep Hamilton do talking football.
I appreciate the
home of Lisa Hernandez. On top of that, DJ, again, there's a lot of coach speak coming out.
Of course,
a lot of fluff that I don't like. The fact that Caserio went out with Vandermeer and Johnny and basically was like, I mean, the trade deadline, it's for teams. One guy's not going to change everybody. One guy could have changed it to some degree, because to your point, which I've been harping on too, this hasn't gone away in a week or two. It was started with the penalties. It started with the tonsillitis. And then it's gotten all the way to the point that here we are in week 10. And you can't tell me that there isn't some veteran out there that might be at least serviceable, because as you and we all three of us talked about, and it came to fruition, Kendrick Green can't play dead, and he's on the roster. Yeah. So even if you found depth that could have helped you,
right?
Like that, coupled with the fact that we're still talking about the line, and we got a 6-3 team that people are talking about like they're one of the worst teams in the league. It's extremely frustrating.
Yeah, no, I get the anger, I get the anguish, I get all of that. I do semi agree with Nick about it, because I'm of the mindset, if there is somebody available that's quality, that you could put at left guard, they wouldn't be available. I'm pretty staunch in that.
Nate Davis in Chicago. Baltimore had his name is, but they had a guy that used to be a starter, and then the numbers game he got left out.
Used to be
a starter, but at the same time, they're better than Kendrick Green
for sure. But I don't think you put in any of those guys, like, it's gonna change the issues that they're having. Because again, like, their issues is more of a chemistry communication issue. So if they're having a chemistry communication issue, bringing in somebody else that has no chemistry or communication with these guys and trying to build that on the fly, I don't know if that's going to improve it that much to an extent. I think they just got to come with better plans, really improve their communication. But again, like, there's times where Kendrick Green just, unfortunately can't block some of the guys in front of him either. So, I mean, I think what the issue is, they didn't do enough in the offseason to improve their interior offensive line. So that's the big issue. They banked on Juice and they banked on Kenyon Green getting way better, and those guys haven't got much better. Honestly, I feel like, well, Kenyon Green didn't play last year, but is he that much better than he was his rookie year? Not necessarily, right? So I think that's kind of where they banked on and where they kind of came up short, and they tried to hit a home run on that and they missed.
Yeah, so I mean, kind of on what you just said, DJ. We've heard some audio from guys like Chris Sims. There's been a lot of like wild speculation about the Texans and like how they're handling protection. Sims went as far as to say they're not teaching CJ protections. There's been a question back and forth: is it CJ? Is it Juice calling the protections? Which would kind of go to maybe the question of their communication. Like, who, from what your feel of it, who's calling the protections, and are they? I know it sounds ridiculous, but are they teaching CJ protections like Chris Sims is insinuating?
Yeah, absolutely. They're for sure teaching CJ protections. He doesn't call it. I mean, it's just how they operate the Kyle Shanahan tree. Like guys don't handle the center handles protection. And that's how it is in Miami. That's how it is in San Francisco. That's how it is probably in Green Bay. Obviously, that's how it was in New York when Saleh was there with Mike LaFleur. With Zach Wilson, he was the center. Connor McGovern, he was handling the protection. That's just kind of how it goes. Juicy handling the protections, and guys have told me that he's doing a good job there. It's just more like there are times. It's just for me, it feels like it's more of a communication thing across the board. And again, like Kenyon Green struggling there, and Juice sometimes also possibly here and there making the wrong line call. But like I had one guy tell me like there are times where the call might not even reach the tackle, right? Because because a lot of the issues when it comes to pass protection sometimes happens obviously at home, but their bigger issues are on the road. You can tell like guys really aren't on the same page because they can't get the call all the way across the board. So I think it's more that than anything. I think maybe Juice can do a better job of like being vocal, making sure that everybody knows what it, because the center of the O-line is the quarterback of the O-line. So I think that CJ obviously is being top protection, but it's not his job. He's mentioned now he's wanted to, at times take over that and, call some protections, but that's not in his.
I think when you talk about those kind of things, and I'm on the same page with you, but I think that a couple of things can be true. I think Greg Cosell really nailed it in the fact that it's not to the level of David Carr and having CTE every time you drop back, but a lot of the issues are not just that there's the rush is coming, but in the internal clock in CJ's head, he's thinking, hey, I'm getting rushed a whole lot quicker than I was a year ago, no matter who was on the offensive line.
For sure. Yeah, no, I agree there. I mean, last year, his time to throw was close to 3 seconds, but like he was middle of the pack in the NFL in terms of pressure rate,
right?
Which speaks to like the O-line was doing their job in terms of blocking. They just couldn't run block well enough. And now this year they're run blocking great, but they can't pass block very effectively. I think a lot of it too is again, the O-line last year had more. I mean, granted, Titus missed a decent amount of time. You had George Fant, but Shaq was playing a little bit better. They had more veterans on the interior, but then again, Jared Patterson played a lot.
Yeah, he did
at center. And I guess you could say Michael Dieter, just having that veteran presence might have helped a little bit too. But I also think teams have a better idea on how to attack Bobby Slowick's pass protections. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of this year, I don't want to use the word exposed because exposed makes it seem like someone was a fraud.
Right.
And now you've exposed them for who they really are.
But you put it on tape enough and people start to understand that, hey,
exactly.
It's not just the stun, it's the spin, it's the way you react when you see what's coming, but you stay with it too long. There's a lot that goes into it because throwing Strasser out there, to me, at first I was like, whoa, they're throwing him to the wolves and just letting him fend for himself. But then when you hear the things that he's talking about, it goes to what you just said, communication, and then the way that the continuity works on the offensive line, something's changed.
Yeah.
Because the three veteran guys, I don't know for whatever reason, but I would think those guys have the same level of communication. They've had the same level of experience. They are paid at a certain level to say they're supposed to be pretty damn good at their jobs.
Right.
And it's all the way across the board. It's easy to point at left guard, but it's continuity across the board.
Yeah, I know, which is so surprising. Because at the end of last year, that wasn't necessarily an issue, and you had granted, George Fant was playing at right tackle, but again, like you still had like veteran guys and across the board. So I think it's more teams have a better idea on what Bobby likes to do, what his protection ideas are. Because even though teams coming in, last year they could have an idea based off of what Kyle Shanahan did, but at the end of the day, that necessarily isn't going to be what Bobby does. And now they have a really, really good idea on what situation, what they like to call and things of that nature. And they've been able to counter it. So, unfortunately, they haven't been able to fix it.
I can't believe we've gone this far in the conversation without mentioning Nico Collins' name, which is, I hope you can shed some light on this mystery. Cause I mean, we heard the reports that, he passed the test. He was ready to go, but then he wasn't activated Wednesday, Thursday. He's activated today. What do you take at this? Is this more gamesmanship or is this?
When it comes to Nico?
Yeah.
But why did it take so long?
That's a good question. I mean, I think they were a little bit nervous. Basically, I've talked to, they were a little bit nervous and not because they didn't want to re-aggravate it. And they're pretty cautious when it comes to hamstrings. They're very I remember last year when Stingley hurt his hamstring, he was out 8 weeks. and I'm pretty sure he could have came back a little bit earlier, but he was out 8 weeks. So when it comes to hamstring, like again, like Damian Pierce is out for a few weeks, and his wasn't. We didn't even see him get hurt on his hamstring, and he missed like I want to say 2 to 3 games. So sometimes they're just very cautious, and because they don't want it to pop back up, because it's very clear with Nico, they need him. Like
no doubt.
If they want to get anywhere this year, Nico has to be healthy, balling. Because I was looking at some of the numbers when CJ had Nico. Granted, he had Nico and Stephon, but with Nico, the first 5 weeks he was 3rd in passing, 10th in touchdowns, and 10th in passer rating. Since then, I think he's like 17th in yards. He's thrown like 4 touchdowns, and he's completing like I think he's like 18th in completion percentage. So the drop off is steep. Granted, the last 6 quarters have been without Stephon Diggs, but still, you still had Stephon and Tank, and you had your worst game of your career from a passing standpoint, and even the game where the Patriots put up 41, he only had under 200 yards passing. So it's been very clear. Granted, O-line, things of that nature. So it's a multitude of things, but Nico was like his get out of jail free card.
Well, not only that, when you're talking about the perfect storm, you're dealing with offensive line issues. What's the way that you handle it? You go off script, you get out of the pocket, you move the pocket, you roll out.
Yeah,
who was the security blanket? Well, every time he got out of the pocket, he found Nico. The timing was there. The throws were there. He knew where he was going to be. Nico knew what he had to do. And now suddenly you look at the throw to Mechie in particular in the Jets game where it's if that's Nico, that ball's right on time.
Yeah. I remember that because that should have been a touchdown.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like I know exactly what you're talking about. It's funny. Like there were 2 plays to Mechie where it felt like, could have been really big plays in that game. And, just not having that timing or I always say that confidence. Cause I think he has pretty good confidence in Mechie. But at the end of the day, like confidence in somebody and chemistry with somebody.
Right.
2 totally different things, right? Like I can have all the confidence in the world that I can do radio with you and believe we can knock it out of the park. But we still got to build that chemistry. Granted, we know we hit it out of the park.
It's like Gallant's dating life. He can have all the confidence in the world, but he has where he struggles with is the chemistry.
That's true. Gallant is a little bit of a lunatic, so that makes sense why he struggles there sometimes. But that's okay. We still love him.
Right.
But again, not everybody can have chemistry like you and me at the horse racing track. You know what I'm saying?
We did a whole show.
Yeah. We did a whole show, 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? But again, CJ has that chemistry with Nico, and it's dating all the way back to the second he was a starter last year.
No doubt. All right, so there's a little bit of the Texans nuts and bolts. Now let's get into the brass tacks of the actual Lions game stuff. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to continue with DJ Bieniemy, the beat writer for ESPN covering your Houston Texans. Before we do that, I want to tell you about a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the Neograft procedure and at PRP treatments. If you don't know what that is, but you're struggling with hair loss, I'm here to tell you it's the answer. It's the answers that get you that lush hair that you always had when you were younger, and you don't have to worry about sprays and creams and foams and all the things that don't work and gimmick and mask the problem. It's actually a solution because it's your own hair. And what I found out when I had a consultation with Doc and his staff is that there's areas of your scalp you're never going to lose hair no matter how bald you go in other spots, and that means that the sides and the back of your head are always going to have hair. So therefore he takes some of it in the Neograft procedure and puts it where you need it most. Maybe you got a baboon's butt showing on the top of your head and you always got to wear a cap. Well, with this, you don't have that, and now you get your hair back. Same thing with your forehead. If it's become an 8 head because your hair keeps creeping and you don't think there's anything you can do to stop it, the Neograft will actually do that too. All you got to do is get a free consultation with Doc and his staff, and I said free, just like I got, because you listen to us. You listen to me, you want to talk to him, and you want the info, go to 975hair.com right now. Get a free consultation. Everybody off the street pays $150. You don't pay a cent. No signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitment to be made, just a Q&A after they explain everything to you to see if it might be the solution to your hair loss. It was for me. It was for Granado. It can be the same way for you too. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. They're right here in the Med Center. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, happy to say DJ Bieneme is going to be with us for another segment right here for you leading into Sunday Night Football with your Texans and the Detroit Lions. The Thunder Kitties coming in, one of the hottest teams in the NFL, and your Texans trying to get right quick, as we've been talking about with the problems with the offensive line, the offense, getting Nico back, all those things. You look at it, DJ, and for me, it's like, look, watching that Green Bay game against Detroit a week ago, they were able to run the football. Josh Jacobs was able to run on the Detroit defensive line. We know that the one thing that has been right about the Houston Texans, even with the offensive line, is Joe Mixon has been a dog, D-A-double-G. He has been carrying this football team in a lot of ways. Can the Texans efficiently and successfully run the football against this Detroit team?
I think so. I think so. They've proven it throughout the year. When they have Joe, they can run the ball on damn near anybody. So I would say absolutely. And the thing is, they can do it. They can do it when it's in obvious run situations and when their passing attack isn't working, and all they can do is run. And there's been times where they've still been able to run, which is very impressive. Which is why Joe Mixon, every game he's finished, he's had over 100 yards rushing. The only game where he wasn't able to have that much success was against the Bears. He got hurt, but he got hurt in the early third quarter. He wasn't even having that much success in that game. But they've done a good job being able to run the football this year with Joe, and I think that'll continue. And it has to, because if not, because I don't think Nico's going to play this week. By the way, I want to make that
really.
Yeah, they don't.
So you don't think they'll activate him?
Nah, they don't usually. One practice usually isn't enough for the Texans. I remember.
Now, you heard the national reports, and you heard Aaron Wilson and other people saying, "Oh, he's ahead of schedule, and he's running at full speed again, and all these things."
Yeah, but they're sometimes they're cautious when it comes to soft tissue injuries, which is fair to them. So I think that if they can't run the ball, and they have to rely on their passing attack only, it could get pretty bad. Not pretty bad, but it could be very dangerous in a tricky situation. So,
Dom from Jersey is calling in, DJ, with a question for you.
For me specifically?
Dom, what's going on?
Killer Bees, Dom from Jersey is in the H. I will be there Sunday night. I'm here for my bachelor party this weekend, getting married. Excited about this Texans game. I'm excited about the roof being open. I'm excited about those fire red helmets. Nico's got to play. I don't want to hear it any other way. Frico Nico needs to play. He looked healthy today, dancing around on the field. He needs to be out there Sunday. We are going to dominate the Lions. I'm 0-12 seeing the Houston Texans live in person. That changes this Sunday. Go, boys. I'll be in the blue lot getting ready for this game. Go Texans.
0-12, though?
Dom?
0-12?
I love you for calling all the time and being loyal to us. Your loyalty to the Texans is in question. DJ has every right to do that. Your loyalty to call in on an interview segment and not ask a question is something that needs to be questioned as well. And if you lose, you can call in and own it, but you are going to get hammered by everyone in the blue lot and everywhere else if you don't get a victory after all of that.
0-12?
0-12 is crazy.
That's terrible.
That's Ted Cruz
Like,
record.
I would just stop showing up. 0-12? Like, how are you with all his games in 2021 and
No, he's spread out. Like, I think he goes to a couple a year or whatever. But, like, first of all, do you claim that out loud? Because that literally is something that you look at and go, you're bad luck, dude.
Yeah, 0-12. Let me see. I mean, I've never gone. I mean, my record in games that I covered was pretty bad at one point. It was actually like
really
up until last season. I think the record in games that I covered had to be 7. No. Because 4 plus 3, yeah. So 7. Do the math. 421.
You're not analytics guy, are you?
37. So it was 731. 30. It was 7, 37, and 1. Because the first year I ever covered the Louisville Cardinals was 2018 when Bobby Petrino got fired, and they went 2-10 that year. My first year covering the Jets, 4-13. My first year covering the Texans, 3-13-1.
I heard he wasn't a very good motorcycle driver.
I don't think so either.
No,
but that's okay. But I don't know if Nico's gonna. I mean, I don't think Nico's gonna play. So I know he should be out there. He's dancing, all that, et cetera, but I don't know if he's gonna.
So the odds are definitely completely stacked against.
Yeah, because I mean,
so how do they buck the trend? How do they beat the Detroit Lions? Yes, they're at home.
Stop the run. Stop the run. Because Jared Goff is
Foley going to play?
I don't think. I mean, it's
See, now that's a problem there then, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. I mean, hey, stop the run. Force Jared Goff into 3rd and longs. I think he's like 25th in 3rd and longs this year. I think he's 3rd and longs is like 3rd and 7 and longer. Force him into those situations. He's been good in those situations, but still, you have a higher success rate when you force teams into consistent 3rd and longs. You gotta be good in the red zone. You know what? Actually, it doesn't come down to how they finish in the second half. I think they're going to be tight in the first half.
Well, we know they won't make adjustments.
I think they make adjustments. Well,
I'm just saying.
Another
point of contention.
It's something that's going on in the second half.
Yeah, there is. They're not scoring touchdowns.
Yeah. So their red zone efficiency goes from like 73% in the first half for touchdowns to 39 in the second half, 31st in the NFL. Their red zone efficiency is bad across the board. Defensively, it's roughly around the same in terms of percentages. Teams just don't get there as often. First half versus second half, but second halves, when teams get there, they do capitalize for whatever reasons. But offensively, it's like I think they've had 4 games this year where
good sound effects.
You better save that one.
They haven't scored touchdowns in the second half. Bears.
No, they've gone over 3 games without a touchdown in the second half.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Well, they've only outscored an opponent one time in the second half.
The entire season.
Patriots.
That's bad.
That's awful.
Yeah, I know.
So you're not exactly painting a picture of the utmost of success for the Texans on Sunday, because if Foley's out, they're going to have a tough time stopping the run. We know that you want to get a pass rush on the statue that is Jared Goff, and Will's not playing. I mean, and now Nico might not play. What the hell are we doing?
And Tank Dell popped up on the report.
Any given Sunday, if you can get Joe running, I think this is one of those games.
Joe's going to stop the run too, right? He's going to get there on the D line.
Well,
play both ways.
You can minimize the game, shorten the game just a little bit. You can shorten the game a little bit by running the ball effectively. But I would say this is gonna be a great opportunity for CJ to learn how to play like a game manager and really manage the game. Where all right,
so you're going to out Goff.
Well, I mean, Goff has been pretty explosive this year, and so has
5-yard, 10-yard passes.
Yeah, but that's what sometimes you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know CJ can do it. It's just not something we've been accustomed to doing.
He's more like he wants to cut your throat.
Right.
But this might be one of those games where you kind of got to like dink and dunk your way all the way up the field and be fine with being patient and staying within the flow of the game and not trying to do too much, because a 3rd and 10 is basically a punt or a field goal, right? So
to your point, you want to run clock too, right? Because you don't want to give a team that's been blowing the doors off a team and putting monster points on the board.
Right.
As you want to limit how many times they touch the football.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that can help you, especially if you can run the football.
That's what happened in the Jets game. The Jets game reversed. That's what the Jets did to the Texans in the second half. They really shrunk the game. I think they only had, if my memory's correct, I mean, they might have had 4 possessions, because the Jets, obviously, unfortunately, went touchdown. But all their touchdown drives were long. They weren't short drives.
Yeah, and again, adjustments were made all over the board. We just didn't see them. But when you look at this game, it's like, well, what if they lose, right? Because everybody's so down already. Everybody's acting like this team, it's just, the sky is falling. But if you lose to a good football team, the main thing is, are you competitive? Does the line look better? I don't know what that means, because you're already going to be pointing at, hey, you're not playing with Will. You're probably not playing with Foley. You're probably not playing with Nico. Brian asked, we saw Tank Dell show up on the injury report today.
He'll be fine.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear, because if you don't have Tank and you don't have Nico, then you might as well just freaking throw up the white flag.
Put Davis Mills in at that point.
Yeah, right. Let's go, instead of going out on a limb, let's just stick our neck out and put Davis out.
Oh God, that's a good dad joke.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I mean, I think that if they lose, right, even if it's not competitive, I don't want to say I don't care about this game, but for me, it's a loss. It doesn't change anything for me. A win will be nice, but that still doesn't change anything for me, right?
Okay, but it should if, and I don't recall where we were on this. If you thought they were an upper echelon top 3-ish team in the AFC, 3 to 4 in the AFC, then it should matter. because I'm with you that with 4 days rest against the Jets and the Jets, desperate and everything like that,
for sure.
I wrote that one off as a loss.
Yeah, me too.
But with this one at home on Sunday night, this is the one that I thought at the start of the season, hey, they're going to be competitive at home and they got a shot.
Yeah.
So if they get blown out,
still wouldn't bother me.
Wow.
Because it's an NFC team. And if they want to, we talked about Super Bowl aspirations for this team. You don't have to beat any NFC teams to get to the Super Bowl. So that's kind of how I look at it. For me, my measuring sticks are, was going to be the Bills game, the Chiefs game, the Ravens game, and before the Dolphins fell apart, the Dolphins game. Those are going to be the main four. And I guess how you did it with the Colts and the Jack, but they're not good teams. And it was pretty clear once the season got here, it was going to be the Texans' division to lose. So for me, it was always going to be those 4 games. And if let's say they get blown out by the Ravens or the Chiefs, now I'm waving a white flag, right?
And that's later in the season, and I get all that. But I think that, again, it kind of goes back to what you deem to be a successful season. If they do what they did a year ago, they win the division, they win the opening round of the playoffs, they get to the divisional round and they lose, is that a success? A lot of people will say no, because the bar got set to a different level when you did what you did maybe a year or so ahead of schedule by doing what you did last year.
For sure.
And now suddenly you're looking at it and going, well, yeah, you can blame tough schedule and all things. I was kind of harping on at the start of the year, but even I started buying in. This team's better than I thought they were going to be. To finish like that would suck.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree there. But back to the NFC point. I mean, I remember when the Chiefs played the Bucs in 2020, the Chiefs ran all over the Bucs. And then when they saw them again later on in the season, the Bucs handled the Chiefs. So for me, when it comes to the interconference rivalry games, things of that nature, those type of big games, they're cool for Monday morning discussion and Tuesday afternoon discussion and things of that nature. But for me, when it comes to really evaluating this team, it's just still going to come down to how they look in December. If they're handling business against the Chiefs and the Ravens, those are those are the true measuring sticks, because the Ravens defensively aren't that good, but Lamar is playing the best he's ever played.
Yep.
And if you show that you can't handle that, then I'm like, and the Chiefs, right? The Chiefs, you gotta, if you want to prove that you're legitimate, you gotta beat them. Not play the Chiefs close, because when it comes to Chiefs, it's not about it's not about playing them close. You gotta beat them to prove that you're a legitimate contender. And
I get your point on the NFC thing, but here's the rebuttal from me would be,
Go ahead.
it's an NFC team, yes,
for sure.
But if you get your doors blown off, the voices are only getting louder about your O-line if your O-line doesn't perform well.
For sure.
About CJ if he doesn't have numbers and he doesn't perform well.
Yeah.
And then about every coach and everything in between, to where it's just going to keep. And then they say they're not listening, but then they say they're listening. And then it's like, this is going to steamroll.
For sure. But after the Lions game, they play the Cowboys, Titans, and Jags. And they'll probably go 3-0 in that stretch.
Probably.
They'll probably go 3-0 in that stretch. So they'll be 6-4, but then in the blink of an eye, they'll be 9-4. And now what happened on Sunday Night Football on a random November?
What happens if Parsons and maybe Lawrence comes back when they run roughshod on the same offensive line, and suddenly you are in
the Jags are,
God forbid you lose to the Cowboys?
That'd be bad.
Now we're talking.
Because at that point, now you just lost to Cooper Rush and a team that is really, really fading, that doesn't your strengths. Your strengths are the Cowboys' weaknesses, which is they can really run the rock.
Yep.
And get and the Jets can, the Texans can get pressure. So for me, if you lose that Cowboys game when you're built to beat the Cowboys, now we have bigger issues. But for me, it's more, I think they'll lose this game, but after that, they'll be 9-4. And then it's really about how do you handle, because even though the record isn't good, I think that'll be a tough game, mainly because of their playmakers. Obviously the Ravens game and the Chiefs game. And I think if you can come out of that stretch 2-1, all right, good. But for me, the one, in my opinion, can't be the Chiefs game. That's just me. I feel like with teams like that, you have to give your team confidence that you can actually beat that team. Because think about it, who on that team has actually beat the Chiefs in their career, in a game that actually mattered, besides Joe Mixon?
Yeah, that's it.
Exactly. Jimmy Ward hasn't.
Yeah,
right?
Diggs was in great games with them, but he didn't win.
Yeah, he's not playing in the game, right? Nico.
Right, but he would be a guy that at least had been there, but not done that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
in meaningful football time. I don't know if Daniil Hunter ever with the I don't.
That's what I'm saying. Who when it comes to teams like that, you have to beat them to give you the reason why the Bengals can go toe to toe with the Chiefs no matter what's going on with them is because they've beaten the Chiefs when it's mattered most. And we see the Bills, they always beat the Chiefs in the regular season, but they always lose in the playoffs. And we've seen the Ravens in similar ordeals. Like beating the Chiefs from a psychological standpoint matters because the Chiefs in those close games, they have so much confidence because they know. Like,
well, plus, you know what? You also got the kryptonite that is the Baltimore Ravens and the fact that you cannot beat them.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be hovering
So for
over your
me,
head too.
if they lose to the Dolphins, but they beat the Chiefs and Ravens, all right, Super Bowl on. If they beat the Dolphins but lose to the Chiefs, they beat
Write this down, Brian. DJ says they're going to lose Sunday and then they're going to end up 9-4.
Yeah.
Write it down.
Yeah,
that's what we have to do. We have to live with our
predictions. Yep.
Yeah.
And then if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong and go on by my
Welcome
day.
to the world of awful announcing.
Yep. But again, like I think they'll be 9-4. But if they can, if they beat, I think I'll be happy if they beat the Dolphins, beat the Ravens, then I'll be good with that. I'll be totally good with that.
Don't let Jeremy Branham have that kind of ammunition. He has ruined Aaron Wilson. I'm just telling you, he never forgets.
Well, what forgets what?
When you make a prediction like that and it doesn't come true.
That's fair.
Because he never lets anybody forget that Aaron Wilson said that D'Amico Ryans was not going to be. just saying. All right, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you for hanging around for a little extra time too. That is DJ Bieneme. You can catch him as he covers the Texans for ESPN. He will be covering the game that he says they're going to lose on Sunday night. Not that I'm making any kind of a big deal about it, but rest assured they're going to win the 3 games after that, so they're going to be fine. We're going to be fine too. BMAC and I are going to have you all the way till 6 o'clock, coming back right after the break, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out. B-Mac and I are in, taking you up until the top of the hour at 6 p.m., getting ready for a little Aggie basketball this evening, I believe, in about 30 minutes after we're off the air. But Brian and
Was that a Dave South impersonation?
Dave South of the Texas Aggies. That's what I'm talking about. That's the way Dave used to sound when he used to call games, the longtime voice of the Aggs. Brian, you heard what DJ said. Love having DJ in. Appreciate the extra segment and hanging with us a little bit with Jeremy. A little under the weather and having to do some other things, but not a breath of sunshine and rainbows when you're looking at not even his fault. I appreciate his honesty. I think that the big thing for me is you look at it and say, well, if you don't expect Nico to play, even if he did finally practice and Will's out and Foley might not play, well, even at full strength, this would have been an uphill battle. But if you're looking at it now, you're like, well, damn, now it's like how much is going to be written against us before we even take the field?
Yeah, no, if what DJ said is true, that Nico's not going to play, plus you're already dealing with Will Anderson. Thankfully, he said Tank's going to be fine and play, even though he popped up on the injury report today with a back injury. If all those things are true, it feels like the Lions should be bigger than a 3.5 point favorite, honestly. But I think the thing that I was most encouraged with what DJ said is his expectation that the Texans should be able to run on the Lions. And it kind of fits up with the numbers because you look at like overall the Lions per game on like a per game basis haven't allowed much. But then when you really think about it, it's partly because their offense is running up the score in these teams and teams fall so far behind that they have to abandon the run because on a per rush basis, the Lions are actually like 20-something in the league against the run. So they actually haven't been that good against the run. So if the Texans are able to, even with Will Anderson out, keep the Lions from running away from them and putting them in a spot where they have to abandon the run, then hopefully the run game with Joe Mixon and how great and explosive he's been makes up for some of the gap that you might lose with Nico possibly being out.
It just sounds like even if you do all those things and you have ball control and you have sustained drives and Mixon is having some success, there are just so many weapons that can beat you in such a talented offense, and they're really playing their best football right now, that it sounds like that's still a recipe for a game that, like you said, is more like a touchdown to a 10-point game than it is a 2.5 to 3-point game.
Yeah, look, I'm not feeling optimistic about something we didn't have a chance to get to with DJ. There was like just the slot coverage that we've seen. We've talked about it with Petrie and his struggles, and maybe now that Okuda's coming back, there could be a future, the not so distant future for the Texans where Kamari Lassiter slides inside. Maybe that helps fix some things if Okuda can man an outside corner spot. But I mean, Jameson Williams back, and Amon-Ra actually plays a lot in the slot, even though he's their number one wide receiver. So we've seen how Petrie's gotten abused by the Jets. Josh Downs with the Colts has abused him. He's not good when manned up on a guy especially in obvious passing situations. He's basically a linebacker at safety. So I'm worried about, obviously a lot of things with the Lions because they're arguably the best team in the league, but that might be near the top of my list. If you can't get to Goff as much because Will Anderson's out and you have to deal with possibly Amon-Ra lining up against Jalen Petrie, that's going to be tough to deal with.
My big thing, Brian, is if I'm going to pick my poison and say, is it either on the offense or on the defense? I'm going to put it solely on the defense because I think that if you can create a pass rush, you can make Goff a little bit uncomfortable and he's not going to outrun you. So I think that you can have an advantage there. If you can stop the run at all and the ends are holding the edge because they're getting some pressure into the backfield, now you're limiting what they can do offensively when they've been exploding. And then from the standpoint of, like you said, if your corners can at least initially hold coverage because he does like to get it out of his hands quickly because he isn't mobile and he does like to hit Amon St. Brown in the slot. We saw it against Green Bay last week where they run a lot, either inside slot or outside out routes, even on the goal line, to where that's where the bread and butter is for St. Brown. But when you add the deep threat of Williams too, now it's everybody in your secondary because now you've got to cover initially, but your safeties are going to have to give you the help you need over the top. And getting El Shair back helps. But from a linebacker perspective, with Foley out, that's where it's going to be so key that second level coming up to make sure that they don't run wild on you.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of the Lions offense right now than I am their defense. And their defense is good, but I mean, a lot of the things you ran off there frighten me. I mean, I don't think they can stop this Lions rushing attack. One, because Gibbs and Montgomery are really good, but without Will Anderson, who's been really good against the run, obviously you're losing a guy that could set the edge. You're out Tim Settle, a guy in the middle. It's great that you get Azeez back, but that's still a spot at linebacker where they were a little thin because obviously Christian Harris is not back till maybe week 15, like we heard earlier in the week. I don't know if they can stop the run, and I have no as little confidence I have as them in being able to stop the Lions rushing attack. I have even less faith that they could stop whoever the Lions put in their slot, and even if that's not Amon-Ra, they could put, obviously Jameson Williams, who's back from his latest suspension there, and he's got the speed to burn Jalen Petrie. And Sam Laporta hasn't had a great year, but I don't think his talent's dropped. They just haven't needed him. Maybe he's the guy that beats you over the middle field. So the Lions just have so many options. Down Settle, down Will Anderson. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that, we don't want to be the Debbie Downers, but the reality is that you call what you see. And even at full strength, as we were talking about with DJ, that this was going to be a tough matchup. But if you're going to go into this football game and tell me the guys that are going to be super important to doing some of the things you need if you're going to stop this team are going to be out, well, then you've got real issues. Because even at linebacker, you got a guy like White who you added. But is White going to be a guy that can help you on the D-line? No, probably not. You're going to be relying on Autry, but Autry's probably already going to be on the outside because he's going to be filling in for Will Anderson, and you're going to have DEs that are going to be, rotating throughout the defensive line and moving around. That sets up beautifully if you put outside pass rushers inside to the fact that Montgomery and Gibbs are going to have their way, and so it's all problematic. You hope for the best, but I think right now most people, if you ask them, are expecting the worst. So we'll see what happens. All right, let's hope for a Texans victory. Well, what this time of the day it is, and with Jeremy out, we get to avoid my least favorite segment of the week because we can avoid me and Tex. But it is time for the car wreck of the day on a Friday for you guys leading into the weekend.
You all right?
My leg is broken. The bone's coming through.
You prick! Where's my money?
This is the car wreck of the day.
Well, you heard the man. We do it now 5 days this week. Brian, let's let you lead it off once again as I throw to you. Your first nominee would be.
This got buried amongst a great game last night, and also got buried by the ending with the terrible refereeing, and that's another nominee. But John Harbaugh in the first quarter, when the Bengals, I think, scored on the very first drive of the game, threw the challenge flag and lost. And I didn't even really care that he lost because he challenged over 3 yards on a non-scoring play. Like in the first quarter, like it was first and goal from the 5. The Bengals threw a 3-yard pass that would have been second and goal to 2, or if they were successful to challenge, second and goal from the 5. Like I am not challenging over. You only get 3 challenges, and you challenge over 3 yards in a non-scoring play that really doesn't change the momentum or the outcome at all of that possession. I thought it was a very poor use of a challenge in that situation.
Seems like premature speculation to try and throw the flag at that point in the game.
Well, it's just like, it's Bill O'Brien did this all the time, but challenging over 3 yards in the first half is
insignificant.
Unless it's picking the difference between a punt and extending the possession. Sure, 3 yards, of course, but 3 yards when it has no bearings on that. No, I can't use a challenge on that.
I'm with you. Same game, but different theme, and that is exactly what you touched on. You can't on national TV with everybody watching what was an outstanding football game miss the calls that they missed on the final on the 2-point conversion. Whether you want to call the holding or not, or the pass interference is one thing. But if you're not going to call Joe Burrow getting smacked in the dome piece and then the face mask being tugged on the way down, you're doing a disservice to the game, the fans, and everybody that's watching that game last night.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about earlier in the show, it wasn't just 1, it wasn't just 2, it was 3 missed calls on that 2-point try. I mean, Gesicki clearly got held. The defender grabbed his shoulder pad and dragged him to the ground. And then they missed 2 on Joe Burrow, the smack to the helmet, like you mentioned, in the face mask. And they missed a face mask on Joe Burrow earlier in the drive. I mean, I've never, or at least rarely, ever a guy to say,
"Oh, you're Ben DeBose and you know it."
No, that's 100. Ben DeBose blocked me. I am the 180 of Ben DeBose. But yeah, the referees blew that one.
No doubt. That's where I'm going. That's my car wreck of the day. I don't know if you agree or not.
Yeah, let's make
Car
it the
wreck
car
of the
wreck of the
day.
day.
The zebra stripes are the officials in last night's football game. That'll do it for another successful week of the Killer Bees. We appreciate you being a part of the Hive. For Brian McDonald and for Jeremy, who we hope gets better real soon, we'll talk to you Monday, everybody. Stay tuned for a little national program before Aggie basketball at 6:30 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.